LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Ooh, this feels good. I got new headphones. And, boy, these are crisp, man. These sound good.
Good.
I got the studio kind that float around the building here. I bought my own. These are things nobody cares about right now except me. I'm like one of those videos that you see of those little kids that are deaf, but then they time to me with these headphones. These are glorious.
You got a cochlear implant.
Yes. Is that what it's called?
Cochlear Sean.
Yes.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. I've only ever read it. Yeah.
And I have no idea what impact this is going to have on the show today, but man, 57 seconds in, I'm in a good mood with these new headphones.
If you're watching on YouTube, you've probably got a tear coming to your eye.
Yes.
It's like,
those
Sean,
videos make me cry, man.
Yeah, like, oh, that's Mommy's voice.
Yeah. I hope all of you are shedding a tear right now.
Yeah. I heard a story about a guy who had been blind and had some kind of innovative surgery that allowed him to see, and for the first time, he was in his 30s, and he walks out into the waiting room, and he's looking at this. I guess it was a really drab carpet, but he'd never seen colors before. Yeah. He's like, oh my God, how is everybody not realizing? Yeah. Why is not everybody not marveling at this beautiful carpet?
Power rank the senses that if you never had them before, they blow you away once you get them.
Touch
for sure.
That would be
for sure.
That'd be overload.
That's number one. Yeah. Sight number two.
Especially if you're post-puberty. That would be like
Taste definitely 5, right? Taste is 5 out of the 5 big senses.
Probably. I mean, that you can get by without
Taste and smell is 4, hearing 3, sight 2, touch 1. That's how I would go.
Touch is so neglected that I think a lot of people wouldn't have even thought, like, if you never had touch before.
We take it for granted, a lot of us. Yeah. How you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm much like you. Yesterday, I was so happy. I was on such a high because of that good victory, and I was in the middle of doing a live stream, and then all of a sudden, all the commenters started telling me about this drama. Man, don't harsh my buzz.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm riding a high here. I don't need drama in my life. I felt like Sean the first time he could hear sounds.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, man.
Like everything just feels a little brighter, a little louder. Everything's good. And then, wait a second. We got discontent?
Yeah. Do we? Okay, so I was going to ask you this before the show, but you were hyper-focused on whatever commercial you were doing over there.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to interrupt progress. What do you want to lead with today? We'll do this on the air right now because there was an 18-inning World Series game last night.
Yeah,
that probably not a lot of people saw the end of.
I'll tell you that much. We're not leading with that.
I made it to the 12th inning.
I was trying to clear up somebody else's administrative errors this morning early on, which I never get mad at.
No,
because I'm usually the person that causes them.
And that's what you were doing at 5:59. So I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So the highlights are on the TV. It was an amazing game.
Everybody at home can appreciate this. They've been in this position before. Somebody had a request late last week, like, "Hey, we need this done ASAP." I'm like, okay, I did it. And Ben helped. Ben did it.
Ben's always a big
And then we get another email a short while later, like, "Hey, we actually sent you the wrong stuff to work on, but we need this really fast."
Yeah, we need this ASAP also.
And I'm like, well, I can't get angry about it. I'm usually the cause of stuff like that.
There is money involved too, so there is that.
So anyways,
there was a World Series. So we won't dive deep on the World Series.
I think for the most part, just people are hate watching this in Houston. They just didn't want the Dodgers to die a quick death, not a slow death. We're not sadists.
No.
And they did not die a slow death.
They did not die. There was a slow game. We'll give the high points of what you need to know for it, and then we'll move on. But, yeah, it went 18 innings. Freddie Freeman walked it off with a home run in the 18th inning. His second walk-off home run in 2 World Series. That's never happened before. Shohei Ohtani went 4 for 4 in his first 4 at-bats, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and then the Blue Jays just said F it and started walking him the rest of the night.
Yeah.
He had 5 walks after that. 4 of them were intentional. Guys were getting thrown out on the base paths in this game, and Shohei Ohtani pitches tonight.
Listen, last night I was trying to do a bunch of stuff and kind of casually watching the game. But Brandy kept texting me about how Dodger Joe there wouldn't shut up about George.
Joe Davis is the play-by-play guy.
Somehow George Springer was now the face of the cheating scandal. No, you bastard. Everybody made Jose Altuve, the guy who didn't participate in the being better than everybody else scandal, the face of the being better than everybody else scandal.
Correct.
Let's not rewrite history here, Dodger Joe.
Yeah. It's a good thing we get him on the play-by-play in the World Series involving the Dodgers. So there's that. Springer left the game, by the way, in the 7th inning. He hurt himself on a swing. Yeah. That's not good. I don't even want to look at what Twitter's saying about that. So that was last night. So the Dodgers are up 2-1 in the World Series. So we have Monday Night Football. Kansas City beats Washington like a drum, 28-7. Marcus Mariota stinks. Rashee Rice is really good. Everything people were saying about the difference Rashee Rice was going to make ended up being accurate.
You're really upset about that.
Who, me?
Yeah. Rice was coming back. You were saying, like, why is everybody making such a big deal about Rashee Rice? I did say that. You're right. I did say that. And we had a conversation about it. I said, well, it's not necessarily about him being an all-pro or anything. It's about giving Mahomes one more speedy weapon out there. So you look at how the Chiefs started out the season, then they add back Xavier Worthy. Because remember, he almost got murdered by his own teammate.
Travis Kelce.
Kelce tried to take him out. Yep. But then when he came back, Chiefs offense looks a little bit more like the classic Chiefs offense. Now you add Rashee Rice to it, and it's getting annoying.
Yes.
It's getting really annoying because I've seen headlines of this variety. The Chiefs are inevitable. They're hijacking what they say about the Astros to lump it into the Chiefs.
The Astros and Chiefs are kind of kindred spirits in that way. I mean, they've been kind of the dominant team since like 2017, 2018. The Chiefs kind of looks like are continuing to be dominant. It's the way they were using Rashee Rice, though, and the way they are using him. Like he had a rushing touchdown last night.
Yeah.
And I was wrong. I was partially wrong. I thought people were treating him like he was Justin Jefferson or something like that coming back. I thought that was a little over the top. He's a good player, obviously. And so the Chiefs win last night. No need to spend a ton on that game other than the fact that another one of these teams that the Texans are chasing wins the football game. So there's that.
Okay, so now that we've talked about it, are we starting with the D'Amico stuff?
That's what I wanted to ask. Well, I want to make the Rockets won last night too.
And look, they did what they should do. They beat up on the Nets. Yeah. The Nets they made it interesting early on because they went on but some really good, like Tari Eason really showed up for the first time.
Big time.
Reed Shepherd did some good things.
Big time as well.
They abandoned the double big, which. Whether it's Kevin McHale or anybody else who loves the double big concept, at some point early in the season you realize, all right, well, we need to do some of the conventional things here.
Oh, you're talking about when he had Ashik and Dwight Howard out there at the same time.
Yeah, remember? That was the thing for the first couple weeks of the season.
McHale. I was like, oh, yeah, he did a double big thing back in the day. That's right.
That was a big thing for about the first 2 weeks of the season. It was going to say, we're going back to double big.
I forgot about
that. Twin Towers Redux.
Yeah, man. Yeah, 137-109. So the Rockets get the first win of the Kevin Durant era. Nice balanced effort. You're right. Tari Eason and Reed Shepherd off the bench were the big story in that game.
So to D'Amico and some of this drama, one of our texters earlier this morning is blaming you for starting the negative campaign.
Are they? Because it's one of these texts that's chopped up into 8 different pieces here.
Yeah, it says Sean, who started the negative campaign against the media with false narrative comments last year, now turning D'Amico against the media.
I'm turning D'Amico against
apparently.
the media?
I don't know exactly what the hell this guy's talking about.
I don't think I'm the one turning D'Amico against the media.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I had some negative things to say after the Seahawks game, but I wrote an article. Okay, let's stop. We'll get to the D'Amico audio. We got plenty of time here. We got a nice long segment to open the show. Let me just say this. If that's what this texter is saying, I read the same text, and I can't translate it.
It's all chopped up on your system.
Yeah, it's all chopped up. So here, if there's, I'll spend 10 seconds on this. I'm one that's driving all this rhetoric that D'Amico has had about the negativity in the media and how people thrive on the negativity. I wrote an article literally after the win over the Ravens for the Houston Press where the headline was, "Win over Ravens is D'Amico Ryan's finest hour as the head coach of the Texans."
Okay, look, this is why, guys, I know when you're texting, I know it's tempting not to use punctuation, but my God, for the sake of clarity, please, you have to. What he's saying is Sean, who started the negative campaign against the media with false narrative comments last year, now turning D'Amico against the media. So he's blaming Caserio, not you.
Okay. He's blaming Caserio. Okay, where did that come from, Caserio?
Basically just, because Caserio, it is true. I mean, Caserio last year said it was a false narrative that the offensive line was an issue.
That false narrative.
Yeah,
okay.
and then immediately after the season, they get rid of 3 of their starting offensive linemen. And so I think that he's blaming Caserio for kind of just being difficult or non-transparent with the media, and that creating kind of a combative environment. My
head's going to explode from this text. Let's. You want to get to the D'Amico audio? Let's do that. There was an exchange, and it does feel weird. I mean, they had a huge win on Sunday. This was D'Amico, and I will admit that after the game on Sunday or yesterday when we played this audio, because it's labeled as D'Amico on Caley. Basically, it's labeled on the Texans transcripts as a question about Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the question. The question from Saul negativity that was out there about Nick Caley leading into, so how do you think Nick Caley did?
Yeah.
So let me just be clear on this. I had thought when I first heard this audio we're going to play from Sunday, and we'll get to the Monday audio. But this is what set up the Monday audio. I thought this was D'Amico just freestyling about the negativity of the media. It was actually embedded in the question. So I may have been a little unfair to D'Amico yesterday from that standpoint. But this was D'Amico answering a question from Sarge, where Sarge laid it all out that, hey, people have been really negative on Nick Caley on the outside of the building. How do you think he did today?
Caley did a great job again today, and he's done a great job with what we were asking him to do. He's doing a great job. He has the guys have his back. Everybody's in this together. Right, from Caley, myself, the player, we're all in this thing together. So it really doesn't matter about outside noise. And we hear a lot of that every time you lose. Everybody wants to come up with something of get rid of everybody, fire everybody, you lose a game, you go out, don't play well. Well, it's just the noise is just a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about. Because here in this room, as a team, we stick together as a team, and we know it's only about us, right? And you never let that outside noise creep in and control who we are. We know who we are. We know what we're about. We know the formula. We know what it takes to go win games. And we just understand that the outside noise is just noise. We would never go ask anybody who's giving the noise. We would never go ask them their opinion about how to game plan or how to play football. So we keep that in-house, and we press forward, and we go out and play good.
Yeah. That was after the game.
Yeah.
Do you think that warranted a follow-up on Monday following a win over the 49ers?
Like a follow-up question?
Yeah, like follow-up questions that he got yesterday about
I don't know. I mean, half the questions in any presser aren't necessarily warranted. Sure.
Yeah, no,
I mean, he sounded. The thing about D'Amico in that clip was he almost sounds aggressive by D'Amico standards.
By the end,
about
he
it.
did. Yeah. By the end, he did.
Yeah, and the other, because what we were talking about yesterday was the guy who brought it up unprompted was CJ when he was giving out the game balls.
Yeah.
Talking about the offensive line, who cares what anybody says?
Yeah.
All right, I guess you shouldn't, but I don't know why you're bringing it up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I think it warrants a follow-up just because it feels like that team feels a little bit sensitive about criticism, about things sometimes that deserve criticism, like the offensive line.
For sure.
There's like a propaganda campaign to claim that the offensive line has been playing better than it actually has.
Yeah.
They've made improvements, but I think it warrants a follow-up.
Okay, well, he got follow-ups yesterday. Yeah, so he got follow-up questions on that yesterday from Landry, Locker, and DJ Bieneme. Let's play the whole exchange, Ben, so we can hear the questions, the long one here. But this was kind of a tense exchange yesterday between D'Amico Ryans and two media members, Landry and DJ.
Pushing away outside noise. I know that was a topic yesterday. What are the challenges, and is there a balance between positive outside noise and negative outside noise?
No, it really doesn't matter. I mean, he negative talk about us. We get it. I hear people try to give it to me all the time. I get it, right? It's but it really doesn't matter, right? I talk about it. Everybody wants to write a hot story, and most of the time it's negative stuff that people want to talk about, right? Nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff that happens. And again, if you feed off of that and you're riding the pendulum of, oh, we're great because we won, no, we suck because we lost, fight, that's our business. I get it. But that's the nature of it. We keep moving forward. Really, it doesn't drive anything. It means nothing, literally nothing, to what we're about. Like, it does nothing to drive our team. We just got to go out and play good football.
You don't think you've gotten any positive stuff?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like the first 2 years.
You don't think you've gotten any praise at all?
Guys, what's your question?
I'm just saying, like, everybody says negative.
I said that's what people thrive on is the negative stuff. Yeah.
You don't think you've gotten any positive?
I said people thrive on the negative. You guys are good. You guys must be the ones with the negative stuff. We're playing football. You talk about outside noise. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. Good, bad. It doesn't change how we prepare. It doesn't change our week of preparation. We're gonna work. We're gonna work our best, the game plan our best, and go out and play good football.
Well, but for your first couple years and a half, like, you've gotten nothing but positive coverage for the majority of the time. So when you say everybody wants to focus on the negative, I don't know if how is that accurate when you've been here for a couple of years? You've got a lot of positive coverage.
You guys good?
Okay. So D'Amico is done with that topic.
Yeah.
He was done with that topic. All right, you go first.
Okay, this is for me, honestly, this really. When I listened to it, I was a little bit disappointed because as I'm listening to it, everybody had told me, oh my gosh, big battle, this, that, the other thing. And like, this is still relatively tame.
Well, for a Texans press conference.
Yeah,
though.
But even by Bill O'Brien's standards or
that's
anything,
true.
it's pretty tame.
Yeah.
I think the mistake, or I guess just the way that all happened was D'Amico is kind of almost speaking casually the way people would about when he used the word everybody, nobody, always. And, you know, you can see this in social media when people will just paint a massive blanket statement of this is what everybody says or this is what nobody wants. No, it's way more nuanced than that. And I think that's where, especially the people who are sitting there listening are thinking like, well, wait a second. I've been like gushing about you for 2 years and now we're always negative and everybody is always saying this or that. I really think it was more, and I think I don't think D'Amico intended it the way it sounded in his response, because in his response he said, what are you guys talking about? Yeah. Like, so what it looks like in the transcript isn't the way D'Amico meant it literally. Yeah. And that's why I think he was genuinely surprised when they said, well, you just said everybody said that. Yeah. And he said, well, no, he said, I mean, he inaccurate, but it's because he didn't mean it that way.
If I had to guess, I would guess that D'Amico probably thought this was a topic that got killed on Sunday. Like, he was probably done with it on Sunday after that answer. And then he gets hit with it again. And you're absolutely right. I'm jotting down, nobody wants to talk about the positive. Well, that's just not true. The part where he's accurate is that all this stuff means nothing to the on-field product. He's 100% accurate in that part of his message. My overall thought on this, I think this is, like, D'Amico Ryans is still a relatively young head coach. He's a young guy. This is by far, over the last couple of weeks, I'm going to say, and really over the aggregate of the season, but since that Seattle loss, that's the aftermath of that Seattle loss was the first time D'Amico Ryans has really been dealing with heavy criticism here. Mm-hmm. Like, there were times he got criticized the first couple of years, but there was a lot of grace with people because of what we were coming out of. Now you come into the season with huge expectations. This new hire that you made to fire the old hire that you made isn't working out, or at least it wasn't up until this game against the 49ers, by and large. And I think like dealing with this level of criticism and negativity is probably new territory for D'Amico Ryans.
It is, and it's still this is what comes with the territory, I guess. And almost it's good that D'Amico is going through this because I'm like Bill. They used to talk about firing Bill Belichick all the time before he had won his ultimate number of Super Bowls. Yep. Like it's almost like dealing with like a narcissistic person. That's what the media is, or social media and everything. There's certain battles that you just can't worry about or fight. You're not gonna accept that, and that's the unfortunate reality.
Yep. So if you missed it, or if you saw chatter about that yesterday, that's what all the hullabaloo was over. All right. As we roll on here on a Tuesday morning, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. The Texans are in a swamp of teams that have about the same number of wins. Some of them are good teams with just not enough wins. Some of them are bad teams. What category do the Texans fall into? Are they in the give up on them category?
Oh, no.
Or do they deserve grace category? That is coming up next.
Hey, you want to play underdog? You want to...
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Texans are a 3-4 team. There's a bunch of teams that have 2 wins and 3 wins that are chasing in the playoff hunt right now. The Texans are one of them. Are they one of the ones that people should give up on, or are they one of the ones that should get some slack cut for them that deserve some grace? Jeffrey Shadia, NFL.com columnist, had 4 teams that he put into each of those buckets. The ones that are wearing out their trust, teams like the Falcons, the Vikings, Cowboys, the New York Giants, who just lost Cam Skattebo for the season. And then, Seth, teams deserving grace. The number one team, and he ranks them, too. And you know I love that. The number one team deserving some grace, the Houston Texans. So there you go. I think coming off of the audio that we just played in the open, I think this is an appropriate segue into this.
Fantastic. Well, people always want negative, always this, that. I think that, for one, he didn't throw the Commanders in there either, huh?
No, this was written before last night.
Well, plus, there's Jaden Daniels comes back. That's the whole dynamic.
Texans win, Ravens 2. They're getting Lamar back soon.
Yeah.
San Francisco 3, really banged up team, and then Carolina 4, which is interesting. They're 4-4 right now, but when they lose big, and when they win big.
This is it's interesting because the Texans right now, they've got a really, really, really healthy scoring margin. 153 points scored, 103 points scored against.
Yeah, they're hovering around like 10th.
You're plus 50, and then there's a lot of other teams like the Jaguars above you are at a -9 scoring differential.
Yeah.
And it's early. I mean, it's not early. You're midway through the season, but those types of things tend to balance out. I think the biggest thing and the biggest nugget that they put in there is that I almost want to tattoo it on my forearm so I remember this, is that Houston's 4 losses have come by a combined 21 points. That's not like saying 4 losses by a combined 6 points or anything, but they've largely by and by been 1-score games. The Seahawks game was 1 score, but certainly didn't feel like a 1-score game.
Right. They've all been literally 1-score games. I would say 3 of them were actual kind of 1-score games.
The first 3 you were genuinely in it at the end of the game.
Yes.
I mean, the Bucs game you had 1. But for 1 play. If you could have just stopped them on 4th and freaking 10, you had that game won.
1 tackle, yeah.
So they could very easily have a winning record right now, and they wouldn't even be in the conversation of like, well, hey, they give them a chance. They might actually be better than this. The interesting thing about it is really just how clearly you can look over the course of the first half of the season and say, oh, okay, when the Texans are facing a good pass rush, they do not do what doesn't have a good pass rush. They beat the snot out of them, and that's by and large how it's gone. And that's where it gets really interesting this week versus the Broncos. The Broncos are a very, very good defense.
They have 36 sacks this year.
Yeah, 36.
Yes.
Oh wow.
I believe so. Yeah, I think they've got the Texans' last couple opponents combined have like 30 something.
Yeah.
The Broncos have, if I'm not mistaken.
Nick Bonito, who is their right side edge rusher. He's going to be up against Ariante Ursary. He's got 10 sacks. And really, if you look at the Jaguars,
think about that.
That's a lot.
Dude, he's on pace. He's
on pace for J.J. Watt numbers.
He's on pace to break the record. The record's like 22. Wow. Nick Bonito, man.
I mean, this is where this is yet again kind of a measuring stick game again, the same way the Seahawks game was. I felt like the 49ers have their injury issues and everything, but I still felt like that was a measuring stick game. The Seahawks game was going to be a measuring stick because, man, they have a really tough physical defensive line going up against your offensive line on the road.
Yeah.
Here, you've got the Broncos, who are one of the top defenses in the NFL. You've got a stud edge rusher in Nick Bonito. Can you look better versus him than, say, Ariante Ursary did versus Josh Hines-Allen?
Yeah.
Because the Jaguars aren't a great defense or anything, but they've got a couple of stud pass rushers.
Yes.
So it's really just the actual individual matchups that have either made or broken this Texans offense.
I'm glad you said that because I'm looking at the team. Denver is number 1 by a mile. They're averaging 4.5 sacks a game. So that's where you get your 36 from. Number 2 is the Rams. How did that look?
Yeah.
Tied for third is Seattle. How did that look? 7th, Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
How did that look? I'm glad you brought up Josh Hines-Allen because Jacksonville's all the way down at 31st. But if you catch a bad matchup, it doesn't matter that it's overall a defense that can't get after the quarterback. Josh Hines-Allen changed that game with just a couple plays, including one that wasn't even a sack at the end of the game where he was able to kind of graze the ball off of CJ's hand and cause the game-sealing interception. So, but the other three, though, like, oh, man, like if I'm a Texan fan, I'm looking at, the three of the opponents you lost to are in the top 7 in sacks per game. And the team you play this week is number 1.
This is what I think has changed. I've got my fingers crossed, but I think that a couple things have changed since the Seattle game, but definitely I think since the Jaguars game. Because the Jaguars weren't as good a defense as the Seahawks, but the pass rush still was enough to really keep the offense from going. I think that Ariante Ursery has improved since then. Ariante Ursery had one of the highest PFF grades on the team in that game.
We didn't say his name at all. That's a good thing.
Right, yeah. you know? But he's shown that he can do a good job against mediocre pass rushers.
Yes.
So, hey, he belongs in the NFL.
That's progress, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The trouble is, man, when you go against, it's a bigger leap. It's like an exponential leap up to the top guys versus a rookie because those top guys really know how to just hammer. A couple things have changed. Ariante Ursery has gotten better over the last couple weeks, I think, and it's hit or miss. He's going to have his bad snaps. He's going to look like a rookie. But I think CJ really learned the lesson after that Seahawks game of, man, I gotta be sure that I'm making the easy throws, that we're getting the simple and the boring stuff done. I'm going to hit, and it doesn't have to be guys that I'm necessarily even super comfortable with or have formed a rapport with yet. I got to spread the ball around and take the easy money when I can take the easy money. But also, look, the Texans in this last game flat out said, all right, pass protection's an issue. We're not run blocking well. Stick a 6th offensive lineman out there. And that was the most snaps Blake Fisher has had at tight end this season. And I think it was a good move for them to make.
I'll give you some numbers. Weeks 1 through 7, the Texans went with 6 offensive linemen, the Blake Fisher formation you're talking about. Weeks 1 through 7, first 7 weeks, on 30 snaps total. They did it 26 snaps in that game alone. And I thought you framed it really well yesterday when you said, look, this is not a great protection offensive line. You got a choice here. You can either protect with the offensive line you've got, and then CJ's got no time to find anybody.
Yeah.
You can have 5 guys out in patterns. If he's getting smothered in less than 2.5 seconds, then what good is it? Or you keep an extra guy in, you trust that 1 or 2 of them are going to get open, and CJ uses that old ball placement specialist deal.
You know what, Sean, I'm going to use an analogy that you definitely won't understand or appreciate. But I think a lot of our listeners. If you need a 9mm socket attachment, but all you've got is a crescent wrench.
Definitely. I have no idea.
You got to use the crescent wrench.
Yeah.
There's time,
you say so. You're right.
There's times where you need to use the tools that can get the job done.
Okay.
And right now, they have a hard time pass protecting with just their 5 offensive linemen and certainly their tight ends. They have a hard time. So one of that big Woody Marks reception, the 50-yard Woody Marks reception.
Yeah, I watched that several times.
The beautiful thing about that was you had Blake Fisher in, and what it allowed you to do is they ran play action, and the run action looked like duo, a run play that they run a lot. But instead of having a tight end, so Ariante Ursery could go down and double team the defensive tackle with whoever the left guard was at the time. It's hard to keep track. They have Blake Fisher at tight end. So you get this really heavy run action. The linebackers all got sucked up. They were all at the line of scrimmage, not blitzing. They red run. But then you got Blake Fisher, an offensive tackle, on the 49ers defensive end. So, yes, Blake Fisher's not your ideal offensive tackle, but he's a hell of a lot better than any one of those tight ends that they have out there. So it gave time for CJ to look downfield. It was a good play call because the downfield, the 2 wide receivers that were crossing, they got a rub and a pick, but the pass protection broke down just as CJ would have been really making a decision on that. But because everybody was sucked up to the line of scrimmage, CJ had enough time to maneuver in the pocket and get the ball. I don't know. I don't think that would have worked with with Dalton Schultz or one of the other tight ends there blocking.
Yeah.
It was just Blake Fisher did a good job on that defensive end. He wasn't the breakdown in pass protection. They've got to really keep doing that. There are teams at times that'll go really heavily into 6 offensive linemen a lot of the time. The Patriots have done it back in the day. The Raiders used to do it when Derek Carr was a young quarterback.
Yeah.
And Derek was Derek didn't have the pocket presence that CJ does at all. So Derek Carr would get really finicky with any kind of traffic at his feet or in front of him. So they just said, all right, we're going to go to 6 offensive linemen all the time. And they ended up getting really good pass protection.
Yeah, they may have found something.
So with CJ, they didn't do it all the time. And you saw there were lots of elements in that game where CJ had to maneuver within the pocket and needed a good job of it. But he wasn't under fire constantly to the point where the clock in his head was screwed up.
26 snaps sounds like a lot, but they had like 80 plays in that game. They had a crazy number of plays in that game. The lead to this segment was, are the Texans a team that deserves grace, or should they be given up on? I 100% think they're a deserved grace team based on, you brought up point differential alone. They're among, they're hovering around 10th or 11th in point differential. And the schedule is very favorable, not only for where they're playing their games down the stretch. 6 of their final 10 games are at home. They play almost everybody that they're chasing in the playoff hunt right now. Mm-hmm. The only teams that they're chasing right now that they don't play are Pittsburgh and New England. And I think those are 2 teams that have probably some regression coming in. Then we saw it with Pittsburgh on the second half of that game. But they play Denver. They play Jacksonville. They play Indy twice. They play Buffalo, Kansas City, the Chargers. They play all these teams. Like if they as much as a team that's 3-4 can control their own destiny in week 8 or week 9, whatever we're in right now, the Texans do. So I think they definitely belong in that bucket. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines are next.
Unlike the changing leaves of
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. We have not touched on this yet, but the Texans' opponent this coming weekend, the Denver Broncos, noon kick out at NRG Stadium. Seth and I have you 9 a.m. for Texans Countdown. All of it's here on Sports Radio 610 on Sunday, including the postgame show with me and Clint. Patrick Surtain, who left the Broncos' win over the Cowboys on Sunday, Seth, with a shoulder injury, is expected to miss yesterday. It's being framed as a pectoral muscle injury. I guess they're still debating whether or not to put him on IR. If you go on IR, you got to sit out at least 4 weeks. 4 to 6 weeks, the estimate. But that's a big one for the Texans. And we have no reports yet on Nico Collins and whether or not he's coming back. D'Amico gave a very short answer on Nico yesterday that, they're still working through the protocol with him.
Yeah.
But
there's nothing you can do about that. Joe Mixon, he was asked about Joe Mixon, too, by the way.
Had
Joe
another
Mixon
short answer.
short answer. We don't know anything about Joe Mixon.
Yep.
All we know is that he's definitely alive and was walking around the facility.
That's right. Yeah, he was at the game on Sunday, according to Brandon Scott. So.
Pat Surtain being injured would be a positive for the Texans.
Yeah.
It'd be a negative in life. I don't want him to be injured. But there's a part of me that's like, what's a pectoral? You're a defensive back. Whatever, just get out there.
You know what? I want him to take his time and heal.
That's true.
Yeah,
I care about him as a human.
That's what I want. I want him to take his time and heal.
God forbid something should happen to him.
Exactly right. Yes.
I will tear Sean Payton a new one. I'll tell you what.
That's right.
If you put Pat Surtain's health in front of, if you put the goals of your football team ahead of Pat Surtain's
ahead of the
health.
welfare of your players.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Texans are catching some decent injury luck this year. I will say that in terms of the opposition. They're missing Tristan Wirfs against Tampa. Obviously all the injuries with Baltimore and San Francisco.
Yeah.
The cluster injuries with those two teams. And now Surtain he was the best defensive player in football last year.
The biggest thing about the Texans offense, and this is another thing I need to get tattooed on as a reminder, is that look, I'm not trying to make excuses for Nick Caley or D'Amico Ryans. It is what it is when you're an offense that I think there's a good chance they expected to use a lot of 2 tight end formations this year, maybe 3 at times, that Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan factored into their plans. So those guys aren't marquee names, but it is for a rookie offensive coordinator. I think some wrenches really got thrown into maybe what he was hoping to be able to do when those 2 guys got injured within a couple of weeks of the start of the season.
Thought he was going to have Joe Mixon when he took the job also.
Well, yeah, that's a big deal too, right? Yeah. And Joe Mixon, I think Joe Mixon probably thought he was going to play. Yeah. I mean, look, everybody who during training camp was saying, look, Joe Mixon hasn't played in the preseason forever. You guys are overreacting. I get it. I understand it.
Yep.
And yet he's not there either. So it doesn't show up on the injury report on a week-by-week basis, but those are 3 pretty crucial parts, Joe Mixon especially, 3 pretty crucial parts of your offense that you're left without, right from the get-go. So there's going to be some bumps in the road. Yes, could other people have done it differently? Certainly, perhaps. It's just that if they continue to make these leaps forward, or at least steps forward, they're doing it in leaps and starts. But if they're taking these steps forward, I'm trying to frame it that way.
Yep. Monday Night Football, Chiefs beat the Commanders 28-7. Not much to talk about there. The Chiefs moved to 5-3 on the season, I believe. Texans have the Chiefs in Week 14 on Sunday Night Football, if you're circling things on your calendar. On to 109, nice balanced performance. This was a game where honestly, Seth, this is what it's supposed to look like for this team against bad teams, where they get off to a start where the other team's shooting hot a little bit, the game's kind of close, et cetera, whatever. And then eventually the Rockets just out-talent this team and run them off the floor. Just like steady. If you look at the box score in this thing, the lead just kept growing all night long.
There's nothing about the Rockets in those first 2 losses, certainly not the double overtime loss to Oklahoma City, where you thought, oh boy, nope, they're not even going to be a good basketball team at all. That's what you expected to happen last night happened. The promising development would be okay, Tari Eason really got it going.
Yeah.
Reed Shepherd had some really good moments as a shooter, but then also had a steal that he took and dunked.
Snagged it right out of the guy's hands,
There were some really good moments in that game, but it's also these first 3 games, this is a little bit of a kick to the head of, oh yeah, you know what? going gargantuan lineup without a true point guard is easier said than done. Positionless basketball, et cetera. There's gonna be some growing pains as you try to transition into whatever the offense ends up being. I mean, they're dead last in a lot of offensive categories, or at least we're going into this game.
Yeah,
they're one of the slowest paced teams in the league.
2/3 of the league is not going to be able to hurt you because you don't have a real point guard out there. And the Nets are one of them.
Because you're so dominant with everything else.
You're just going to out-talent
You're going to be
them.
physically more dominant than them, not having the true point guard. But when it comes to, again, remember last year,
Detroit, that it boils down to. So, quick Astros note. Did you see this? Bill Murphy, one of the two pitching coaches. Bill Murphy is one of them. He's leaving to go be the head pitching coach for the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's a big. That might be a big brick out of the car wash here for the. It'd been Bill Murphy and Miller. Josh Miller was the other one. Yeah, and Josh Miller's still
I didn't know you were
with the Astros. But Bill Murphy leaving for the Pirates, man. A lot of Astros Twitter making a big deal out of this last night.
I don't know. This is it's starting when the pitching staff and the analytics that go along with it. It's been so stable and it's been so productive.
Yeah.
And they weathered when the architect left for Arizona, the greener pastures of Arizona.
Yeah.
But it's I don't know. I worry about the attrition in the organization with every step a little along the way. I mean, and then the organization as it is right now, I have to keep reminding myself, all right, I can't keep looking back to the golden era and think, that this is a standard, or that this is, sure, you're always going to have guys coming up who are less regarded by the media, but end up being Framber Valdez, or at least good Framber.
They're a much more conventional
else.
average team than the Astros are. Yeah. By the way, you mentioned Brent Strom. Bill Murphy replacing Brent Strom is one of the guys he's replacing in Pittsburgh. That's where Strom was last year.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot Strom was in Pittsburgh.
He was in Pittsburgh. Yeah, working. He's in Murphy.
Who else was in Pittsburgh? Oh, Charlie Morton was
with Murphy's going to get to work with Skeens. Mm-hmm. That's pretty sweet.
All that social media with his girlfriend there and everything too. Maybe that's
Livy Dunn. Yeah.
Is Charlie Morton under contract up there? Or
no. He was with Atlanta at the end of the year.
That's right. You're exactly right. Yeah. I'm mixing up everybody. I got to sit the rest of the show out. This has been a rough one for me this morning.
You can't sit the rest of the show
barely get a word out right.
At least sit there. If you don't leave, I don't want to be alone.
I'm going to go AJ Hawk. We talked about this. This was our plan, that I was going to be more like AJ Hawk.
Just sitting there?
I'm just going to wait. I'm going to weigh in once every 5 or 6 minutes or so.
Oh, my God.
Then you're going to ask me a question.
Ben,
you're going to
have to talk a lot more. I'm just letting you know.
Am I allowed to smoke a cigar in here, Ben?
Oh, that would be awesome.
I'd like you to, but probably not.
No, probably not. That would be great.
This has been a really rough morning for me mentally.
This
might be this might be it. This might be it for me. I
think it was that copy you had to redo right before the show. I think that knocked you off your game.
That shouldn't screw up my entire world. I can barely speak a complete sentence, Sean, right now.
It's all right, man.
Okay.
Sun's coming up.
The next 3 hours of the show are going to be incredible.
Sun's coming up. It's going to be good, man.
Don't distract me with the sun.
By the way, World Series, Dodgers win last night. If you went to bed and you're like, I'm done with this game, and you left in like the 10th inning, it went 8 more innings after that. 18 innings, Freddie Freeman, walk-off home run. Shohei Ohtani was the big story. 4 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 home runs. Those were his first 4 at-bats. Eventually, by like the 8th inning, the Blue Jays are just like, we're walking him. They walked him 5 times the rest of the night. So Game 4 tonight. George Springer got hurt in that game swinging a bat. So tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. All right, up next, Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, will join us here on the program. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans win over the 49ers on Sunday. How much does that mean? And the Broncos come into town this Sunday. We'll get Ross Tucker's thoughts on all of that coming up next.
I know what the issue is. I just realized.
KILT FM HD2 Houston County, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know what time it is. It's 7 o'clock on a Tuesday. That means it's time for our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker, as we welcome you back in here on Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday, Sports Radio 610. Insider calls, particularly with Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker, are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Hello, Ross.
Still doing that, huh?
Well, if I don't,
Yeah.
Ross
Why
is going to take me to task. So yeah,
right.
yeah.
Why not, Seth? I know
I'll let
what
you
time
take it up with Ross if I
time
stop
for
doing
me.
it.
It's my weekly time to try to explain the Texans' performance when I really don't know how to.
Well, that was the lead. We were going to go in with Ross, like, hey, CJ was perfection in week 5, and then it was awful in week 7, and now it's perfection again. Explain.
Yeah, no, I don't know that I can. I mean, listen, I'm the guy on the Even Money betting podcast that I was surprised the Texans were favored. I liked the Niners as a teaser leg. A lot of people listening probably have no idea what that means, but all it means is that I liked the Niners getting 7.5 points, and the Texans threw that right in my face. I mean, the 49ers, even with all their injuries, had been so consistent, to this point. I thought right there with the Texans. The reality is, I'm not even sure the score was indicative of how one-sided it was because of how many times the Texans settled for field goals deep in 49ers territory. I mean, if the Texans were better in the red zone, that's like a 38-10 game. I mean, that was just incredibly impressive. I guess I'm not surprised or shouldn't be surprised at all anymore with what their defense does. Their defense is just awesome, and I think we've sort of established that. But to see them offensively like that, and it's crazy because it's a lot of the young guys. It's Woody Marks. It's not just the 2 rookie Iowa State receivers, it's Hutchinson. And for them to do that without Nico Collins and to a lesser extent Christian Kirk, that's the part that really, really surprised me. I mean, very clearly, they just need more Iowa State receivers.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I know. No, and actually, there's a small faction of people that are almost nervous now that we're going to become Iowa State South or something. That they're going to fall in love with Iowa State guys to an extreme degree.
Iowa State had an 80-yard touchdown in the first play of the game against BYU on Saturday, Ross, and I'm like, well, that kid's going to be a Texan next year for sure.
Ross, this is the thing that's becoming clear at this point in the season. To overly simplify it, or maybe not even overly simplify it, when the Texans offense faces good pass rushers completely. If they face a defense, even a respectable defense like the 49ers, but if it's a defense that doesn't have good pass rushers, then they eat. And it's night and day. It's not like a little bit of, hey, they're a little bit better or they're a little bit worse. It's just night and day, and it's all about how they handle sometimes the one-on-one matchups, but then also the blitz. They just, as you know, they haven't been great picking up blitzes over the course of the season.
It's so funny because you might have cracked the code. Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, I know what they're going to ask me. I know what they're going to say. Why is CJ so good in some of these games and not good in others? And why does the offense look like that? And I really am not sure. And, the interesting aspect, I would say, about the Texans offensively is that there's no discussion about whether or not CJ still has it or CJ can do it. He's had, I don't know, the Ravens game, the Niners game, the fourth quarter against the Titans, where we can all see, okay, he can still do it. He looks like the guy that he looked like his rookie year. I mean, so many of those throws were just so beautiful, and the timing, the anticipation. And yet, these other games, he looks lost at times. I thought it was interesting, Seth. I know you listen or watch. I don't know when Greg Cosell comes on, but he talked about how he feels like C.J. Stroud in a lot of these games just isn't a comfortable player.
Yeah, we played that last week. We played your clip last week, actually, from your show.
Yeah, maybe playing too fast. And then you see, the interesting thing is several of those throws, I felt like, against the Niners, it felt like there was some pressure. Like he was about to get hit or a guy had broken through. So on the one hand, Seth, I thank you for cracking the code about the good pass rushers or whatever as it relates to CJ. On the other hand, I don't know that's – I mean, some of those throws, like the one touchdown, who was it? To Hutchinson on the move.
The Hutchinson throw was amazing.
Well, unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's where it is, Ross. I think it's there's almost a tipping point. It's that sometimes the amount of pressure that he's getting – or the style or type of pressure you're getting when it's super fast or what have you. Like it's hard for any quarterback to overcome. So it's almost like it's not a straight line of like, okay, he's pretty good. He's really good when there's no pressure. And then when there's a little bit of pressure, he's not that good. But then when there's it's more like he can handle pressure really well. He can make throws with people in his face. I think there's just sometimes where it gets to a point that it's just too much to handle. And when he feels, maybe it's just that when he feels that he really can't trust the protection, that he starts to press more or he starts to change his decision-making, whatever it might be. As Greg said in that clip we played last week, and it's really, it's not simple to try to isolate the quarterback play out of it. It's really from all the circumstances around him. I just know that if, like, Ariante Ursary at left tackle had a good game last week, it wasn't against the Josh Hines-Allen type or anybody like that, but I think he has made progress. And they also, Ross, they played with a sixth offensive lineman, the most snaps that they have all year. It was still, it wasn't all the time or anything, but it ended up being maybe on about a third of their offensive snaps. Yeah. And like in the play, it really helped in the play action, I think, and then just in simple pass protection at times.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the other things that jumped out to me was just the O-line. The O-line looked much, much better, I thought, for the most part. And I think there is something to it that the Seahawks just have much better dudes up front than the Niners.
Yeah.
I think the Niners are just so depleted, no Bosa. But listen, the Niners were still, 5-2 going into that game or whatever their record was. So they had somehow found a way, even without these defensive injuries, to still get pressure on quarterbacks and still win games. So it's still a real feather in the Texans' cap that they were able to move the ball like they did.
Well, and to your point, Ross, we're talking to Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. It's to your it's not like they beat them 16-14. I mean, they possessed the football 41 minutes of the game. So at least if you're playing these depleted teams, you're the clearly dominant team in that football game.
Well, and we can say the Niners are depleted, but they were 5-2.
Yeah. And they had shut down Bijan Robinson the week before. They were lights out against Atlanta the week before, a team that had beaten Buffalo the week prior to that. So they beat a few good teams here along the way.
Yeah, I mean, also a team that just got destroyed by the Dolphins at home.
Stop harshing my narrative, Ross.
Yeah, exactly, Sean. You can't play that game in the NFL. I mean, the Falcons, I think, the Falcons are on what my friend call it, fraud alert. But I will say that there are these teams, maybe more so this year than others, where for this game, I got to look up again who the Texans play this week.
Denver,
Broncos,
yeah.
So, okay, because I was just looking it up because, as you guys know, right after this, I record the Even Money betting podcast.
Yep.
And the Texans are favored again.
No, they
which
were.
Is
oh, okay,
go
that
ahead.
changed.
Are they favorite? Well, they were a 1-point underdog on. It opened a 1-point underdog, so it's moved. They're a favorite now in this, Ross, where you're looking.
Well, let me check again.
Okay.
Because Pat Surtain is injured.
Texans 1.5.
And I was taking I was going to take the Broncos up as a teaser leg, go back to the well.
Yeah,
Again. That
yeah,
didn't work last week.
That's a good tease, 1.5. That'd be a good tease. You'd be getting 2 scores in that game.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take the Broncos up to 7.5, which is exactly what I did with the Niners.
Yeah.
Now, not to get too much into the betting weeds, but you have to pair with another team, blah, blah, blah. But I do like the Broncos as a teaser leg up to 7.5. But I'll say this. The Broncos just destroyed the Cowboys. The Broncos have a really good team. So I find it fascinating that the Texans are once again favored. I mean, that means that some people that really know football or at least know betting, there's some things about the Texans going on that they really like. And I'm assuming it's the defense. I mean, the total for the game is 39.5. So what they're basically telling you right now is that, the Texans win this game 20 to 18.5 or whatever, right? 20 to 19.5. Like it's that close. That seems reasonable, I guess. But that says something about a Texans team with only 3 wins because the Broncos are very, very good.
Yeah, I think the big thing that Vegas is probably really starting to pay attention to, or that people have noticed, is that the Texans defense really they've turned some really good quarterbacks into mush at NRG Stadium over the last couple of years, with the exceptions. Lamar Jackson and Will Levis, for some reason, are the only 2 quarterbacks that were able to crack the code.
2 quarterbacks that are always mentioned in the same breath.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But beyond that, like they create Nix. And what am I supposed to believe about Bo Nix at this point? Because there's times where if I just turn on the TV on a Sunday, in a fourth quarter especially, I might think, oh my gosh, is he already in the Hall of Fame? What's going on?
Right.
And then there's other times where he just disappears.
Well, I think a lot of these young quarterbacks, you can almost throw them all in there. Most of them are lacking consistency. Most of them, it's a little bit of the up and down. I thought Nix was fantastic against the Cowboys. The Cowboys' defense is horrendous, so that obviously helped. They ran it very effectively, and their defense is legit. I mean, if I'm going by the Seth Payne school of prognostication, this is not a good matchup for C.J. Stroud, because the Broncos' D-line and pass rushers are very good. They come at you in waves, and I can almost assure you Stroud is going to be under duress. So now it's time to see whether or not he can put up big numbers when he's constantly under duress, or he can manage that, because that is what's going to happen in this game.
Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL insider. He's joining us here on his Tuesday visit with us on Sports Radio 610. Ross, where are you on the Indianapolis Colts? I mean, are we just at this point, is it they're for real, and the Texans are probably chasing a wild card spot right now?
Absolutely. Number 1 team in the Ross Tucker Football Podcast Tuesday Power Rankings, which you guys can all check out.
Yep.
My socials at Ross Tucker NFL. I already reposted it. Because here's the thing. I know nobody believes in them because they're the Colts and it's Daniel Jones, and I get it. Guys, they're 7-1. I mean, it's half a season now, okay? And there are so many metrics you look at where they're doing things that people haven't done in years. So maybe they haven't played like a murderer's row, but they still – and because here's the reality. Until they beat somebody really good, until they do it on prime time, which isn't their fault either, people just aren't going to believe that they're that good. And by the way, they might not be good enough to beat the Bills or the Chiefs in the playoff game. I get it. I get it. But they are a machine. I mean, they have the best offensive line in the NFL. Jones is playing at a really high level. Jonathan Taylor looks like this year's Saquon Barkley. The issue I have with the Colts is I don't really think their defense is that great.
Oh.
I think their offense is as good as any offense, not only in the NFL right now, but that we've seen in recent years. I would compare this Colts offense to like and maybe the Colts team to the Lions from like a couple years ago. When the Lions were like a curiosity, they were like, wait a minute, Cam, I thought they stunk. Why, like, how are they putting up? And then all of a sudden, it took a while, but then we all decided, oh no, they're just that good. That's the Colts. The Colts are just that good. But listen, the Lions have still only, they haven't gotten to a Super Bowl and whatever, but that's who the Colts are the new Lions.
The Colts are, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like the Colts are the old Colts back before Peyton Manning got it. Remember when Peyton Manning would have, the defense would be supposedly good, but it was really just that they were feasting on some of these big leads that the Colts had, and they had a bunch. The Colts this year are 6th in sacks right now. That they're the beneficiaries of what's going on the offensive side of the ball.
They're up 21-0 in every game.
Yeah, so they just get to release the hounds and just start pin their ears back and rush the passer.
Yeah, no, I'm skeptical because, like, if you look, obviously I'm actually doubling up this weekend, which is wild for CBS. So I've got Army at Air Force Saturday, and then thankfully there's a flight from Denver to Nashville because I got Chargers Titans Sunday. So I watched the Colts against the Titans. The Titans averaged 7 yards a play in the first half. 7 yards a play, and they were down 17-7. I mean, and the Titans offense is not very good. So for them to be averaging 7 yards, I don't think the Colts defense is that great. They're going to have to outscore people.
Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us here. Okay, so before we cut you loose, so you got Army Air Force on Saturday, and then you're on Chargers Titans on Sunday. Boy, you're racking up some frequent flyer miles there on this.
Absolutely am. Yes, I'm like honored and humbled that CBS has the faith in me to do both. And I would do a game every day if I could. I live for it. I mean, the Army Air Force, that game means everything to those kids. Like, if you like the purity of football, like high school football, forget NIL or transfer portal. There is no better than like Army Air Force. It's incredible. And then the Chargers look really good Thursday night. They got a chance to go on a run here because now they play the Titans. So they might get out to 6-3 after Sunday's game.
Do you still fire the Buchanans when you do these Army games or no?
No, because it's like I'm doing the national game, so it's not like I'm doing the Army game.
Yeah,
It's not like for Army, and it's also on big CBS. It's not the cable channel, and also he's like in his 3rd year in the military now.
Yeah, and I thought maybe you do it as like an homage, like in honor of sort of thing. You
know what? Well, it's also an away game, so I don't know if I don't think they can fire the cannons.
Literally fire the Buchanans.
Those guys do NIL?
Yeah. Fire the Air Force's missiles.
Those kids get to do NIL? Can they endorse like shoe polish and razor guards and stuff? Like, what's the deal on that?
No, they're not allowed to do NIL because they already do receive some money as being in the military.
Oh.
So they actually they're like the original guys that get paid in college football legally.
Yeah, that's
true.
But
it's not like big money. But they don't they don't have any transfers. Like nobody here to another college.
Yeah.
Start as a freshman.
So you can go through boot camp and everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Hey, I'm a junior. I'm 12 credits away from graduating at Penn State, but I really think I'd be a good fullback in the Air Force.
In the military.
The opposite is true, too, because they just got to get them past that first 2 years, and then those kids aren't transferring out either. Because they've got after that second year, that's when they're obligated, right? They've got their 6 years they have to do afterwards. So they own them once they get to that junior year.
Yeah.
Correct, but like Army's best running back last year was awesome, and he was a sophomore, and he actually transferred to Arizona State for pretty good NIL money. So that is a little bit unfortunate.
You got to send him off you got to send him off to a mission in the Arctic or something, like with no contact available after their sophomore season.
He left before he had to be locked in.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you keep him under lock and key.
But the flip side is he went through the hardest part.
Yeah.
By far, like freshman year and everything. And I know maybe he's thinking he can make the NFL, and I'm sure the Arizona State NIL money's nice, but I mean, he went through the hardest part. And if you go to Army, Navy, Air Force, that's like a 50-year decision.
Yes.
That's like you're setting yourself up for the rest of your life. So I don't know. I don't know how much NIL money he got. Maybe it just wasn't for him, but.
That's at least light treason.
It sounds like treason to me.
Charge him with light treason.
I need an interview with this kid, and I just need him to say point blank, so what did you do this for? He's like, hotter chicks. Like, it's Arizona State, man.
So you hate your country. Is that it? Is that the deal?
That's it. My country, but I love hot chicks. Yes. Ross.
I wonder how that works, by the way. Like, could he have stuffed his uniform in his suitcase real quick? Is he walking around Arizona State like in a sweet uniform and girls are like, oh, look at that guy.
Love me a soldier. Yeah. Phony soldier. Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Call is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, we appreciate it. Go do that Even Money Betting podcast. We'll look forward to seeing you on TV this weekend, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right, see you. Ross Tucker joining us here. I meant to ask him where he's got the Texans in the Ross Tucker football power rankings. He said he put it up on Twitter, but what he put was a link to the podcast where I now need to. And I listen to his podcast, so I'll find out later.
Yeah, I know that we were joking yesterday about how the various Houston schools that are in the top 25 right now, as the Cougs made it up into the top 25 for football. We were kind of I was joking when I said it, but it was true. The Texans narrowly avoided being, cast out of the top 25.
Yeah.
Because they were 22nd or 23rd or something on the Athletic, and they got raised up above that. If they had lost to the 49ers, they would have been out of the top 25.
Probably so, especially if it looked bad. So that's
much more shameful in the NFL to be out of the top.
So receiving votes.
Yeah.
You don't want to be on that list.
Yes. Remember, have you ever gone to the Army-Navy game?
I never have gone to the Army-Navy game.
When we used to broadcast, when we used to go up there and do our show before
I would love to go to
the
Army. Jimmy Shapiro, if you're listening, I'd love to go to the Army-Navy game.
The thing about being in the hotel lobby was talk about, sometimes you go to a gym and you're like, all right, you see some of the guys in there and you're like, all right, I really got to get back in shape. Like, I don't those guys, those middle-aged dudes that would be walking into the lobby at 4:30 a.m., like some 60-year-old guy that looks like he's run 5 miles every morning his entire life. It was an impressive hotel lobby of just people with perfect posture walking around without an ounce of extra fat on them. Dude. It was impressive.
Compare that to like LSU and Alabama. Like these slobs walking around with jambalaya stains on their shirt, whiskey bottle in their hand, stumbling in at 6 a.m.
It's one of the fun games I like to play in the airport is kind of spotting the guys that are like veterans. You can tell the guys that were probably career veterans or whatever. They just hold themselves a little bit differently.
No doubt. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. So that was Ross Tucker. Always enjoyed chatting with Ross. I also wanted to ask him, but I didn't know if he'd have the standings in front of him. Texans are 9th in the AFC right now. I'm trying to look here and go, okay, I mean, they play a lot of these teams, so they're going to get a shot at them, but I'm trying to look at the ones that are in the playoff hunt right now, and I'm going, okay, which of these teams are going to regress?
Yeah.
Indy, 7-1. New England's playing great for this weekend. Denver is leading the AFC West right now. These would be your 4 division champs right now. How about this? These would be your 4 division champs, and none of them were the favorites coming into the year. Indy in the AFC South would be the 1 seed, and that would be a real key for Indy, is being able to stay in that stadium throughout the playoffs too, I would imagine, probably. New England is the 2 seed. They're leading the AFC East. Buffalo is the favorite. Denver is 6-2. They're leading the AFC West. I think Kansas City might end up winning that thing in the end, but as of right now, halfway through. And then Pittsburgh's leading the AFC North, which is, because of injury, turned into the worst of the 4 divisions.
Yeah.
No Lamar Jackson. Lamar's coming back, but Joe Burrow is out. Cleveland sucks. And I think Pittsburgh, I think we learned a little bit about Pittsburgh on Sunday night.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh was always they were one of the teams you'd look at and you'd say, okay, the record doesn't quite match with what they've looked like.
Yes.
And it's not even I think Aaron Rodgers has been playing better than I thought he would at his age and injury history and everything, but it's not enough in any area of the team.
The problem is they're the equivalent of the Texans the last couple of years.
Right.
Like somebody's got to come from that division, you know?
Did you see Myles Garrett flip out on the sideline last
week?
week?
That'll be in the Pettycast. Don't
Oh,
worry.
good.
Yeah, we
really?
got Myles in the Pettycast.
Well, he had, how many sacks did he have?
5.
He had 5 sacks.
5 sacks.
It was one of the only losses in a long time where a player got 5 sacks and his team lost the game.
Yes, yeah. 5 sacks, man.
I feel like you know what? You're allowed to be, whatever Myles Garrett did on the sideline in the locker room afterwards or whatever. I give him any excuses for any.
But do not give permission for people to feel sorry for him.
No!
He chose to sign that contract this offseason.
After, playing super hardball and threatening to leave and all of that.
After walking Radio Row the entire week talking about where he wanted to get traded to.
Yeah.
He signs a $40 million a year contract. So, yeah, it's fine. You can throw your helmet. You're supposed to be mad. I would rather he be throwing his helmet because he's angry they're losing. But just people do not feel sorry for somebody that chooses to stay in an ugly relationship.
That's like Trey Hendrickson, too. I have zero sympathy for Trey Hendrickson because he signed a free agency contract with the Bengals.
You used to be in New Orleans.
The only time I really stick up for guys is anything involving when they're still on their rookie deal because you have no choice in the matter.
Yes.
You didn't choose your lot in life, all of that. But when you chose to sign with the Bengals, you knew what you were in for, man. Stop acting and throwing a little hissy fit about the fact that the Bengals are acting exactly like the Bengals.
Yes. Hey, by the way, quick reminder here, we're going to be giving away some Texans tickets. Speaking of Sunday's game, we'll be doing it a little later on this hour, so be listening for that. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. A little later this hour, in the noon hour, and in the 5 o'clock hour today. Hey, speaking of that Steelers-Packers game on Sunday, did I see it right that there was an aborted jersey swap in that game afterwards?
It looked at the end like Jordan Love may have asked Aaron Rodgers to swap jerseys. And Aaron Rodgers, it looks like he probably declined it, which I 100% support him in that.
I'm with old man Rodgers on this one.
The jersey swaps are the dumbest thing in sports right now. It used to mean something to swap a jersey. And it comes from rugby and everything, where it used to be like after an epic battle, you might swap jerseys with somebody out of a sign of respect. Especially I know if the better player kind of swapped jerseys with a lesser player. It was almost like putting him over like an endorsement of, all right, you're something special.
Getting that rub.
Now it's just become like, all right, where are you going to put all these jerseys that you guys are swapping after every game? How big is your damn rec room?
I just don't like it. The first time I remember seeing it in recent years was after and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but I remember this pretty vividly. The Texans are coming out of the bye week back in 2019 playing the Ravens, and it was fairly late in the season. It was like week 11 or something like that. And this is a big game for the Texans. That was back in 2019 season where they'd made all the trades before the season, and they were clearly a good team, but this is going to be a real test to see if they're a great team. That was Lamar Jackson's first MVP year, and they got taken to the woodshed, the Texans did, like they usually do in Baltimore when Lamar Jackson is playing. Final score, I think, was 41-7 in that game. And after the game, there's Deshaun and Lamar sitting there trading their jerseys, and I'm like, dude, you just got worked 41-7, and you're down. And I know the texts that are coming in. Like this is what the younger generation does.
Right.
Sean,
So, but I support Aaron Rodgers. He's old.
I do too.
I like it. So Aaron Rodgers. Plus, Aaron Rodgers. Like there is not the animosity between Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love that there apparently was between Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre.
Not even close.
All the stories are that Aaron Rodgers was super cool to Jordan Love.
Yes.
Like very helpful with him and everything. So I'm guessing that I put myself in that position. It's a pain in the ass. It's genuinely a pain in the ass to take a football jersey off. Yeah,
it looks like
you got to take all the pads off. The quarterbacks, the jerseys aren't as tight fitting as the linemen and everything. But for the linemen, like a lot of times you need assistance taking your pads off because everything is bound up and taped to the shoulder pads and everything. It's a pain in the ass. I'm guessing that Rodgers probably said, like, I'll send it over to you or something, or I'll see you after the game. Yeah, do it
off the grid, man. Yeah. Did you ever swap a jersey with anybody?
No, it wasn't a thing. People didn't swap jerseys.
But even, like, off the grid? Like, you didn't have somebody who you admired? And
no, screw that. I didn't admire anybody who didn't play for my football team. They could all go die.
Do you want to swap jerseys with
everybody?
Do you want to swap jerseys with me right now?
No.
Okay. All right.
I've never been a fan of it. It's never liked it one tiny bit. And I don't honestly remember it ever being a thing in the NFL. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's what I'm saying. I think
I don't ever remember seeing anybody do it.
The first time I remember was Deshaun and Lamar Jackson, and I'm like, this is a thing? After a 41-7 loss?
Yeah.
That's what you're that's
At
what
the
you're
very
focused
least,
on,
if
is
it's
going,
after an
finding
epic,
Lamar?
If it's after an epic battle of some sort, either on that one player versus another player, I understand friendships and all that and everything, but even then, I feel like it's got to be after an actual game that you'd want to remember.
Yeah.
Like, it was just, you guys battled, and it was muddy and rainy, and it came down to an overtime play.
Okay, you know what would have been a good one this year? A good example? Like if Stingley and Mike Evans exchanged jerseys after their game in week 2. Because that was a pretty good battle.
That was a good battle.
They
both got landed some punches in that one.
And I think Stingley is a respected enough player to where he could be in that swap with Mike Evans, future Hall of Famer.
It's like at the end of a heavyweight boxing match, where at the end they're both exhausted and they just collapse into each other like in a respectful embrace.
Yes,
it's got to be that kind of a moment of like, man, it took everything I had in me and more. I didn't even know that I was capable of digging this deep. That's what it took to beat you or to compete against you.
There was a deleted scene from Rocky 2 that nobody's ever heard about where Rocky and Apollo swapped trunks in the ring afterwards. They're just both standing there in jock straps, just handing each other
They gave each other their cups. There you go. Take my cup.
Jocks. Yeah, here you go.
I don't know if this one might be a little. We'll get this taken in a little. Yeah. So yeah, that's I'm a grumpy old man about it. I don't hate it when the younger guys do, but I do hate anybody trying to make any kind of drama out of it. I think you deserve the right to opt out of a jersey swap without it being a big deal. This is like if somebody has the temerity to be offended that I don't follow them on social media. I'm just kind of like, no, I don't. I'm not on social media all the time like you. It's not a huge part of my world. Don't get offended by me not following you.
Right. Someone says Arian Foster and Ray Lewis did a jersey swap back in the day.
There you go.
So that would have been well before Deshaun and Lamar Jackson.
And I bet it was after a really good battle of some sort.
When they played the Ravens back in
the
Arian's
playoffs?
day, they played them in the playoffs in Arian's second full year.
Yeah, and Ray was still there. When they lost in the playoffs up there in Baltimore.
They lost, and then the next year they played here. And it's final year because that was the deer antler spray year.
Oh yeah,
Ravens went on to win the Super Bowl.
I think the first playoff game was a better game. The Texans just stopped running. Remember, Arian was a little. I think he had tweaked his hammy there at the end of the game.
Yeah, that was a much closer game than the one here at NRG the next. The Texans took them to the woodshed in that game.
So do we have to blame? Do we have Arian Foster and Ray Lewis to blame for this trend of
That's
jersey
the one.
swap?
That's the furthest back one that I've gotten on the text page. So for now, sorry, Arian and Ray Lewis, we're blaming you for that.
You know who I admire on social media? His game, Wade Phillips, who I believe still does he follow nobody?
I don't know. I'll check. That's a power move.
Very few people, because I think he followed me for a little while or something.
He was following nobody
back. I think he did it accidentally. Because I can't imagine I offended him with any of my takes.
Yeah, but how would you have felt if he unfollowed you?
That's what I'm saying. I think he did follow me and then unfollowed me.
Did?
But I think he had followed me accidentally.
I gotcha. No. Oh, no. In his retirement, he's found time to follow 834 people.
Let me see if maybe
he's just sitting on the front porch with a big jug of lemonade on the front porch in the rocking chair, and Wade Phillips is like, I'm gonna go follow. Now I'm not one of these.
Oh no, he does follow me.
He does.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, man, you're so lucky.
Look at that. I'm followed by Wade Phillips.
I'm not.
The first time I met Wade Phillips, I was like, hey, Wade, nice to meet you. Hey, I want to talk to you about something that you may have seen on film from me back when we were playing. And I had to explain a technique that we used to play because I told you before, it's a thing that I know PFF graders would get wrong. It's where it looks to a lot of people like you're losing the your rep. It always gnawed at me because I remember thinking specifically
Still
at one time where
I
bet Wade Phillips. No, we had a good conveation about it because we talked about the 0-0.
Did he take up for you? Was he like?
Oh no, he was like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. It was a little more smoother than the way I presented it. It wasn't like me going. It's like it wasn't like the guy that goes up to somebody who's like, "Hey, what do you bench?"
I'm picturing Seth with like 100 videos of him being a victim of this scheme.
Vic, here's the thing. I need to show you something.
Put a montage together.
No, it came up in conversation. It was we started talking about Dom Capers and something schematically. Yeah.
Wade's the best, man. Wade is the best. He's still actively tweeting there, man. His last
he still
tweet
puts himself out there for jobs.
With 2:04 and one timeout left, the Texans have to make sure the kickoff is not returned. This gives you a chance to get the ball back with over 2 minutes left. So that was his last tweet was the botched kickoff in the Seahawks game. Where the Texans scored and where they were north of the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
And Wade, the coach in Wade, comes out and says, got to make sure that the kickoff is not returned. What happened?
They returned it.
They returned it.
They returned it.
They returned
That was one of the things that led to the current drama, or at least the press conference discomfort yesterday. Because I started wondering, okay, after the game, it turns out Kaimi was supposed to kick it out of bounds. He didn't. It seems like there was some kind of miscommunication with the way the defensive backs were playing Jackson Smith and Jigba, and people just started wondering. I did myself. I'm like, all right, what's going on here? DJ Bijani has a report that some of the players, or when he was on Paul Gallant's live stream, that there's what DeMeco says in the press conference is different than what he says to the team. And then by yesterday, it seemed like DeMeco was not in the mood for any more some of this speculation or what have you.
No, and we'll play the audio a little bit later of that. The interesting part of the exchange with DeMeco there was Landry was asking the question, but DJ's like chiming in, like standing like up figuratively next to Landry, going, well, you have gotten positive reviews, and that felt uncomfortable to me because all of a sudden you got two media members sort of chiming in on a question together, and it feels a little like a gang-up kind of thing.
It's interesting because most head coaches, or a lot of head coaches at least, they're not going to sit there and read every blog and read every newspaper article or anything like that, but they'll have somebody that gives them the information that they think they need to know. And I think if anybody at the Texans ran across the interview that DJ did with Paul Gallant, I think that's the kind of thing that certainly DeMeco wants to know. If there's any reports of discord on the team or what have you, he's going to want to hear that. So I'm guessing that DeMeco may have been subjected to more of the negativity last week than he usually is.
Yeah.
And that when we play the audio, I'll explain. I think part of everything that happened yesterday was just a little bit more about phrasing than it was anything else.
You want to do it next?
Yeah,
let's do it next. Let's do it as long as we're talking about it. People may not know what we're talking about. So if you don't know what we're talking about, we'll dig into the audio from DeMeco Ryans. Little kind of a little bit of a testy exchange back and forth yesterday in his media session. Let's give away tickets to the Broncos game. Broncos-Texans. Texans take on the Broncos in an AFC battle on Sunday. Sit in the front row. How's that sound? It's going to be a fun Sunday, man. This is going to be a great game. Be caller number 5 right now, and you're going to be headed to that game. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 right now. You're on your way. This is your first of 3 chances today to win. Just make sure you're listening to In the Loop in the noon hour and the Drive in the 5 o'clock hour. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So call in now, 713-572-4610. The audio we just discussed with DeMeco Ryans in the media yesterday, we will hit that. Coming up next, stay there. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. I'm talking to you guys out there, maybe feeling a certain kind of way, and I don't mean that in a good way. If you're fatigued, your energy's an issue,
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Outside noise. That was a big topic at D'Amico Ryan's press conference yesterday. It all stems from, probably stems from a lot of the actual outside noise, as you pointed out in the previous segment, Seth, that goes back to the Seahawks game, and maybe even before, probably during the 0-3 start, a lot of outside noise then. This is by far, I think, is the season where D'Amico Ryan's has faced the most criticism as Texans head coach. I think that's fair to say. Yeah. And I don't think, justifiably so when you get off to an 0-3 start. That's going to happen.
And it still hasn't been a fever pitch or anything.
I don't think
just
so
more, the longer the losing record continues, but definitely continued leading into that 49ers game. Yes, I think it's fair to say that this is the most negative either social media scuttlebutt or actual written word or sports radio or anything else.
He is the one guy among the power structure, I'll call it, that is not, by and large, I think, is not getting the fire fill-in name here.
I don't think,
Casario and Caley are getting that from a lot of our listeners.
Yeah.
D'Amico is not.
Yeah, and D'Amico largely has been treated, I think, very fairly by the media over the course of the last couple of years.
Yes.
I think it's for the most part, it's a whole lot of gushing praise.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this all stems from, I'll start with on Sunday, after the game, after the win over the 49ers, D'Amico was asked by Sarge about Nick Caley's performance, framing the question with a preface that was, hey, a lot of criticism about the play calling. A lot of outside noise about what do you think of Nick Caley's performance. So D'Amico addressed both of those things, Caley's performance and the outside noise.
Caley did a great job again today, and he's done a great job with what we were asking him to do. He's doing a great job. He has the guys have his back. Everybody's in this together. Right, from Caley, myself, the player, we're all in this thing together. So it really doesn't matter about outside noise. And we hear a lot of that every time you lose. Everybody wants to come up with something of get rid of everybody, fire everybody, you lose a game, you go out, don't play well. Well, it's just the noise is just a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about. Because here in this room, as a team, we stick together as a team, and we know it's only about us, right? And you never let that outside noise creep in and control who we are. We know who we are. We know what we're about. We know the formula. We know what it takes to go win games. And we just understand that the outside noise is just noise. We would never go ask anybody who's giving the noise. We would never go ask them their opinion about how to game plan or how to play football. So we keep that in-house, and we press forward, and we go out and play good football. That's what it's about.
We'll get to the exchange from yesterday, because the exchange yesterday was a follow-up to that answer. Before we get to that, I thought the couple of things, I agree with the sentiment of what D'Amico's conveying there, obviously. Like, all the things we say outside the building should matter zero as far as how they operate or how they prep for games and whatnot. I thought maybe, if I were to give him advice, using the phrase, don't know what they're talking about, that will always rub people the wrong way.
Especially because when media, that's all the outside noise, and a large part of that, especially for the players, is that's social media noise. Yes. Yeah. It's not John McClain wrote an article in the Houston Chronicle that I'm not happy about. It's outside noise in general.
And I'm not saying I feel this way, but I'm saying, and this is my second point here, is the part where he talks about we would never ask for their opinion, which makes perfect sense. Why would he ask for our opinion? I could see where some people would feel that was like a Ryan Clark kind of thing. Like, hey, I played and you don't play.
And again,
so your opinion doesn't mean anything.
Well, and I think but that's a part where I'm curious about, and this is going to be a very divided answer, but because when he's talking about outside noise, I take that as including fans on social media and all of that. Like, it does feel a little bit maybe overly combative about, like, you're all idiots. Not that he's trying to say it that way,
but phrasing matters to some people. Like, I'm not offended at all by anything he said, whatever.
Well, because then it's legitimately true. Of course, God, if I found out that D'Amico was canvassing social media to find ideas for the...
I'm getting a text from D'Amico about should we be running more six offensive line sets.
Or just random people on Twitter. Yeah. Hey, this Texans fan 973-245-7322 makes a good point here.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to yesterday. So that was Sunday. D'Amico, and again, answering a question about it. So he didn't just start talking about Kaylee and then decide, you know what, I'm going to go into the weeds on outside noise. He was asked about the outside noise. Here was Landry Locker and DJ Bieneme yesterday with an exchange with D'Amico about is the negativity.
Pushing away outside noise. I know that was a topic yesterday. What are the challenges, and is there a balance between like positive outside noise and negative outside noise?
No, it really doesn't matter. I mean, here you can see it's a lot of negative talk about us. We get it. I hear people try to give it to me all the time. I get it, right? It's like, but it really doesn't matter, right? I talk about it. Everybody wants to write a hot story, and most of the time it's negative stuff that people want to talk about. Right? Nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff that happens. And again, if you feed off of that and you're riding the pendulum of, oh, we're great because we won, no, we suck because we lost, fight, like that's our business. I get it. But that's the nature of it. We keep moving forward. Really, it doesn't drive anything. It means nothing, literally nothing to what we're about. Like it does nothing to drive our team. We just got to go out and play good football.
You don't think you've gotten any positive stuff?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like the first 2 years.
You don't think you've gotten any praise at all?
Guys, what's your question?
I'm just saying, like, everybody says negative.
I said that's what people thrive on is the negative stuff. Yeah.
You don't think you've gotten any positive?
I said people thrive on the negative. You guys are good. You guys must be the ones with the negative stuff. We're playing football. You talk about outside noise. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. Good, bad. It doesn't change how we prepare. It doesn't change our week of preparation. We're our best, game plan our best, and go out and play good football.
Well, but for your first couple years and a half, like you've gotten nothing but positive coverage for the majority of the time. So when you say everybody wants to focus on the negative and not write about the positive, I don't know if how is that accurate when you've been here for a couple of years? You've got a lot of positive coverage.
You guys good?
Okay. This is where it gets confusing too. There's a couple things. One is D'Amico, I think if he had to say it over again, I don't think he would have said everybody wants to write about the negative or nobody wants to talk about the positive.
And if I were him, I would have corrected myself and said, I don't literally mean everybody.
Yeah, and that's but I don't think in the moment he realized that that's the way it came off. Yeah. But the other thing, though, too, is I think in a lot of ways people are hearing this and acting like he's responding to criticism of himself personally. And I didn't read it that way. I thought he was talking about the team at large. So, yes, we've been, like, the media at large, social media, the fan base, everybody's been, 90% of fans have been very positive about D'Amico Ryans, and I would say the media as well. So I don't think it's fair to say, wait a second, we've been very positive about you, because D'Amico wasn't talking about himself specifically. So
about the overall coverage.
Yeah. Because it felt like it shifted a little bit there into, we've written stuff about you. He was talking about the team itself and all the negativity out there. I would say this, in defense of myself, when D'Amico said nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff, D'Amico, do you realize how much credibility I lost, even though I was genuinely happy that they were not getting tackled for a loss. Hey, the run game still isn't good, but they're not getting tackled for a loss.
2nd and 9.
Oh my gosh, you never imagine how people were calling me soft and everything because of that. And I genuinely felt that way.
Yeah.
I'm like, so to say that nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff, I think he didn't mean that literally. It's just, I think he was speaking to the reality, which is, in general, the negative stuff. Look, if it bleeds, it leads.
Yes.
Like the negativity tends to, it gets, that's an old journalism saying. Yeah. Like if the headlines skew negative, news skews negative. That's what people tend to focus on.
Yep.
So like that part of it, I think him speaking in, what's the word I'm looking for?
Generalities? Or?
Not the generality, but finality, I guess.
Finality.
It's either
absolutes.
Everybody, nobody, all of that. Yeah, that's where taken literally, yes, that's incorrect, but I don't think he meant it to be taken literally.
Yeah. Look, taking a step back, I like that amidst all the negative that was swirling apparently during the week, because we just heard him talking about it multiple times, he put together a one of his best coaching performances.
Yeah.
He outcoached Kyle Shanahan in that game on Sunday.
The one thing I think we do need to point out is D'Amico said they would never take advice from anybody on the outside. Landry was the one who asked, why are there no more QB sneaks?
What happened on Sunday?
And then
we actually got a lot of
QB
texts.
sneaks.
We got texts from people yesterday saying Landry bullied Nick Caley into you. Putting the so funny. Hey, this is a good segue. Guess what we got coming up next? Pettycast.
Oh, yay.
There is no way we're getting to all this. Poor
There's
Ben.
So much petty out there.
Poor Ben. I had Ben pull
Everybody wants to talk about the petty stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about the non-petty stuff.
You and I are sitting here going like, I don't think we're as negative as everybody you're talking about. Up next, the Pettycast.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've got a Pettycast. There's no congeniality cast.
Right, man. That's right. All right. So we'll do that. The Pettycast. Tuesday Pettycast is coming up next.
What is it?
Zadok Jewelers.
Ah, Zadok Jewelers.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Pettycast time. We do it every Tuesday. We find the petty in the sports world. We play it. We let you listen to it. And if you want to text in some of your petties, 713-572-4610 is how you can do that. All right, I think Mike Lombardi, former NFL executive, now GM of the University of North Carolina football program, got a lot of attention, I would say, lately.
Yes, he's been kind of thrown in there almost with like a more stout version of Belichick's girlfriend.
Yeah.
I was like,
stout.
Who does Belichick have advising him right now?
Yeah.
It feels like all the cast-offs. It feels like his core there at UNC is either people he's related to, people he's dating, or it's like some of the lesser like elements that he had back with the Patriots back in the day.
Yeah,
like some of the guys that were kind of the hangers-on, not necessarily the guys who were just driving for it. Josh McDaniels did not follow him to UNC.
Right. So you don't want to get in the crosshairs of Pablo Torre, the investigative reporter who's got Pablo Torre Finds Out podcast.
He's trying like hell. He's having some kind of midlife crisis where he needs to be sure that everybody knows he's a serious. Oh no, he has. But I think he's on the. Was he on the Best Damn Sports Show full time, or he was just on there a lot?
He was on,
or not the Best Damn Show, Levitard's
Around
show.
the Horn. He was on Levitard's show. He was on Around the Horn a lot on ESPN. He's been on in that ESPN world quite a bit, and Levitard. But he did a podcast recently with a guy named Dave Fleming, who also covers the NFL, and they dug into Lombardi's claim that he is a 3-time Super Bowl champion, that he's got 3 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
Here is some audio from the Pablo Torre podcast where Craig Walsh, because the first of the 3 rings was Lombardi, who was like some low-level scrub employee with the Niners in 1984.
But he got a ring.
And he quotes Bill Walsh. Well, here's Craig Walsh, Bill Walsh's son, kind of illuminating us on what exactly Lombardi's role was.
Craig Walsh, for the record, is not sure how Lombardi would have gotten this ring that we showed you, but his feelings as a 49ers exec and Bill Walsh's son remain very clear.
I'll jump on the wagon a little bit just because I don't like him using, the fact that he was part of the 49er organization and all he did was go get sandwiches.
And he went on to say, maybe he got a ball 4 pendant, not a ring.
No kidding.
Yeah. Now does
Lombardi trumpet himself as 3-time Super Bowl winner?
Yes, in his book. Okay. Yeah. And so they went through it, this Dave Fleming and Pablo Torre. So that one is suspect.
Yeah.
The second one is legit. It was the 2014 one with the Patriots, the Malcolm Butler interception. He was there in the building.
Belichick seemed to like him, obviously.
Obviously. He keeps hiring him everywhere.
He's known as kind of like a football historian that can I think he's almost like a novelty in some ways because he's got this vast memory of all of NFL history.
He's an excellent storyteller, too. I'll give him credit for that. There's a reason he's hung around the media so long. The third ring that Lombardi claims, according to Pablo Torre, is the 2016 championship that the Patriots won. They won it right over there at NRG Stadium against the Falcons. Problem was Lombardi was fired in June before that season even started.
So Lombardi, the gridiron genius, gets fired in June. The Patriots basically start their season with training camp in July and August.
Yep.
Go on to win the Super Bowl 7 months after parting ways with Michael Lombardi. And at the top of every bio, at the beginning of every interview, every speech, every damn page of this book is the fact that he's a 3-time Super Bowl winning executive and strategist, and he wasn't even there for that one.
He wasn't even there.
He wasn't even there.
The story is that Bob Kraft had ordered Belichick to fire Lombardi that year.
Yes, yeah.
So
he was annoying everybody.
I don't have an issue with Belichick reportedly buying the ring for Lombardi, saying, okay, he was a part of that effort to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
I do have an issue with Lombardi claiming that he won that Super Bowl or was part of it.
Yeah.
Like
in a book.
Yeah.
In a leadership book.
No. his argument, decision, everything that we made
right.
for that team were largely in the hay. The hay was in the barn by June.
Yeah.
So, that's part of my world.
And it was 2016, the same year. You know? All right. So that's a little petty Lombardi stuff going on.
It wasn't
there.
an official team-issued A-grade ring. It was...
there's levels of rings, I
like
guess.
the kind we get from the Astros for, my...
They give out the door.
I've got my... I don't think I have a World Series fake ring. I think I have a fake ALCS ring.
I have a fake division ring, I think, maybe. I'm not sure.
Fits on my pinky.
That would be... Yeah, you got big hands. That would be hilarious if it was one of those. All right, let's get to I've been waiting to play this one. And let me preface this by saying I love dogs. Okay? I love dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Carton, who used to be on WFAN, used to be on FS1. He's got his own streaming show now. He has a dog. He likes a dog. He just doesn't like all the coverage that Kirk Herbstreit's dog, Peter, gets on the Herbstreit brings his dog with him literally everywhere he goes on these trips. Amazon on Thursday, game day on Saturday, whatever game he's calling on Saturday. That dog is part of the broadcast. Craig Carton, no bueno.
Someone's got to stop this Kirk Herbstreit. We don't care about your stupid dog. We don't. You force the damn dog on America. You're forcing the dog on your Al Michaels. You force the dog on ESPN people. Nobody. It's great. You have a golden retriever. You love your dog. Yeah, let him stay home. You fly a dog on a private jet and then complain about your travel for throwing a tennis ball down the hallway at a hotel, waking everybody up
I'd be so
that your
mad.
dog can get some exercise. We don't care about your freaking dog, A. B, if you love the dog that died so much, you wouldn't have pivoted within 24 hours and bought a new dog.
Hold on.
Which is my point, that's the beauty of dog ownership. But we had this whole big soliloquy and now tears coming down his face. Oh, I lost my best friend, Petey, whatever it was. And within a day, you got a replacement dog.
It was Ben, and not named after Ben Gary, I don't think. The dog that died was Ben.
It does.
This is Petey.
Does feel like a little bit of like a savvy social media fueled move to like be out.
Pivot.
Sometimes these animal accounts on Instagram and everything. It's like nobody knows that the original one died. They just replaced it with an equivalent for the next round of cute videos.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't have had an issue with it. Other than that, he tried to be Joe Tough Guy when he was talking about Carson Wentz getting emotional on the sideline
with
an injury that would be
Night Football
had an injury that was going to be a season-ending shoulder injury. And look, should Carson Wentz have composed himself? I don't know. I wasn't watching the whole thing or anything. Yeah. But tough guy Herbstreit thought
Herbie's a crier, man.
He took an issue. He had an issue with it. Like, all right, dude, settle down here. You look like a rich lady from the days of old, walking around with your little poodle all the time.
Yeah,
that's what he comes off like. He comes off like one of these rich ladies.
He's a crier.
He's like a Georgia Frontier. Remember, like he probably has an extra jet to carry all of his trunks of wardrobe and outfits. Fancy little rich boy.
Yep. Yeah. All right, so Craig Carton petty about that. Okay, we got a ton to get to here. Let's see. Let's make sure we get Myles Garrett in here, Ben. Can you pull that one up? Myles Garrett. This was after a 5-sack performance this weekend where Myles Garrett was spotted on the sideline throwing his helmet because the Browns are terrible. He had 5 sacks of Drake May, but they lost by 19 points to the New England Patriots.
The Browns could possibly be the greatest defense of all time. We have no way of knowing.
We have no idea.
Because they do some really impressive things, and yet you can only play 45 minutes of possession a game for so long. Yeah.
Here was Myles Garrett after the game.
It doesn't get any easier. Each week you ask me. So,
how do you feel about your performance now? Does the loss diminish how you feel about your performance today at all, I guess?
I would throw the whole performance away for a win.
Okay. A lot of people feeling sorry for Myles Garrett, too. Oh, man, five sacks that are just going to disappear into the NFL atmosphere here, like dandelion spores. Like, poof, they don't even matter because you play for the Browns. Do not feel sorry for Myles Garrett. He chose to stay in Cleveland for the bag.
Right. Yeah, he didn't choose to stay. He said in the offseason he was looking to win a championship, and that's what he was going to do.
Yeah.
They lured him back with money.
Mm-hmm.
It was the siren song of capitalism, my friends, which is his right, obviously.
Yes.
But let's call it what it is, my friend.
Correct.
You don't get to act like, hey, I'm the guy that does it the right way. You came back for the loot.
The loot, the cheddar, the lettuce,
the
Scarole. Yes, feeling very petty right now about the Cleveland Browns. Let's do Lane Kiffin here, Ben. We had that yesterday. We'll play it here during the Pettycast. I don't know if you saw this, Seth, but after Ole Miss's 34-26 win over Oklahoma, you'll listen to this. You'll hear Lane Kiffin get pulled into his postgame interview with the sideline reporter for whichever outlet was carrying it, ABC, I think. And you can hear Lane Kiffin saying to somebody off mic, like, you're a lot quieter than you were earlier.
Yeah, and the visual is there's a big defensive lineman, David Stone, yelling something at him while he's trying to do the interview.
And apparently he'd been yelling at Kiffin throughout the game, as you'll hear right here.
Coach Kiffin.
Better now than before.
Oh, are you talking a little bit to Oklahoma's players?
This guy yelled at me like during the game like 5 times how great they were, and we can't score on them.
I mean, a guy David Stone's standing over his shoulder, and Kiffin's like pointing at him, like, this guy.
It is. I admire David Stone's persistence in the matter.
Why
just
was
doesn't
he
like
going over to him?
I don't know, because he wasn't. It didn't like he was there trying to tell him, like, hey, I acknowledge that you guys had a good performance or anything.
Yeah.
So they scored 34 points on him.
They did. Yeah, they did. They won the game.
According to David Stone, they weren't going to score any touchdowns.
That's right. And
let me do the math. Yeah, there's no way that was all field goals.
No, it was not.
Not 34.
No safeties. I watched the whole game. Yeah, that's. Hey, let's stick with college football here. Let's get Sark ready here. So Diana Rossini, in a column over the weekend where she had a bunch of nuggets about the NFL trade deadline.
Yeah,
had a lot of stuff in there. You know, Jacksonville's taking calls for Brian Thomas. You know. They're going to trade.
Of course they're taking. Like, everybody takes calls on everybody except for like a few. There's certain untouchables, and that's it. But you're going to take calls.
Yeah. So Trey Hendrickson, Bengals probably aren't going to move him. And then she's got this little nugget at the bottom about Steve Sarkisian and how his camp is telling her that he might be interested in an NFL job. Possibly. A lot of NFL openings are going to pop up, and Sark might be interested in the NFL. Sark took great exception to that after their win over Mississippi State on Saturday.
Yeah, I'd love to touch on this, so bear with me for a second, because it really pisses me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual, to the point of my agency and my agents have to put a statement out that they never have done. Historically, CAA, Jimmy Sexton, and Ed Manowitz have never do that. But I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. And I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional of that person to put that report out. And the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing for the media. And I respect what you guys do. I really do, and everybody else. But the fact that everybody ran that as truth is really embarrassing. Okay, so I've got a small circle when I make decisions on what I do and what I don't do, and nobody would speak on my behalf without me knowing. And so where that report came from, I'd love to talk to that person because it's absolutely ridiculous.
This is the tough thing about this, is that I support him and his fault, Steve Sarkisian's. I can't take him at his word either, because this is what college football coaches do.
That was my question.
This is they adamantly and 100% defiantly, like Tom Herman or any. Tom Herman still has players of his at University of Houston. Ed Oliver, I think, still hates Tom Herman because he felt like Tom Herman lied to him. It's not Steve Sarkisian's fault. It's college football coaches' fault in general that so many of them have been so adamant and defiant that they I would never ever leave this place. They're gonna bury me here, and then boom, 48 hours later.
Citing the statement that Jimmy Sexton had to put out as some sort of validation that Sark is spewing the truth here. Like, that could very well be, we could be in a whole kayfabe world with this thing where you scripted the entire sequence of things, and now here, once this nugget that Rossini has really starts to bubble up, we'll make sure we put a statement out just to make sure that your kids in the locker room right there, that their mind is at ease.
Yeah.
Like, I could see that statement they put out was part of the whole scripting of this thing from Sark and his camp.
The whole,
we put out a statement.
The most recent example was Schlossnagle. Remember Schlossnagle?
The baseball coach.
Yeah, the one for the Aggies. Supposedly. That's the other part that makes it juicy is, again, it's not Steve Sarkisian's fault, but the current baseball coach at the University of Texas delivered a fiery, angry statement about how bogus it was that anybody would suggest he would ever leave A&M.
He gone.
Yeah, and he's at Texas.
He gone.
So it's not Sarkisian's fault. No. I support him in his pettiness, but unfortunately, I'm not a spot where when they adamantly claim that they're not thinking about potentially leaving.
Dude, there are people are angry with Craig Carton.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Petey's the best part of that show. What an a-hole. Aaron Kapner texted me, on the bat phone here. She's like, who is that jerk? What did she say? Who hates dogs? That guy's an a-hole.
He doesn't hate dogs.
He's probably friends with Skip Bayless, is what Aaron said.
He doesn't hate dogs. He hates Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah.
And the way he brings his dog around. I think Herbstreit comes off looking like a rich, a billionaire from the days of old.
Especially when the shots
has his own Pullman car and everything on the railroad.
Especially when the shots are inside the private jet that's flying him around everywhere.
Yeah.
That doesn't help the optics of the whole thing. All right, hey, last one here. I don't know if this is pettycast or not. Terry Bradshaw, a weird moment on Fox NFL Sunday where they're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. And Terry Bradshaw says that he texted Andy Reid about something. And then for some reason he said, it turns out it wasn't Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Take a listen. This is Terry Bradshaw in the middle of a segment where they're talking football. So he's about to make a point about the Kansas City Chiefs. And this is what happens.
But the thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid and I got a text back. And I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could see the people behind the cameras.
Look at the confusion.
That was Howie Long who said that, yeah.
And Strahan was the best. It's got to be a gift by now already.
Oh,
Strahan looking at him
yeah.
like this confusion and disgust about where the hell are you going with this?
Yeah. Where was he going with that?
I know what Terry was going. Terry was about to launch into a 10-minute long sitting on the porch type of story, where he goes off onto a side story or something, and he kind of and then he realized, oh wait, I got to reel it back in, but I got to explain why I went there at all, and
He drew me in because I'm like, oh dude, he's texting Andy Reid. This is about to be a really good point, and it turns out he texted some dude selling pigs.
He was just trying to make a joke about I got all excited and I thought I was getting a call from Andy Reid. Turns out it was a guy selling pigs.
Oh my God, Terry Bradshaw, that was beautiful. All right, that's the Pettycast for this week. So last week after the Seattle game, we did a segment where we took the Texans' mistakes and we put them in buckets.
Mm-hmm.
Fireable, egregious, and just merely annoying mistakes. We can't ignore in victory what we would normally address in defeat. I will say this, much shorter segment this week when it comes to the mistakes. What are the mistakes the Texans made this past game they must avoid? They must avoid. This is a better team coming to town on Sunday. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Zamora Company USA. That's
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, some Pettycast nuggets still coming in on the text page. Texter says, watch the Browns, quote, do Garrett a solid and trade him so he can compete for a championship this season. I'd be willing to bet the damn Chiefs make a big play for Garrett in a trade. Here's the thing, and I'm not going to go down a nerdy contract wormhole. When you sign a big contract extension like Myles Garrett did, you're untradeable for especially for the Browns from a cap standpoint with signing bonuses and everything else. The dead money hit on Myles Garrett if they were to trade him would be massive. And they've still got Deshaun Watson on the books for $100 million that they've got to figure out over the next couple of years. They're not trading Myles Garrett.
To the point where,
signed him so he could go into the Hall of Fame as a Brown.
And the pitch they would have given him, because he could have gotten a boatload of money somewhere else too. The pitch they would have given him was something about the rebuild that they're working under and everything, and he's going to be frustrated in the moment. But as much as we were being petty about it, I think probably in his calmer moments he knows the deal. They shouldn't have expected there was someone to be awesome this year,
right?
How that was going to happen.
I'm not petty at Myles Garrett. I'm petty at the people that say people should feel sorry for Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't. He chose to stay in a bad relationship.
It's kind of Freddie Freeman with the Braves when he chose to stay while they were in the middle of their rebuild.
Yeah.
And it ended up working out for him.
Paid off for him.
I don't know if they cited Freddie Freeman, but it's nice because you know what? Freddie Freeman would hit the sweet spot because he stayed. It's not like he stayed and worked for free or anything.
He's still highly paid.
People are like, the sacrifice he made to stay with the Braves.
He's still
and
beloved.
Ultimately, it paid off.
He's still beloved in Atlanta.
But I think that's what Myles Garrett was kind of thinking is that type of a story. All right, I'm going to stick it out. It hasn't worked for multitudes of Joe Thomases before me.
Yeah.
But it's going to be different this time.
It'll be different.
I'm going to stick it out.
All right, so last week you and I did a segment after the Seattle game where there were so many mistakes. I'm not just talking penalties. I'm talking strategic mistakes, physical mistakes, mental mistakes, personnel choice mistakes. If you think that maybe D'Amico played some of the wrong guys in that game, all of those things. So I'm like, man, I need to divide these up. Some of these are worse than others. So I put it into 3 buckets: fireable, which is the worst, and there were 4 or 5 of those in that game, including the kickoff at the end of the game that we were talking about earlier.
You're who D'Amico's talking about, isn't it? It's just Mr. Fireable offense up here.
This will actually come across more positive.
Yeah.
Egregious, which is not fireable, but it's what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And then you can't do that, man. You can't do that. Here's where this is positive. This is going to be a way shorter set. Last week, we had to leave some meat on the bone. We didn't even get to all of them.
It was like the Pettycast.
It was a Pettycast.
When we never get through all the Pettycast
we still had half the petties sitting here that we could have gotten to. I was trying to cherry pick the best ones. But this week, if we're looking back, because I do think this is not being negative. This is do not ignore in victory what you would address in defeat. I think that's a common theme and a common methodology in sports. So we're just trying to help D'Amico right now.
I was just making a joke about the fireable part.
Yeah. I don't think there were any fireable things this week in the game. I mean,
our texters will alert us if there's something we're missing, but I can't remember anything that I was really angry about.
Just egregiously angry.
The only thing I got even really worried about it during that game were some of CJ's early throws where he was sailing a little bit. But then, remember, it got to the point where he has those early misfires. And you're thinking oh no, wait, what's going on here? And then you look up and he's 15 for 20 at some point. Or no, he's even better than that.
Yeah.
I think he's back to when he's really on it. He's at that ball placement specialist mode where it's a surprise when there's anything that's slightly inaccurate.
Yeah, and he was 30 of 39 in that game. And credit the receivers. I don't remember any egregious drops in that game either. Nico's drop in the Seattle game was bad. That made the list here. So I don't think there's anything fireable. But if there was, text in 713-572-4610. Now, there wasn't much in the egregious. Honestly, a lot of the egregious took place within literal second kickoff at the kickoff bust at the end of the first half, which included a face mask by Dylan Horton. Here's what it sounded like.
Here's Robinson right side at the 5 over the 10, 15, 20, cutting left 25, 30, 35. He's through a hole, 40, and he's down at midfield. That was too much on the return, and a flag is down as Dylan Horton makes the play on special teams.
Or most likely
during the return, personal foul, face mask, number 92 of the kicking team.
Oh, boy.
15-yard penalty from the end of the return, first down.
That's good, Ben. So you had played, I mean, other than the red zone.
Yeah.
You had played pretty much a perfect first half. Defensively, you had played a perfect first half. They had no first downs.
It was 3 and outs.
3 and outs all three
and
times.
there was a weird little glitch in the stats where they'd run 10 plays because of the Mac Jones, where there was a face mask on them.
Yeah.
But so they counted. Yeah, they had run 10 plays in the first half.
Yep.
Or up to that point.
Up to that point. So you had pitched a perfect game defensively, and now because of a glitch on kickoff, with a bad coverage and a face mask on the return, all of a sudden San Francisco's sitting at your 35-yard line, and they end up scoring a touchdown at the end of the half.
Yeah.
Which I suppose I could put in the annoying mistakes, like Kalen Bullock, his play on the ball on that touchdown. Like, probably should have been a pick.
The touchdown, the return, the kickoff return alone, it sucks that the face mask was tacked onto that, and that made it a very easy drive for the 49ers. But I excuse any and all face masks largely because of this. Because I've been the guy that had a face mask penalty. Well, how do you do that? Why would you do that? And it's like, dude, I wasn't planning on grabbing his face mask.
Yeah.
The worst feeling in the world is when you realize you've grabbed the face mask.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't feel like any other part of the football uniform. And you're like, you cannot unclasp it quickly enough.
That's true.
It's
your
really,
hands caught
you grab
in there.
that and you're like, oh, I've committed the sin. There's nothing I can do about it now.
Yep.
Yeah, it sucks.
So I thought allowing that return, man, just don't allow a return, and you're going in 16-0 at the half.
I didn't rewatch that play. Was it an egregious face mask or not?
I didn't see. You know what? I didn't rewatch the face mask.
And I completely excuse and exonerate him.
I'm more about the kickoff bust than I am the face mask. I'm with you on that one. So the Niners go down and score. So that was egregious to me, allowing that degree of field position and then a touchdown. And then they get the ball back, the Texans do, with like 20 seconds left or something like that. And I thought they would just take a knee, go into the half. You don't want to turn the ball over. They turn the ball over.
CJ unloading downfield right side. It's picked off. 45-yard line brought over the 50. 40 of Houston. Cutting inside 35. All the way across the field and still going. Dancing around and down at the 30. Time expired, so the 49ers unable to get anything going. But that's a pick late in the first half. 49ers getting the rock, and they'll have it first in the third quarter.
All right.
I was so glad that he tried to return it as he did.
Yeah.
How much time would have been left?
They would have. He intercepted it like on the wrong side of the 50, and there was like 5 or 6 seconds left. By the time he got it to where you could have tried a long field goal, there was like 2 seconds left. That would have been a high degree of self-awareness. The Niners. No, if you just go down, it's a change of possession. So the
I know, but you would have still had to take.
They wouldn't have had enough time.
They wouldn't have had enough time. Okay,
yeah,
so returning it was the right.
Yeah,
move. Because otherwise it was just going to be a Hail Mary anyway.
They got on him. I think it was Lenore who intercepted it.
Yeah,
if
it was
I'm not
Lenore.
mistaken. The question he was getting after the game was, why didn't you just go down?
Right.
And then you try the field goal.
Yeah.
And my point is, in rewatching that play, it would have taken a tremendous degree of self-awareness to know where to go down, when to go down. Like when he returned it to the point where it would have made sense to go down.
Yeah.
There was like 1 second left. I mean, he would have done it, but like that's a hard
to know that.
That's a hard ask of a guy in that moment.
Those are people who don't remember that we don't get to see that the players on the field don't see the graphic
bug
of the
at the bottom.
No, and the field goal line, the line to make for the field goal and everything.
There's no green line there for the field goal. So like that's my point.
Wait a second, I remember as he's running. I remember watching the kicker in pregame, and I think he's good for 61 today.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me do that as a 10 plus 7
for guys who when they get the ball are wired to try to take it the distance. You know. So that was my plan.
Without knowing, I didn't know how much time was left on the clock when he caught it. I knew there was some time, and my first thought was, my first thought was that he should go out of bounds because no matter how much time was left on the clock, if that was enough time to make a quick pass, use a timeout, and then get to.
It would have been tight. I think it was like 6 seconds left when he caught it. It would have been tight. All right, so I thought the last thing that was egregious, Kaimi short of the landing zone on the opening kickoff of the second half. Anytime you kick short of the landing zone, you're winding up in the egregious bucket on Payne and Pendergast. They're at times fireable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a weird couple of weeks for Kaimi.
A little bit. The merely annoying mistakes, I would say, those are the egregious. Merely annoying. Will Anderson all of a sudden turning into the Laramie Tunsil of the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, you want an omelet? You got to crack a few eggs. The story I heard about, who told me this? Oh, who was it? Somebody who had played with the Giants.
and by the way, I'm referring to his 2 offsides penalties. For those who don't
his
get
2
the
offsides
reference
penalties.
There,
one time, Tom Coughlin was a guy that hated penalties. I know from having played for him, but when Tom Coughlin was with the Giants, there'd be times where Strahan would be offsides a few times in practice, and Tom Coughlin would be yelling and ranting and raving, and Strahan would stand up and yell, "You want sacks, mother?" Yeah. Kind of screaming like that. There's a little bit of you gotta game it right.
You gotta, man, yeah. That's funny.
It's funny. I gotta have to go back and look at the situations because did one of his offsides give him a first down? Was it
extended a drive?
Yeah, was. That's 3rd and long, I don't worry about it. But yeah, if you do it on a 3rd and 6 or a 3rd and 5 or something, then it's getting into Laramie Tunsil territory of know the situation.
Yeah, I don't think it gave them a first down, but I think it gave them they would have gotten off the field.
Yeah,
and it gave them like a shorter 3rd down or something like that.
The funniest Will Anderson moment this year was when Baker Mayfield scrambled and Will tackled him. And I don't think Will didn't realize it wasn't a sack. And not only was it not a sack, but it was a first down as well. Down.
Yeah. And Baker pointed that out to him.
That's what he's Altuve.
Okay, that's better.
You're gonna get a little bit of this every now and then.
Yeah.
But he's Altuve. I'm not gonna get mad at Altuve's base running errors, and I'm not gonna get mad at some of Will Anderson's false or offsides.
Okay, last thing here. Red zone, they were 1 for 5. In a win, that's annoying. In a loss, that would be egregious.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting it under annoying that they need to be better in the red zone this time around.
Were they 1 for 5?
1 for 5. Yeah, because the Hutchinson touchdown was a 30-yard touchdown pass.
Right. No, but I thought the early one, you were counting the one in the first half where it was actually from like the 21 or
I'm just
22.
telling you what it said in the box
is that what it
score.
is? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
All right, that's what it is.
Yeah, it was 1 for 5.
Yeah, they've and that's where that's what you worry about when you go up against the really genuinely good defenses. The red zone is where they do their best work. It's that things get real physical. Things get the windows get really tight, and it's just harder to score. And that's where the Texans right now feel like a team that's good enough to beat up on bad teams or mediocre teams, but they've still got that glass ceiling over them. So
this will be a glass ceiling breaker if they win on Sunday against the Broncos. Are 6-2 and they're a good football team.
Other than the biggest measuring stick games so far this year have been the Rams, the Bucks, the Seahawks, and then now this one here.
Yes, yeah. I would say so. The Jags. I think the Jags are a 7-win team.
They're 0-3 in measuring stick games.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's dig in a little bit on the Broncos because there was big news yesterday about this matchup with the Texans that we will get to coming up next.
Get some Dave French on.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Top of the hour, we will power rank the power rankings for Week 9. How convincing was the Texans' win over the San Francisco 49ers when it comes to getting at least a little bit of equity with the experts out there? Or is it just negativity? Is it just noise? The power rankings are just noise. Someone said when I mentioned the power rankings earlier, we talked about the power rankings a little bit earlier, and they're like, they shouldn't do NFL power rankings till the final third of the season. You really can't tell anything until then. I'm like, dude, they are subjective power rankings that have nothing to do with who makes the playoffs. They're just fun.
They're
just fun. That's all.
This is not an official stat or anything like that.
Man.
Yeah, that's a whole fun part about it. Now, you know what? Somebody asked me this question legitimately, and this is the genesis of power rankings is at least that one of them is that this is the way Vegas or handicappers would and still do to a certain degree, but now it's so much computer driven. But like they would have power rankings, and that was how you managed to figure out matchups. And like back before everything was so meticulously done to set lines based on your power rankings. So it was a lot of Vegas would have loved to have said, well, actually, we're not going to take any bets until 2/3 of the way through the season because our power rankings might not be valid at this point.
We're going to cut off our revenue till Week 10.
Which is like, because we're not really sure about these power rankings. So that's fun.
Yeah.
And it's fun to watch them move up and down the power rankings. They're going, guess what? They're going to be wrong. Because you need 2/3 of the season or more to really figure out who's good and who's bad.
Yeah, man. Texans got 10 games left. They've got time. So the big news, Seth, yesterday was that Patrick Surtain, reigning defending defensive player of the year in the NFL, is going to miss the game on Sunday.
Yeah.
So the Broncos will be without one of their best defensive players. Nick Bonito might be their most impactful defensive player this season so far.
They come, as Ross Tucker put it earlier about this defense, they come in waves. Bonito's their most productive pass rusher in terms of sacks, but they have a lot of sacks as a team.
36.
So just as it was with various other teams this year the Texans have faced, like the Rams, who have a boatload of sacks, or the Seahawks, who have a boatload of sacks, it's that you can't necessarily – you try to plug up one hole, there's a leak coming in somewhere else.
Yep.
So this is a genuine measuring stick game for this Texans offense.
It's a measuring stick game, no doubt about that.
So the thing about their Surtain injury that's interesting is that the Broncos opened up as 1.5-point favorites in this game.
Yeah.
The only real notable news that I can think of between then and now is that Pat Surtain's going to be out for the week, and now the Texans are 1-point favorites.
I think it's better.
You think it's more? Usually, a position player does not move.
Not
the
3
line
points,
like that.
and not through the zero, as they say. Like
Yeah.
not only moving the line 3 points, but determining who's going to win and lose the game. Like not only is the line moved, but the Texans are favored to win the game now.
It's interesting because I don't think the Texans necessarily did anything that they haven't already shown they're capable of this year. The 49ers injury situation, people objectively are going to look at that and say, all right, yes, the 49ers have a winning record, but they're not as tough as some of these other teams that they'll face, like perhaps the Broncos.
Yes.
And meanwhile, the Broncos beat the snot out of the Cowboys. So I'm surprised that last week's outcome may have affected the betting public's mind on it.
I'm surprised. I'm just surprised it opened as Texans +1 and that it's moved as much as it has.
That's
like,
what I'm saying,
period.
because I think that's the public driving it most
Yes,
likely.
I agree. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I'm surprised
that the public would look at that.
The public would be as affected by it.
Yeah. And maybe the public's affected by the Surtain thing, but for it to move that much on one player is odd. It's odd. But it's good for the Texans. Now we'll see. How much they can take advantage of that. The Broncos, as you pointed out, Seth, they've sacked the quarterback 36 times. One way to contextualize that for Texan fans who may be like, is that a lot? Remember David Carr's rookie year when he was sacked 76 times? Remember how that felt? The Broncos are on pace for 76 sacks this year.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever it felt like in David Carr's rookie year for you longtime Texan fans out there, whatever that felt like every Sunday, you were on the sideline watching that take place. That's what the Broncos are on average every single.
And this is the stat that a lot of people were citing going into the Seahawks game that was going to be real interesting was that C.J. Stroud is actually way better when he wasn't blitzed than when he was blitzed. And there's always, some quarterbacks are lethal versus the blitz, but it's not uncommon for guys to be worse versus the blitz, et cetera, et cetera. But it was a big, big difference. And you go into that Seahawks game, and people were thinking, well, the Seahawks never blitz. They're one of the lowest blitzing teams in the league, so let's see what happens. You know what the Seahawks did? Because they knew the Texans couldn't handle the blitz, they blitzed the hell out of the Texans.
Crazy, yeah.
The 49ers blitzed at a higher rate than they have all year. And part of that is they had done the same thing the week before because of all of their injuries, but they did not shy away from blitzing the Texans. The Broncos have the 7th highest blitz rate in the league this year.
Okay.
So they blitz, and that's part of their bread and butter. It's one of the things the Texans have struggled with. So we'll see exactly how much progress they've made in the last 2 weeks.
There's zero chance that there's going to be surprise with what the Broncos are doing, given that they do that all the time and they do it well.
Yeah.
They ain't going away from that. So that's scary. It's a little scary, man. Big test for Ariante Ursary, right? I think I saw in the notes that Benito usually plays over on his side?
Yep. Ariante Ursary left tackle, and Benito plays the vast majority of his snaps on the defensive right side, so that'll be a matchup. And then with Ursary one-on-one is one thing, but then just the entire operation picking up the blitz, including CJ diagnosing and seeing the blitz, hitting his hots. I think that one thing that was a good development, and Houston pointed that out, and I'm glad he did, that in the Seattle game, Stroud did turn down some opportunities on slants and other easier throws for from receivers that he might not be that comfortable with yet. And one big difference the next week was Stroud was hitting all that stuff. The stuff, if it's there and it's open, you take it.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of in the broadcast, Moose Johnson said that CJ had been critical of himself coming out of that Seahawks game when they had their production meeting about getting the simple stuff done on first and second downs and making the easy plays and all of that. I think CJ maybe really just had it hammered into him as a young quarterback that you can't put yourself in a position where you feel like you're pressing for big plays. And hopefully that was a legitimate step forward.
It sounded like he's in going back and CJ I'm talking about here, in going back and watching the film of the Seahawks game, that he felt like there were a lot of those same plays that they were able to hit against the Niners.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that available to them in the Seahawks game that he just didn't see.
And it's part of that, too, is, though, on the road in an environment like it is in Seattle, when the defense let up those 2 long touchdown drives, you're really testing the offense you're testing their commitment to be impatient. And young players out there might not feel as patient as they should and feel or confident that they're going to be able to claw their way back into the game.
That'd be really encouraging. Like if the Seahawks game turned into something, like if we're able to look back at it, a month from now or whatever, like if the Texans go on a bit of a run here, obviously it takes beating the Broncos this weekend for that to be true. But I think if they beat the Broncos, and I think you're heading into 2 games home, in Jacksonville got you in week 3, so the Texans are going to have something for them. And then you got the Titans in week 11. This is why it's such a huge game on Sunday, man. Like getting back to 4-4 with what's on your plate over the next couple weeks after that would be absolutely huge. And if CJ is doing the same things he was doing in the Niners game, certainly this weekend, and then those other 2 games, if you're able to look back at that Seahawks game as sort of a learning experience for him,
I think and you never learn as well from others as you do just by going through it yourself. But like the other end of the spectrum was Tom Brady and the Patriots in the Falcons Super Bowl when they were down 28-3. And remember, they're still running the ball in the third quarter.
Yeah.
And Tom Brady, when he talks about that afterwards, said that the conversations they were having at halftime and on the sideline during the third quarter was, hey, what we're doing is working. We just got to keep at it. And you just don't feel like you have to do it all in the next 2 drives. And they methodically worked their way back into it. But that comes after a guy's been playing football for 20 years, has won a bunch of Super Bowls, has seen it work before. That ability to be patient and not hurry or press forward, it's hard. It's really hard for a young man, especially.
No doubt.
It's all that damn stupid testosterone.
No doubt.
Well, the dumb things I did when I was a kid because of it.
And even then, it's funny. And even then, you needed Kyle Shanahan in that game to botch play calling for the Falcons.
Yeah.
Like you stick with what you're doing, stick with what you're doing, and you still need mistakes.
Too aggressive, and it's just too much testosterone on the field.
He was passing still in that game. If he just runs the football, they probably win that Super Bowl. So, texting 713-572-46 that said that they're going to trade. The Browns will just do Myles Garrett a solid and trade him to the Chiefs. You're wrong. They'll absolutely trade Garrett for a first-round pick, and you've got to take Deshaun Watson's contract as well.
Yeah.
Like the Chiefs or any team is taking on $92 million of Deshaun Watson. Come on, Texter. Come on. I would entertain that, except the first sentence of that text is, "You are wrong."
Yeah.
Like
without any evidence other than you're wrong and here's why. Because something's going to happen.
Absolutely trade him.
Here's why you're wrong, because something is going to happen.
All right.
Yes.
Dude. Yeah. Okay.
I understand that. I understand that reasoning. Makes total sense.
This is a receipt that I will keep. All right.
What's the dead money on Myles Garrett's contract?
It's hard to know. Like if they were to cut him, it's like $97 million.
Yeah.
But if they trade him, then it's only like what the salary. It's what they've paid him in signing bonus
plus,
money.
what was the Browns part of that trade? I mean, the Deshaun Watson part of that trade.
Yeah,
I don't know who's trading for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. That's like if you get Myles, you got to take this Deshaun Watson contract too.
Let's see. The dead money is $125 million. If cut, trade pre-June 1st would be $60 million.
Yeah, it ain't happening. Sorry,
dead
Texas.
money hit.
Yeah, sorry. I know you say I'm wrong, and they're absolutely going to trade him. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Power ranking, the power rankings. All right, this is the true test. How much did the Texans impress the pundits out there? Are they creeping back into the top 20 in the power rankings here? We will power rank the power rankings coming up next. But first, Prize Picks, America's number where all your
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents
Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, it's 9 o'clock on a Tuesday. So what do? Power rank the power rankings, man. Let's do it. Let's find out what the experts think, Seth, of that win over the San Francisco 49ers. The Texans largely, I haven't been here for the last two power rankings of the power rankings now that I think about it.
Yeah, you've been dodging your responsibilities.
I have. I was out last Tuesday. The last two Tuesdays I've been out. So it feels good to stretch out the hammies again, man, and start looking at highly meaningless subjective rankings and seeing what people say about
Luke
us.
did a really good job, too, because I completely forgot that we power ranked the power rankings, and he did the Lord's work.
Good man.
And found it and populated it and everything.
Luke Morrow, if you're listening, appreciate you.
I was thinking about, real quick, our texter said that they shouldn't do a power ranking until 2/3 of the way through the season. I think that is the, A, yes, this is just for fun, but also B, that's the whole point, is that through the first 2/3 of the season, you're kind of... You're shuffling around the power rankings.
I like watching the chart.
Yeah. So it's fun to kind of watch everybody rise and fall and everything.
Yep.
You're just you're a human being. You're gonna start segmenting things and ranking things that somewhere along the way. It's not like all of a sudden you show up in week 12 and say, okay, now we got to really think about this and let's get down to thinking who the good teams and who the bad teams are.
No, it's a weekly process, man. You got to do it. So let's do it here for week 9. We have 5 subjective power rankings that we use in no particular order right now, but they're about to be put in order in about 15 seconds. Today, CBS, ESPN, and SI.com. Those are the 5 that we are using. We power rank them based on their opinion on the Houston Texans. Number 5, SI.com. They have the Texans, Seth, 17th.
Okay.
They're the lowest one, and they're 17th.
The lowest? Well, they're below 500, so it makes sense that they should. Yeah, they might be below in the bottom half.
Up 7 big notches. Up 7 big notches from 24.
17th is the lowest, you say? 17th
is the lowest.
Okay.
Yeah. This is what old Connor Orr has to say about the Texans. I thought some of C.J. Stroud's best throws of the day were against pressure. That, after watching Seattle completely undress the Texans' O-line and Stroud by association, was the kind of relief that gives me faith in a playoff berth.
Yeah, we're allowed to start talking about playoffs again, I think. And especially with where the Texans are in the wild card
the
standings
9th seed right now in the conference.
The 9 seeds. You only have to claw your way up another couple spots.
And you play all those teams in front of you,
Yeah,
too.
so you control your own destiny. Yeah. I think as we get into the rest of these subjective ones, if you want to just look at one objective measure, if you go to EPA, like Sumer Sports EPA, I don't know which EPA is the best. The Texans are their number 1 by expected points added. And on defense... On offense, they are 15th.
Wow.
Which is actually, which a hint at if the offense is, and that's where, but it's, they beat
juiced
the crap,
up.
They beat the crap out of lesser teams, but then they've gotten, did you feel like any of the losses were actually that the Texans played equally as the other team?
No.
I feel like they were outplayed. I feel like the outcome was correct.
Yes.
That they were outplayed in their losses.
This is how I know that's the case, is that probably the first thing that we really took D'Amico Ryans to task for this year in a press conference, and I'm not saying you and me, I'm saying I feel like the media collectively, was when he tried to convince us they were close.
Yeah. You
remember, they're 0-3, we're close. No, you are so getting run off the field offensively right now. You're not close. That offense is going to win 5 games this year.
The Tampa game was the only real game where it felt like, okay, well, yeah, you actually should have won that game.
Yeah.
But I also didn't feel like, I felt like there was no part of me that felt like they were the dominant team on the field that day.
No. And that's the easiest one to point to, because there's literally a play that if Henry To'oTo'o makes a tackle, the game's over.
Yeah.
The other ones you're counting on, Dare fumbled the ball against the Rams.
You still got to score a touchdown.
You got to score.
After that.
Yeah. Nico fumbled the ball. Yeah, you got to score. So there's that. So SI.com up 7 to 17th on the power rankings.
Plus, the weird thing about that Rams game too was that it was Azeez Alshire. Credit him, he made the play, but that's That's a low percentage play right there.
The forced fumble.
Forced fumble when the Rams were going to get at least 3 if they hadn't fumbled the
and
ball.
put the game
there.
out of reach. Yeah, you needed a turnover just to hang around. That's a great point. All right, number 4, power ranking of the power rankings. Identical to SI.com is The Athletic. Up 7 notches from 24 to 7. SI.com, Sean. Why is The Athletic 4th? Their font is easier on the eyes, quite honestly.
Bigger blurb. They write a little bit more substantive stuff.
The category for this week, The Athletic does a category for each team, or they do a category and they say what part of the team fits that category. The category is probably for Halloween, something scary about each team. The something scary is a pretty easy one for the Texans. The defense. Texans held Christian McCaffrey to 25 yards on 8 carries. They lead the league in scoring defense, yards allowed per game, and defensive EPA, according to True Media. If C.J. Stroud can keep playing like he did against the Niners, the Texans can get back into the playoff conversation. That's this Sunday. Like, if they win this Sunday, they are back in the playoff conversation.
The thing about that game is that, how do I phrase this? The defense wasn't as a big an impact on the way the game felt as the offense in the first half was. The offense's ability to just drain all that clock. It was the first time since 2009 that you've had a 24-and-a-half-minute advantage in time of possession. And then the defense had their 3 and outs.
And you're saying league-wide, not just for the Texans.
Yeah.
League-wide.
Yes, it was a good defensive effort, but just to put it in context, Christian McCaffrey, 25 yards on 8 carries, that's about what he's been doing on the average for the season.
Yeah, on a per carry basis.
He's about 3.3 yards per carry on the season. So I think it was the combo. It was their ability to keep Christian McCaffrey from being receiver / running back. They did a really good job bottling him up. Henry To'oTo'o breaking up that pass. That's one of the biggest things I've gotten excited about this entire season.
Yeah.
Because it was Henry To'oTo'o doing something that I didn't think he was capable of 2 years ago.
Yep. By the way, I'll take in each of these power rankings, I'll mention where the Colts are and where the Broncos are, the team you're chasing in the division and the team you play this week. In the Athletic, the Colts are number 1. Something scary, the run game. Yeah, and then the Broncos are 8th, and if I had to guess, their pass rush is what's scary. The Broncos, something scary. Something scary. The Broncos when they face the Cowboys. Okay, whatever.
All right, great.
Yeah, that was just
that's
awesome. Being cute.
Once every 4 years. Go die, lazy.
Stop being cute. All right, number 3, power ranking of the power rankings. We've got SI.com at 5. We've got The Athletic at 4. Number 3, ESPN.com, which also has the Texans at 17th. But they get the bump because they had more belief in the Texans going into that San Fran game. They only moved up 4 notches there because they were 21st. So there was already some belief. The category for ESPN.com, best offseason edition, DJ Bieneme writes the blurb for ESPN.com, and he says, Woody Marks, best offseason edition. The 4th-round pick has been a nice addition to the offense. Marks is boom or bust at times, but when he booms, he shows explosiveness and dynamic ability in the run and pass games. He has 3 catches for over 20 yards this season. The rookie out of USC has been a nice compliment to Nick Chubb, who's more of a bruiser on early downs. Marks leads the Texans. That's interesting. Marks leads the Texans 7-9.
379. That doesn't sound like a lot.
Well,
to be your leading scrimmage getter.
That's the biggest thing there is Nico hasn't gotten it going yet this year.
I think that, and that's for anybody who hasn't listened, we don't have any updates yet on Nico Collins.
We don't.
I don't know. It's usually guys come back after. Usually guys miss a week with a concussion, right? On average.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the league average.
CJ missed 2 with his a couple years ago.
The league average is, I'll double check myself, but I always figure, okay, you're probably going to miss this guy for a week, and they've missed him for a week. We'll see. We'll see in the report tomorrow.
Yep.
Joe Mixon being at the facility and walking around with no boot on or anything the other day. I feel like I've allowed myself to get a little bit more excited about it than I should. No, I don't know, man.
Come on.
I don't know. Setting myself up for something.
You were excited before when
he might have been in town just because he forgot his favorite comb or something. I don't know.
Maybe. He was tweeting a lot, though. He was tweeting encouragement for his guys. ESPN has the Indianapolis Colts number 1 on their power rankings, and they have the Denver Broncos 9th in their power rankings.
This is the whole thing. Not that you're going to bank on this, but we've seen Jonathan Taylor sustain some injuries before, as running backs tend to do. I think that so much about the Colts right now feel exactly like Daniel Jones in New York when Daniel Jones was his best version of himself. It was when Saquon Barkley was healthy. As soon as Saquon Barkley even got banged up and wasn't, even if he was out there but just not at peak Saquon Barkley, the Daniel Jones turned back into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
And they just got to hope that Jonathan Taylor stays healthy up there.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Receivers, I get it. Jonathan Taylor is a straw that stirs the drink.
We're getting our first set of, and I said this on the postgame show on Sunday, but we're starting on the debate shows to get the first inkling of, should Jonathan Taylor be in the MVP conversation? Not just Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, to your point, he's what makes that team go, I think. Daniel Jones has had a nice year.
Yeah.
They lose Jonathan Taylor.
Poor Daniel Jones. That's how little
ain't that poor.
That's how. Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking about. That's how little they respect him. Is that he is re-sparking the flaming debate about whether our running backs are as important as quarterbacks or not. Yeah. That is going to be, if Jonathan Taylor is the MVP, it is going to be because specifically nobody respects Daniel Jones.
That's right.
That poor dopey bastard.
Wipe that stupid look off his face. People would respect him a little bit more. All right, let's keep it moving here. Power ranking of the power rankings again. 5 USA Today, 5SI.com. 4 was The Athletic. 3 was ESPN. Number 2, USA Today has the Texans 15th. In the upper half, Seth, 15th, up 7 big notches again. That's my biggest takeaway so far. In the 4 that we've done, 7, like they've moved up 7, 7, 4, and 7. Like this 49ers win impressed a lot of people.
Yeah.
Doing these power rankings. Here's what USA Today says: the passing offense finally came to life Sunday. Naturally, the absence of wide receiver Nico Collins was the missing piece. There's a little bit of sarcasm there. Yeah. Once you get rid of Nico, everything just falls into place.
One short week of preparation after getting the snot beat out of you on Monday
4
night.
sleep-deprived days. Yeah.
And next week, if they could just all go out and get drunk the night before the game, I bet they'll be the best thing that ever played.
That's what they should do.
Just keep adding on things that should be hurting you.
Yes. If you see any Texans out on Saturday night and you're a bartender, pour heavy. Yeah, make it a heavy pour.
Do the old the Falcons player that got arrested for solicitation there.
That was Eugene Robinson. Hartford, Connecticut's
maybe they need
finest.
a couple of solicitations or something arrest the night before.
Yeah, man.
And unlike those weak-ass Super Bowl attending Falcons, the Texans will thrive. They'll thrive on the hardship.
Indeed. By the way, USA Today has the Colts 4th. So comparatively, a little less belief in the Colts. The 3 teams they have ahead of them, they have the Chiefs number 1. Chiefs, Packers, Rams. And I could see saying, well, the Rams actually beat the Colts this year, so there's that.
This year, this feels like the Chiefs are inevitable this year. This is annoying me. Why can we not just deprive the Chiefs of something some year? Like, this is the worst we can say about them over the last however many years is, they got beat really bad. Where? In the Super Bowl.
When they lose the Super Bowl, they get their asses kicked.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Hate to have that on my resume to go along all those championships. Yeah.
They've won 3 and lost 2 in this Andy Reid era, I think. 3 Super Bowls. Yeah. So when they lose, because they got destroyed by Brady, and then they got destroyed by the Eagles.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, take that. Except that's even annoying because we're supposed to be the stronger conference here.
Might lose 50-0 in a Super Bowl for the Texans. That would be so.
Well, no, but this year it's okay. So Mahomes and the offense really hadn't been all that impressive the last couple of years.
Correct.
But their defense was just rolling over people. They were just monsters. This year you start off and it looks like the Chiefs' defense isn't as good as it used to be. Boom! Offense is back.
Yeah, they're back.
Take you to the hey, throw an Xavier Worthy into the mix. Here's your Rashee Rice.
Dude, they're getting plays out of Tyquan Thornton, who they let go in New England. He was a second-round pick out of Baylor, and they're getting plays out of him. All right, so USA Today, number 2 in the power ranking. And the power rankings, which leaves us with just one. Somebody you're very familiar with, Seth, from your time in Jacksonville. One, Peter Prisco, CBSSports.com. He has the Texans 14th in the NFL, up 7 big notches this week.
I feel so filthy that we're even that you're raising your eyebrow in
14th
in pride. Oh, look at here's my.
Does this feel like a season where they should
look at my C student with a bad personality? Just look at him. Look at him.
He's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, it's trending.
This is what Pete Prisco says. The offense clicked in a big way against the Niners, which gives them hope going forward. But now that unit faces a tough test against the Denver defense.
I know, Pete. I know it's a tough test. It's a measuring stick game, Pete.
How hopeful are you that what we saw on Sunday is for real?
For real.
For real. Like how
or
Fugazi.
I'm faux on a scale of 1 to 10.
Faux?
Until I see this Texans offense go against, especially a defense that has a really good pass rush, a really good defense, okay? Sorry, the 49ers are a good defense. They were banged up, et cetera, whatever, but they're a good defense.
And they're well coached.
Yeah, they're well coached. But you got to go up against a really good pass rush, and the Broncos have a really good pass rush, and they're an excellent defense. They don't have Pat Surtain, though. So this is, if you can provide a little bit of protection for CJ, I think CJ's going to find opportunities, and I think they've made improvement. It's just not enough to make me feel confident going against this defense.
How big would it be getting Nico back with no Patrick Surtain out there this week?
I don't know. They looked a lot better without Nico. So
I know.
I
know.
That would be big. That would be very, very big.
Yep. I'm trying to look. What was the total snap count for the Texans in that game? What did we say? Blake Fisher probably played
like 85.
Yeah, like Blake Fisher played about a third of the snaps.
Oh no, it was 80. I remember seeing 80. Most of the offensive linemen played 80 snaps.
So he played 26 snaps, which is almost exactly a third. Over or under a third of the snaps for Blake Fisher? Does he play more percentage-wise?
I think he plays more this week because I think just for blitz pickup, I think they just want to have an extra offense. Because if you've got tight ends out there who aren't good blockers and you're keeping them in to chip or something all the time, that does nothing for you anyway. Yeah. So just if it makes you more predictable, my answer is who cares?
Right.
Because the less predictable version of the offense versus really good defenses hasn't done anything. I just want CJ to have a stable platform to throw from.
You're taking way more advantage of CJ Stroud's superhero power by leading back there to get his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Let him place those balls.
It's you know what? Sometimes when it's
ball placement,
they're out there and they're worried. They want to be sure they get the tight end out on a route. That's like me going up to an MMA fighter and trying to dupe him with hey, look over there. Hey, look over there, and then try to punch him.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to fall for that crap.
No. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the power ranking of the power.
Actually, that
rankings.
is probably your best. That probably is your best option versus somebody who's a much better fighter.
Versus an actual MMA fighter.
It's just some kind of misdirection. Yeah.
It beats for me.
It's a much smarter move.
Yeah. It beats trying to go heads up one-on-one with them.
Let me rework my analogy during the break.
Our football talk is brought to you here on Sports Radio 610 by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Hey, let's take a quick detour over to baseball. Jim Bowden, former GM, came up with contract amounts for the big free agents. I think we've seen the last of Framber Valdez if he is if he is correct.
I never saw this coming.
And Kyle Tucker is at the top of the free agent list. Are you mad that the Astros did not pay Kyle Tucker this much for this many years? We will have those numbers for you coming up next.
Are you mad because you got in an accident that wasn't your fault? Yeah.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah.
Woo! I've recovered. I recovered from not being able to remember Brent Strom's name this morning.
Your worst
as I call him,
prediction.
Brent Strom.
Your worst prediction was you predicting that you were going to suck the last 3 hours of this show.
Oh, good.
I think you've been outstanding. I think you've had a really good show.
I had a rough first hour. I was really struggling to. You couldn't remember Josh Miller's name for a minute, and somehow that led to me not remembering Brent Strom's name.
Yeah.
And then I made like 8 mental errors immediately after that. It was rough.
Yep.
Hey, not remembering Josh Miller's name in the moment is way more forgivable than not remembering Brent Strom's name.
Yeah,
I was just trying. I was picturing him in my face, and I just could not bring the name up. And it was, I'm sorry, Brent Strom.
So Jim Bowden of The Athletic, former Major League Baseball GM, has his column as we head into. I mean, we're potentially just a few days away here from the off season.
Yeah.
Free agency starting up. Yeah.
Once Toronto makes this inspirational comeback, yes.
Yeah, it gets popping. How would you have felt about Jim Crane giving Kyle Tucker? The reason I'm asking this is Bowden's got his top 50 free agents, and Tucker is number 1 on the list, despite another washout in the postseason. 10 years, $427 million for Kyle Tucker. How old is Kyle Tucker?
He's
late 20s.
Yeah.
So you're going to be paying a late 30s Kyle Tucker.
There's no way in hell. I mean, I'll tell you right now, there's no way in hell Jim Crane was going to do it.
Crane would have hung up the phone at 10 years. He would have even listened to the dollar.
Yeah. They would have now in hindsight. Look, put Kyle Tucker on this team this year. I don't think that makes a difference. It's not all that wasn't going to vault them to greatness. Well, of course, could have gotten them into the playoffs.
It would have gotten him into the postseason.
Kyle Tucker would have gotten them and theoretically could get him into the postseason.
Yeah.
But then Kyle Tucker never does any. Well, sometimes he does things in the postseason, but not consistently.
Yeah.
I don't know if with Kyle Tucker on the team right now at that contract especially. I don't think we'd be sitting there thinking like, yep, this was everything was done the right way here.
Yeah.
This may be as cool as I've been. About the Kyle Tucker situation, just knowing now the reality of the money that he's gonna get. That this was of all the guys. Part of it too with Kyle Tucker is if you weren't gonna pay Correa, if you weren't gonna pay George Springer, if you weren't gonna pay Alex Bregman, but you were gonna pay Kyle Tucker, there's something that just feels viscerally wrong.
Yeah, he's not the guy you break rules for.
He doesn't embody all of the things that was in that DNA of those championship squads. Obviously. Full credit to him for being a part of those championships and everything, but it's just he's not the same emotionally, the connection with the fans and otherwise as those guys were.
The fits that Bowden has here for where Kyle Tucker could go. I think what's interesting about this, the Cubs are not on here. Yeah. So, and I've told you, I've got friends that are Cubs season ticket holders up there, longtime Cubs season ticket holders, multiple college friends of mine, all of them. Good riddance, Kyle Tucker.
Yeah,
They do not want, at least the people I talk to, are not that hepped up about, not at this price.
I'll tell you the other thing about Kyle, whatever people say about Kyle Tucker is, man, you know what? He's a hitter who's healthy, never gets hurt. There you go. He's always there. It's 2 years in a row now where he's had some serious injury concerns.
Yeah.
And I don't know, for a guy that, I don't know, does it I'm sure there's articles out there about Kyle Tucker and the time he worked out and everything. I don't know. I don't know if he's a guy that's so dedicated and about it that it's going to be as simple as, oh yeah, he'll be healthy for another 10 years.
I give him a pass for last year with the Astros because it was a fluky. You and I were there. He fouled the ball off his shin.
He didn't work hard enough in that MRI machine to have it diagnosed properly.
That's a good point.
He's probably wiggling around all over the place.
That's true.
I can tell. I bet you the radiologist was like, "Sir, can you please stop moving?" Huh?
I stand corrected.
No, sir, we really need you to stop moving.
You ready for Framber numbers?
Ooh, yeah.
Framber is listed as the 4th top free agent in this class. You know, Schwarber's up there. I forget who the other one is.
I'm going to tell you before you even read the number.
Okay, yeah,
before
yeah.
I even hear it.
Tell me. Yeah, take.
I'm going to tell you whichever number you read out. He's not going to get it.
Okay, but what do you think it? Do you like guessing at these things?
I think it's like it can't. Okay, so the high end.
He's 32. We should point that out.
He's 32, and because of his volatility as of late, and then his history, not recent history. Like there's the recent history where yes, he had volatility, but then you have to go back when he used to be bad Framber a few years. I think that teams are scared of his age and his erratic behavior as of led $90 million.
Okay. Actually, what Bowden has, 6 years, $190 million.
190?
190. That is $31 million a year for Framber over 6 years. I don't think he's getting that. I agree with your point that some of the glitches that showed up with Framber this year, I think would be concerning to me. That bad Framber, and it wasn't just this year that it was good Framber and bad Framber. There was evil Framber this year. There was a third Framber this year.
Framber we hadn't seen yet.
It's one thing to be bad and be a hothead out on the mound. It's another thing when you're throwing teammates under the bus. You're not backing up home plate.
Yeah.
You're beaning. You're intentionally, possibly, crossing up your catcher to hit him in the middle of a chest with a 98-mile-an-hour sinker.
Yeah.
So I think
he's like, we used to have good Framber, bad Framber, but now we got evil Framber. He went full Sybil.
He did.
Never go full Sybil.
No.
Yeah.
Evil Framber. Now, here's what's funny. The fits that Jim Bowden has for Framber Valdez, the very first one, Houston.
Yeah.
Zero chance Framber gets 6 years, $190 million from the Houston Astros.
Who are the other fits?
Baltimore, the Mets. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Atlanta, interesting. The Cubs, the Padres, and the Giants. What's interesting to me is that other than the Mets, none of the big spenders are in there. You know, like the big spenders to me are the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Phillies are usually up there, Boston. None of them on Bowden's list for Framber Valdez.
Mets are interesting.
Like that next team.
I can see the Mets being really appealing to Framber and also being the worst possible place for him.
New York?
Yeah. Framber needs to go to, what was the smallest market amongst all those?
Probably San Diego.
Padres.
Yeah, San Diego or Atlanta. Baltimore.
Yeah, the problem with the Padres is it might be a small market, but it's Southern California.
Southern California, and there's a lot of pressure on that team because they spent big on a lot of players over the last few years.
Yeah.
So there's some pressure there.
And he might want to be super grassa in L.A., man.
Oh, dude.
He might be, I don't need, no.
Uber grassa, Framber Valdez. So 6 years, $190. Care to take a stab at what Bowden thinks Alex Bregman is going to get on the open market?
What's the latest on him?
He's opting out of his
He is 100% opting out.
I don't know that he can yet administratively.
Right, but it is 100% that he is? Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, Bowden's got him on this list.
I thought there was still, okay, I didn't keep up with it.
Yeah.
Okay, Bregman. Oh, Breggy. What's Breg's going to get? What did he turn down for the Astros?
He turned down 156 over 6 from the Astros. So high 20s, like $28 million a year. He had a good year in Boston.
Yeah.
Probably overpaid on an average annual value. He got $40 million.
He's 1 year older. I'm going to say
injury prone.
I'm going to say 150 over 5 years.
That's a really good get. You know what? I'm going to give that one to Seth.
Okay.
182 over 6.
Okay.
So you got to me, it's the average annual value.
It's all about the proration these days.
You're in the neighborhood with the years. So fits for Bregman, Houston, not one of them, which makes sense. They're on third baseman right now. Boston, Detroit, the Yankees, the Phillies. This is start. Okay, how would you feel? They've got 8 teams listed for Bregman. How would you feel if Bregman signed with the Seattle Mariners?
Oh!
He's on the list. They're on the list.
No.
Mariners aren't on the list.
No, it can't be the Mariners.
Would you rather?
He can't be a part of the guy. He can't be the guy that puts them over.
Would you rather he sign with the Yankees or the Mariners?
Oh! Yankees, because the Yankees will have to they'll have to eat crow on a lot of stuff. Yeah,
I'm used to the Yankees doing this.
I mean, the Yankees already did it. I mean, Garrett Cole was up there telling everybody, like Altuve, basically saying, like, trying to defend the Astros in certain respects, and they didn't want to listen to him. But this would be right there in their face.
Okay, I've
got. If I had to choose between the Mariners and the Yankees, the Mariners are a more frequent.
Question.
They're a more frequent burr in my side or saddle. So I'm going to say, if I had to choose, send him to the Yankees.
You send him to the Yankees. Yeah. It's just you're just piling on something that's already.
He made his debut versus the Yankees too.
He did. No, he did.
Yeah.
He was supposed to debut against the Angels, but he made the mistake of coming on the triple threat and revealing that he'd probably debut against the Angels.
And his mom was a Yankees fan, I believe.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Hey, 2 other names real quick here on this 50-name list. How would you feel, because the Astros are listed as one of the fits for this player, how would you feel if the Astros gave 6 years, 168?
Boy, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, man. It looked like he was dead to baseball for a while.
Dude.
It looked like he was the guy that was the one who least could deal without sign stealing in his life.
He had to sign prove-it deals just to get back into this neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yep.
He really picked himself up off the turf.
You know what? I'm here for it. Let's spice things up a little bit.
I don't like him. He annoys me. In the same way that Jalen is my least favorite version
Someone
of it.
needs to present this list to Carlos Correa and say, hey, man, what do you think about 6 years, $168 for Cody Bellinger? The guy you were telling to shut the bleep up back in COVID year in 2020.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut
That was Cody Bellinger.
What if is part of the condition of the contract, Bellinger had to go like on a weekend retreat with Correa where Correa explained the facts to him?
Oh, I would love that, but they got to stream it. We have to be able to watch it.
And it has to be that Bellinger's actually reading it. Because in Bellinger, didn't he say to read the facts
Read the
or whatever?
facts, yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be that Correa is sitting at a teacher's desk, like as a proctor, watching Bellinger read all of the reports and everything to have his facts right.
In an empty classroom, so it looks like he's in detention.
Yeah, and then Bellinger has to go up and answer problems and questions on the board.
Yes. He has to write 1,000 times on the board if you don't know the facts.
know the facts, then you got to shut
That's right. All right. Hey, real quick, Justin Verlander, 1 year, $12 million. Would you?
No.
I don't think I would
and it has nothing against Verlander himself. We just
a good second half of the season last year.
I know, but man, look, not after the Astros injuries issues they've had in the pitching staff these last 2 years. I just don't want to. I don't want to tempt fate that way.
That's the other thing about Fromber that would make me nervous. I was giving him 6 years, $190 million. I'm like, he's coming from the Astros and he hasn't had his Tommy John surgery yet.
Oh, that's a good point, Sean.
Yeah.
I saw Jim Crane at the game on Sunday. Real briefly, I was getting on the elevator and he was getting on the elevator next to him, and I didn't want to say anything to him because it looked like, to his credit, billionaire looked like he was in charge of probably his grandson and some of his friends who might have been like 10 years old or so.
Fun. It was
like him and like 4
party.
or 5 young boys getting on the elevator. I was like, man, guys, just look at him. No nannies to be seen or anything.
Did he say hi to you?
Yeah, he did. He came up to me and said hi. I just didn't. I didn't want to bother him or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, man. That's awesome. Did you ask him anything?
No. I let him go. If his elevator door was opening,
you should have asked him. Would you give $12 million to Verlander?
If I ever see any of you out in nature with a gaggle of children around you, I try to give you as much space as possible.
Run the other way.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Texans are 3-4. They are in a mosh pit right now in the AFC. Do they deserve grace, or are people giving up on them? We will discuss that, find out what the guys got going on In the Loop coming up next. I'll tell you, they don't even need grace or giving up. There's no conversation when it comes to the Cougs.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Do the Texans deserve grace at 3-4? NFL.com discussed that. We'll get to that in just a second. Hey, real quick, Seth. I have a theory on something. Press conference on Sunday, and
Color me intrigued, Sean.
I want to see if you back me up on this. CJ was asked at the very beginning of his press conference about guys making plays for him, and we'll hear it here in a second, but he goes out of his way to give props to Jared Wayne, who had his first 2 career catches. And for those, the unindoctrinated, Jared Wayne was the one who accidentally clipped Tank Dell's leg in that Chiefs game and knocked him out.
He's the tank destroyer.
He's the tank destroyer, yeah. Here was CJ, just a general question about all the weapons that he had and how they did in the game on Sunday. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I think, spreading the ball around is great for everybody. I love seeing my guys make plays. And shout out to Jared, Jared Wayne for making 2 catches, his first 2 catches of his career. He's somebody who I came in with that worked very hard to get where he's at. And I'm just so proud of him, man, his faith in the Lord and just his continued faith in himself. But just the opportunity that he got, man, he took full advantage. So big shout out to him. Brax, shout out Big J, Hig. We got a bunch of guys, Dalt. I'm probably forgetting some, but everybody balled.
Yeah, Hutchinson, man. Yeah, no, so here's my theory. Because, again, Jared Wayne, tank destroyer. When Jared Wayne gets mentioned by the Texans on social media, they wished him a happy birthday back in early October. His birthday was a couple weeks ago. When they brought him up to the 53-man roster from the practice squad, they put a graphic up there. And you guys know that Twitter's a horrible place.
Really?
I don't know if you knew that.
I've never found it anything other
found
than
it to be delightful,
and inspirational.
If you go and click on these, birthday wishes or reporting about Jared Wayne, if you click on the tweet and go look at the replies, 95% of them are, cut this guy. He killed Tank.
Yeah.
This guy ruined this, ruined that. Like that is a majority of the replies are provide no peace to Jared Wayne at all. They are going after Jared Wayne when he didn't do anything intentionally. It was an accident. We know that Tank and CJ are best friends. Mm-hmm. They are the best of friends.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like CJ going out of his way to compliment Jared Wayne for his first 2 catches, talk about his faith in the Lord. He came in with me. I love how he works. I feel like that was CJ's very subtle, maybe thinly veiled way of saying, hey, look, everybody.
Yeah.
If I can get past it, Tank's best friend,
yes,
then you guys can all get past it as well.
Do you think CJ gave Jared Wayne the silent treatment for a while afterwards? Even
I don't know.
Consciously, he knew it wasn't Jared Wayne's fault, but he still just couldn't. He wasn't ready yet.
He's human.
I'm not ready.
He's human. So if he did that, I would understand. That's his buddy.
Yeah.
Tank. But I feel like that answer, going out of his way, over the top.
First guy you mentioned.
Jared Wayne, and that was a 40-second cut? Jared Wayne got 30 seconds of that damn thing. I feel like that was CJ's way of telling everybody to chill the hell out on social media, or if you see Jared Wayne out and about, the guy didn't mean to do anything.
Want to do is focus on the negative, so we need to power rank the reasons CJ is wrong for doing this.
All he's doing is calling attention to it. He's calling attention to it.
He's calling attention to it. There's no, what's the word people always want? Accountability. He's not holding Jared Wayne accountable.
No accountability. That's funny.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Or it could just be.
I don't think it's a bad theory.
Exactly what it was. It was a big moment for Jared Wayne to get his first couple of receptions in the NFL after being in the league for a few years.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. He's on the board. All right. So text in 713-572-46.
I do feel bad for Jared Wayne.
I do too, and I think CJ probably does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel bad that he's. You know what though? Sometimes a nudge in the right direction for whatever reason or purpose or intent ends up being a nudge in the right direction. Maybe Jared Wayne just stays off of social media because every time he goes on, he has to see some clown blaming him for random football accident.
There's people tagging him if he's got a Twitter handle and
everything. I think it's best for any young athlete to be off social media as much as possible.
I agree. You know what? He needs a big play. Jared Wayne. Like, he needs to score the winning touchdown against the Broncos this Sunday.
That would be really cool.
That would be real. Or if he did it even better, if he did it against the Chiefs on Sunday night, the very field where the Tank Dell injury happened.
And then Jared he comes in, and then in the post-game interview, he says, Tank had it coming anyway.
Now that's negative.
Speaking of okay, I got not a bunch, but a couple DMs in the past few months that I just found confusing. Two different people, and I'm guessing this is some theory out there somewhere that asks me, do you think the league told CJ to stop talking about God? And my first thought was, well, no, he does all the time in his press conferences.
Yeah.
But I realized what was happening because, for one, remember one of the networks edited out part of his interview where he had given all glory to God or whatever. So
he stopped doing that at the beginning of press conferences.
He stopped doing it at the beginning of press conferences, but also part of it was when people asked me this question, it was after the first few games. They were 0-3 at the time.
Yeah.
Nobody's interviewing him when they come off the field.
Yeah.
I think for some guys it might start to feel like, okay, if you standard open up with it every time, it just feels like it starts to lose its meaning.
Go through the motions.
But CJ will
He's authentic, though,
in almost every press conference at least once per week on average, CJ will mention something about his faith or his relationship with God or something. He did it in the post-game interview on the sideline after this last game.
Yeah, he did the thing at the begining like he always used to do.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, okay, I understand where your concerns about that might come from and everything, but like you don't have to look too hard to see that you're wrong.
No.
The NFL has not delivered a memo to the players that you got to stop talking about God.
They're not.
That is a conspiracy that would not be kept quiet.
No,
that would be shouted by many players very, very quickly.
Yes. There's a lot of guys in the league that would have a problem.
Don't let the propaganda fool you. Tim Tebow was Christian, whoever played in the NFL. They abound.
So along those lines, because, God does give grace, should the Texans be the number one team in the NFL right now deserving some grace? Because according
I'm
to
a good
Jeffrey
works guy.
Chadia,
Grace is for the lazy.
Oh.
I'm a good works doctrine type of fella. Yeah.
Jeffrey Chadia says they are. The best reason to give the Texans time is recency bias. They've won the last two AFC South titles. DeMeco Ryans is smart and resourceful and immediately turned the team into a contender upon his arrival in 2023. Contender may be a bit of hyperbole. I haven't felt like either of the two teams were a Super Bowl team the last 2 years, but DeMeco's done a very good job his first 2 years as the head coach. The big thing, Seth, is that the losses have all been, at least on the scoreboard, and I think to the eye test for at least three of them, close games. Seattle's the only game where I came away from going, okay, that team is clearly better than the Houston
Texans. It never felt at any point in that game like they were on track to win that game.
No.
Including because the defense had a couple of really bad drives in the first.
That's exactly right, yeah. Like they felt lucky. It felt lucky to be down 14-6 at the half.
I'll tell you what, honestly, Azeez Elshire's hit out of bounds on the one eventual touchdown drive. That felt like, okay, you know what? The moment's too big for these guys.
Yeah.
It's just a random Monday night game early in the season, still relatively early in the season, and these guys are doing stupid stuff like this.
Yep. So number one, the other teams deserving of grace, Baltimore Ravens, San Francisco 49ers. Man, Canales has done a nice job in Carolina. I know they got their butts kicked by the Bills on Sunday, but I would not have signed up for 4-4 for the Panthers.
I'll tell you what, I think that, and honestly, they wouldn't fit this article specifically, but I think the Bills maybe earned a little bit of grace in that game because they were 4-2, but they had beat up on bad teams, and then they'd gotten beaten thoroughly by two better teams.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whatever the Falcons are, but they looked a lot more like that version of the Bills that you expect. They still don't have any wide receivers really, other than Khalil Shakir.
No, Shakir had a nice game on Sunday too.
The Bills right now, though, they look, because of the receiver situation, it feels like, all right, it's. I don't know if they can win versus multiple different types of opponents the way they need to.
Yep.
Because the defense has taken another step back too this year.
Yep. Oh yeah, for sure. Compared to previous years. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are here. Reggie's got on his C.J. Stroud Hope T-shirt right there. Is that how you're feeling? Do you dress based on feel, or is that just something you're like, feeling like just a blue T-shirt today.
I would like to tell you that is how I feel necessarily. It is kind of how I feel, especially. I mean, it's hard to not feel that way after the game that he had on Sunday. This started with I'm wearing blue pants.
Oh, okay.
That have red accents.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
This is a blue and red shirt.
This doesn't. Don't read into my T-shirt.
Guy's probably going to put a Mariners hat on now or something.
I said that people even more mad than a Mariners hat. To be entirely honest.
Ooh, do wear.
Oh, wow.
No,
Whatever.
I'm not intentionally antagonizing the listenership. Why would I do that?
Good tease. How you doing, John?
Good. I have just one question. Do you take Venmo?
Do I? I do take Venmo. Are you going to Venmo me $5?
$5. Man,
you know what? A few years ago, that would have been like, what are you Venmoing? But I don't carry cash around anymore.
I have $2 in my wallet.
Yeah. You don't want to double or nothing. For those who don't know, John bet me that there would be an anytime safety in the game on Sunday, and I was scared as hell. I gave you 10-1.
Yeah.
And down the stretch, when the Texans had after that Tommy Townsend punt where he punted them down to the 1, I was texting you. I'm like, you know what? I'd gladly pay the $50 because the safety would end this game here, and I'd pay $50 just to have the stress out of my life.
I said it yesterday during confessions. I sincerely had fun losing that bet.
Did you?
If it's very rare, you'd have. I was like, this is exciting.
It didn't happen until the last 5 minutes.
On both ends of the
field.
field.
On both ends, and both in the last 5 minutes of the game. It was wild.
The Texans could have had a safety. There was pressure on Mac Jones. Then he got the ball out, and then the smart play easily could have been argued, would have been just take a safety.
Intentional
safety.
safety.
And punt from the 20.
Yeah, yep.
But
I escaped.
You
and yes,
escaped.
I take Venmo. Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like me to send you a request for money? Or
yeah, because I don't know if I've ever have I ever Venmoed you money?
I don't know.
Anyway.
You're about to, though.
The age of this conversation.
Have you heard about this Venmo?
Yeah.
Let me go to the ATM.
Let me tell you my boomer moment, though, too, is when so many restaurants, especially at airports, physical menu.
Oh, it's the worst.
You're supposed to QR code.
Yeah.
I refused to learn what QR codes even were until I was in a restaurant situation where I had to. And then I was like that. I was like, "Well, you mean I just aim my camera at it? Oh my goodness!"
They're probably
this is incredible.
super useful for you for someone with a YouTube stream and stuff like that. Can you create a
I probably should
QR code for it?
Should get it tattooed on my forehead.
That would be sweet. Yeah.
But then you have to stand still while somebody's pointing a camera at you to go.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Hold still.
While somebody's also going through the process of how does this work? Do you press the button? Yeah, you don't want to do that.
All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station.
By the way, big fan of QR codes. I learned that.
Now you like them.
Well, because you know, like with the barcodes and everything, like there's you start to run out of numbers at a while. Apparently, there are a number of possible QR codes are greater than the number of atoms in the galaxy.
Really?
That's what I read in a headline. Who knows? But it's a lot. It's a lot.
Going with
Whatever
that.
it is,
Grains
it's a lot.
of sand
I'm
at the
going
beach.
with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of boomer moments, I just learned last week because I use QR codes like crazy all the time.
Reggie, by the way.
I do the
No, it's cool.
menus.
I have a natural inclination towards judgment, so it's just this. I'm eating all this up.
Well, you'll like this one.
Continue.
There's in a Facebook article that counts, right? It's got to be true.
True.
I am all in on QR codes. I've
Yeah.
been doing it forever, for as long as they've been around. However, I just learned last week because my wife sent me a QR code in a text message. I said, "Well, just hold your phone up so I can take a picture of it." She goes, "No, just click on the thing, the QR code." I said, "Really?" QR code, just click on it with your thumb.
Okay.
Did you not know that either?
No, I totally knew that.
No, I totally. What are you
100%
talking
knew
about?
that.
So it wasn't alone.
What a stupid thing for you to do.
What a dummy you are.
I
Yeah.
feel like as the youngest person in the room, I should also say that I know that is a thing that you could do. Be a little bit I don't know, like diligent with that. Like be a little careful with just
my
clicking
wife said
QR
that,
codes.
for
no,
something.
for sure.
It was
but
for the chili cook-off, all that stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
But I was like, hold your phone up so I can take pictures. He goes, just click on it.
because there are scams of people just like sticking QR code stickers over other QR codes, and now
Oh.
Did you know, though,
Only God
Reggie,
knows what can happen.
As a younger person, did you know that the number of possible unique codes is greater than the number of particles in the observable universe? Does that not blow your mind?
I actually did.
Oh, God.
I actually did know that, unfortunately, because I'm also the dork that like goes down Wikipedia rabbit holes and such. But yeah, no, that's the reason why they're becoming more prominent, for sure.
The one that I used to like as a kid, there's more molecules in a grain of sand than grains of sand at the beach.
Never believed that.
I don't believe it either. Like, that's a really small thing to fit all those molecules into.
Exactly.
That's what I was told.
Yeah.
That was before the internet as well, before the internet started lying to all of us.
The interwebs.
The interwebs.
I wish I had the internet when I was a kid, because I so specifically remember having this argument with a girl in the cafeteria in high school, who she was claiming as part of like some diet she was on or whatever, that if you eat a bagel, it stays in your stomach for 7 days.
Oh,
and there was no way for me to explain to her how wrong and dumb she was. And it bothers me because I think she's still out there thinking she was right. Yeah, she's out there somewhere. This wisdom of her bagel in the stomach.
Can't have a bagel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but arguments were more fun then, right?
Yes,
that's true.
Because now we do that while we have access to the information. Like, at least then you had a reason.
It's harder to be a BS artist these days.
It was more sporting back
really
then.
is. It?
Yeah.
Like there were a lot
Is
of
it really?
there were a lot.
How many rhetorical questions do you think this is what drives me crazy on the internet. Somebody asks a rhetorical question thinking they're making an argument or something, and I'm like, you can Google that rhetorical question.
That's what I'm saying.
You realize you're just like, no, you're not making a point.
Yeah, but like at a bar, if we were at a bar, all four of us, and Seth said something, and I'm like, I call BS on that.
Yeah.
Back then, you would
had to argue about it for 3 hours.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Now I'm like,
but that created community, because then you go and you get someone else. Hey, come over here. What do you think about this?
True. Fellowship.
He says that bagels stay in your stomach for a month.
And by the end of it, you don't care about the thing. You're just having beers and talking with some friends.
Man.
That's the beauty of it.
No, screw that. They're dead to me forever.
Fair enough. Touche.
All right, question of the day, boys.
Outside noise, man. What is your least favorite noise or sound?
Is this in the spirit of Demetrius?
Particularly if it is outside.
Apropos of nothing at all.
Okay.
What is your least?
First ever random question of the day.
Totally random. Pulled it from thin air.
Entirely unknown.
When I was growing up, I never understood exactly why it was so important to chew with my mouth shut. And I was always kind of like, all right, I know, don't let food fall out. I don't get it. I really didn't understand it. I did it because my mom was strict about it. But now that as I've gotten older, without never really thought about it or anything. Now the sound of somebody chewing, I get a reaction to it, so I get it. I understand why. Okay, it's out of respect to other people that have that response.
You can go in so many directions, and I, like the first two things that popped in my mind, and I used to get so irritated at the sound of the intros at NRG Stadium when they would say, "Number 91, Seth." And then there was like, Payne? They were like, Payne?
Hey, what the hell? Who he was? So wait, you hate the sound of that, or you hate people doing it hesitantly?
Like the crowd having to say the name. They would read the scoreboard.
The sound of Seth's name. Every day. Every day.
Every time a promo comes on with that bastard.
That's funny.
And a dishwasher buzzer.
That's a dishwasher buzzer,
dishwasher
huh?
ringer or whatever it is.
Okay.
It drives me nuts.
Okay, I've got two.
Mm-hmm.
One is Amy and I, the building we live in, faces across the street to another apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
And that apartment building across the street, at various times of day, at least twice a week, the fire alarms start going off.
Nice.
For like 15 minutes at a time, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it is loud and it's annoying. So that's number one. Number two, I don't want to get too gross, but when you go in the bathroom and I'm just in there to do number one, but someone's in a stall and I got to listen to all their bodily functions in there, I'm out. I'll pee myself in the hallway before I listen to someone doing their business.
It's normal, but it's just irritating.
I just don't. I just because there's usually odors that come with it too and everything else. Yeah, so those are.
It's tougher. That's harder in a place where you know the people that are in the public room, but like in the office one or whatever, I'm like, that's somebody I know.
Do you ever look and see whose shoes it is?
Yeah, the morbid curiosity.
Everybody does that. Everybody does that.
Yeah.
Then you're looking.
That's why I go barefoot.
Then you go.
No, I have a mirror that I put underneath underneath the stall to see who it is. Yeah.
You'll be getting an email shortly.
Those vehicle exam things. Yeah. The border crossing patrol.
All right, boys. Well, looking forward to that. at a 10:40.
There's a lot of noises.
Noises that people don't like. There's people already weighing in. Buzzer in a high school basketball court. God-awful sound.
That is a rough sound.
Yeah,
I don't know what is that.
They're so loud.
Yeah,
They're so loud.
Those are bad. Those are bad. All right, fellas. Well, we will bounce here, Seth, and all of you. Antibodies to you.
Oh, antibodies and quiet bowel movements to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Or more people in your.
I'm a stealth pooper,
in your
man.
proximity.
I need you to cut that one for me. I think fiber is the answer to that one, by the way. Just fiber.
Yes. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Getting really good at that. It's only taken me like 7 months.
And that's when it changes. Like, it'll change right now.
Yeah. I hope not. The good people from D&M Auto Leasing. We like them. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday to you. That's right. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to Sean and Seth. Payne?
Mm-hmm. Payne?
Let's have a Tuesday, Texans.
That was messed up.
It was just the first. He was sitting right here.
What did he say? Wait, I missed it. What?
The Seth.
Upwards inflection?
Yeah.
It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. A pair of tickets already given away with Payne and Pendergast. Another pair of tickets will be given away in the 12 o'clock hour here on this show. And I believe the 5 o'clock hour, if memory serves, on the drive. So obviously another opportunity and reason to keep it locked here all day long. Let's start with the obvious, the thing that got the most salacious. Be mad if you want. And if you want to be mad, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll take all of them. Mad, happy, quizzical, all of them on the text line. Also, appreciation to the Mokiram Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston, where you can also get involved. And what I love about those chats is that you can interact with fellow fans. Like, that's one of the beauties. I love seeing conversations go back and forth there as well. But the most salacious thing, the big thing that was happening yesterday was in the midst of trying to get some updates on injuries and getting the feel for what D'Amico saw a day after the game, we got a little bit of outside noise conversation, Butter.
We did. And I've got questions for you because I'm curious what you
For me?
You and Figgy and all our lovely listeners, because yesterday was arguably the best regular season day the Texans have had this year. Should have been.
Was day after
after
your
a win like that, it was kind of a prove-it game. They responded. Would you agree it should have been?
It was a must-win, John Lopez.
Well, it wasn't that. But,
must-win!
Like, arguably, we actually, pulling back to yesterday, you and I were talking like, hey, this was awesome. There were so many good things. Yeah, there were a few things that we could pick nits on, but we both said, you know what? Not today. We both basically said that. Figgy, you were in there. We were like, no, not today. Today's a good day, and we should, treat it as such.
It's bring that same energy type thing, right? Because of course, last week there was a lot of negative energy after that Seattle Seahawks game, and I think it was rightfully so. And in the same way, in trying to find some level of fairness, like all right, you need to bring a positive energy after a game in which not only did they win, despite what the score looked like, or the scoreboard looked like, that was a pretty dominant performance. You have to give them their flowers, and then you had this weird thing that happened in the middle of that.
We were consciously making the decision, not today. Maybe later in the week we can talk about some of the little stuff that needs to be talked about, but not today. And then the press conference happened, and pulling back the curtain again, real quick.
Why do we even have the curtain at this
point? Why are you saying our business, man?
We shouldn't even have a curtain. But when we were listening to D'Amico live on this show, before the outside noise conversation even happened, I turned to you and I said, he doesn't sound real excited today, didn't I?
Yeah, I do recall that.
He kind of went into the press conference, and if you go back and listen, we're not going to play it now, but if you go back and listen, like he was just sort of, just kind of talking and answering the questions. But then the question came up about outside noise, positive, negative, etc. So
yeah, and outside noise, it was a common theme on Sunday. It's not like this question came out of nowhere. I believe Sarge might have asked a question about it in the post. You had Nico Ryans in the locker room after the game in his conversation.
Yeah.
Referencing the idea of outside noise and sticking together as a team. CJ Stroud, when he has the game ball, also recognizes the same. Like, this is clearly something that they've talked about as a team, and it is somewhat of a rallying cry. I do wonder, funny enough, as we're about to talk about, if you good ends up on a T-shirt, if they're able to, like, summon some level of resolve as a team and are able to go through a run, like, I do wonder if that ends up being a mantra, because clearly they're rallying around that.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys some questions, because I was perplexed. He clearly, like I said, kind of entered the press conference somewhat, whatever.
Well, we could say it.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans, like, this is not by any means his favorite part of the job, like his relation with the media. Yeah. I actually think that in a small part helps accentuate the fact that this happens yesterday.
Right.
Because, like, this is not, I don't want to say not a priority for him, because that's unfair. That just because you don't like something does not mean that you do not put forward a level of effort. And I don't want to say that about DeMeco. But I think we could say pretty clearly he doesn't have a fondness for having these meetings with the media.
100%. And he literally, and then he got his opening. Then he got his opening, and it went.
Oh, he was just looking.
Yeah. Well,
he was waiting for his pitch.
He was ready.
He was like, "Nah, that's a curveball." No, that's. There's a sinker. Here we go.
There's the hanging sinker. All right. So, and he literally said nobody wants to write about the positive stuff, and it went from there. So let me ask you guys this:
do you want to play it?
Let's play it.
Like, just so
play it.
If you happened to be busy yesterday, did not hear DeMeco Ryans talking, or when I imagine it was replayed after, there was a section of the presser that got a little spicy, as I like to say.
Just for a coach when pushing away outside noise. I know that was a topic yesterday. What are the challenges, and is there a balance between, like, positive outside noise and negative outside noise?
No, it really doesn't matter. I mean, here you can see it's a lot of negative talk about us. We get it. I hear people try to give it to me all the time. I get it, right? It's like, but it really doesn't matter, right? I talk about it. Everybody wants to write a hot story, and most of the time it's negative stuff that people want to talk about, right? Nobody wants to talk about the positive stuff that happens. And again, if you feed off of that and you're riding the pendulum of, oh, we're great because we won, no, we suck because we lost, fight, like, that's our business. I get it. But that's the nature of it. We keep moving forward. Really, it doesn't drive anything. It means nothing, literally nothing, to what we're about. Like, it does nothing to drive our team. We just got to go out and play good football.
You don't think you've gotten any positive stuff?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, the first 2 years.
You don't think you've gotten any praise at all?
Guys, what's your question?
I'm just saying, like, everybody says negative.
I said that's what people thrive on is the negative stuff. Yeah.
You don't think you've gotten any positive?
I said people thrive on the negative. You guys are good. You guys must be the ones with the negative stuff. Hey. We're playing football. You talk about outside noise. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. Good, bad. It doesn't change our week of preparation. We're gonna work. We're gonna work our best, the game plan our best, and go out and play good football.
Well, but for your first couple years and a half, like, you've gotten nothing but positive coverage for the majority of the time. So when you say everybody wants to focus on the negative and not write about the positive, I don't know how is that accurate when you've been here for a couple of years? You've got a lot of positive coverage.
You guys good?
You guys good? All right. So I've got questions.
Go ahead.
First one, Figgy jump in, listeners jump in. Does it really not matter, the outside noise? He said it really does not matter. And does he really get it? Those are the two things he said. I get it. It's the business. And it really does not matter.
I like saying, I'll start with the latter. I like saying that it's one thing to know something. It's a different thing to feel it. And I've said that to you in off-air conversations about things outside of this. Like, sometimes you just, like, I know this analytically, but, like, feeling it, I do wonder if that's the distinction that's happening here, because he knows what the business is. He's been in football for a very long time in many different facets where you are going to be open to public criticism. As a coordinator, he has had to speak in front of media, so he's not entirely new to this. I think that you know that, but it's different when, it feels like your particular character is being impugned. Or for him, I think he has a little bit of Papa Bear to him where he wants to protect his players, which is why we haven't heard very much about Joe Mixon and others, right? He also wants to protect his staff, which I think is why whenever it gets to kind of how is Nick Haley done, we're all a team. Like, I think that all of those things know that this is, that these things are going to come, but yet and still, I want to be a little protective. And you know what? I want to bite back a little bit in some instances.
Yeah, I think he do kind of get it. I think he understands, like Reggie said, he been in this business for a little bit. He know how the media works. ain't nothing changed for real, but I feel like that was his way of getting off what he had to say without really pointing at somebody.
Well, that leads to the other question that I think is important here. This last week, I should say, that might have been the first time that D'Amico ever really experienced his stature, and authority questioned. Think about his life. He's been the golden child his whole life as a player, All-American high school, All-American college.
Coming from Bessemer.
Captain in college, everything he touched turned to gold. Everybody loved him all the time. He was called Cap in college, called Cap immediately as a rookie here. Just everything has always gone his way. And now really, I'm not going to say the first time, but it's really the first extended amount of time where people were questioning. I'm wondering if he's just not even really used to it and maybe doesn't get the whole of it.
I have a hard time going to like a feeling of he's not dealt with a large level of criticism. To be fair, in his time here as a head coach, it has been largely positive because you've had largely positive results as a whole. I think Seth made a good point this morning saying that you can very easily hear that, and I think a lot of people did, and go, nobody's criticized D'Amico. There's been criticism of his operation, people under his operation. That might be more of what he's talking about.
He considers it him.
Right? Like all of everybody, if you were criticizing my people, you criticizing me. So I think that there is a little bit more happening there. It got a little more direct last week. We can't acknowledge that, right? Like there were things that came very direct, but I think there was also there was a level of, problem with the way that they showed up on Monday night. Yeah. And so I think that in some ways, it's a little defensive also because you're getting at what the product is, and it's a tough time on the field as well. I think that you haven't had as much trouble on the field along with that criticism at the same time.
And this is another question here, and to me, this is one that, frankly, I think is the case. This is what I think is going on.
Okay.
A lot of times when a subject like D'Amico, I say subject, that's a journalist term, but journalism term, but a lot of times when a subject like D'Amico gets upset about the outside noise, they're not so much upset about the outside noise as something in that locker room particular getting out. And that's the whole sort of tenet of this organization. Close the doors. It's all in here, etc. So the fact that it was DJ Bieniemy, who I respect a lot. I was actually texting with him this morning because he was sort of following up the way you're supposed to follow up. The fact that something maybe got out is what was upsetting him, not this outside noise.
It's possible. I honestly, personally find the more interesting thing for me. Not saying it's the most interesting thing for everybody else. The more interesting D'Amico runs is trying to, for lack of a better term, without judgment, weaponize this and not towards media. And I think also the interesting thing is what is being left out about all of this other stuff is the fans and the way that maybe they feel like they might be caught in the crosshairs with these conversations just generally with D'Amico. I think the more interesting things is how does this then, is he able to utilize this and work this with the team? Because I asked Clint this, and Clint's perspective was no, this does not help Riley. However, I feel like I know what I saw in that locker room after they get a win. And maybe it's just the winning is the ultimate deodorant. Winning is going to make you feel better no matter what. It does feel like he still got those guys alongside. And it's that the message, again, going back to post-game, after the game and the post-game speeches, it don't matter what's happening out there. It's in here. We've all seen athletes be delusional. I've seen Alabama players win a national championship game and step up to a microphone and have the all-damn audacity to say nobody believed in us. Alla bleeping Bama, right? I think that we've seen in the realm of sports, people tell themselves what they need to believe in order to juice themselves up. I do wonder if, and I'm not saying that tell themselves what they need to believe is lying. Right. I do wonder if in this organization, and with this team in particular, they might be doing some us versus them to help themselves in a place where they could have been 2-5. Yeah. Let's get some resolve. Let's get some togetherness and try and see if we can push ourselves to the right.
Yeah, and one more here real quick because I think it's very important. What exactly does he and they want local coverage to be? This is important. What do fans want local coverage to be?
That's a great question.
Do you want a bunch of pom-pom shaking fan accounts and pom-pom shaking media members that for everything that really is bothering the consuming public? What do you want local coverage to be? I don't think anything that was said last week was unfair.
And honestly, as far as media-wise, I don't think anybody out here said he need to be fired or anything either.
Nobody was out to get him or them. It was coverage.
Okay.
What do they want it to be?
I think it's a good question, and I don't think that there's a singular answer because I don't think the fan base is a monolith, and that might be part of the issue is that you have – I don't want to make it two distinct sides, but I think you have people on a spectrum, and I think the polls are – there are people that want pom-pom, just give me positivity kind coverage, and I think there are other people that will look at, that maybe anything even that you've seen – on the side and say you guys are not holding them accountable.
Right.
And I think that's the interesting part of it is that there's not a singular look. Now, I think the question is you're directing is at the team, and that's where it gets really interesting because, to be fair, I think most any team in the NFL would want a more positive perspective. Like that is just generally the way that a self-interested
But what do they
party
realistically know it should be?
That's a question that I imagine you would want to ask D'Amico Ryans. But that's also a question I don't think he'd answer.
But often they say, I understand you guys have a job and I understand the business. So I feel like you don't understand it if you see some of these questions and stuff like that.
Well, you understand it, but that doesn't mean you can't attempt to kind of put your influence on it, I think. So it was an interesting thing, and I do think that this is something that D'Amico and staff is using to galvanize their team. In the loop here on Sports Radio 610. This is hilarious. I do want to mention this. Somebody said from 346, don't say deodorant, say panacea. This is the funny thing is that is the word that comes to mind, except y'all be getting mad at me when I use words like panacea. So I was like, winning is the ultimate deodorant because it covers the stink of anything else that might be there. Anyways, coming up next, the Rockets get on the board with a victory versus the Nets. What are some of the key observations that the OG John Lopez was able to pull from that game? We'll do that next.
How big was the
sponsor a hole, or donate to help provide Angel Eye and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, mind you. Obviously, those seats in the bullpen right there close to the field are up for grabs. In the 12 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a pair of those, and I imagine those get a lot more interesting to try and win, considering where the Texans are and what it looks like this game on this upcoming Sunday versus the Denver Broncos, the meanings that it will carry, the implications that it will have. So that'll be fun. Apologies, because I did say that we were going to talk about the Rockets. We might need to move that a little bit. There's still more kind of coming in on the text line in this conversation. And from the 713, someone said the question was outside noise, and his statement was it doesn't mean anything to him. Question answered. Question answered technically. I do think that there is question on how much it does actually mean to him, Lopez.
Mm-hmm. How so?
Well, because, I mean,
he keep bringing it up.
Well, he's asked, right? Because I talking about it, and the format is question answer, and thus you're responding to the question.
We all noticed he went in there with a little bit of a not quite the same.
Yeah,
before the question was asked.
Yeah.
Now, you read into that whatever you want.
It didn't just come out the blue.
Right.
Right.
And he mentioned it in the locker room, in the post-game speech, which was unsolicited.
Yeah, and all of these things also then, I think you've kind of situated this, and correct me if I'm misquoting you, because I don't want to be in that place either, as you think that this might be DeMeco Ryans wanting to have more of a reins on all of the things that are happening with his team.
I think it's not just DeMeco Ryans. I think anytime you see something like this, it's projection. You're projecting, what you're upset about to another entity altogether. I think he was really upset that there were clear questions. By the way, what did C.J. Stroud say before and after the game? Tough conversations. C.J. Stroud, your starting quarterback, said we got to have some tough conversations. I'm not saying that necessarily is directly associated with this, but it does reflect a certain amount of we're not all pulling the rope in the same direction right here. We need to figure that out. So somehow, some way, in another way, maybe there was more, not discord, but maybe discussion that got out to members of the media. And DeMeco Ryans, I mean, this is a classic thing in society. You start projecting, about so you're mad, about you're mad at this particular thing. You're talking about the outside noise, or are you mad that some noise got out?
It's possible. I think that's quite possible. I think organizations, and particularly football, that ends up being has a very the nature of this word is not comfortable, but I can't really come up with a better one in this moment. So apologies. Authoritative structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hierarchy of it very much trends towards the authority of your figures at the top, and they want to be able to control the entirety of that environment. I do wonder if that's the case, because that would fall in line with some of the other conversations that DeMeco has had outside of this particular conversation of, if the players will do what the coaches want, that would kind of seem to intimate that players are not falling in line with what coaches want. And maybe that's more just on-field stuff, but that kind of falls in line with that larger kind of control dynamic. Ultimately, I maintain I'm very intrigued to see how he's able to utilize this and, push it forward, because that seems to be, at least if our theory is correct here, what the goal is with this, for lack of a better term. And if he's able to achieve that, can he get this team back on track with those kind of reins, with that kind of pull of getting these guys to all channel whatever energy, whatever that is, back into playing the best version of football that they can.
Yeah, and the whole concept of everybody, wants to pounce on that or thrives on the negative stories and all that. I always, hesitate to pull this card out but I've been in this business for 41 years now.
Well,
41 years. I knew it was coming. That's not a surprise.
You set it up. I had to.
But I can tell you this. I have never woken up and said, you know what? Today I'm going to stir the pot. Today I'm going to do something negative. Not once. And I think most people in this business.
Wait a minute. You mean the stuff we talk about right now, we're not doing it for ratings?
I sure as hell didn't. Yesterday's the best example because I related the story. You know, there were some things we could nitpick about. And Reggie and I were talking before the show, look, Martin, let's not do that today. Today should be a good day. Today should be big win, all that other stuff.
What about the ratings, damn it?
That's what, see, the people that say, oh, you know, that sells, you know, clicks.
We got to do the clicks, man.
Not once, Figgy, in 41 years have I woken up and said, I'm going to talk about D'Amico Ryans and all these things that we're talking about now, or I'm going to do something negative. You think this stuff comes out of thin air? You think people just pull out, I'm going to be negative? No, never. Not me, and I think not most people.
All right, can I spin this for? Because I think part of like the bravado that D'Amico was coming with in that kind of start. It's like, you know, they come out, they have a much better week 8 after a little bit of a week 7 performance that was left something to be desired. Did week 8 wipe away what you have for week 7? And this comes for me from a place where I've kind of had a hard time allowing for the natural inconsistency. There's every given game you kind of want to use as what does this tell me about the team? What can I then be able to expect from this team? What now moving forward? And one of the things I was thinking about, and people were kind of talking about on the text line again yesterday as we were having some of the conversations, is, man, you're not giving them the credit here. And, you know, look at all the other teams in the NFL. There's inconsistencies. And I don't even have to look that far besides this game where I looked at Robert Saleh, and yes, he's more inclined, like D'Amico Ryans, to kind of stick with what he did. But the things that you would imagine are game plan points to hit, they didn't hit. And that's a defensive coordinator that I think is very good. I think Kyle Shanahan had some instances where he was outcoached in that game. And that's credit to the Texans for outcoaching a guy who was very well regarded in this league in Kyle Shanahan. And that's because there's inconsistencies that happen even amongst guys that we can patently say are good coaches. And so I recognize that I've had a hard time with that. Like, does that at all change what your feeling is? And does that at all help you, come to terms better with week 7's performance in Seattle?
No, that's a good point. Everybody has a bad day, and sometimes it's collectively a loss in the NFL. I think that's a really good point. That's why there's never been an undefeated team since 1972. The greatest teams ever we've seen, and they all had losses, since 1972. So no, that's fair. I think in that context, though, we still interpret only what's in front of us. Whatever's in front of us right now in San Francisco, I'm sure they're wringing their hands and going, "What was that?" It might be a little bit unfair, but it might also be it's all you got, and that's the moment.
Yeah, I think the thing that I've kind of tried to land on, while also giving the coaching credit, is I don't have a lot of bona fides with the offense, which I think is largely where I have the questions. The defense, very much, I was like, all right, cool. It seems like you guys can get out here and, obviously be dominant. But I've seen some of that, and I've seen things that are a trend in that way where this is confirmation of that. This doesn't feel like confirmation of of something with this offense where, I've seen it against good teams, and here it is again. Like, I haven't seen it against teams that are good and able to hit your pressure points. Yeah. I've seen it against teams that are not able to hit your pressure points. And so I don't think this takes away some of the questions that I had from week 7. It is good that at least, okay, you can get back to this spot after a performance like week 7. But I think that this is why I'm still looking very heavily at Denver when they come into NRG Stadium, because that's a team that very much can put pressure on your pressure spots. They'll be able to apply pressure to your offensive line. Can you hold up in that circumstance with Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper coming after you? Is there going to be interior pressure that then creates a little bit more of a challenge for C.J. Stroud to be able to be perfect and get the ball out and distribute in the way that I think that those things still remain without even getting to the Nick Caley of the situational play calling of that. Like, I still think that those things remain to be seen. But, I mean, I have to recognize that even good coaches, just like you saw on Sunday, they have days where it just shows up poorly, and maybe that helps soften a little bit the harshness of that Monday night game.
I think it comes down to you are as good as your best golf shot. Comebacker, that iron from the fairway that lands 2 feet from the cup, you are that good. It's in you. Just a matter of finding it.
Yeah, but that's what keeps you coming back to golf, though, right?
Yeah.
You shoot like 120, and then on the 18,
one shot
off of the tee,
you are that good.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Can you do it consistently? That ends up being the word that you asked for from the 713. Get this team to a winning record, and then we'll talk. Don't wipe away the bad that we've seen, but it'll show we've grown for it. Yeah, all right. That's opportunity at 500 coming up on Sunday at NRG. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into the question of the day. And, of course, following in line with the conversation that we've been having. Question of the day, what's your least favorite noise or sound? 713-572-4610. Let's at least have some fun with this next.
The Texans take on
semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop on a Tuesday. What's your, question of the day, Tom? What is your least favorite noise or sound? 713-572-4610. Enough of the conversation around outside noise. Let's just have some fun with it. Your least favorite noise or sound.
You can go in so many different directions.
That is correct.
So many different directions.
The text line is already jumping with various different sounds that they hate.
I'm curious what yours are. I mentioned a couple. When it comes to like chores, I think I've mentioned this a few times. I really love washing and folding clothes. To me, it's therapeutic. I like getting it all straight, just perfect, and then putting them up and all that. But emptying the dishwasher, dude, you can gouge out my eye.
That's got to be one of the easiest ones, though.
I just hate
emptying the dishwasher is nice and neat. And I've been to your house. Y'all got nice places for all the dishes to go in there. That's easy. Like, it'd be something cabinet. Yeah. That's annoying.
Oh, I like that too. Get everything.
Okay, so you just
straight,
don't make sense.
Just right. Little OCD. Never hurt anybody. But when I hear that little beep beep beep, I'm like, I gotta empty the dishwasher.
No, I hate the old school washer that be.
Yes. Boy, that school buzzer earlier. The school bell. The old school bells that were so loud and they actually hit that little bell on the wall. Oh, my gosh, I hated that. Especially at lunchtime, you're like, dang, got to go back to class. Oh.
Actually, you mentioned a buzzer I started thinking tornado, like the tornado sirens, especially if you live in the Midwest. Obviously, I spent a year in the Midwest in Kansas. I don't know. Did y'all have this in Ohio, though, tornado? Because I know y'all, not as much tornado type activity.
So Cleveland really didn't get hit with bad tornadoes like that. We'd get a storm and all that, but we did have some of the sounds. We had to do the tornado drills in school where you had to go to a wall and kind of duck your head under.
Yeah, but in Kansas, when I was at K-State, like they just had periodic tests of the siren system.
Oh yeah,
and them things are loud because you need to be able to hear it no matter where you are if you're inside a building. So it permeates inside the building. Yeah. And imagine now that you're walking to class because class ain't canceled just because they doing this. It rings in your head like you put your headphones in or whatever to think that you're gonna block that out. No, all you are hearing is siren. It is just loud. It is obnoxious. It is bone chilling. I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm so glad I don't have to do that.
Now, the one thing I hate now, but have you seen some of those old school cartoons with the wonky sounds?
Oh, like the bump, whoop, all that stuff. Yeah.
Why do you have that out the That sound just drives me nuts now.
I get it. You're right.
Like, oh my God, man. I hate that
sounded
sound.
like you did the Fred Flintstones in there.
Yeah. I just
get their feet going.
Yeah, and even newer school, sometimes whatever these kids be watching on YouTube, man, it just drives me nuts. I'll be like, man, just cut that off.
Especially out of context. Like, especially nowadays, you have a lot of kids who are iPad kids and carrying around with no judgment towards that whatsoever. But if you don't see what's happening, all you hear is them noises. And you're just like, what is happening over there?
It's just like, man, what is that?
All right, I'm going to be brutally honest here at my own peril.
Okay.
Sorry, I know how important they are, but those alerts you get on your phone.
The Amber Alerts?
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. No.
Oh, God.
And the most annoying thing is, like, you get those, and then you look at it and you go,
Odessa?
What you want me to do?
Yeah.
Even if it's not Odessa. Houston. All right, cool.
Love it.
I will now try and memorize this 6 or 7 digit license plate so I can start scanning outside for it. Like, I understand the thought and the theory, and obviously, as hopefully we are all a community that steps up in a moment of need for a child or whoever, or senior citizen or whoever has been misplaced and needs to be found.
It's awful.
I feel like if we really think
head out there. You see a license plate, JPM,
right?
Blah, blah, blah.
What they need to do, they need to have that alert for a mass murderer that's around here. Like, this person.
You mean the guys in the bayou?
They searching for somebody. So I can know. to stay in the house or something.
Didn't they pull out that 20th body, unfortunately?
Yeah. Oh, this is a good one.
So sad.
This is a good one from Black Greg. His words, not mine.
Why you calling that man black?
Thank you for the clarification.
When people scrape their fork against their teeth. Or the plate.
Yeah. The plate
is what gets me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I be feeling a little judgmental in that moment, even though I think we all have done it at one point or another. In that, I was going to say in that same vein, but actually I just want to go to an entirely different one that actually came up this weekend for me. I pulled up to a light. I was the second car in the left turn lane. Light turns green. I'm sitting there. I'm waiting. I'm like, damn it. Anxiety is starting to build because I'm going to actually have to do it. I'm going to have to press the horn. Horns never sound good.
Yeah.
It always sounds like I'm trying to start a fight. Like I'm mad at you and I'm just like, hey, look up right quick. Hey, look up. It's time to go.
Stick your head out the window.
Especially because like the anxiety is building, not just for me. Like I'm good to wait. I got time. The person behind me is clearly upset. I feel it. So I feel like now it's my responsibility to be like, hey, brother, you need to move.
No, and the worst is when you try to tap the horn a little bit and like, beep. Like, oh, my bad, bro.
Sorry.
Like I'm just
not
trying
mad.
to tap it. Yeah.
I feel like there's definitely got to be a horn that gets people's attention, but does not feel
horn.
as aggressive. It's aggressive.
Speaking of horns, I just found my wife got a new car and never blew her horn at all.
Oh no!
Until it was, I forgot somebody was coming over or something like that. It's nothing worse than a little soft ass horn, because I'm thinking it's about to be a beep beep.
Yeah.
It was like I'm like, what kind of horn? That's not a horn you got.
Come on, grow up. Be a man.
Yeah, grow up. It was a little mean.
Take that car back. Take the car back.
Somebody said Lopez's laugh. That kind of hurts inside.
Damn.
Banging on a trash can. Ouch. That hurts as well.
Yeah, that one hurts. Someone mentioned like the sound of squeaking. Like it's funny because there's some sounds that people absolutely like and others just can't stand. And like when you're at a basketball court or whatever and you see them shoes squeaking on the floor, I quite like that.
Well, I
enjoy
love
it.
the squeaking on a floor.
I like it in a basketball
in a
court.
basketball game. I do like that.
But if you working at
the sneakers.
No, I hear you, but like, what's the context where you don't like it?
That's what I'm saying. I like that.
No, me personally, when I don't like it, I used to work at a high school. When you're in the hallway and you still making that that type of sound,
you pick up your feet.
Yeah, pick your damn feet up, man.
Fire alarm when the battery goes out.
Oh, the little beeps.
Oh Lord,
yeah.
You spend hours, then you just knock it off the.
No, the worst is when when somebody be doing a damn podcast or something, and that fire alarms. I mean, that little battery sound keep going on. Like, bro, change your damn battery, man.
Yeah, like pretty much. I think that falls in the subset of sounds and noises that you dislike that someone else has something to do with, right? It's the fix your fire, snooze your alarm clock. Like when you just hear someone else's alarm clock from a room over or something, you're just like, can you do something with that? Either get up or don't, but do something about that. I think that those car alarm that just goes off, and you're just like, are you gonna attend to that? You're just gonna let that happen? And I think that's where some people get with babies. Like especially, it's like, are you going to take care of that child? Except the airplane is tough because I don't think there's much that you can do in those circumstances.
And I get that this is a whole thing, and there's thousands of people that do this, but those little bitty cars with the loud motor, muffler and engines, the little sport, the street racers basically. Yeah. I just like, come on, you don't need to.
I don't like the cars with the messed up mufflers, period.
Yeah.
Some of them be neat in a muffler.
Yeah.
And they still be rolling. Like, man, get your muffler fixed.
Or the
man.
big trucks with the wide one where the black smoke comes out. Like, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing?
Dragging a rake across concrete, someone said. Someone said, nails on a chalkboard. Do people actually still put nails on a chalkboard? That feels like an old...
I don't see chalkboards anymore.
But you know what? Yeah. Even the dry erase boards, when you start getting that squeaker...
That does get bad. That does
hate
get
it.
bad.
I know that this is like, some people get this, some people don't. Just like pencil on paper. That
Really?
little sound, it kills me. It kills me. I can't do it.
Trying to sleep and hearing my parents make up after an argument.
Oh, God.
Well,
that's that'll leave a scar. That'll leave a mental scar.
And then the ultimate, do something about that from the 832, snoring.
Yeah, there are ways to fix that. I haven't found it yet, but there
sometimes
are ways.
It don't really get to me as much. The snoring, kind of when my wife went out of town one time. The house was dead quiet, and I couldn't even sleep. I felt more comfortable hearing her kind of snore a little bit.
Yeah, well, you got that out there now.
I mean, it's not bad. It's not awful snoring, but
no, I know.
A little sound here and there.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including a big injury that happened and a little bit of a timeline on it that's going to be beneficial for the Texans. And what the hell are the Titans doing? We'll do that and more next.
The Texans needed a big
SportsRadio.com/play.
Exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I am concerned for the number of people for whom said that they're the least favorite sound that they have or noise that they hear is a mother-in-law or a baby mama or something like that. I was like, yo.
Or ex.
I mean, I get it, but I feel like we should probably handle that somehow. Anyways, let's go around the NFL now. We got a little Monday Night Football, which I have to be entirely honest. My eyes were on this a lot less than I want to. Like, I listened to more than I watched this.
Yeah.
And I actually got a decent amount of play-by-play of this game, not from Joe Buck or anything else, but from my mom. I was cooking, and I had her on the phone.
Good for mom.
Mom was watching the game. I was cooking.
Yeah.
And so she's like, oh, the interception again. Oh, they picked it again.
Yeah.
So I'm still very intrigued as to what actually happened in this game. But from what you were able to see, what did you take from this battle between the Chiefs and the Commanders?
It started out looking like the Chiefs were going to kind of revert. And your mom was right.
A lot of interceptions early, huh?
Yeah,
it was like 0-0 for a good
yeah.
Yeah, this is his first 2 drives ever in his career.
Yeah, and then 7-7 at the half, and you're thinking this is the Commanders, without Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, this is Marcus Mariota.
This is Marcus Mariota, and then in the second half they reverted to what they've been lately, and now all of a sudden, just impossible to say they're not at the top of the heap in the AFC. You got to give it to them.
Yeah, I find that interesting because it feels like we're watching. Man, this is a real grandiose way of trying to say this, but maybe like the decline of empire. It's not going to fall entirely off a cliff, but you're seeing the signs of where. I mean, one of those interceptions, correct me if I'm wrong, was a Travis Kelce just
off of his hands.
Yeah. Even though Kelce still had a good day ultimately, 99 yards on 6 receptions and a touchdown. Like, he still ends up being the guy that's dependable, including going and making a good grab that we're looking at right now on the TV where he's reaching back across his body.
Yeah.
We know he's still capable of that, but you have some of those instances that are really, really problematic. But, yeah, the fact that they can lock in the second half and then just become the Chiefs that they can get to probably speaks to the experience, the know-how that this organization and that team has.
The habit.
Yeah.
They know how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What worth noting in this, leaving the game in this one was Laramie Tunsil. Does it feel like Nick Caserio is getting some love for, ultimately moving off of Tunsil, especially seeing as Tunsil's been fine. He's been, the pass blocking has been there for the Commanders, but there's still been, some of the same things that you look at issue-wise. There's still been some penalties from him.
Yes.
And it's not named to expect here in Houston. Seems like the Commanders are dealing with a little bit, and now they're 3-5.
Yeah, and I think the 3-5 has a lot to do with that. You expected more. They're not staying healthy. They've had those little issues, and now he's injured. So, yeah, I think it's just the record and some of the things that have happened have had more to do with it.
Hey, man, as we continue around the NFL, the Titans are just in full sell it for parts mode, are they not? They traded cornerback, to be clear, Roger McCreary, to the Los Angeles Rams. So that's the second cornerback, mind you, that they have traded this season already. This thing, I wonder how far they sell this thing off for parts at this point.
At this point, they're a farm club. They're a farm club. I think only one member of their 2022, that wasn't that long ago, I think only one member of their 2022 draft class remains and might well be traded as well. No, they are an absolute mess. It's complete rebuild. I don't even know if it's a rebuild. I don't even know if they know what they're doing.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask, right? Like, selling off for parts, I understand you're not planning on being good. There's no real path forward to being a playoff team or anything even close, right? 1-7, it's a wrap here.
Yeah.
You do have a rookie quarterback that you're hoping to find some development with and who has had some up and down. Now, admittedly, these are defensive players that they've seen them sell on. However, there's conversations about Chimere Dike, the tight end, some of the pieces that they have. headed into that November 4th. Actually, it's a week from today, is it not? Trade deadline in the National Football League. A good idea in your estimation to start selling this thing off for parts if that is indeed what they are doing.
It's a good idea if you have a plan and a leader in charge, as a general manager who you have confidence in.
Well, they do have a general manager who it seems like is going to have a lot of say in how they continue to go, including hiring their next head coach.
Well, I don't know. Is that good?
Well, for the Texans.
It's good for the Texans. And by the way, I found that stat. It's even worse than I thought.
Okay.
Chigakwankwu is the only remaining Titans player drafted out of 23 picks from 2020 to 2022.
Chigakwankwu.
1 out of 23 picks remains.
That's a fireable offense.
That is GM. Yeah, and tell me about the GM again. Yeah.
Well, the newest GM,
right?
It hasn't been.
He came in a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But this is a trend that they have of firing GMs and head coaches in cycles. And right now, the early tenure of was it Borgonzo or whatever. I said his name so wrong, so I apologize to him. It's a whole bunch of consonants that for some reason my brain refuses to keep in the right order. So again, apologies. But in his time there, I don't know that it started off the way that you want by any means, even though the head coach wasn't his guy. We'll continue to watch that space, of course, because it matters in the AFC South. Some other things around the NFL, a couple of injury notes have been made. Broncos cornerback Pat Surtain, who got hurt in that game for Denver on Sunday, he was diagnosed with a pectoral strain. It's like he is going to be considered week to week. However, it was reported that he could go on IR. So you could end up with, definitely week to week makes it seem like he's not playing this week. So that'll be good.
I've seen 3 or 4 weeks minimum as well.
Right. That'll be good for the Texans in the immediate term. I also think it's worth noting that's probably good for the Texans in the long term. That's one of the teams that's ahead of you in the AFC that you are probably now rooting on their downfall at the very least to give you some opportunity to climb the ranks and get you into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think we'll dig into more of this at noon because I think there's a real factor here that pertains to the Texans. But at minimum, in short, it's good news in the short term. But you're right. There are so many things that Vance Joseph builds his defense around Pat Surtain with, because he is that guy, he can do other stuff elsewhere. So I think it's huge for them.
Yeah. So we'll talk more about that as the week goes, but yeah, that is going to be a big thing. Pat Surtain, the second defensive player of the year, reigning defensive player of the year, I should say, looks like he'll be out for this Texans game. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Another injury note, and I just say this because Kirk Herbstreit, we are talking to you once again. Vikings quarterback Carson Wentz, who's been kind of handling starting duties while J.J. McCarthy dealing with his injury. He is having left shoulder surgery, so he's going to miss the remainder of the 2025 season.
Suck it up.
Yeah, bad watching Thursday Night Football and seeing it already didn't feel right. Seeing kind of the tone and tenor that was taken with the visuals of Carson Wentz clearly going through pain on the sideline, and with the Kirk Herbstreit kind of almost machismo conversation.
Basically saying, "Look, he's crying."
Yeah, like how there's your alpha male on the sideline. Apparently, he had a shoulder injury that needs surgery and that's going to take him out for the remainder of the season. That's a really bad look.
It's a bad look for Herbstreit, big time. It's an awful look for the Vikings. Like that, he hurt this shoulder in London, in the London game, and so he played with that thing for damn near 3 complete games. That's just so McCarthy could get a little better. Well, I don't know what their logic was with J.J. McCarthy. That's. I was going to say that's borderline malpractice. That's kind of malpractice.
It kind of is, especially because from a team perspective, at least as far as I'm concerned, it is your. Shout out to Nick Cassera, fiduciary responsibility to have some level of care and concern for the best interests of the players. But to me, I look at this and I say, they were like, Carson Wentz is not in our future plans in any way, shape, or form. We are willing to expend his body
100%.
in order to give J.J. McCarthy the best chance of success. Now, to be fair, I will give them this. Carson Wentz is an ornery son of a gun. I do believe that he very much went along with this But I think that we understand that players, especially that are reared in the football culture, are not going to be ones to take themselves out of games.
You got to look out for them, man.
Yes, you have to make the decision.
If that was the case, nobody would come out for a concussion.
Surgery and played dang near 3 games, because I'm presuming it. I mean, it looked as bad, every week. That he's been there.
He played through that hurt shoulder in week 5. Apparently, he suffered a shoulder dislocation and tore his labrum and fractured his socket.
Man,
like, I mean,
But
that's
you're
a
right.
lot
They're
of stuff.
basically bleeding.
That's 3 different injuries.
They're letting him bleed out, because they don't need him in the future, so they can protect J.J. McCarthy.
And a great point on the text line, because we said this, but we didn't say it explicitly. The Vikings really did keep saying J.J. McCarthy was close. And then he just kept.
And they had him as the third quarterback, like emergency quarterback.
Yeah.
Right. Like, this was very much.
And when you that's an important point, because when you are the emergency quarterback, by definition
can play.
you're medically cleared.
Yeah.
Like the NFL says you have to be medically cleared to be that guy.
Yeah, because I thought they were hiding him a little bit.
Well, they were.
Yeah,
because he was cleared.
How do you feel about Mustang Sally, as you've deemed her? Her kind of thought that the Vikings may be questioning their choice of J.J. McCarthy. I had that thought, but I've kind of walked away from it. It does feel like if you were questioning your choice, I don't know how much you'd be trying to protect him and get him ready in the way that I think that they still are. Do you have any feelings towards that?
I think that's a fair point, but I think it's more, we got to bring this guy along. We got to do it the right way. It's more about the development. For me, but that's fair.
It seemed like the development kind of coming across a little slower than they anticipated.
And it's one of those things that's always going to hamper development is when you get a whole bunch of injuries. Hell, different way, to be fair. That was basically what killed the career of Trey Lance. And I know he's not done playing football. However, we could be honest. He's done playing football in a way that matters. That was a guy that needed reps, that just had a lot of injuries early. And I feel like J.J. McCarthy, in a similar way, probably needs reps and has had early injuries. Now, it's not to the same extent as Trey Lance yet, but it could very quickly become that if it's not if you're not careful. So I understand the willingness to protect him. It just felt bad that it came at the expense of Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
All right, some other things around the NFL. I didn't mention this yesterday, and I feel like I should. I don't know what the right tone is to take with this, but a pretty shocking bit of news this weekend that had Rex Ryan balling on TV. Nick Mangold, former All-Pro center in the NFL, passed at the age of 41. There's obviously a very young age to go. But it was a kidney disease that ultimately took him. Actually, I should say complications of kidney disease, according to the Jets. He had publicly stated that he needed a kidney transplant, and he was looking for a donor. He actually even asked for help in finding it. Unfortunately, after being diagnosed in 2006 with a genetic defect that had led to chronic kidney disease, he lost that battle this weekend.
And you've always heard I've heard a lot, as you have, about Nick Mangold and the type of person he was. But then when he passes, and you see something, he coached some too, and you see some of the players that he coached, like calling him their father and all this other stuff. It's just
it is I really do hate that things like this happen, but it is kind of cool to see how much the camaraderie of this sport exists. Like, obviously, it's a game. It is very much a business that shows up in a lot of instances. And so it is kind of nice and endearing to the human spirit, even though you don't want it to happen in this circumstance.
Of course.
To see the real human relationships that are forged in this. And condolences to Nick Mangold's family and all his loved ones in this moment, because I'm sure that's really hard, including the person who I always think of in tandem with Nick Mangold, his sister, who is an Olympic powerlifter.
Yeah.
And also, that was another thing that was cool about Nick. You could see the support that he had for his sister in that way. All right, one more thing before we go around, before we finish up around the NFL here. There was some stats and records that happened in Week 8. Which of these is most interesting for you? At 40 years old, Joe Flacco became the oldest player in Bengals history to score a touchdown. No, not throw a touchdown. He ran in for one this weekend in their game. And that's one. Number two, Myles Garrett notched 5 sacks in a single game versus the New England Patriots, who, mind you, have invested in their offensive line. And Drake May ain't no statue back there.
Yeah.
The Browns lost 32-13 in that game. And in addition to that, I should add that Garrett raised his sack total for his career to 112.5, which set a new record for most sacks by any player prior to their 30th birthday, beating out Reggie White.
That guy?
Yeah. And then number 3, Josh Allen now has 46 games and a rush touchdown, and that broke a tie with Cam Newton. Which of those is most impressive, John Lopez?
Josh Allen is impressive. I mean, just the company that he's keeping.
It's
keeping
crazy.
There as a runner and a thrower. It's crazy. That isn't my pick. My pick is Myles Garrett. You get 5 sacks and not just lose. You lose.
Wasn't even close.
You lose by nearly 20 points. It was 32-13. You get blown out and you get 5 sacks.
Yeah.
How does that
Drake
even
May
happen?
still had a good game.
I know.
He still had a good game.
Yeah.
I know that Myles Garrett in the postgame press conference was asked about his day, and he said, "I trade all those stats for a win."
Mm-hmm.
I will bring you to the Sean Pendergast perspective of this, which is boo-hoo. You signed the check. You knew what you were going for. Again, after a day like this, are you with Payne? Are you with Sean Pendergast, or are you not?
I am not. I saw that tweet and I almost commented, and for some reason I didn't. But look, yes, he signed up for it. What would you have done? Would you have not? What would you have done? Would you have not taken the money? I think now, if he's still saying I don't want to be traded, that's a different story.
Well, once you take the money at that point, it was hard. It was hard to keep agitating for a trade.
Yeah.
But I hear the thought process because, again, he did begin agitating for a trade, and they used money to placate him, right? Obviously, you could talk about signing the contract the time prior.
Yeah.
This time, he was agitating to move, and you move, you probably still get your money. It's real hard to not say no, or to rather say no when you have a contract with a whole bunch of money in front of it.
Yeah.
But I get that perspective.
5 sacks.
Doing things akin to the dudes that we put in the pantheon of football for their positions. And I didn't say that they lost 32-30. 32-13. Like, that is very much a y'all loss situation. Like, I imagine if I was Myles Garrett, and I'm not a good person, I acknowledge that. I walk into that locker room and I'm like, so what are y'all doing after y'all lost? Because me personally, I won. I put in a performance to win. That's not good for the locker room. That don't help camaraderie, but he'd be well within his right to do that. I would like to circle back around one more time, though, to Josh Allen. I am just always fascinated by this dude and the way that he plays. Like, because I was so certain, and I was right, that he was not a good quarterback early. He wasn't a good quarterback in his first year.
Yeah.
And now look at him. Like, he is Cam Newton, but he is better than Cam Newton, and he is just doing this in a pretty consistent way where not only is he really good, they also are just heaping the team on him. The defense has taken a slide back. He does not have wide receivers. The run game comes and goes at times, and it's just like, Josh, go and do things, big dog.
That's the most remarkable thing is they really haven't completely – they've regressed in terms of surrounding him, with talent and complementary pieces.
I thought he was going to take a step back when they traded Stephon Diggs. Once they got rid of him, I'm thinking like, man, they ain't got no receivers. He got better.
Yeah.
The only time, though, last year where he looked downright bad is when he came to NRG Stadium. You hope that you can get some level of a similar kind of outcome when – the Texans face off with them, because that's another one of those games that's going to be very vital as the Texans try and claw their way back up to a play.
Can they play? When is this game?
One game at a time, Fig.
Man.
Trying to go 1-0 this week versus the Denver Broncos.
Why you bring it up, man?
We don't need that outside noise.
I forgot they was on the schedule.
We'll get to that at some point. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, what we will get to, let's talk about the Rockets. They get their first victory of the season. What were the observations that the OG John Lopez had? We'll do that next.
How big was the tech? Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Texas Ticket Tuesday. Here in the 12 o'clock hour, we will be giving away a pair of tickets to see this Texans team take on the Denver Broncos, and they're in that bullpen, nice close to the field on what will be a very big game for the Texans, see if they can get to 500. A team that is still working their way back to 500 in a very, very early portion of the season is the Houston Rockets. Got their first win last night, and you know what? Just because we miss it so much, we decided to put the OG on mission. So his thoughts, and I just haven't heard it in a while. So how about we do some OG's passing thoughts?
Oh wow.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Kind of getting choked up a little bit here, man.
What you mean? What you getting choked up for, man?
That was nice.
You got something to tell us?
All right, so Rockets, and you'll hear about how I watched this game during confessions. But
what does that mean?
It was interesting. It was definitely interesting. But here are some observations, and I obviously, respect a lot your basketball knowledge, and so I'm curious. Just
knowledge,
bouncing or thoughts.
Yeah, that's about right. I just be talking,
bouncing them off this year. So I'm watching this game, and I thought to myself, Reed Sheppard might be a mood. Reed Sheppard might be a mood, and let me explain.
Yeah, I need that, because I was like, I don't even know what that means.
In certain situation, I think he's going to excel.
Right.
Last night was one of those situations. I think he can excel as the point guard at getting your team into the offense, obviously being a threat, shooting the ball. But I don't think it's going to be an everyday thing. It's almost as if you're going to have to, Ime is going to have to just say, all right, do I like this matchup or not? Is this one?
So game to game?
It's a game plan offense, Figgy. It's a game plan offense. Week. I really think there's something to that.
That's an interesting thought because, I mean, that sounds right where depending on the matchup, depending on what's happening, you might get more minutes here where you're more effective and where a team is not capable of hitting your weaknesses as hard.
Not as much able to attack you.
Right. Or, there might be some games where, this one is not going to be as beneficial for you as a player, so we can go to a different place, which I think ultimately gets you to a place where I think I had already gotten to, which is he's just not going to be, at least at this juncture with this Rockets team, a foundational piece of what you're doing. Like Alperen Sengun, clearly, whatever you're doing, he's a part of it. Kevin Durant, whatever you're doing, he's a part of it. Amen Thompson, whatever you're doing, he's a part of it. You can even get to points like Steven Adams, Jabari Smith Jr. I think even in some ways, Tari
Reed Sheppard is in that mix.
I don't think
because of what he can give you in situations like this.
I think he's a solid role player, but again, in certain moments, you gotta that's not to say he's not gonna get on the floor. But what's the difference between maybe a night where he might get 8 minutes versus a night where he might get 15 to 20, right?
Or more.
I think that's the thing that gets interesting.
And so that's why I say he's kind of a mood, for whether it's Ime or the matchup or whatever. I mean, he played well last night. Good assist-to-turnover ratio, good shooting, ran the offense when they needed it to run. Of course, Amen did as well. So that was my first passing thought there. I was wondering what you were thinking. Here's another one that I know we've addressed, but I think it's worth revisiting. I still wonder about these defensive rotations, man. And when I say rotations, I don't mean personnel.
Yeah,
I don't mean personnel.
I wish I could. I wish I had texted it to you. I texted it to B. Guy because he texted about the Rockets, and quite literally one of the things I sent to him was just, this is verbatim, mind you. They don't have defensive rotation for just Alperen Sengun lineups. The rotation is a little bit cleaner. Well, I guess it's less of a rotation because they're playing zone more when they have the double big. With Alperen lineups, especially early on in this game, as Josh Okogie started in place of Steven Adams, I think that I like that because Ime is doing a little bit of experimentation early on in the season, which I think is right. For a team that you expect, or you're going to be judged more on 16 games than you are on 82, that is to say, what your performance is in the playoffs matters more now than it is in the regular season.
Yeah.
The regular season becomes more of a laboratory for you to find things out. So I like the mixing up. However, what I found out in that is they don't know just yet how to have their rotations. I saw there was moments where you had 2 on the ball, even in zone,
yes,
where you didn't know how to pick up. There was times when the ball started flying around where guys didn't know, oh, now it's your turn to fly to the ball and try and, close out, but close out smart so that you don't create another drive that then shifts the defense and has everybody running around.
That's where I am. That's where I am. I think the you've mentioned flying to the ball. I'm talking about even laterally.
Yeah.
Even laterally. It's awesome to have those big dudes out there, and it has definite advantages. But just lateral movement with the bigs, and keep in mind this was the Nets, and then they blew them out. I mean, they controlled this game throughout.
137 to 109. I mean, it started with the 42 to 25 first quarter,
right,
and it was over by then.
But even as you're seeing that, you're like, boy, you'd like to see them rotate, laterally a little better than what they're doing. Other thought I had, and this is really just a question that I'm even asking myself: Are opponents? Do they know? Is it like classic? A rookie quarterback. By the time he gets to his second year, people have a book on him, and they defend him a little better. Do people have a book on the double big lineup?
That's a good question. I've had a similar thought. I think teams are finding a little bit better ways to attack it, and also what they do with the double big. At least I'm guessing you mean like when the Rockets are on defense.
Yeah,
I think that's a little bit different. One of the things that I've noticed is that 2-3 zone has expanded a lot. Like that top front two of your defense, they're picking up beyond the 3-point line, which creates a lot more space in the middle. Those those outside wings, they're pushing a little bit further out. There's a lot more space generally. So I think defenses have more open windows and know a little bit more how to try and attack this double big, which I think is going to be an interesting thing to watch. Like, how viable is this? It became really viable, and not to say that it was this thing that they just threw out here that teams couldn't figure out. February.
Yeah.
Because I remember it was the February matchup with the.
But when they really went to it on a daily basis, well, maybe it was March, but either way, it was later.
There.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was later in the season. But it's not like it was just nothing. There was enough season where teams got a little bit of a look at it. But I think there is some of that aspect to it where teams have more and more familiarity. They've had more time to think about how their personnel matches up and how they can attack it. It'll be interesting to see just how effective that double big continues to be, because it was very, very useful for them.
And how people attack it, especially with the other bigs on the floor sometimes too. And now the really good one. This is one where and the coaching staff they're really going to try to exploit this. You get Durant, Jabari, and Reed Shepherd on the floor. You have that rotation or another shooter. You got to have Tari Eason on the floor. You got to have him with those guys because you have to pick your poison. And it's not going to be Durant. And it's not going to be Eason when you have Durant and Jabari and maybe even a Reed Shepherd or whatever. I think he benefits a lot from Durant more than anybody.
Can you explain that more? Why in your mind is it a must to have Tari Eason on the floor with that pairing?
Because if you're defending the Rockets and Durant is on the floor, you're you're stretching the defense. You're getting help off of another player. When Durant, if Durant puts the ball on the floor, you're closing out a lot more. And you're playing deny defense on some of the other known shooters that Durant can get the ball to. Well, I think Tari Eason is not going to be the first guy you deny. You know what I'm saying? Opposite of Durant. So if he's on the floor, he's going to get a lot more open looks. And he did. What did he have, 22 last night?
Tari Eason? Yeah, I mean, he was red hot from the three-point line. He went 5 of 5 for a moment there.
Yeah.
Ended up 5 of 7 from 3, 8 of 12 from the field for a good 22 points total in this game. And then, of course, he had 5 boards, 5 rebounds. It's, kind of the catalyst and that he is. Tari Eason, I think, it continues to be an interesting guy. We already said it. I think this is a vital season for him, just contract-wise, but then also he can be that glue guy connector of what this team does. How did you feel about this starting lineup change? We didn't talk about this a lot. Josh Okogie starts in place of Steven Adams, who he played 16 minutes. But Josh Okogie, what came to mind for you? Because I know there was something that came to mind for me that I think Ime was searching for.
I think one thing about Okogie that's interesting to me, he's really good at not having something run for him, which is his role.
Yeah.
And being able to get a shot.
Agreed.
And so what I think that's an important thing. We all know you need to have that guy on the floor and being able to scrap, get the loose ball late in the clock, or get the pass late in the clock, and being able. He's kind of an awkward shooter too, so he's hard to defend. He's got like a different sort of approach to attacking the basket. That's what I liked about it. I think they wanted to maybe they wanted to maybe just kind of give them a different look size-wise of the opponent. So that's what I was looking at.
I think it comes back to what you were talking about, like the bigs and especially like the sky lineup as it's being called. I know someone eventually coined that. I don't remember who that was. But screen navigation is the first thing that I go to. Like of all the guys that you've had, not many of them are navigating screens, including Kevin Durant in a way that's kind of been interesting. So teams have been able to, like on that point of attack defense, have gotten at the Rockets a little bit. He's a little bit better point of attack. And then just like his general lateral quickness, again, speaking to the way that this defense has worked, it showed up. And I do wonder if Ime wasn't looking to just kind of, while, again, experimenting, seeing what other things you have, get this offense, or rather get this team and defense a little closer to what it had previously been last year. And I think he probably, in a little bit of eagerness to see what it looks like once Dorian Finney-Smith gets back, gave the little bit of here's the Dorian Finney-Smith light. And job him.
You want to go over screens more than you go under against some opponents. You want to be able to go laterally better, which we've talked about. I think that's what you're talking about right there, and that makes a big difference. The other thing, and this also speaks to what we're talking about with the rotations, not personnel, but the actual defensive rotations. I am wondering. I mean, this is not a great defensive team right now. It's just not. And I'm wondering if they're going to mess with that a little bit.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, I think that's the difference in putting in a Josh Okogie. I still don't think he's a starter inherently, but he handled it pretty well. I think that's where I'm looking very much forward to Dorian Finney-Smith returning. Although I don't know how soon that's going to be. There was a little bit of a video of the Rockets at practice. And he was like just kind of doing some like drills, whatever. It didn't look like he was going particularly hard. Now, who knows whether it was part of his warm up or what portions of the drills it was. But I don't know. The way that I saw the 10 seconds of video, which again, you can't make too many assumptions off of, it just didn't feel like, oh, he is soon to return to this lineup and to this team. But I'd be very excited to see what that does for the defense when he does. Rockets got a big victory yesterday because it was number one. If for nothing else, they'll go to Toronto tomorrow, which interestingly enough will be the night of Game 5 of the World Series. So I'll be interested to see how also that lines up there and how Raptors fans show up. But there you go, a little bit of OG's passing thoughts about the Rockets getting their first win at home versus the Brooklyn Nets yesterday. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including I talked about that baseball and. Buddy, very fun to watch baseball last night. We talk about that and more next.
The Texans.
at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It is a Tuesday, a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and we'll be giving those away in 12 o'clock hour. But, Lopez, I know that yesterday was the sports equinox. We had a little bit of everything. Did you participate? I did only 3/4 of the equinox because I didn't watch no hockey yesterday. How did you celebrate the equinox?
Well, I'll get into more detail in confessions, but I celebrated with eating of watching sports. I'll get into the detail of how I did that, which was unique to this time. But what was your hub game?
The Rockets game was my hub game because I legitimately have to think about this with my 3 TV setup. The center game.
One always going to have sound.
Yeah, one is on the center, and that one had the sound. I had Monday Night Football on the other one, and then I had baseball on, but I also had it on, and it sounds a little janky. One of my TVs every once in a while would just turn itself off. I had the baseball on that one, and while I was cooking, it got turned off, and I just kind of forgot about it until the 9th inning. No matter, I still got 9 innings of baseball.
Yeah.
We had a whole bunch of extras.
Just getting started.
Yep.
It was that the game didn't start until the 9th inning, basically, when it came to Game 3 of the World Series. This World Series has been fantastic.
Terrific. Absolutely terrific. Full disclosure, not going to lie, I went to bed when Monday Night Football ended.
What?
I woke up, I went, what the hell happened? I mean, I knew, obviously, it was a tight game, it was a close game, et cetera at that point, but
this is an instant classic, and I am an abuser of instant classic, especially baseball. Once we get to extras, once we get deep into extras, it's easy to go, well, instant classic. No, but this one really was. There was a number of things that I think were very interesting within it. So obviously 18 innings, and the Dodgers end up getting this one, which I'm sure you're happy about, John Lopez, 6-5 ultimately. Can I start with a incredible relief performance?
Big.
Will Klein, if you don't know who he is, fair. He's only on the Dodgers roster because Tanner Scott was injured, and Alex Relevancia is unavailable due to a family matter. He's had 22 2/3 big league innings over the last 2 years, and his ERA is a 5.16. He came in and had to, and mind you also, I don't think he's had more than 50 pitches in a game at any level since 2021. So again, I'm giving you all these stats to tell you, not a guy that you need for big moments, except you played 18 innings in this game, ultimately, and you just ran through a whole bunch of pitchers. So Will Klein got out there. He gave you 4 innings of baseball.
60-something pitches, right?
Yeah. And he just really, really good. Scoreless inning after scoreless inning. Like, that is wild to consider, especially when you consider who he's going up against in these Blue Jays who have been doing a good job mashing.
Well, he had, every element of an incredible night, much less in the World Series, was there, and that was one of them, the unsung hero, or the out-of-nowhere hero. That was him. How about the in-game redemption story of Edman, the second baseman, that let a ball go right under his glove? Yep. And by the way, they do a really good job broadcasting, but I forget who it was, said, yeah, that ball's supposed to bounce up, and it didn't bounce up. No, it bounced up. He just missed. No, it was a bad error. So, but then he made
isn't it Smoltz? Isn't it
it must have been Schmaltz.
Joe Davis and
it must have been Schmaltz that said that. He expected it to bounce up. I don't know about that. I think you're kind of covering for him there, but it was a bad error. So he had the story because that came back and made some incredible plays. At the end, you had the bullpen story. You had maybe the greatest player in the history of the game.
I'm glad you got there.
Get on base 9 times.
Can I give you the statistic?
9 times
in the entirety of baseball history. And remember, baseball, we've been doing this for literally 100+ years. In the entirety of the history of baseball, the many tens of hundreds of thousands, it feels like, of players that played it. When it comes down to it. There have only been 3 times when a player has reached base 9 times in a game. The most recent, Are you familiar with Stan Hack? I think he was a buddy of yours.
Oh yeah, Stan.
He did this in 1942 with the Cubs.
Yeah, we used to go to the corner grocery store and have some pop.
That's right. I heard you tell that story once before. Shohei Ohtani did that. And on top of doing that, 7 for 7 with 5 home runs and 2 doubles, 6 walks, 6 runs, 6 RBIs when it comes to his last 13 appearances.
Yes.
Like he's just phenomenal.
I mean, it by the way, those intentional walks, smart. And oh, by the way, we haven't even gotten to the other part. It was a walk-off home run by Freddie Freeman in the 18th inning.
And that's the thing. They loaded the bases because they were like, nope, don't want to see. Who did they load? Because Shohei got intentionally walked. Who was the other that got intentionally walked immediately after him so that they could get to Freddie Freeman with the bases loaded? And they're like, I guess we got to pitch to him.
Yeah.
That didn't go well for him. But I can't blame them. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, that's what the Dodgers have built in this team. Not that I'm trying to, gas them up, but going back to Shohei, one thing here though, you know what it made me think of? Like, because this postseason he's just doing things that he seems like he is the Victor Wembanyama of baseball, in that we shouldn't be allowed to have that.
Yeah.
We wasted 7 years of this cat with the Angels.
Yes, I thought about that too.
What?
I did think about that too.
Like the Angels are bringing down the property value. Can you imagine what Shohei Ohtani would be right now if we had 7 years of him with competence?
And another, oh, by the way, he's the starting pitcher today.
Oh, I've forgotten that.
He's the starting pitcher. He goes 18 innings, reaches base 9 times. What was it? 2 doubles, 2 home runs yesterday, and he's on the mound today.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about a game like that, is not just 18 innings, all of the drama, all of the stress-fueled situation, which is great not being a fan of either of the teams. Yeah. The stress is just fun stress as opposed to the part the stuff that brings you apart, is that carries into today. They used everybody. Yes. Like, what do the starters look like?
Suzuki was warming up.
I mean,
Suzuki went a complete game day before yesterday, and he was warming up.
Kershaw, they got big old Kershaw up off the bench in order to pitch late in this game. I believe, was that the 16th, 17th? I've forgotten because there were so many innings. What does the pen look like in today's game?
But it's both ways.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, on both sides. I think that this is fascinating stuff. This is what baseball heads live for, I think.
It was wild, man.
Yeah. Speaking of baseball, though, a couple of other things that are popping. These are Astros. Bring it back home. Well, I guess former Astros in a way. Longtime Astros pitching coach Bill Murray, actually, leaving the team to go work for the Pirates. So that's more turnover on the staff. You also got yesterday news that Troy Snicker, who was one of the hitting coaches here that was, released to his destiny, one might say, he is joining the Mets as a hitting coach. So he has now gotten his next job before the Astros have even announced what their new staff is going to look like. I'm not saying that they necessarily made a bad decision or whatever, but if they are looking to go in a different direction with their coaching staff, it's going to really be a different direction, I think, this year.
This was one that I get a lot of the stuff that they've done. Obviously we know they were going to make some changes, with the coaching staff, with the athletic training. We knew that was going to happen. And I saw this and I'm like, where's the one area on this squad that was without question completely solid and completely more than solid? I mean, was the strength of this team. How many pitchers have come in here and they sprinkle that little pixie dust, and all of a sudden they become really good pitchers? This was a surprise.
Yeah, look, because this wasn't one of the guys that they were like, all right, we're going to choose to move on from him. He was still supposed to be on the staff. He decides to go somewhere else. Do you feel like this says anything about the staff, or is it because the Pirates? Is it possible that this is just money, right? Like, what is the circumstances here, I think, is a question to ask. But what does it say if a man is leaving this Astros team and going to a Pirates organization that at least historically has, or in recent history, hasn't been all that good?
Well, you're right, but I think he has been coveted around the league. What he has done with middling pitchers, and then all of a sudden they become really good pitchers. So there is a factor of that. But at the same time, the Astros, they're sort of cleaning house, and I don't know what it means, but it definitely means something,
right? But that's the thing. Like, he spent his entire coaching career in the Astros system. He was not part of the cleaning house necessarily, but he's not going to be.
He's
here.
Moving back.
I think that's where I go.
Yeah,
interesting. I don't even know if it's a inherently good or bad thing. I think, honestly, if I was going to take a guess, it's probably more of a question towards, is this a bad thing?
Yeah.
But now I have even more intrigue as to when those announcements start coming up, who are the guys that they have filling all of these positions on the staff, because not to invoke Brian Kelly to say anything about the manager here in Joe Espada, but whenever I think of, your entire staff changes underneath you, it does make me feel like, is that some level of smoke for the head man if all of that staff underneath him is shit?
And in this case, obviously it being Dana Brown. I think it's more about the general manager. Somewhat, we've speculated, I have anyway, sort of covering his own, backside with some of these moves to, prolong his own career. Maybe that's a factor here.
And it's a fair point to make mention. Thank you, 832, for reminding me on the text line. Schramm, the former Astros pitching coach,
Schramm, yeah.
he is now up there in Pittsburgh as manager. So I think that association likely helped make the move. But still, to be willing to leave the Astros. Not saying that inherently it's a bad thing. Again, I'm just asking the question because I'm curious more than anything.
Yeah.
And time will tell what that means for this team. Somebody said from 346 they'd be looking for someone on the Blue Jays for a hitting coach. Yeah, I mean, that's a team that changed their hitting coach and saw great results with it, but also there's been teams that have changed their hitting coaches and not seen that. That's the nature of baseball to some degree. I do wonder if there is somebody, and if the Astros do go with that route of like maybe poaching from some of the assistants on a staff like that. Yeah. There you go. That's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, I didn't even get to this one thing. Did you see, as Pablo Torre finds out, continues to be the investigative journalist that shake up the sports world after the Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones FBI investigation with the gambling as it's associated with the NBA. Chauncey matters a lot more to this because he was a part of the poker side of this investigation. Pablo Torre got out here saying that Antonio Gates, the legendary tight end, was involved in the poker side of things. Antonio Gates clearly denies this, and as of right now, this is a Pablo Torre report. However, in sports, especially sports journalism,
especially him,
I think there's been some sports journalists that are okay with just taking one source. Pablo is not that guy.
No.
Like he well sources his stuff, and he's had a pretty good hit rate. I'm going to be watching that space to see if Antonio Gates' name comes up in an official capacity with this.
Then it expands sports and everything else.
Because we talked
NFL, get your ass over here.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, old Raj, man. Like old Raj has been riding the high, and we've been talking about Adam Silver, how it's going to look bad. Old Raj has not had a issue of this magnitude pop up for him, and he's had some bad issues happen. All right, so we will watch that space in What's Poppin', but you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we enter the winning window on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. We'll be giving those away. But coming up next, don't look now. CJ Stroud has turned the corners. Things are looking better day by day. Let's talk about CJ next.
The Texans needed a big KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Love this song so much. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Texans ticket.
Figured you'd like to say this. What do you know about this song?
What you know about this?
What do you know about this song?
Hey 19, Steely Dan.
You don't know nothing about that, boy.
That's right.
I mean, I could really reveal myself as a music dork. I really enjoy Steely Dan, especially because, like, as a musical act, they are a act that focused a lot more on studio.
Yeah.
Like, for a while, they weren't even really touring because they got a whole bunch of studio session players, and it was just meticulous. They worked the song over and over till it was perfect. So I really appreciate the recordings of Steely Dan. That's neither here nor there.
So he knows a little bit.
A little bit. Don Fagen and all that, right? I just know a little bit. Now, if we're talking about being meticulous, that's what it felt like C.J. Stroud was in this game on Sunday. I know you weren't expecting that, were you?
No,
I feel like I'm going to stop
transition.
and give myself a pat on the back. I thought that was kind of nice. But I imagine that's how C.J. felt, man. A fantastic performance for him where it felt like he handled pressure incredibly well, even though that pressure and his ball placement, that ball placement specialist moniker that he had, it felt like it came back to life. And so it feels like he's turned the corner. Like, where are we now with CJ as things are seeming to look a little bit better?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Even if you take into account the Seattle game, which was an absolute mess, and we all know it, he completed 46.9% against Seattle. And even with that, over the last 4 games, he's completing 68.5% of his passes, 1,062 yards, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and 104.2 rating.
Is that all?
Over his last 4 games.
That it?
That's even with a horrible game mixed in there. So the whole point of, he's turned the corner, I think he has, and I think this week is going to go a long way toward just complete buy-in. I think he's buying into what they're doing now, and we saw it on Sunday. This is good news.
I find it interesting that you keep talking about it from buying because it makes it seem like it's a him and a willingness thing. For me, it's always felt like is he comfortable with the amount of responsibility that is placed upon him in this offense. And when I say this offense, I'm not even talking about the scheme of the offense, but with the way that this team is situated. They are relying on him to make things right, to get calls,
I think it's both.
To play well in those circumstances.
I think it's both. I think it's undeniable that he's, especially earlier in the season, I think it's impossible to say he hasn't shown frustration or hasn't been frustrated.
Yeah.
He's talked about difficult discussions that we're going to have. Even after a great game on Sunday, he said, we had difficult talks and discussions. So I think it's both things. I think the buy-in is a real thing, but I think it's starting to really establish itself. And you see it with those numbers. I never would have guessed. I was like, I looked them up this morning because I was like, well, just how good has he been over a longer stretch? Because my first thought was this is going to be an important game because we really haven't seen him put together back-to-back good games. But we kind of have. The Titans game for what it's worth, the Ravens game for what it's worth, and I know the Titans was more in the second half, but he still completed like 22 out of 28 passes overall. So he kind of has, but I think this is the first time where he can back up a good win over a good opponent or decent, however you want to describe it, versus a good win and a good performance against a legitimately good opponent.
Yeah, this week will go a long way, especially because you talk about the quantitative portion of it, the numbers of it, but I think the qualitative portion of this is what hits me. It jumped off the screen Monday night in Seattle. The happy feet, the lack of comfort in that circumstance. It was completely different, right? You saw his footwork look really good. You saw him hit the top of his drop and get the ball out and be really decisive. And then you saw him really hit the mark with some of these passes. Outside of a few of them, like there were some balls that sailed. And one of the things that was really cool is once those balls sailed, it feels like at times with CJ, when things start snowballing.
Yeah,
that wasn't the case.
It didn't.
Reeled it back in.
Yeah.
And so I found it really good, and I thought that, little old me, what do I know? Let me turn to a dude who played in the league. Dan Orlovsky jumped on Pat McAfee, and he was asked about CJ's performance. This was Dan Orlovsky's take on it.
That's the best game that CJ's played since 2023. Couple things. The two young receivers really stepped up. Noel and Higgins were outstanding. And then CJ played, when you guys hear football talk, you've often heard people like me say he played hot, right? Defense brings a blitz. Sometimes defense brings like a pressure, and that everybody's one-on-one blocking. And we call that playing warm as a quarterback. He played warm really well. And that doesn't mean that. And let me say this, that's something that they have in Houston really struggled with in the last year and a half, is like dealing with pressure, both by a plan and execution. He was sensational yesterday. And then the other side, the flip side of this is you see no Bosa, no Huff show up. I mean, they could not, San Francisco, get near CJ. CJ at times had plenty of opportunity to get to this from the second or third progression. So the two young receivers, CJ was outstanding when it came to just playing warm and playing on time. He got through progressions. And then if you're San Francisco, it's a precursor. Maybe it's a little bit of like a concern warning sign of God bless, we couldn't get anywhere near the quarterback.
Yeah, and that is obviously Orlovsky, just hit it perfectly there. But I think also it's not just that he was really, really good at this. I think, was very much, we got to protect this line as much as we can. So they gave him those types of route combinations and play calls, et cetera.
Yeah, quick outs, slants were available. But I will say, right, the adding that protection is cool. I told you the stat that has just continued to ring around in my brain, which is under pressure, C.J. Stroud was 7 of 9 for 111 yards.
Yes.
Like, I think that if there's anything that I take from this game that I go, I'm encouraged to see, and I believe that this will kind of translate into like future games, and this will give them an opportunity to be more successful. The offensive line was cool, but as Dan Orlovsky was even saying there, and as we've kind of mentioned, that's a defensive line that has not been able to get pressure all year long. I know that they upped the blitz, but that's not what they've done necessarily, and so they weren't all that good at it. And, of course, you could talk about the personnel. The two guys that you look at is probably the best opportunity of wreaking havoc in a backfield against a team. Neither of them played in Huff or Bosa. Like, those things I can't guarantee going forward, but C.J. Stroud being under pressure, I know that's going to happen. Him playing with the level of cool, calm, collected in those moments, I would love to see if that continues because the pressure is going to be there. I've seen him have happy feet and not be able to convert. Being able to convert, especially to that high degree in a game like that, under pressure, that made me feel very good.
I think that cool, calm, collected and the 7 of 9 is also a product of the confidence he has in knowing where the ball needs to go in those moments. In what has been called, and it needs to go here, and it needs to go here now. So I think they both, the Texans are in a really good spot this week because of the Surtain news. Like this is a big thing, not just because he's reigning defensive player of the year, but what he and Vance Joseph can do with him on the field. That's another thing that I think the Texans can exploit. Because when Surtain's on the field, Vance Joseph can play a lot more man, can send a lot more pressure. And now, forgive me, I don't even know who's going to be replacing him. I don't know if they've announced it yet or whatever, but it ain't going to be Surtain. So are they going to have to play more zone? Is it going to affect the amount of pressures that they bring on C.J. Stroud? Or will it not? Are they going to take a chance? And is that going to be an opportunity for him to maybe make some throws? And on top of that, nothing official yet. We're going to find out, tomorrow and Thursday a lot more. But Nico Collins might be back. Nico Collins, I would expect.
Going through the process,
I would expect to be back. Yeah.
We got some things that did get blown out in DeMeco's presser, which was, we didn't really get anything, I guess, in that way. But going through the process, when DeMeco did say that about Nico Collins, did that strike you as positive or negative? Because, some people hear one thing and it kind of hits their ear in a different sound, right?
Yeah, it didn't really affect. I think that was just DeMeco trying to avoid the conversation until he has to.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I was trying to see if I thought differently, but you're probably right in that regard. But yeah, CJ looks really good. Does this make you feel in some way harken for you back to the idea of they are now 8 weeks into developing this offense? I think one of the things that we tried to caution ourselves, I don't even want to say that we were cautioning the listenership. For me, at least, I was really just speaking to myself. Hey, you're bringing in an offense that is at least reported to be a little more complex than some of the other things that would happen. It might take a little while for this thing to kind of settle in with the team.
We said it a lot, right?
But specifically with CJ. Is that what you feel like you're seeing now with the way that CJ performed? Did that feel like some level of confirmation that, okay, he's getting to a place where he understands and can operate this offense really well? Or does that sound like where we were week 5 and week 6 after the Ravens game?
No, remember, we said it a lot. Like it's going to take a while. It's going to be week 6, I think is what I kept going to, week 5 or 6, before we have a good indication. I think we have a good indication that he's gaining the confidence in what is being called and maybe mastery of what he needs to do as well. I don't think they're out of the woods by any stretch, but that's also why I think this game is so – it's going to be so validating if he can have another good performance.
Yeah, it'll be very telling. And a good text comes in from the 832 that asks the question, do you think CJ had a good game because San Francisco's defense has so many similarities with where this Texans and this D'Amico defense looks like? Do you think it's just like the reps that he's had against this D'Amico defense gave him an opportunity? And maybe in some ways does that point to possibly like a false positive of sorts, or like maybe a fool's gold nature?
I think both those things are possible. I think it was as much as he just didn't get pressured as much, but certainly that could have been a factor as well. But that's why I think this game of validation, and remember yesterday I talked about this a lot, and it's a word that is something of a trite cliche, but I talked about his discipline and how he just looked more disciplined, looked more like he was making the right decisions more. D'Amico said the same thing in between, outside noise conversations. He talked a lot about the good decisions that C.J. Stroud made. That's the same thing. Like he's making the right decisions. I think that's buy-in. I think that's not having as much pressure and getting accustomed to the offense.
And D'Amico's been hitting him pretty hard, as hard as D'Amico will in media, about quarterbacks got to make good decisions with the ball. Now, of course,
play better, he said.
Yeah, that has been in tandem with, obviously, we all need to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do, right? The coach, taking what we're doing in practice to the game. Like, I think that it's been a fair overall kind of, challenge to his team. But the quarterback has gotten specific, like, hey, I need you to do that. And you saw what happens when he's capable of doing that. The question I continue to have, and I hate that this is a question I have to have, but logically, if I'm going to be honest, which I think is one of the things that is incumbent upon me sitting in front of this microphone, I'm not sure that they're going to do all the things that give CJ the platform, or I'm not certain that on any given Sunday or Monday or Thursday, you get the point, but I'm not certain that this team gives him the platform to do that consistently. But I hope that, if he is given that platform, that it does continue to look like this, because this is the CJ that you thought you drafted. This is the CJ that would be paid, I think.
Yeah.
And that's the CJ.
I'm not overly confident, if that's what you're kind of where you're going as well. Like, I'm not confident, like, oh, problem solved.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm there with you. But what I am saying is, I think they're doing I think they go into every Monday meeting, Wednesday meeting, whatever, thinking, how are we going to make sure that we can keep this offensive line, keep this offense humming with this offensive line.
And they should.
Yeah.
That is the talent level of what it is. That's the level of play that you've gotten from them. Even the brightest optimists on this offensive line, they're not saying that this is the best offensive line in the league by any means. They're like, look, it's doing enough to be average or suitable. That is the brightest optimist. I think that even in that organization, that they are not so bold as to not look at this and go, we don't need to make sure that this is as buttressed or as protected as possible.
And then ultimately it comes back down to Kaylee and CJ and getting on the same page, and all the other offensive coaches as well. I think we need to give credit to guys like Gerard Johnson, who has been there every day trying to convince him. That was a quarterback relationship performance. They convinced him that this is going to work, do the right thing, trust what we're doing. I think it was Nick Caley, it was Gerard, it was the entire offensive staff to be able to, because I'm beyond convinced he had his doubts. He had his doubts about this whole thing.
You actually mentioning kind of the other people that are helping Caley in that offensive. Mention Shaplinski, Jerry specifically,
Jerry Shaplinski as
when
well.
he was talking about the game plan.
Yeah.
That caught my attention, and I don't even know why, because I can't say specifically what Jerry Shaplinski's role is in period, what it had been prior, but it kind of sounded to me, and again, this is just pure speculation. In fact, this is reckless speculation. Like, this ain't even, this is...
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation, right?
Thank you for the reckless speculation sounder. It sounded to me with him making that note, like, did Jerry Shaplinski get an additional level of insight or involvement in this offense?
I think Shaplinski, Gerard, all of them, because we have to keep reminding ourselves, and this is a discussion that we had last week, like the passing game is all new, or I shouldn't say all new, he's not as polished in the passing game, Nick Caley, as other offensive coordinators have been. And I think when you're in a situation like that, you have to ask the guys that have been there and working with the quarterback and the passing offense.
I want to throw this question at you that's come in on the text line. Again, we always appreciate you getting involved in the text line, 713-572-4610. But from the 281, do you think CJ is game plan dependent? They say CJ is game plan dependent. If Caley calls a bad game plan, CJ will have a bad game. If there's a good game plan, CJ will have a good game plan. And that seems like it's just very obvious, but I get what they're trying to say is, like, can CJ, like, elevate a less than stellar game plan from Nick Caley, which is a question I think you have to ask. Even if you want to give Nick Caley his plaudits, I think it's an acknowledgement that there's the possibility that there's going to be some inconsistency in his output.
I think there's a strain of truth to that. I said yesterday, I looked at that game a lot like more plays than players. That's kind of the same vein. And that's not a slight by any. We all know how good C.J. Stroud can be and how accurate he was. I mean, he played a really good game. But I think when you're buying in and the plays can get guys that have never really caught a lot of passes in the NFL open and confident, yeah, it's sometimes plays, not players.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting thing, I think, to dig deeper into as we continue on with this season, right? Like how much of what CJ does ends up looking like it's based off of the system or him running through the system versus CJ. But although, if you want to talk about this being some level of Patriot-inspired offense, that sounds very much like a conversation about is Tom Brady a system quarterback or not, right? Like that is immediately what felt reminiscent of. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 and Bleep It. Let's do it right now. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so let's get you some tickets to see the Texans face off against the Denver Broncos at NRG Stadium, and they're nice ones too. They're in the bullpen. Caller number 5 right now. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We'll get that pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Broncos this Sunday at NRG Stadium. Remember, a noon kick.
raising funds for Texans children's NICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You ever build yourself up for something, so excited, and then, you know what, I kind of don't like this?
Literally all the time.
Maybe I'm asking the wrong guy.
Yeah. I might be neurotic. You know this.
Yeah, but Sports Equinox, I don't think I like it.
Really?
I don't think I like it. It's too much. It was too much for my plate.
He said my steak is too juicy and my lobster too buttery.
My eyes were bigger than my appetite. You know, that whole thing. So here's the second part of this. You know, I have a big screen, you know, in my living room. Y'all have been there.
That's right.
And then I got a TV around the corner in the bar area, and I have one in my office, but that's neither here nor there. But anyway, so I usually put the one in the bar on, and I pop in there to check a game. But I was really kind of locked in on the big TV. I had Rockets and Monday Night Football,
flipping back and forth.
Yeah, and I had the World Series in the bar area.
Yeah.
So you know, World Series was obviously really, really good. And so I would press pause on that, flip back and forth, you know, between basketball and Monday Night Football, and then during a commercial, if it happened, or just periodically, I'd go in there and unpause it and watch what happened in the World Series. I'm like, I don't need this in my life.
You were gonna need about 7 hours to get all of everything that was happening.
I would fast forward through those commercials. Oh, okay, you know, whatever, and I don't think I like the Sports Equinox. It's too many big, relevant games.
Because you're doing it wrong. Sports Equinox is built for either sports bars or my apartment. Yeah. Like that's what it's built for. Like you got to have multiple TVs on, and you got to be like a soccer midfielder scanning. Your face is just, your eyes just got to be darting everywhere, checking all the different things.
I got to the point where I was like, what am I doing? Why am I doing that?
I just picked. I wasn't trying to do all that. I was flipping a little bit, but I'm like, nah, I'm staying put.
Yeah.
I stayed put on the Rockets game. I was checking in Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
I was checking in on the Cavaliers playing the Pistons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that game.
I kind of wanted to see what they was doing. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, nah, I'm staying put.
Yeah, I was flipping through other NBA games occasionally.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
And I'm like, what is going on?
That's the other thing. That's the other thing. It wasn't like it was just 4 games on.
Mm-hmm.
It was, you had the 4 different sports on, but you had 1,000,001 NBA games on.
Yes.
You had Monday Night Football game, and then you had the World Series on.
Yeah. So in a word, Sports Equinox sucks.
Disagree. Strong disagree. 281 Reggie just casually inviting us to it. You try and get in, that door will not open. it will not open. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all listening. I appreciate all the love.
We could go to the bar where you could go to Reggie's house.
Yeah, no, we will quickly be going right to the bar. All right, I know a spot. Let's go watch. Sit down.
You ain't getting in my stuff.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
We just spent a good 20 minutes talking about CJ and how good he looked.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot help being annoyed by the way the Texans play action looks.
Oh, okay.
And I sit up there in that press row, and especially my partner that I've really latched onto sitting up there in the press box is Sean Bijani, and me and him are just like losing our minds watching play action for this Texas team. It doesn't. They're not selling it. If you're watching this game, you had to have seen the times where CJ Stroud is doing like what looks like a Euro step play action because
just a half-ass.
Nobody, like the running back is on the wrong side, or I don't even know whose responsibility is. My guess is it might be CJ's at times, not knowing which way, or I don't know. The breakdown is happening somewhere, but so often the play action doesn't look real.
Yeah,
and that's the whole thing about play action. We learned that with Seattle, right? Seattle doesn't actually run the ball efficiently, but they're so good at play action because they make it look real. D'Amico Ryan said exactly that.
Yes.
In I think his Wednesday availability heading into that game on Monday, the Monday, and he said it right. It's like that play action works because they make it look real. Flash forward to watching the Texans when they get to play action, it doesn't look real. Now, of course, against the Niners, I got to give them their credit. So
but that's not normally the case,
right? If it works, cool. However, it annoys me. And again, I recognize I'm saying that it annoys me. That doesn't mean inherently that it's wrong necessarily. I think it's wrong, but I could be wrong. Like, again.
But a lot of coaches and quarterbacks will tell you that is, like Peyton Manning, there were viral videos of him working for hours just on making the play action look like an actual run.
Yeah.
And all that. I mean, that's vital. That's crucial.
And so, and I understand some of this was like, inside zone, that it looks a little weird at times before you play action. But I'm like, hey, just it kept annoying me because I keep seeing it. It's like the first time that someone tells you about something that you do that's annoying, and then now every time it happens, you're very conscious of it. That's me with the play action now, the way that it goes, and hopefully you will not be that way watching on Denver because they'll get it right. Yeah. But I have a feeling that you are going to start looking at that play action and that fake handoff and be like, it never looked like you were going to hand it off to him. Yeah. It never looked like that.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I'm a huge fan of Carly Ursay-Gordon, man.
I'm telling you, that was one of mine a while back.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I think I brought it up before as a confession, but just want to bring it up again, man. I think I think this was kind of recent. I could play the audio since it's right here, but here's Carly Ursay-Gordon pretty much talking about why she do what she do. If you don't know what she do, she be on the sideline during the game, with her little notepad. Sometimes she had the headsets on, and this is her explaining why she does what she does, I guess.
I'm able to say, is this person full of BS? Do they even know what they're talking about? And I think one of the things that being on the headset has really helped me learn is, to the question earlier, it's such a complex organism, a football team and how it operates, and on game day, and you could say, oh, that person ran that route wrong, when you learn to find, someone tagged the wrong wide receiver, and it wasn't really the player's fault. It was the person that called it. So, and it's never, I think that's been a very valuable, because it also helps us be able to know, where do we need to make tweaks? What resources do we need? What do we need to fix? So much of it comes down to just how we operate and how things work. And the headsets are really, I wish I would suggest it for anyone else that has to pay coaches and GMs.
I'm glad she said that part at the end.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind seeing Hannah out there on the sideline with the notepad, with the headset.
I say this with love and respect. I feel like we're going to have to make sure that Hannah's microphone don't work, though.
She might say something. She might say something.
Hannah is such a fan. And, I think this is one of the reasons why I absolutely love Hannah. Yeah. I think Hannah would be tempted to be like, well, why aren't you? Hannah, just listen. Just listen.
No, that camera going to be panning to her. Every time a missed throw happened, she going to be sitting there. Who did that?
Who called that?
Who missed that block?
Who called that?
But
go ahead.
I have a great respect for Ursay-Gordon. Worked a job where, levels above you, the boss just don't understand what happens at ground level, and they're the ones making decisions.
Or don't even care, to be honest.
Yeah. Right. And so I appreciate any boss that wants to have the perspective of, let me better understand what happens at this lower level. I don't like it also because it would lean to the idea that maybe the Colts are going to be run competently, which doesn't make me happy, obviously sitting from where we are sitting. However, just in a general sense, a boss that understands I don't know it all and I need to learn something, probably a good thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I'm sure you got other owners that be on the sideline and all that stuff too, but she's actually trying to learn. It looked like she's trying to learn everything. It's not like, hey, I'm the big boss and y'all do what I say and that type of thing. It seemed like she really trying to learn the game.
You both kind of hit on where I was going. She's getting information. Would you rather have an informed owner or an owner that is just not informed and shooting from the hip? Give me the informed owner. Give me the informed owner 100% of the time.
I would take her over Jimmy Haslam, who's sitting there listening to a homeless guy to draft Johnny Manziel.
Yes.
Now, if you're a Texas fan trying to see how can I have this go poorly for the Colts, I can see a circumstance. She doesn't sound like she has this perspective in her, but you never know. Where you start to learn enough where you go, nah, I know now, and now you're interfering. If she gets to that point, that's where it could turn the corner. That's where the worm could turn here.
I don't know if I could go that far, but I get your point. It does happen. It does happen.
Or it could be a situation where she just shoot at the hip too quick because he did this wrong. And then it's like, oh, maybe that was just a couple wrong plays at that time, or maybe it could be a mistake like that.
No, and I do feel like if you're going to criticize this or look sideways at this, I think you're kind of just hating. Because
that's okay.
All signs
no problem with that.
All signs right now are that she's just trying to be informed, and I love that. And it all three of us kind of hurts us to say that.
No, I hate this because I can't stand the Colts. I never did like the Colts.
But you gotta respect.
I respect it a lot. Real quick, I read across this tweet and somebody tweeting this video out and said, "Man, I really like Carly Ursay Gordon from the little snippets I seen. Hopefully, when my daughter dies, she can run my NCAA 2026 dynasty team."
Wait, hold on. I disagree with this text that comes in that says, "Nah, that's micromanaging. The boss can stay at home."
It's not much. What is she managing?
They went further and said praising her and bashing Jerry Jones is the same difference. Oh, you don't understand Jerry Jones?
Oh, that's too different.
Jerry Jones is the general manager.
Totally different things. She is not, by all accounts so far anyway.
She just said
she's not meddling. She's becoming informed. Yes. And like I said, if you criticize it.
If Jerry Jones was doing that, then I probably wouldn't have an argument about Jerry Jones.
If she does become Jerry Jones, good.
Although he'd be talking back to him.
That's the thing. It's like Jerry Jones absolutely take it from me, been in that circumstance. Jerry Jones absolutely interferes with the workings of what that coaching staff and what that team does.
Unless she's over there making decisions, what type of stuff we don't know.
Which go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that for me. I would appreciate it.
These are my confessions.
I forgot to mention, I mentioned it Friday going into the weekend. Had the big chili cook-off this weekend.
Did you get in the top 5 this time?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that.
Is there more nefarious behavior?
No, it was all on the up and up.
So that means he placed.
Second place.
See? What'd I say?
Nice.
I know how this works. I know what the game is.
Here's the confession.
If you place, it all went well. If you didn't place, it's cheating. I get it. I see it.
Fair. But here's the confession. My son got first place.
Oh man, you can't beat him, man.
Oh, it hurt me so bad. I was so happy for him. I really legit, and that's not word lip service. Because there was 22 teams in this thing, man. Yeah. And I got second. And they made the mistake of telling me first, "Hey, you got second place." Oh, cool. BG got first.
Oh, you had the old Reggie Miller moment.
Yeah.
You had the Reggie Miller moment. You was in the car. Hey, I scored the 40-something points. What'd you do, Cheryl Hunnit?
Yeah. You done became Venus Williams now, man. You was hot when you first started.
I was happy for him, but in that moment, I was like, oh.
Now you can't beat your big sister.
Yeah, you're never going to hear the end of it now.
That's rough.
These are my confessions.
I am proud of myself because I have stopped being irresponsible with my money for temporarily, and actually done some grocery shopping, cooked.
All right.
And I have a whole bunch of sandwich stuff, and I'm like, man, I'm really settling in on a really good sandwich. But the one thing I realized, I need a spread.
I rotate them. Sometimes mustard mayo, sometimes sandwich spread, sometimes that ground mustard, not the powder, the actual brown mustard. Yeah.
And for me, this isn't even really a confession. This is just me nakedly using my position to get insight and thoughts from you. So again, text in 713-572-4610. I'm doing turkey, ham, and Havarti. What spread are you going with?
Turkey, ham, and that's got to be mayo.
That's
turkey ham.
Turkey, ham, and Havarti.
That's mustard and mayo.
I've been using mayo, and it feels like it's not right.
Mustard and mayo.
I guess the confession is I haven't figured it out right. I'm this close to having a really, really good sandwich.
Throw some mustard on there, too.
You think mustard?
Yeah, mix them both up.
Let me know if you're a sandwich connoisseur. 713-572-4610.
You know what I'm not a fan of?
What's
that Durkee's that so many people like.
The Hoost?
Yeah, that Durkee's spread or whatever it's called.
I don't think you're allowed to say that. That sounds...
Is it Durkins or Durkees or something like that?
I don't know what you saying right now.
It's one of those. Our listeners will know.
Oh, Durkee's famous? That isn't really a thing.
A lot of people love that. I'm not a fan. Durkee's famous.
Why are you not a fan?
It just doesn't hit. I'd rather have sandwich bread.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me know on the text line. I am fantasizing about that sandwich I will make when we get off the air. But before we get there, obviously, we got to keep doing the show. 713-572-4610 is the number to text, because coming up next, it's time for some college football on a Tuesday. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, it is. Synergy next, low T.
800-455-9311.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Y'all coming through strong. I appreciate the listenership of In the Loop and Sports Radio 610. There is a lot of insight on this sandwich situation that I have. A lot of honey mustard, or it's not Dijon. All right. Let's start again. Garlic aioli, some thoughts?
That's a good one, Dijon.
Okay. Someone said get rid of the ham, switch it with maybe some roast beef. All right. Look, I am willing to try a lot of these suggestions.
And somebody said, I mean, Duke's mayonnaise. No, I use Duke's mayonnaise. That Durkee's is a big popular.
It's D-U-R-K-E-E.
Like a sandwich spread. Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Weird. But yeah. I'm intrigued by that. But before we get there, we got to continue talking about these sports as we do here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. And on a Tuesday, that means a little college football. On a Tuesday, John Lopez.
All right, let's talk about we're going into Week 10, man.
Yeah, the season is just
Week
blown
10.
by.
So that's kind of big. So I started thinking about tiers.
Okay.
As we enter the college football. I know you have some stuff.
Yeah, I just got some audio for you that I think is fun from the weekend. But no, I think the tiers is really interesting because the who is good is one of those questions that you ask yourself just going into any season. Like, who do we know to establish those benchmarks as good? And college football has given us some doozies this year.
But tell me if you agree or disagree before we get into some more college football here. There are 3 teams in Tier 1. I mean, I think they're sort of – they've been – I'm not going to say they're going to stay that way because one of them is my squad, but we're hopeful. But they've been undeniable. I think those 3 teams are Ohio State, Indiana, and Texas A&M. To me, that's Tier 1.
Ohio State, Indiana, and who?
Texas A&M.
A&M?
They've been undeniable. I mean,
Ohio State and Indiana, the field definitely.
How about going into Notre Dame Stadium and Death Valley and winning?
You know me.
You talk about A&M?
Yeah.
No, for real. No, I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
You know me. I always got stats that I look at that I use to verify. SP Plus ends up being a really interesting predictive measure from ESPN.
Wait, hold on.
SP Plus. You're not gonna say who? Like that's not very obvious what I just said. SP Plus. Indiana, Ohio State lead the nation in that. That's very obvious. Oregon and Texas Tech get in there as well, but A&M is clearly amongst those. I'm just interested to see if are they exactly on that same level. But the defense has been phenomenal, as you mentioned. And Marcel Reed, I really like the way that he runs this offense and the fluidity that he plays with. Like fluidity is the word that keeps coming to mind.
The freedom. I think, and that's why I tossed it out there. I want to see what your thoughts were.
Fair enough.
I think Tier 2 is. I would describe it like this. Look out.
Okay.
These are the look out. These teams could get there. I think that's Alabama, Ole Miss, Vanderbilt, Georgia Tech, and Miami.
Georgia Tech.
Tech. I thought you were about to say Georgia.
Georgia Tech is good.
Georgia Tech is fun. Well, fun is probably a weird way to because they're just one of those we will drag you to hell and fight you there type teams.
Yeah, they are. And they got Haynes King that is playing his ass off.
Yeah, I like that tier of teams, and I'm going to see it physically so I can actually conceptualize it a little bit. But yeah, I kind of get where you're going from. This tier ends up being really tough because go up and down within it. But it feels like Miami has been a good team that they've had some issues. Alabama feels like they've come into their own, but Kalen DeBoer, he just kind of plays games.
Look out.
That are frustrating.
That's why they're all in this tier,
It just feels, you know what, if this was like Tier 3, it would feel more comfortable. For some reason, it at Tier 2 makes me feel uncomfortable.
Georgia Tech, you mean? They're undefeated.
Yeah, that is, I got to give them that.
They're undefeated.
All right, what else?
So Tier 3 is just a tweak or two away, and I'm going to put Georgia and Notre Dame there. Just a tweak or two. Defensively with Georgia, Notre Dame lost a couple of games. Are they getting it together? Their run game is undeniable. I think just a tweak away is Georgia and Notre Dame.
Okay. I'm not going to fight you too hard on that.
And then Tier 4 is capable. Doesn't mean they're there or they're even playing that well, but they're capable. Texas, Texas Tech, Houston, and BYU.
This is where it gets interesting because Texas Tech, and Houston all being on the same line feels funny.
Yeah, I was going to say Texas Tech. Is that due to the quarterback being out?
That it has to be.
Well, the two quarterbacks.
Yeah, it has to be the injury related.
Yeah.
Because even the backup quarterback had been.
They probably should have been a little higher. 100%. Everybody was healthy.
100. That's why I was like, having Texas Tech here feels disrespectful, but I think Texas Tech fans saw kind of the issues when it comes to the backup quarterback and now the third string quarterback getting some burn. Houston is really interesting because they've got it. They've got a recipe, right? Their defense is going to be really good. Can they get enough running the football and just enough tossing the football to
and
make it all
BYU's
go?
undefeated.
BYU's undefeated. Texas is the funny one.
They're just capable physically. The most important spot.
The trenches, right? That's the thing, and I've been struggling with that because that was the thing I gave a lot of credit to Sark for. All right, I want to get you some audio here from the weekend that was in college football, and I'd like to start with a team that you actually didn't name here, and they've kind of just been flying under the radar. I was waiting for you to name them. This is Oregon, who, remember, is in the Big Ten, and I say that not for your benefit, but for my own because I'll be forgetting.
I had Oregon in Tier 2. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so, they're definitely there.
Yeah.
And just I say all that to remember, they're a good team. They welcomed in, remember, they're hosting Wisconsin, which is a team that is way worse than it absolutely should be, and that's considering that Wisconsin, I don't necessarily think of them as a team that has to be a great team necessarily because of various different factors. Well, again, we're starting the game. Oregon's set to kick off, and this is what Dan Lanning does to them.
Behind the mountains. Atticus Seppington will go with an onside, and it is loose, and the Ducks look to have it. Expect the unexpected whenever you come to Eugene, and they do.
That's mean-spirited.
I was thinking when I saw this, I was like, okay, there's something personal. There's something personal.
The first thing I thought about, man, you are a jerk.
Yeah, no, he's got some sort of something going on with somebody over there.
If you couldn't hear that, Oregon, Autzen Stadium, incredibly loud.
Like 28-point favorites or something like that?
31.5 point favorites.
He's like, I'm going to go ahead and
onside kick to start the game against the Wisconsin team that has been down. You didn't have to do that.
What did he do to you,
right,
man?
I'm like, Dan Lanning and Luke Fickell, whatever the issue is, y'all got to talk it out because that's not right.
You ever seen somebody get their ass whooped so bad where you're like, why are you doing that, man?
Exactly.
Come on, man.
Like, you didn't have to do that.
Shot.
Yes, why are you doing that? No, it's personal. There's something going on. There's a rift.
Speaking of a place where it's personal, can you give me Lane Kiffin on the field after they beat Oklahoma? I mean, a good game. Lane Kiffin, the belle of the ball right now in a lot of ways. But Lane Kiffin is always going to be Lane. And this is one of the instances where he was. Apparently, there was a player on Oklahoma's defensive line that had been talking a little bit. This is what it sounded like when Lane is getting ready for his post-game talk with the sideline reporter there.
Coach Kiffin. Oh, are you talking a little bit to Oklahoma's players?
This guy yelled at me like during the game like 5 times how great they were and we can't score on them.
That was hilarious.
He's talking trash with a player.
Yes, the player damn near crashed the post.
Yeah, he was back there. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the sideline reporter is trying to get the coach, as it's her responsibility in that moment. Coach is in here having it out with the player right then on the field, so he turns around and instead of like turning his attention to, all right, now I'm in this interview, he brings it up. He's like, yeah, this guy over here, look at this jerk.
He was right there though. I'm like, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah,
that close.
I actually respected it.
Come on, dog. All right, here's Lane.
Not Lane Kiffin. That the player was like, all right.
Well, here's Lane post game after he's asked what happens there.
Lane, you had that moment with David Stoner, the emotions of being in this moment. You talk about reflecting. What is it? I mean, not specifically, but just the moment of you walking off this field with an SEC road win in a place like this.
Is that number 0?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. I was like, who's David Stoner? But then I knew it.
That's even worse.
That's just me. I mean, he was talking the whole game to me, and I did a good job, I felt, of not talking back. He just kept telling me we ain't going to score and all this, so I didn't go try to find him. He was just walking by, so I just saw him. So that's just kind of me. Guy's a great player, man. I'm sure he's really enjoyable to coach.
He just can't help himself.
That's just me. As crazy as it. I wasn't looking for him. He just walked by him. You started the conversation.
That's right.
Like that counts.
This
Plus,
guy.
You're the adult here.
Yes, you're the coach.
At least you're supposed to be.
Yes.
Plus, like the idea of him patting himself on the back. I thought I did a good job not talking. Like again, you were the adult. And finally, can I get back to him starting with, is that number 0? I didn't know his name.
Yes. No, that was, go ahead.
Can I give you the history on this?
What's that?
Lane Kiffin recruited David Stone. You know his name, damn it.
I didn't even hear that part.
You know his name.
I didn't even.
Why is he like this?
He's just
I didn't
Lane
even know
Kiffin.
that part.
He might get one of the best jobs in the nation this offseason, and this is how he's going to act in that. And I just can't wait, because this is the type of stuff that you love your head coach for, or you get really mad at your head coach for.
He's like perfect for LSU. He's just perfect.
He might be more perfect for LSU than your guy Brian Kelly, who just doesn't understand relationships.
No, the more comes out. It's funny how this always happens. Something comes out after the fact. The stories are kind of head spinning.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's funny because Brian Kelly's a dude that we've all known doesn't really do good with relationships. You would think a guy that came up through small time coaching.
He was the smallest. Yes.
Right. He was coaching at Cincinnati. Even before that, I think he had some smaller time jobs.
Yeah.
You would think that he would understand the value of relationships. Nope. And LSU is like the biggest politics kind of, needing to manage relationships with the governor and boosters and all this. And his relationships are bad. It sounded like he could have saved his job because the AD wanted him to fire particular portions of staff, including the offensive coordinator, which, to be fair, looking at the way that offense stepped back from being a top 15 offense to being like top 50, and he decided no, he couldn't do that, but he would fire someone else. Like, hey, man, these are the terms of we're trying to let you keep your job. However, we need these things to happen. I don't think you get to negotiate in that instance.
No.
Although I will look at LSU kind of sideways. So what was the point in trying to, change his staff if you were already in this place where you're probably willing to fire him?
Right.
Like, I don't know what they were trying to do in saving that.
I think they were still negotiating, can we get this money? And so in lieu of that, maybe we can do this.
Very quickly, they fired him.
Then by 4 o'clock the next day, they fired him.
Yeah,
so.
I find that to be absolutely fascinating. But yeah, I just want to highlight once again, Brian Kelly has not been that bad at his job. He's a good coach, but he's not an he's not a CEO.
Yeah.
And if you're a CEO, you got to understand relationships. And for some reason, everybody just seems to not like Brian Kelly. So happy trails, big dog.
Yeah.
Happy trails. Best of luck. There's offset language for that $54 million, and all I keep thinking is, how is he going to find his way into another job to offset it? Because I think you keep thinking people know that they don't like him.
Yeah.
But he might find another job.
UCLA would be the only place because they're desperate now. I don't know what they're going to do with their offensive coordinator. Maybe promote someone within, but that's the kind of big program that would maybe take a flyer.
Hell, they might run in with the guy they got now.
No,
Tim
they
Skipper?
might.
Yeah.
Who I felt bad for Tim Skipper. Like, they had been doing great, and everybody was like, look at Jerry Neuheisel. And Tim Skipper's like, I put him in that position. As soon as they go to Indiana and Kurt Cignetti gets real petty, Kurt Cignetti scores like 50 on them.
56 to 6.
All of a sudden, it's like, oh, Tim Skipper's team. It's like, no, what happened to Jerry Neuheisel?
I thought it was his squad.
Why is it my team now?
I thought it was his squad.
How did I lose, and now it's my fault?
Maybe Okie State.
Ugh.
No, he needs to get a low-level, high-name team.
That is below low-level Oklahoma State at this point, but regardless.
It's a brand.
It was a brand. All right, you're in the loop here on SportsRadio 610. That's a little college football on a Tuesday. All right, coming up next, I do want to talk about this Texans defense coming off of a dominant performance. Does this defense have a chance to mirror an all-time great one? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
College, pro.
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Hope you're having a good time on a Tuesday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. As much as we've been, having conversations about the spiciness that happened in D'Amico's presser on Monday, his availability yesterday, I think Peter Schrager even brought it up on what was it, Monday Night Football yesterday as well. It still feels pretty good to have gotten a win this week, man. Like, I'm just recognizing it in the moment, looking at, just the conversations we can have feel a lot different after a win, especially in the way that they played on Sunday at NRG.
Yeah, and thank goodness that they got that win. And we've been wanting to talk about all the good things with this for a while, but certain things get in the way.
Well, one of the things that you could always talk about in a pretty good manner was the defense. The defense has been pretty damn good this year. The things that you can knock it are obviously there was some real coverage busts that led to big plays earlier on in the season. And then the thing that annoyed me to no end, which I'm saying this, I'm sure there's a lot of fans listening that it was were annoyed greatly about it, was that the defense would play really well and then step on their own toes with penalties that extend drives, single plays, missed tackles that extended drives. It felt like this game largely was a reining in. I know that Will had, a penalty that extended a drive, and you had some instances where you allowed, even I think about the George Kittle touchdown where it felt like Kalen Bullock was bearing down, and knowing Kalen, it felt like he was going to jump it. He kind of had a weird instance where he just hops for no reason.
That was just a hell of a catch.
It was a hell of a catch and throw.
It was a daring throw.
Were you with me, though, in thinking, why is Kalen Bullock hopping here? Like, it felt like he hopped, in basketball, right, where you're like, hey, don't jump, or really football as a receiver, don't jump if you don't need to.
Right.
Because you're just getting yourself in the ground. You're losing contact with the ground where you can create, where you can propel yourself. It felt like Kalen jumped for no reason, and then it kind of stopped him from getting to that ball.
Maybe that was why he didn't intercept it.
Yeah,
because it was that close of a throw.
I thought so in that moment. But even still, this defense has played really well, and that was a pretty dominant performance for them where they stifled that defense all first half until like the very end of the half where things shake up, in part because of a big return. I've seen people talk about this, and we've talked about the possibility of this being a historic defense. Is it possible that this defense has a chance to mirror an all-time great? And the all-time great I'm thinking about is the Legion of Boom, the 2013 in particular Legion of Boom Seattle Seahawks defense. Because it feels like there's some things that are matching up and lining up in a way that maybe, just maybe, this defense could line up with that defense.
Yes, 100%. It can be that good. It really can. And if you want to just make it very simple, don't even look at the advanced numbers. Just look at where they rank. It's Texans defense ranks right now. We know they're first in the NFL in points per game. They're also first in yards per game, second in first downs, third in interception rate, third and third down percentage, fourth in pass yards, on and on and on it goes. They are top 5 almost across the board in every defensive ranking. That is one of the best. And now you want to rank it, all time? Well, let's see how the rest of the season plays out. But no, right now they are playing that level of defense. And without the defense, where would this team be? I mean, just think about that.
Oh, I mean, the defense kept them in a lot closer games. It's funny because, and think about it, with this defense, their record is probably not that much different because, again, there's been instances where the defense has played incredible.
Yeah, because
you
the
ultimately
Titans
lost.
And Ravens were so bad.
Right.
Yeah.
However, you don't feel nearly the same about this team. This defense is the backbone of what you do. It's almost taken for granted at times. So I kind of wanted to give them their love. And the reason why I started on this track is, I think the really obvious one, the thing that is talked about is the scoring defense of this team and being like the best in the league. You start thinking about that Seattle Seahawks defense, they just refused to give up points. Like, they literally led in points allowed that 2013 season. I think that they were somewhere around 10 points per game when it came to
Texans are like at 14 and change.
Yeah, which some of that is like, we're talking about 12 years difference in the league where we're just not seeing teams held to that standard. But that Seahawks defense, in addition to ranking tops in total yards allowed or points allowed, yards allowed, pass yards allowed, rushing touchdowns, yards per play. Like, they were just on every single level dominant. Right now, the Texans can match yards and points allowed. It's where it's some of these other ones that I go, okay, can they get here? Rushing touchdowns is one of the interesting ones. I think this is where you go, how does that show up? Because right now, if you look at rushing touchdowns allowed in the league, the Texans, I believe, are 5th.
Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah, so I looked at that, yeah.
Because they're further down than 5th. They're 19th because they've allowed 7 rushing touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle, funny enough, and the Rams both have only allowed 2 rushing touchdowns. And I'm like, okay, so how do you, not to say that like that's the goal, but that clearly points to one of the things that this Texans team has had, which is teams being able to run the football on them. Like that is one of the things that I imagine that they need to find a way to shore up in order to try and be like that Seahawks
And that, we talked about it going into the game. I was like, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, because there seemed to be a little bit of cracks in the rush defense. But then what do they do to McCaffrey? I mean, completely, the best running, one of the best, if not the best running backs in the NFL, completely shut him down.
Yeah.
I mean, and so I think they can get there from here. If I had to pause, because my short answer was yes, they can be that kind of a defense. And the reason is they have 2 of the 3 levels completely locked up. You've got Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Good play from the defensive tackles, not necessarily, awe-inspiring, but good play. So that's locked up on the Amari Lassiter, Derek Stingley. They've got that locked up. Linebacking speaks to rush defense and speaks to maybe the one thing that they're still not quite there yet.
I think, because if we're making those comparisons, the Bobby Wagner of that is, with all due respect to Azeez Al-Shaair, I feel like that.
No,
that's
it's no shade.
Unfair.
It's just like to play at that level.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think Ocho makes a great point on the text line as well, talking about the Legion of Boom defense having Cortez Kennedy at defensive tackle. And right now, I don't think that you have.
They've just been good.
Yeah, not going to apologize for good defensive tackle play. But I think those are the small differences that take you from that place, to there. However, I think it is awe-inspiring that you can even have this conversation in a way that feels kind of close. Now, one of the things also about that Legion of Boom defense, the safeties were like incredible.
That was the big difference as well.
And in a way, I'm looking at the safeties here, and you had a game on Sunday where MJ Stewart was tested. I don't think he failed by any means, but he was tested. And I do wonder if teams are going to be able to try and test them continuously there. And then it brings me back to Kalen Bullock, who disappointed is kind of the feeling, but it doesn't feel right. Because again, he's been a part of this defense that's been really good. He's even had a pick in this season. But it does feel like, especially after the season last year, understanding that development isn't linear, it did feel like, though, there was supposed to be maybe better play from Kalen this year.
No, I think we all expected that. The interception, if I remember right, was an overthrow. That's not he still got it. It still counts. But like the safety play that is sort of, forced, like they force the action and make the plays. That hadn't been there yet. I still think, though, because you have those edge rushers and you can rush with 4 guys so consistently, that it's going to help the whole back end a lot. The rush defense is good. I think that's where they need to improve as well.
That, and can I also interest you in, because I keep thinking about it, it's like the defensive unit, we're comparing those. But I think, to be fair, it's a collective effort in football, not to sound too much like D'Amico Ryans when you talk about having a complete football game. I think I also think back to that Seattle Seahawks offense and being able to control the football. Like, part of the reason why that's a dominant game on Sunday is because of the offense, and it makes me understand, and I think we understood it, but feel for D'Amico Ryans even more in the way that they've gone about this offense, the way that they talked about, keeping drives going, run the football. It's clear that this is what they want, and not just in being able to move the football, but long drives that allow the defense to be even more potent when they're on the field. That's kind of what you had in that Seahawks team. Obviously, you have Marshawn Lynch there. You have a somewhat game manager and I don't say that with disrespect to Russell Wilson at that time. I think that might also be some of what's necessary to help the Texans defense be something like that Legion.
Well, just look at Sunday. There was a point late in the first half, like very late in the first half, where the Texans had 10 first downs and the Niners had 10 plays. I mean, that's the formula. Even though you're settling for field goals here and there, it still eats up the clock and keeps them off the field and makes your defense that much better. But 10 first downs and all the time they were eating off the clock, I think it was over 20 minutes to under 10 at one point in or at the end of the first half, and still be able to do that. That's where the defense can get help.
Yeah, fair enough text line. That wasn't Cortez Kenny. I'm trying to remember who was. Yeah, he was already in the Hall of Fame. There was a defensive tackle there that was really good at that time that I need to go back and pull the name on. So I apologize for that. But yeah, I'm interested in seeing how this defense can continue to show itself, especially if you are finding a little bit more consistency in the season. Now that it feels like they could find their stride, can they shore that up and get themselves to that place? Because it felt we knew that was capable, and it's cool to see them kind of play somewhat to that capability. Like, it would be nice to be able to have that level. And, of course, that level is maybe not fair. That's one of the handful of greatest defenses that we've seen, at least in the modern era.
No, but to be
NFL.
mentioned, and I think it's yes, they can get there from here, is what I'm saying. Now, it does depend, on turnovers, which have been kind of, yes and no. I mean, it's come in little spurts and stuff, but turnovers for sure. And really, this weekend, this Sunday, is going to be good. Bo Nix is playing really good football, man. I mean, a lot of times people are still undecided on Bo Nix. I think maybe that's fair, but he's been playing real good football and doing what they need to do.
Yeah. I guess a name that we did not mention, is there any, am I wilding by kind of trying to make this connection here? Is Jalen Petrie kind of is that too far? I went too far?
Maybe a little too far. I think that's a big ask, first of all, and it's kind of a different role as well. But we have to mention Jalen Petrie. I've been saying it the last couple of days and last week. Like he has been playing Pro Bowl football. It's not even a question. But he certainly can do those things. I'm not saying he's him, but he can certainly do those things.
Yeah, and I was thinking just like a guy that kind of Clinton McDonald was who I was thinking of. Thank you. But yeah, when it comes to just like being a guy who one establishes the physicality of that team, as Cam Chancellor
and big
absolutely
plays,
did.
Backfield,
big plays.
Yeah.
He's the one who's led in
Blitz.
interceptions right now. Interestingly enough, I'm like, hey, is that going to be something that helps spur this team onwards? But like, I just wanted to give a little bit of love to this defense because it feels like it has an opportunity to be historic. It's one of those things where you keep seeing graphics about just the points. It goes deeper than that. Like they are lining up in some ways with that defense. I think that's got to be something that they aspire to largely. Michael Bennett was a defensive end at that point. I think he was more an edge rusher at that point, but also another name that was really good.
And he could slide into the middle too.
He absolutely could. He absolutely could. Real quick though, Tuesdays is the day where the Texans, especially on a regular work week, like to kind of focus on charity. And out at the thing that they were working on today, the McNairs were there. They talked to the media. This was Cal actually talking about the Texans and how he and Hannah feel about this team after their 0-3 start.
His activities growing, he messages the team and keeps the team on the right path. And so it's really important, as we move forward through the season, because each week it changes. And this week's message is that he spends a lot of time internally talking to the team is different from last week's. And so it's interesting to see how that evolves over time. And I think we're in a really good spot as a team. Sometimes, when you start 0-3, teams can split apart. Ours didn't. The team has been really strong. He's been really strong. And we're really happy with where we are and what's in front of us.
I fully believe him. I think they absolutely are happy with how D'Amico has handled the team and handled the last couple of days as well, because that's all they can do is sort of put up the walls and say this is what we are. We it's about us.
Might be tough to ask you to divorce the last couple of days from it, but are you happy with the way that D'Amico's handled the team, just generally?
Oh, generally speaking, I actually said this, I think off air right before the show. Like what he's doing, you got to give him credit for. I mean, because this is a team that could absolutely have splintered. And I think what really bothered him about the whole outside noise thing is there were maybe a couple of cracks. Clearly, these questions were not asked out of thin air. We've talked about it today. Like the reporters, the people asking the questions had heard some noise and created, and we all talked about these discussions. And I think what bothered D'Amico is that there were some cracks, sort of in those walls, and he wanted to make sure that was nipped in the bud.
The Denver game keeps getting bigger and bigger for various different reasons. Although I'm sure D'Amico will tell you it's another game. It's big only because it's the next one that they have, and that probably also speaks to the way that he's been able to handle it, trying to lower the expectation of like the
one
game,
play at a time, Reggie.
Right, 1 week at a time. Go 1-0 this week. And it's going to be necessary because it's not going to be an easy task knocking off this Denver Broncos team as Sean Payton has coached it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and Football Talk on 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Appreciate you rocking with us. And coming up next, just for you doing that, we got you Figgy's mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I ran across this music composer, and I kind of feel intrigued by it, but also feel like a loser after just reading this. And plus, I want to give you guys a test, just out of nowhere test.
Okay. A pop quiz that I have no idea about. Let's figure out what that means next.
How big was the tech? 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Support game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So are you guys familiar with a music composer by the name of Elmer Deutscher?
Nope. Can't say that I am. I'm gonna be entirely honest.
I am not.
It's not a bad thing if you don't, or if you aren't familiar with her, because I just became familiar with her recently. So she was on 60 Minutes. I want to say this was back in 2017, and I actually watched most of this interview. I just got so intrigued by her, and also felt like a loser. And this is why. Here's a little bit of background on her as she was talking on 60 Minutes. This is kind of the intro to the interview.
We cannot explain what you are about to hear. Science doesn't know enough about the brain to make sense of Alma. Alma Deutscher is an accomplished British composer in the classical style. She is a virtuoso on the piano, and she is 12 years old.
Oh!
She's different from other prodigies we have known because at the age of 10, she wrote an opera which demands comprehensive mastery. Not just how to play the piano, but what is the range of the oboe? What can a cellist play? We don't know how she understands it all. It seems that Alma was born that way.
She's Mozart.
No, serious.
No, she's Mozart.
She is.
Yeah.
She is. So
we dealing with a savant here.
But is she good?
I'll let you tell it.
Is it a bop?
Hey man, that might be a little disrespectful calling it a pop, man.
I'm you know who I'm mad at right now? It's not Lopez, it's Leah. Because I'm certain that's Leah's doing. Leah, stop teaching this man words.
Yeah.
He don't need to know about bop. Don't tell him that.
Exactly. But here's Elma.
You're not wrong.
Here's Elma on her earliest memory, or her earliest music memory.
What is your earliest musical memory?
I remember that when I was 3 and I listened to this really beautiful lullaby by Richard Strauss. And that was when I really first realized how much I loved music. And I asked my parents, but how can music be so beautiful?
Do you remember the melody?
Yes. You want me to sing it?
Please. Those notes of Richard Strauss ignited a universe. Playing piano and violin. When did the composing begin?
When I was 4, I just had these melodies and ideas in my head. And I would play them down at the piano. And sometimes my parents would think that I was just remembering the music that I'd already had before. But I said, no, these are my melodies that I composed.
I feel like a loser,
Dude,
man.
I don't even remember anything from 3.
Dude.
Maybe not 4.
Dude, see, she is somebody I couldn't bring around my mother or parents as a kid because they would be like, man, what are you doing with your life?
All right, but does she know?
But go in there and play the piano.
Right. Does she know about CPOE, though? What about SP Plus? That's what I'm trying to know.
Man.
See how smart you are then.
Yeah.
Man,
Sadly, she probably does or can learn it in a second.
Yeah. I'm like, how did you wrote your first opera at 10?
10. Opera.
She talks more sophisticated.
Yeah.
Than any like.
I'm like, don't come around my family because they gonna want me to be like you, and I can't.
It's amazing.
I feel like as a 37-year-old man right now, I feel like a loser listening to this girl.
You're watching Miss Rachel at 3 years old.
Not her.
I was watching Barney.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's crazy. So So I was a little more intrigued. I was kind of wondering because, like I said, this was 2017.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I wonder what she's doing right now.
Yeah,
Maybe she's working at Starbucks or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's doing that.
This setup does not make me feel like I'm going to have good self-esteem after.
The YouTube page, you could check it out. But this was in, I want to say this year, July 2025.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what she got going on right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm in Vienna now, but in exactly 2 weeks, I'll be in LA conducting the premiere of my new ballet. Please join our Kickstarter campaign if you haven't yet done so, to make it all possible. And I can't wait to see all of you on the 5th of June in Los Angeles.
She's doing her own. She's amazing.
I am a loser, man.
How old is she now?
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. I'm guessing. I don't even want to guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know. I want to say she was probably.
Well, she was what? She was 12 in 2017.
You did carry the one.
Yeah.
Early 20s.
20.
Yeah.
20.
That's crazy.
What's her name?
Elma.
Alma what?
Deutscher.
Okay. It just came up. This is sad. I mean,
I'm over here.
It's inspiring.
Like, I'm not even trying to have kids right now.
Yeah.
But I want to meet their parents. I'm like, what exactly did you do to get to breed something like this?
Other than genetics.
This don't even seem like a real person.
You can't tell me at 3 years old she's composing melodies on the piano and that was
the violin
and that was learned. There was something in her.
No, savants are always so interesting.
Yeah.
The thing that catches my attention whenever you get like a savant, because they're not like developing at the same level as people at their age, interpersonal skills. You know what I mean?
She sounds like fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
But she's also like interacting with people that are older than her and kind of in more formal settings.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
do you play with Barbie dolls?
Can she just kick it? Like that's like
you be normal.
That's a good question. Has she ever played with a Barbie doll?
That's something I'm always intrigued by. Because also,
I always play with a violin.
Wait, you bring this to sports, and there is such a thing as like too smart for your own good, where like you just cannot relate to the people that you work with at times, and so I am intrigued. Like, does she kick it with people her age that are like, for lack of a better term, normal?
Yeah.
Is she even gonna go to college?
For what? What she need to go to college for?
Because like she could teach classes. I'm saying like even just her knowledge.
Well, I mean,
on music.
Yeah, they can pay her to teach.
Yeah.
I mean, she ain't pop out like and knowing everything. She'll still need to learn things. She just seems to have a better propensity.
Man, for what? You heard that? Yeah, you heard that 12-year-old talking.
Yeah.
Man, she is the college.
Is she ever going to go to a kegger?
that might actually do damage to what she's got going on.
Take her to a football game or something, man. Just let her just commentate the football game.
That's right, 832 kid. She run a 4.40. I don't think so.
Hey, can she do a backflip to March Madness?
You know what I mean?
Like Chris Brown?
Yeah.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. All right, put your pencils away, put your
no.
all that stuff. We about to do a test. We about to do a listening test. All right.
All right.
No.
So close your eyes. I just want I want you guys to give me your raw reaction to what I'm about to play right now.
All right.
Let's surprise my neighbors with paw print cookies. They're obsessed with dogs, so I figured this would be perfect. I made my signature sugar cookie dough and had my dog Lulu step right on them for that realistic paw print effect. Baked them in the oven, and they turned out so good and authentic, perfect for any dog lover.
All right, you guys passed. You guys passed. I just want to make sure y'all on the same page with me.
Look, we know how we
She want to make it a little
dogs.
realistic, so let me get my dog Lulu.
Yeah.
Put her paw print on all of these sugar cookies. And give them to my neighbor.
Lulu was digging up a bone like 5 minutes before.
Lulu was probably licking on them paws.
Yeah, and licking on them and everything else.
I mean, we don't even have to go that far. Lulu just walking around with her paws exposed. If you put your feet on them, right? Like,
first of all, why is Lulu in the kitchen?
Hey, good question.
Get your butt out the kitchen.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I said your feet. If you put your hands on them cookies and you didn't wash them, I'm mad at you. Why did she think? Well, you know what? I know why she thought this was a good idea, because this is rage bait. Like, I feel like we would all be better as a society if we took our online practices and had just a little bit of a acknowledgement that not everybody is operating in good faith. Some people are just trying to make you angry, because angry is an emotion that also gets you to do stuff like respond or whatever, that could be turned into money.
You're right, but this woman was dead serious, like it was cute. And by the way, she speaks in a monotone that drives me nuts. Like she just stayed in the same. Play a little bit of it again, real quick.
It's just
monotone. Like I was like, something's wrong with this woman.
Let's surprise obsessed dog. So
It's
I
not
figured
monotone.
this
It's
would
just
be
like
perfect.
constantly. It's like constantly up and bouncy.
Now, it's very
bubbly.
It's very TikTok-y.
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely rage bait. I'm convinced of it. I do hate though that like you have to go into whatever social media that you might be looking at with that filter on of like, does this person actually even mean this?
Yeah.
What are they trying to do to me in this moment? Like it's not the relaxing engagement that I think we like to pretend. Oh, I'm just gonna scroll for a little bit. No, you're about to have your emotions played with. Is
about to be had.
Yeah. All right, as we continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So I want y'all to do me a favor. Look at the rundown. Do you see that picture I have on the rundown?
Let me see.
Oh,
it's a picture of a hotel. What hotel is it?
You don't have a hotel on here, big fella.
I'm refreshing because I didn't see it on the first go.
It should be a picture of the Is it the Marriott? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I didn't put it on there.
Nah. So you said it's a Marriott where?
Yes. Yeah. So it's a Marriott. And here's the CEO to this to the hotel, David Marriott.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to make some things clear about his last name.
My wife used to be a school teacher. She taught English when we were living out in Utah together. And she taught at East High, actually, which is famous because that's where High School Musical was filmed. So my kids love that their mom taught at High School Musical. But when she was a teacher out there, she had a student named Ellis Marriott. And she finally sat Elliot down one day and she said, Elliot, how do you pronounce your name? He said, Elliot. He said, that's right. It's not Elliot. It's Elliot. It's the same way with Marriott. It is not Elliot Marriott. It is Elliot Marriott. And so the correct way to say it is actually Marriott.
Thank you. I always wondered because I've heard it both ways.
Yeah, I've tried to adjust after learning this to Marriott. However, I'm not going to be mad at anybody that says Marriott because you know why? You know what they talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know exactly what they're talking about.
It's kind of like Adidas.
But
like you know what?
It's supposed to be Adidas.
Yeah, yes. Adi Dassler. The founder of it.
But that one I knew. Marriott and Marriott. I've heard so many people call it both ways, and I've stayed at a million Marriotts in my life, or Marriotts. I've always called it Marriott. So now I won't. Thank you. It's informational.
That was real good to know. But I didn't know. I would say Marriott too.
Yeah.
And hell, I think people at the Marriott said Marriott.
Yeah, yes.
But I'm glad he kind of made that clear.
Okay. I mean, I'll call it what I want as long as that check clears, right? Like that's if you are getting paid for this room, you're just gonna have to deal with me calling it whatever.
Yeah. But I mean, I've always wondered. All these years going there.
Yeah. And I gotta give a special salute to Walt Frazier, the Knicks legend.
Clyde.
That's right.
Yeah. So he was on. He do their broadcast. I want to say he do their TV broadcast.
He does.
And always stand out.
Yes,
you know. Without me,
he is. You could be their Calvin Murphy.
Yeah. Hey, he might be Calvin Murphy times two.
Yeah.
Oh, he
the
is.
way he dress. I think he's still in the 70s. To be honest,
I was like, Calvin be coming out with some fire, man. Don't be putting down my goat, man. Calvin Murphy.
That ain't no put down. This is me. Like you gotta look at Frazier, man.
Oh,
on
I
the sidelines. He still got the same haircut from 1962. But here's Walt Frazier. Did you know he helped Pat Riley get into coaching?
I did not. Have you heard that?
Riley and I entered the league the same year. He tried to guard me, and that's how he ended up as a coach. We'll take a timeout.
That is.
He tried to guard me, and that's how he ended up as a coach.
I feel. At what age are you allowed to do that tastefully? You know what I mean? Like
that age, at least.
that age. Because I feel like if. Let's say Kendrick Perkins, because he's directly in front of me. If he happened to be calling a game, or maybe a dude who actually calls a game, Richard Jefferson, if he does that on a broadcast, that doesn't quite hit you the same as Walt does. Like Walt doesn't. We're like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Nah, I think it's cool because there's two legendary people. It's Walt Frazier, and then there's Pat Riley. Pat Riley is solidified. He's good. But it's just cool to hear that type of talk. It's just like, man, we came in the league together.
And you also kind of have to have that swag. Like, you got to be able to, just be able to get away with it.
What's funny is I can't tell if, like, he really, really meant that or say, oh, this is a cute joke, even though I'm pretty sure
he probably
meant it. Like,
it's
regardless.
probably a true story. Get into coaching.
I was like, I feel like Pat could hold his own at that time.
Yeah.
You would know though. You was out there covering Pat Riley, weren't you?
No, not then.
No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So also, I gotta give a special, I guess, thoughts and prayers to John McClain. If you don't know, he was hacked on Twitter.
Brother, you gotta. Whoo!
Wow.
What happened?
I hear you, but thoughts and prayers took me to a bad place mentally. I'm gonna be entirely honest.
He one of many media people that been getting hacked recently.
Yeah.
So I think he was trying to, according to his Twitter, he was trying to sell some. I forgot what it was, but
Bitcoin.
Yeah. And I think
this is hilarious. I didn't even see it.
They tweeted a picture of him getting a Cadillac truck. Yeah. He said, "Hey, I just got this Cadillac truck thanks to Bitcoin."
Bitcoin mining.
Wait, has he gotten his account back? No. I saw it get so they still got John McClain out of there, man.
Yeah.
He's got a smooth withdrawal of $54,000.
Hey, shout out to John McClain with the side hustle.
Yeah, it's
fun. Jokes, of course.
It's funny because if he would have just tweeted that, just the picture of the cat, I would have believed it. I'm like, he got money to get a Cadillac truck.
Okay, so
none of us should be laughing.
No,
because we could be next on the hit list.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
Oh, I will pull the curtain back. I just checked my phone. I was like, hold on, let's make sure that I'm not the next person in the media, the Houston media that would get hacked. So
man, this is wild.
Yeah, I hope he gets his account back.
He got hacked, and then remember a couple years ago, Berman got hacked. Mark Berman.
Yep.
He was out here trying to his Twitter account selling some PS5s. I'm just like, man.
I like the idea though that Mark Berman actually was like, you know what? I can get a side hustle. Let's move these PS5s right quick.
Yeah. Also, real quick, just on a serious note, thoughts and prayers to Jamaica.
Jamaica.
They got
Category 5, man.
Yeah,
Category 5 hurricane.
Cat 5 hurricane. I guess expected to hit in a couple hours.
Yeah.
So that's scary.
Big time.
Yeah. So thoughts and prayers to everybody in Jamaica.
100%. Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right at this time. Go ahead and hit up Figgy Fig at the Figgy Fig if you see anything that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before that, The Athletic has put up a top 50 MLB free agent list. Who do you like and what? Let's try and see if we can kind of figure out what this means for the Astros offseason. We'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now, and you're
ETHOS.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie.
Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Ticket Tuesday rolls on. I believe the fellas of the drive will have another pair of tickets that they'll be giving away in the 5 o'clock hour of their show. We'll get ready to hand it off to them here in a moment. But shout out to The Athletic. I always appreciate the work that they do. And specifically Jim Bowden, former executive in the majors, and does a great job, writing about baseball. He put out a top 50 MLB free agent list for the 2025-2026 season, or headed up to this season. So he has contract predictions and stuff in addition to this list. And I'm one of the things that he does really nicely in this is obviously he ranks the top free agents, and then within that he kind of has a little write up, but he gives like kind of salary comps and predicts their best team fit and a contract prediction of what they will get. And the number one free agent, according to Jim Bowden, Kyle Tucker, right fielder. Interestingly enough, get this. The contract prediction that he has for Kyle Tucker after, again, another season where you see what Kyle Tucker is, but interestingly enough, you look at the Cubs and you go, will they sign him? 10 years, $427 million is the projection that Jim Bowden has for them.
Interestingly, I'm not shocked.
You're not shocked?
Yeah.
I mean, he's still...
I should be.
28 years old, so still relatively young with that. And, I mean, the talent that he has, especially as a lefty. But, man, the team fits. He has Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Phillies, Giants. That makes sense because those are the teams that probably will have it to be able to put up 400. I'm going to be honest. I get where Kyle Tucker is as a player, and so it makes sense that he's going to get his money. That's not – I mean, it makes it very evident that, the Astros were never going to be in that game.
Oh, no. And clearly, a year removed now from him moving on, the money even goes higher. But there's no way. There's no way they were going to do that. And they probably saw something in the same vicinity, as what they wanted to pay or wanted him to be paid. No, never going to happen.
Yeah, they weren't going to get close. One of the reasons why it made sense for them to make that deal, and then obviously you see what the back half of that has been. The big free agent that I should say, the thing that I really like about this, I mentioned the best team fits, as I
That's
wrote
what
right
I'm
off.
Curious, yeah.
It seems like he has those ranked, and so I kind of wanted to use that portion of this list to look at who are the free agents that Jim Bowden, at least as an executive, looks like would fit with the Astros, and what that might say about their offseason.
No, go ahead.
Funny enough, the free agent that is listed, the Astros are listed as the number one team fit for this free agent, is free agent number 4 on this list. The 4th highest free agent, in fact, the highest pitching option on this list.
Had to be pitching.
You might be familiar with him. He's a 32-year-old left-hander. His name is Framber Valdez.
Huh. Oh, Lord. That's the best you got?
Well, I mean, he's still going to be the best pitching prospect out here.
He's definitely up there, but he's not going to be here.
6 years, $190 million is what he's projecting. The 6 years is in the window. That 190 feels like, was that 31 somewhere right in there? Is that just that's too much? The Jim Crane is not going to give.
Well, I think we would have had the answer by now.
That's the thing. Because I look at the number, and of course, again, these are projections by someone who's in the media. Admittedly, he's done the job before, but he's not on the inside of these negotiations. However, that feels like that would be a doable number, would it not? Now he is a little older. He's 32, but that feels like it'd be a doable number, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does feel doable. It's not outrageous, especially right after you talk about 420 something with Kyle Tucker. But again, this would have been done, or at least would have been well on its way to being done. I don't think Framber wants to be here.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think though that he's going to get that money.
Yes.
Like I know that
more.
the fellas of Payne and Pendergast earlier today were talking about Framber and his prospects, and they were like, "There's teams are probably going to look at the good Framber, bad Framber, evil Framber dynamic." I think the teams look at that and probably, especially what he had the second half of the season, and probably attribute that more to the Astros and the circumstance. That I imagine that's where your personal whatever you want to say confidence comes in. Is like, nah, he will fare better in our circumstance as an incredible ground ball pitcher, and we'll be able to make that work. I think that's where a lot of teams will come from.
I think a lot of teams are just going to look at his numbers, look at his success, look at his postseasons, and either conveniently forget or not care as much about some of the other stuff, good Fromber, bad Fromber, and he's a lefty.
Yeah, that's also
the
big
lefties
one.
get paid, man.
All right, so speaking of lefties getting paid, all right, I'm going to go through teams that the Astros show up, and the seventh highest MLB free agent, Ranger Suarez, left-handed pitcher, previously played with the Phillies. The contract prediction there is 6-year, $164, but Ranger Suarez, left-handed pitcher, right? Like, again, this feels like a fill in the blank for what you would previously have, but there's probably 7 teams that they have above best team fits here for Ranger Suarez. But okay, there's a left-handed pitcher. Another one that comes up, Tatsuya Imai, the right-handed pitcher who is coming out of Japanese baseball, 27-year-old, 7-year, $154 is what the projection is, international, signing there. But again, he's a right-handed pitcher, so another pitcher there. Zach Gallen shows up here as a 30-year-old pitcher coming off of the Diamondbacks for another contract, $135. Like, one of the things that's very evident, there's a lot of pitchers here. None of them are like the being looked at as Astros number one team to like look for them. I do find it interesting that you look at a lot of the free agents and Jim Bowden's looking at it like maybe the Astros get involved, even though Dana Brown said specifically he used the word trade when talking about acquiring a pitcher this offseason.
I think that's probably where they're going to end up having to look. The free agency, the numbers are just going to be ridiculous. Now you do have to pick up contract, of course, but I don't know. And the one thing for sure I know, Framber Valdez isn't going to come back here. It ain't going to happen.
So, I mean, there's other names like Shane Bieber that Astros come up, Brad Keller. It's just a whole bunch of pitchers, interestingly enough. I'll be adding in free agency, and what if they do that and then also trade, and what that says about the team. The one name that I found to be interesting in this that is not a pitcher. It was very hard to find one that was not a pitcher, but there was one name that came up that was not a pitcher.
Don't say a third baseman.
It's not a third baseman because third baseman Alex Bregman is up here, but he is the 10th highest free agent here, and it's Cody Bellinger, outfielder, first baseman.
I heard them talking about that this morning. Yeah, Cody Bellinger.
Does that catch your interest?
No. Yeah.
Does that catch your interest as a Yankee, a former Yankee out there, but a dude who can't play in the outfield?
Trying to win championships. That's what you're trying to win, ain't you?
You darn. You're right.
Look, outfielder can play first base depending on because first base has been a real dicey proposition.
Clint's like hell.
The only name in all of Major League Baseball that I can't. I don't like nothing about that.
Running Jesus Sanchez.
I don't like nothing about him, man.
You just can't do like.
I think you like his bat.
I don't like nothing about him. I don't know. I mean, I know who he is. Don't care for him.
Great bat, lefty bat.
Yeah.
All of that.
Checks all the boxes.
Can't play first base. If you get to a place where you're like, all right, this first base thing with Christian Walker's not working, you just can't get over it, huh?
Yeah.
It's not a fan.
Uh-huh.
Not a fan.
That's fair. That's fair.
Me personally, I just would rather you go a different direction.
Fair enough.
He's on your no-go on your draft board.
I'm just not a fan of his kind.
Red flag, huh?
Not a fan of his kind, man.
Yeah.
Just not a fan.
He said his kind.
Just not a fan.
Yeah.
Tough guy in the media. Trash. Not a fan.
Oh, he's that guy?
I do respect that.
Strikes me as that guy. Strikes me as that guy. Silver spoon.
Hold me back.
Oh yeah. Real easy to hold back, man.
Hold me back.
Good hair.
Yeah.
Good hair.
He always struck me as that guy, man.
I want to explore
the silver spoon loudmouth.
Yes.
The silver spoon loudmouth tough guy just is
Travel ball?
That is a tough.
He's a travel ball guy?
But to be honest with you, baseball's full of them.
Yeah, but that guy, the guy at 7 years old had the baseball backpack and the bat backpack.
Everything.
The shades, the wraparound shades.
Best thing since sliced bread.
Oh yeah.
It just strikes me as one of them kind, man. I don't know.
He's wearing the sleeve when he's 10 years old.
Oh yeah, ready. Ready, man.
Yeah.
Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to cross-talk with these fellas. We didn't talk about this very much, but the implication that Antonio Gates, by Pablo Torre, who's been really good in his investigative journalism role, the idea that Antonio Gates might have done a little Chauncey Billupsing with this thing, does that at all get you guys like raise your ears? Because we talked about this from an NBA perspective, and Adam Silver's got a real issue on him. Does this feel like a problem if the NFL, like if all of a sudden you see Antonio Gates in here?
Oh, I don't know that it had, because the NFL didn't let anybody off a month ago or 2 months ago and clear them investigate them and clear them. So I don't think the credibility, or whatever, however you want to couch what the NBA has at stake here. I don't think that, but I'll be shocked if there's not a ton of players wrapped up in this by the time they're done.
Oh, they don't care about the wise guys.
I'm just saying.
Basketball's easier.
The scheme that they were playing. Hey, man, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fix all these games. We just need you to show up and play, and you're guaranteed to win. And it's big money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that guys would even think deep enough to think, man, this is some serious stuff.
Wasn't he just running? Is he accused of running poker games? Wasn't he pulling?
I think it's more in the poker realm, right?
Yeah, the poker games like that.
Well, he was invited as one of the marks to get people in Miami, right?
Correct. Yeah.
He was accused or allegedly doing in Miami what Chauncey Billups was doing in the Northeast.
Yeah, he ain't seen a field since 2018.
Yeah,
and I don't know how much that's going to.
Yeah, but just the implication, the association is always a problem.
No, I mean, I don't know if it's as big as jumping off with Terry Rozier
and a head coach of the team. Right?
Well, a sitting head coach potentially giving information to. Yeah. I think the poker stuff. If that was all it was for Adam Silver, I think he'd be you can dig that one. It's the other fixing game.
No, that's right.
Portion of the.
Well, I think that those kind of dovetail because when you have a coach who is at the beck and call of organized crime, I think you get to some really bad possibilities now, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine D'Amico getting scooped up tomorrow? What happened? Oh, well, he's wrapped up with the Italian mob families and was running these poker games.
That don't even feel like D'Amico, though. I feel
D'Amico doesn't.
No, I hear you.
I'm just saying in general,
didn't feel like Chauncey Billups.
Great point.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it is just one of them. Like, whoa, that's a.
Hold on. Let me step on D'Amico. I was not saying. You could be caught up into that. I just simply said that don't sound like D'Amico. It just sound like.
Let's be clear about that.
You were just making the point that in 2025 you can't just assume things. I appreciate that.
I'll make that clear.
Yes.
Speaking of noise,
not against you.
Our question of the day, by the way, was what's a noise that you can't stand? Is that what the phrasing was?
My man John came out with the Amber Alert, man. That's
you got to be honest.
Say that, man.
You tell me I'm wrong. You hear that Amber Alert? All the sympathy in the world, good fortune, good luck to the law enforcement. But I'm like, damn.
And then Reggie said, well, what am I supposed to do?
No, but really, I'm supposed to run out here and just look at all the license plates. Is that what's supposed to happen?
That's kind of the point.
I need to memorize this license plate.
It's happening to everybody. So whoever the kid is close to, we can find them.
Well, you see
that's the point. Yeah, look around. What color is the car around?
There's a silver Chevy Cavalier out there.
Head on a swivel. Head on a swivel, baby. You look next to you, you're like, hey.
I'm gonna start running outside. I'm like, hey, silver Chevrolet.
You know I'm not wrong on that. It's irritating.
For me, man, is when I get on that couch, good and situated, I hear, Dad.
Oh yeah.
Daddy. Yeah. Dad.
I need you. Dang it.
That's right.
I got to go with loud.
Hey, man, I hit it. I hit my wife does it more than I do, but I hit him. I'm off the clock. Your kids ain't quite got there yet to the age, Clint, where you're tired as hell of their asses. Hey.
You gotta hit me during business hours. What you said.
Mine is loud pipes. On a vehicle.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And starting with, and I'll give you some types. The motorcycle, particularly the motorcycle guy that likes to rev his engine all the time under overpasses or as he's running around the block or as he's sitting at a stoplight. I mean, it's awful. And then the
street racers?
The street racers.
I hate them.
That sit there and just rev their engine. And even if they're going 30 miles an hour down the road, just revving their engine to be loud as hell. Like if you're rattling my windows and I'm 2 cars behind you with your pipes, like you're an inconsiderate POS. Like you really are. I mean, really any kinds of the lifted trucks with the loud ass pipes.
How about the dually diesel truck with the wide muffler and the black smoke comes out?
All of that. I mean, all of it. All of the loud noise, the loud pipes, and that stemmed from a childhood. I grew up right around the corner from a Harley-Davidson shop. So I didn't know it growing up. I just hated them, right? But then as I got older, I realized they were test driving them.
Yeah.
So every time they'd blow by the house to making the block to see if this bike was running right, it would bang, 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 bang. They're as loud as you could possibly imagine. I despise it. I despise it.
I believe you.
Yeah. There's no question.
See it in your eyes.
It really does come through.
It is. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna cause a disturbance one of these days. Probably get my ass whooped over it.
Hopefully not.
It is just awful.
All right, we greatly appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to chop it up with the fellas. We're done for the day, but a sound that I love to hear is what these fellas got going for the next 4 hours. You're listening to Cat 2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and it is a beautiful day for you because it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday out here today. So coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, just like you heard on Payne and Pendergast, just like you heard on In the Loop, you will have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you are listening for that cue to call, and you call in and you can win tickets to an all-important game against the Denver Broncos at NRG coming up on Sunday. So a Texans Ticket Tuesday, a lot of teas today to get into. Here in a second, it is a tape drop Tuesday. We'll get to that as well. But it is that time on a Tuesday, home game coming up Sunday. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets. So stay tuned with us for that. Remember this, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So let's get started with a little football talk, Clint. It is a tape drop Tuesday, and You should have had a good time watching this tape drop Tuesday, unless you got disgusted by the other team like you did with the Ravens a couple weeks ago. But this has got to be maybe the tape by the Texans all season.
Well, there's so much good by the Texans that we've got to try to figure out the best way to couch it so that it's consumable on radio, right? But, yeah, there is – I mean, we can start there if you'd like. The defensive front for the 49ers, it's not quite as bad as the Ravens because the Ravens just didn't want to play. It's almost like they would just quit. I mean, at least the 49ers kept playing. But they were very easily blocked, I would say, up front. And the Texans had a field day with a group that just isn't very talented up front. Good luck. But for the betting folks out there with the 49ers moving forward, I don't know. I mean, I know they started out 5-2. I don't see this team being much down the stretch.
Yeah,
I just don't. I don't know how. I don't know how they make it make sense defensively. I mean, that's a rough. I mean, they'll be fine in terms of just putting the product out there, but that was not a 5-2 defense. That's for damn sure.
No. We talked about it going into the game. I don't know that they're as good as their record is.
Right.
They've had some games that could go a lot of ways, and this wasn't one where it's like, all right, they're 5-2 leading their division. Like this one may be a tough one. This felt different than Seattle.
Yeah.
Who was 5-2 as well when the Texans faced them.
Well, defensively, they don't have dudes, and they're just not very good. You don't have that one or two guy that makes a difference, and then they're just not very good around them. So that's fair. I mean, that is a. And I think most of us knew that this wasn't the most talented defensive front in football, but it was a lot to desire. And I don't know how Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan watched that tape and go, yeah, let's go win some game, boys.
Yeah, I
mean that's a tough watch right there, especially living in that division they're living in with the Rams and the Seahawks.
Yep.
But nonetheless, there are some things, and I think the way that I want to couch this, Ron, is what did we see or what did I see that I feel like has a chance to transition to a better opponent, which is I think this week, the Denver Broncos are going to be a better opponent. I think on both sides of the football, if we're being honest, after what we saw, they're going to be a better opponent. And I want to start with the quarterback. The improvement at the quarterback position, the improvement of C.J. Stroud was clear. Everybody's aware of that. But there's a couple of things that really stood out in the TV copy as well as when I'm watching them on tape. it was even better than I thought. Like his command at the line of scrimmage, CJ's command at the line of scrimmage of pushing protection one way or the other, getting guys picking up pressures and getting the ball out opposite or protecting yourself. CJ was tremendous, and it was a little bit more. I'd like to see even more animation, to be honest with you, but he was pretty animated with the process. Which is important because the center's down there with his hand on the ball, bent over, trying to look over his shoulder at what you got going on. You got to move your feet. You got to be loud. You got to use your hand signals. And it was CJ. It wasn't just once. I remember seeing it once or twice. It was several times throughout the game where CJ is commanding on a screen. I think that transitions, Ron. I think that transitions. Yeah. Now, this was a very vanilla defense. They didn't give a ton of different looks, and so it could be more difficult. It will be more difficult moving forward to try to figure out which way to send them. But him being more, animated and more in control at the line of scrimmage, I think was
never ever looked confused. Never ever looked like he didn't understand what's going on.
The other thing is CJ staring down the barrel and delivering on that touchdown throw to Xavier Hutchinson. We talked last week about more about CJ than necessarily the offense or winning football, but CJ's the caliber quarterback that if he sits in there and he doesn't feel the rush and he just keeps his eyes downfield, and he should make 2 or 3 throws a game where he gets his jaw rocked as he's letting go of the ball. He's good enough to make those kind of plays. This is what I was talking about. This throw, the touchdown throw was – there's not many quarterbacks in the league making that throw. They're not getting it off because he needs so little space and can generate so much power with that real compact stroke that he has. A lot of guys can't get that ball off because their stroke is longer and it takes more time. A lot of guys can't get that ball off because they don't have the ability to push it down the field on a pinpoint like that with that quick of a release. So him staring down the barrel, it was even better. That touchdown throw was even better than I expected. Yeah. I thought the other thing with CJ was it was clear he worked through progressions and knew exactly where his checkdowns were all day long.
Yeah,
all day long.
That was clear. Yep.
All day long. And there were even moments in the game where he eliminated half the field, like come to the line of scrimmage, and I know, hey, number 1 and number 2 in my progression over here to my left, but I'm getting a certain coverage, and the linebacker's buzzing that way right now. So I'm just going to, as soon as I snap the ball, boom, I'm just going to work right. I'm going to eliminate 1, 2. I'm going to get to 3, 4, 5, and get the ball out quicker. He did that multiple times in this game. Now, was that a San Francisco thing, or was that I'm more comfortable in Nick Caley's offense thing? I don't know, but he worked through progressions, and he eliminated half the field in his progression multiple times, and I thought that benefited. And, again, these are all things that we saw in the 49ers game and should carry over into the Denver game, right? I think these are important things that we saw C.J. Stroud do that maybe aren't as dependent on the protection. Maybe it's not as dependent on everybody winning their battles up front or having the best scheme. If he can take this from one game to the next, I think it's going to be great. The other thing that C.J. had a lot to do with, Ron, was – they still don't do enough of it. I still am kind of baffled by the lack of snapping the ball with guys in motion. I'm not like I feel like Nick Caley.
You didn't see a lot of that. It felt like they did it. It seemed like Noel was a motion move guy a lot in the game.
No. Well, there's a difference between a motion and a move. There's a difference between a motion and a shift, and that's where I was going with it. Was you're right. I think one thing that was better this game that they didn't use enough of in the past, and CJ didn't time them up very well, is snapping the ball in motion. Like there's a couple of snaps where we're motioning to it. Stacked motions over, and the second he gets stacked right behind that receiver, you need to snap the football because the whole point in stacking a formation is so them 2 DBs that are bracketing y'all don't have time to communicate. If you set up and let them communicate, let one of them shade outside, let one of them shade inside, and then they read the release, whoever goes outside one takes, whoever goes inside the other takes. Like the whole point of that motion is to not let them communicate who's got who and somebody bust free, right? And in the past, there's been times where I think CJ held the snap and screwed up the concept and hurt the offense and hurt him. I thought they were better several times in this game with, we're going to motion this guy, whoever it may be, and we want to snap the football with him stacked right behind another receiver or in the middle of a trip set, bunch set, so that they don't have time to decipher what the hell's going on. Is he going inside or is he going outside, right? I thought they did that multiple times and used it. I guess it's more executed it cleanly, where in the past they didn't use it enough, and when they did, the timing was screwed up, and that's on CJ. So I think CJ was just significantly better in that department as well. And again, I think that's something that when you face other opponents, if you can execute those motions, even if they're short motions, if you can execute them with a sense of urgency and great timing, then you get the most juice out of that squeeze. If you screw it up and the guy's out there pausing and stuttering before you snap the ball, I mean, you might as well just line his ass up out there and let him play it. So I think that had a lot to do with CJ as well.
Yeah, the hope is, because to get to the point of what you're talking about from watching the tape, is some of this stuff, kind of like the Ravens game, was opponent driven.
Yeah.
Right. But what things can you carry from the game?
Sure.
That you can do it against better opponents like Denver coming up with the front. Like the front's going to be different. But my question is, and hope is, all right, can CJ and the cast do all of this under pressure?
Right. Well, I'll give you a perfect example. I don't know the answer to that question. We'll see on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll see.
But to me, like early on in this game, Braxton Berrios catches a drag route on a third down and kind of a little bit diving catch, maybe more of a falling catch. But CJ was able to avoid a little bit of pressure and lay it out there in front of him. Like the way that was set up, I believe Braxton Berrios started in a little tight and went outside the formation and then came all the way back across the ball. Right. If we don't have guys, Ron, that can go out there, set their feet, let the defense adjust, and then we take off and we can run away from them. Like Braxton Berrios not going to run away from anybody. But if that motion is timed up to where Braxton Berrios, he takes off outside with a sense of urgency. Now that DB's panicking a little bit, and then you snap the ball and he's got to change directions immediately. Now you've got a little bit. Now you've created some space. Now, by design, by formation, by short motion, you've created a little space, and it's not all reliant on Braxton Berrios outrunning somebody. So the way that thing is executed is the whole point is to get somebody to get that advantage, get that 1 or 2 yard advantage, and now you got him. Braxton Berrios is a guy that his advantage is it's twitch, it's change of direction. Well, if you take the change of direction away from him because you snapped the football late, now he's at a disadvantage. Now that DB can just chase him. So, those kind of things are important. They're going to be even more important when you face a better opponent, which is definitely this week. So I think those are the handful of things, Ron, that had to do with the quarterback, improved quarterback play, that I believe are signs of them getting better, not just signs of them playing a bad opponent.
All right, what about, especially with the offense, because a lot of this is about the offense and their performance, and a bit surprised how easy they did it. They had some guys out like Nico and obviously Christian Kirk. What about outside of C.J. Stroud? What jumped out on the tape to you?
Well, if we're staying on the offensive side of the football, I'm becoming more and more convinced on a couple of guys. I know it's been rough, the overall product for several weeks of it's what we're sitting at 3-4. So I mean, I think all but 2 of the 5 weeks have been pretty rough. But I think Woody Marks is the real deal. Woody Marks has got a chance to be even better than expected. Jalen Noel is a guy that even the national media is going, I don't know what the hell took so long to get this guy on the field. I think he is real. British Brooks, for what it's worth, I know it's not a big part of the offense, but the British Brooks package, already thinking third and fourth and short goal line situations, he's going to be a big part of that. But that damn wham block that he had, man, he's a physicality.
Yep.
And I do think that when you can do that, we want to see more of it. But when you're on the field now, all of a sudden we got to expand his package to do more things so that the defense doesn't zone in and go, oh, this is going to be some kind of wham or some kind of power play because he's in there.
Be looking for
so his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, his ability to carry the ball himself, we've already seen it on some fullback dive stuff on 3rd and 4th and short. That is real. That plays in a big way. We may not see much of it, but it plays. And then the Dalton Schultz thing. I hammered Dalton Schultz every week last week when he was playing, when he was on that bull jive. I'm going to give Dalton Schultz love every week that I see him go out there and be a different looking dude. Dalton Schultz did it again. Not the.
We only had 2 catches.
Well, I ain't worried about that. Hell, I know he can catch it and run with it. I know he can settle in soft spots. I know he can catch the little bootleg thing in the flats when nobody's covering. I'm not worried about Dalton Schultz from a pass catching perspective. I'm worried about C.J. Stroud getting the ball to him and making sure he gets enough catches. But I ain't worried about Dalton Schultz. The Dalton Schultz in the whether he's pass protecting or he is run blocking, most of which run blocking, it has been not just, boy, that's really good for a guy that shied away from it last year. It's been really good for a receiving tight end in the NFL. I mean, he's playing with a different physicality, and it is a 180 difference in physicality from last year. So I'm going to tip my cap to Dalton Schultz every chance I get, as long as he's playing like that.
All right, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit more from the.
I got some good defense stuff. I got some good defense stuff for you, Ron, when you want to hit it. So just let me know, bub.
Always
my defensive takes, man.
Yeah,
all of it.
That's what I meant. Yeah, hit it and quit it. All right, coming up.
There was a time.
Coming up, this be something to revisit from the last couple of weeks. We know Clint does the post-game show after every Texans game right here on Sports Radio 610 with Sean Pendergast. And there's some conversation the last 2 weeks about something concerning C.J. Stroud that I think would be good to jump on and discuss. We'll do that coming up next.
Twin Peaks, y'all, in a better place to watch live sports. And, boy, we got a lot of it going on. Got a hell of a World Series game last night. Got them Rockets last night. We had Monday Night Football. How about it, man? We got plenty of live sports rolling. All you got to do is make sure you stop by one of them Twin Peaks locations.
It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, so you got to stay tuned and listen for the cue to call, and you can have a chance to be in the building for an all-important ball game. First place Denver Broncos coming off of beating the hell out of the Cowboys. They're trying to win that Texas two-step, ain't they? Cowboys, Texans, 2 games in a row for the Broncos.
Where'd you hear that? That was cute.
Well, I just came up with it right there on the spot.
No, you heard that somewhere this morning.
They always say the Texas two-step when teams have to go and play like Dallas or and the Rockets or the Spurs and the Rockets, and they got 2 in a row there. A little Texas two-step right there.
They can 3-step that piece in basketball.
They can 3-step. Sometimes they can. Yeah, go all the way.
Does anybody ever do that?
3-step.
Does anybody ever play all 3 of those teams in back-to-back-to-back?
I would assume it's happened. Why not? Go ahead and knock them out.
It makes a lot. I mean, it would make common sense if you're really trying to keep your expenses to a minimum.
Well, you're in the Eastern Conference. Go ahead and knock that out. You got one trip to all of them. Go ahead and bang it out.
Fellas can have a good night in each city, experience every kind of different vibe Texas has to offer.
Why not start in OKC and just run it on through?
Why not, man?
That's a tough 4-game stretch, though. OKC, Mavericks,
Spurs,
Rockets, Spurs. Spurs are 4-0, by the way. They look like they're going to be this year's Rockets from last year. That team, like you look at the Spurs, and I will get to the CJ conversation. You look at the Spurs. Somebody is coming up off that 8 seat, one of those 8 spots that were in the playoffs last year. I don't know who it is. Somebody is coming up off of that, and the Spurs look like they're primed and ready postseason coming up. All right, Clint, you this is something that has been a point of conversation the last couple of weeks on the post-game show, and that is the body language of C.J. Stroud, both coming out of the Seattle game when it was kind of negative body language, when he was just sitting over there staring. I think I said a couple of weeks ago, well, I wonder, is there anything on that Windows surface, or is he just looking in it so nobody come talk to him? And then last week, I know many people were calling in saying it looked a lot better. He sounded a lot better in his press conferences. Your thoughts on that, because that's been something you and Sean been getting a lot in the postgame.
Well, look, I think it's good timing for the conversation, because I think as an entire fan base, and as anybody that follows the team, media or fan, I think we've experienced the extreme one direction and the other in the last 2 weeks. Understandably so. You saw how bad the Seattle game was, and nobody takes it worse than the quarterback. And then you see how good the San Francisco game is, and again, nobody takes it better than the quarterback, right? And so I think we've seen bad CJ when it comes to body language, bench conduct, facial expressions, responding to adversity. And I think we've seen good CJ in responding to obviously having some success. I think on the field, there's some audio out there right now of after DeMeco Ryans gave him the game ball, he turned immediately and said, "Hey, I'm going to give 5 of these and give 1 to each of my offensive linemen." Which, by the way, CJ, you need 6 because Fisher played quite a bit, and you need 7 because you got a rotation at left guard. So don't leave all those guys out. If you do, bust that football up. And all joking aside, there is, with the way the Seattle game went and the body language and bench conduct and facial expressions and kind of staring blankly into a pad, not having much communication with anybody on the sideline to fix the issues, that is plenty of reason to be concerned. And that's been my big concern with C.J. Stroud, is how does he handle taking the bull by the horns of this football team, of this offense, and really being the franchise quarterback, really being the guy beyond just, man, this dude's talented and can spin the rock around the park, but the guy that's literally the face of the organization and somebody you can build around. And I think a lot of that has to do with this particular conversation. It was as bad as we've seen it 2 weeks ago. It was as good as we saw it 2 days ago. And where does CJ land? Somewhere in the middle, he's got to land. I just think it's a fascinating conversation, because I do think it matters. I do think it's a big part of his future here in Houston. I think it's a big part of what tier quarterback CJ lands on. And I think it's a big part of, do they have to go and find and pay big money to some alpha on the offensive side to where we want to go, or is CJ that guy?
So what should it look like, the concern? Because, I mean, clearly, Clint, if you're getting your ass kicked like you were against Seattle, I mean, the thought is not that you're going to be over there happy, right? And when you're dominating and you're playing, arguably, as DeMeco said, maybe your best game, one of your best games since you've been with the Texans, you're going to have a different feel on the sideline and everything. But what should it look like even in those games where it looks like Seattle or Tampa?
Well, to be fair, like my response to this in this conversation would be that I'll care more about what he looks like and how he acts in the adverse times, not when he's riding the high wave, right? He even said it. It's easy in the postgame after he gave the offensive lineman the ball, all the game balls. It's somewhere in the middle of there. He alluded to the negative talk that they're getting, obviously, which is a big talking point over there right now. But he did say, that. It's easy to be ultimately a good teammate and a player and a leader and all that when you're winning and you're playing good ball like they're playing. So I mean, to be fair, I think that I'm more concerned and more interested in what it looks like when there's adversity. And CJ's got to get to a point, Ron, and I hope that hearing him be more vocal in the locker room and the post game. In a positive moment, hopefully that bleeds over to him feeling like he can come out of his shell and be a little bit more in the moment. Like, I don't expect him to go to the post-game presser and all of a sudden be some guy that does something different and has a different feel after getting his ass kicked all day. For me, it's what does it look like on the sideline when your O-line's not able to protect? Is there some kind of emotion shown on the sideline? Right? Is there some kind of emotion on the sideline to your offensive coordinator when times are tough? And again, I'm not saying that you got to dog cuss the guy or throw him under the bus, but some level of, hey, guys, let's get this crap together and get this thing rolling.
It can sometimes look blank.
We've covered him and watched him as close as we could possibly do. We're going on 3 years, and there's never – I don't recall there ever being a moment in an adverse situation where it was up, animated – we got to get this right, and everybody get your ass over here and listen. This is what we got to get done. This is what we got to get accomplished. Stop with all the penalties, all the false starts. Stay your tail on the clock, and do your job and give me some time or whatever it may be. Whatever the message that needs to be delivered is, there's not been a moment that we've seen that on a sideline, and so I'm anxious to see if that happens, and if this week. Kind of what we saw, we had a little peek behind the curtain there in the locker room. I wonder if that rolls over into him maybe being a little bit more vocal on the sideline and on the field.
Yeah. Hopefully we see that. It does, even when it is going wrong, you want to have the feel that, like here, I'm good, man. I still, even though it's going wrong, I still have a ton of confidence that we don't know if it's true or not, but sometimes his body language doesn't show that. Sometimes his body language doesn't show I got confidence.
Well, not only does it – the thing is not only does it not happen, there is a look and there's a mope to C.J. Stroud. There is a real mope to C.J. Stroud when he's getting hit. There's a real mope to C.J. Stroud when things aren't working out. There's a real mope around look to C.J. Stroud on the sideline when things aren't going his way. And look, there's nothing the guy can do about it, the look, because I think a lot of it is probably misinterpreted. But there is, to me, something in terms of holding guys accountable, whatever it may be. If they're not communicating right up front, if guys, we've heard it a million times, if guys aren't being coachable and you're not taking what the hell you're doing at practice to the field, nobody should be more quick to get that corrected than the damn quarterback. You know what I mean? Like if whatever communication is going on up front and it's not getting done in the game, then there's nobody on the field that has more of a right to get in there with those guys on the sideline and get them together and get it right. If for whatever reason the play calling gets wonky and it's not aggressive enough, or they're not using tempo, or it's too much run, or it's too much, there's nobody that has more of a right than the quarterback to say, hey, Kaylee, man, what the hell we doing, man? This ain't what we talked about all week long. Yeah. So that is what I'm waiting for, and it's a fascinating watch because we all know CJ can play. The thing is can he do that? And I do think the mannerisms, I think the facial expressions, the body language, I do think all of that is something to keep an eye on.
Last night, we saw what many people are teams in World Series history. At what point did you throw in the towel? When did you stop watching that game last night? And I think I got an understanding of what we're watching with Shohei Ohtani. Insane performance from him last night and throughout the postseason. I think I got a handle on what we're watching. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Last night was one of them nights with underdog.
From Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I was real pissed off at myself last night that I'm watching multiple things last night, and I got into when Ohtani hits the game-tying home run. By the way, he reached base 9 times last night. Got walked 5 times and hit.
Tall Asian guy.
How about that? All extra base hits. Intentional walks are extra base hits. 2 doubles, 2 bombs, 5 intentional
His
walks.
final participation at the plate last night, he went opposite field and went deep to tie the game late there, and which felt late, but then it was really, really late. And I had just got committed, and I was in there. And I'm like, all right, I mean, I'm here. All right, it's the 11th. I got to stay. It's the 12th. All right, I got to stay. Even Courtney, she sat in there, and she committed to the 14th, and she threw in the towel in the 14th. She said, all right, I got to roll. I went to the 17th inning, and I said, all right, I this is it. This is all right. We got to get something going here. And I was a little pissed off because every time Ohtani came up, they just.
Wouldn't let him end it.
My man just went through them 4s up there, go down there, and then Mookie Betts, who has to be as pissed off as anybody at his house. He probably didn't sleep a wink. Probably he may have been just underneath the tunnel in the cage just swinging because he just could not capitalize on that. But I was like, in the 17th to end it, to go to the 17th, I said, all right, man, I'm out. I'm out, man. 1:30 in the morning, I said, I'm out. I walk up, I was pissed. 18th is when Freddie Freeman hit it. I said, well, if I just gave myself 10 more minutes, I'd have hung in there and saw. But I don't know, man. I don't know if it was as much a great game as much as it was a long game. And sometimes we do that. All right, boy, man, they went 18 innings. That sucker dragged about inning 11 to about 17. There were a couple of plays. There was a throw out the plate, but it wasn't a ton of action. There was a bunch of balls that was hit to the track that people may have thought was going. But I don't know. It was a good game. There was some stuff in there. Ohtani, once he wasn't able to be a part of the game anymore, it just felt like, all right, somebody just end the damn thing.
Yeah.
Just end it.
Yeah, look, 18-inning game, I need double-digit runs by both teams at least. They scored 1 run in extras, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Like that would have been a tough hang for me, which I'm sure there's some purists out there, boy, that just, man, that bullpen work was absolutely tremendous. Guys coming in, getting out of innings, walking batters to load the bases, and then pitching to Freddie Freeman a couple of times and getting out of jams kind of deal. I'm with you. That was one of them where, man, I'm going to tell you, I ain't seen 1:30 in the morning. I ain't seen 1:30 in the morning in a minute now. Well, I guess I did with the Texas postgame I did till 4. But in terms of choosing to sit up and watch baseball at 1:30, no, I was gone. I was done.
And I was, man.
The highlight reel was tremendous.
I wanted to hang in there. I wanted to see it to the end, and I was invested. And then I said, I can't keep doing this, man. I got to get these kids up. Threw that towel in. I woke up as soon as I grabbed my phone. Freddie Freeman in the 18th, smoking.
Right after you shut it down.
Yeah, right after I shut it down, smoking hot about that. I will also say this: I do not get enjoyment in seeing guys who weren't on the roster 6 weeks ago decide stuff. I don't get enjoyment in seeing that Klein fella. That Klein fella, he was a hero. He threw 4 innings for the Dodgers.
Yep.
The most he had ever thrown in a game was 30 pitches. He threw 72. He was getting clean. He couldn't hang on with the Royals. He was getting cleanup duty for the Royals earlier this year, and then they cut him. I'm not into watching those guys decide games late. Like I
mean, I would imagine that outing right there probably made him a little money.
I hope so. We'll see. He pitched his ass off. Good for him. But I tell you, the biggest thing to come out is Ohtani. And by the way, he pitches tonight after he has impacted this game. I'll be honest with you, I don't really give a damn what happens the rest of the way if the Blue Jays win it or not. I think Shohei should be the World Series MVP. I mean, the rest, I don't care what the hell happens the rest of the way.
I mean, Freddie's got to say, right?
I don't know. This guy was on base 9 times last night. Like, it's just insane. But I think I understand where he is. He is in that space, Clint, where he's in there with Tiger, Kobe, LeBron is in this. And that is they had such hype, right? There was such hype when they came onto the scene before they got on, where it was like, all right, man, nobody's going to live up to this. And we've seen athletes throughout time like, oh, boy, they're going to be – Wemby may be in this. I don't think he's hit this yet. But the hype coming up, Shohei may be the best in terms of, like, exceeding the hype. Tiger, you remember when Tiger came out, like, all right, man, this dude is going to be the next thing at golf. Obviously, he was and exceeded it. LeBron, similar thing. Kobe, similar thing. Like, when they said this guy pitches and hits, it's like, all right, let's see what he's going to do. But, like, there has never been anybody to affect a baseball game the manner that Shohei Ohtani. When Barry Bonds would do it, nobody would mess with him back in the day, but Barry didn't pitch. Right? Trout, sorry, Tyler, but Trout was really, really good. He's nowhere close to this guy and the way he impacts this. There may not be an athlete who has exceeded the hype more than Shohei Ohtani has. And I know it's early. There may be but it is insane how good he is.
Yeah. It's just going to slow down. I mean, obviously the hitting could, but I mean, just the overall package of being able to go out there and be one of, if not the best hitter in baseball, and then flip around on any given night, be one of, if not the best pitcher in baseball is just, I mean, it's so rare that I don't know how it's not in those names, with those names you mentioned.
No, I mean, like in other sports, and I think it is fair with baseball, like C.J. Stroud can affect the game more than anybody on the field in a game, in the football game, because he's the quarterback. He touches the ball the most. Like, KD, the best player, Şengün, shout out to them. They got their first win last night by blowing away the Nets. But they can affect, the superstar in basketball can affect the game on offense and defense. Baseball, you don't really get to see that. I guess starting pitching can, but they only pitch once a week. This dude tonight is going to be the most feared person at the plate. Yeah. They may not pitch to him, and he's going to flip and pitch on the other side. We have never seen a player affect the game in baseball, can't have the ability to affect the game as much as he does in baseball.
Well, there's nobody even with the ability. But the thought, Ron, too, is, we talked about this last week, I'm not obviously I'm a casual baseball fan that watches the Astros. I'm not a got to get home and watch even the World Series. Got to get home and watch it. Can't wait to get Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani is the kind that I could call my wife right now and say, hey, Shohei Ohtani was instantly walked 5 times, best player in baseball, doing things that nobody's ever known. He's pitching tonight, and she'd be like, yeah, let's turn it on and watch it for a minute.
Tonight,
like it's appointment television.
Tonight should be one of the most highest views.
I'm sure it will.
They're not up against football. All right, the NBA has started early, but there's not a big thing there. It should be Ohtani pitching coming off of last night. This should be a appointment television. This appointment television for you, Tyler?
It will be on several continents.
Nope.
Shohei pitching and hitting. It's not even worth.
In all seriousness, it just really isn't. Like if the Astros aren't playing baseball, I do not watch a lot of baseball.
I'm not saying sit your family down and do queso but I'm just saying.
No, I understood.
Flip the TV
I'm not
on.
interested.
Oh, really, man?
Did you say that? Sit your family down and do queso?
Yeah, do queso on the coffee table. But
sounds
I mean,
good.
Sounds tremendous.
Great right now, to be honest with you.
Wonder if Ohtani likes queso.
Queso, cold beer.
Absolutely. Really, I just that is
man.
The greatness element. I cannot. I'm in. I'm in tonight.
I didn't know there was any kind of 18-inning craziness until I got into work this morning.
You got to be kidding me.
No. Dead serious.
Until I got to work this morning.
Okay. Well, all righty. I guess I can see it's not appointment. I guess it wasn't. No, man. I cannot wait for this because I was sitting there after the 7th inning after he tied the game, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, what is the scenario if I'm the Blue Jays manager in which I would pitch to him? Like, I couldn't. The only way that I would throw a pitch, I would walk him to put the go-ahead run in scoring position. And I know there's some people around here sitting around here saying, what are you talking about? This no, I'm serious. Like, I would, and I would take my chances with two of the best hitters and players in baseball today, and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, who come behind him. The only way that I would have
start the game off with it. What if he just leaves the dugout with a helmet on? I don't think I
would. But I don't think I would to start the game. Hey man, we crossed the 4th, 5th, 6th inning.
On the backside, you ain't pitching to him at all, no matter what.
Hey man,
I don't disagree at all.
Hey man, I mean we used to talk about this with Alvarez, with Jordan.
Yeah.
Like there was some. But Barry Bonds, I've told that story with Buck Showalter. Barry Bonds, one time, and they had a 2-run lead with the bases loaded, and Buck walked him to walk a run in.
And was probably the smart move.
No, they won. Yes,
yeah.
Jeff Kent got out, and they won.
Astros great.
I'm serious. That is like the bases loaded was the only scenario in which that I felt like I would pitch to Shohei last night, and then after that, it would just be prayers up. He hits it to something.
Bet on himself last night.
That dude is insane. Well, hold on. It's not a good time to do that. All right, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so make sure you're staying tuned for that 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. Coming up, some really, really, it's not positive news, but it is positive news for the Texans and their chances in this game coming up on Sunday against the Broncos. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
All right, let me tell you about my new obsession, baby. I spend a lot of time with the family.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive at a Texans Ticket Tuesday coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to, this is Jimi Hendrix, right?
Nailed it.
There we go. Got that one. A watchtower there. But check it in, 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. Coming up on Sunday, big game against the Broncos. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour, so make sure you're listening. I do want to get to this news with the Texans, but there are not often times that I am caught off guard or surprised by text line, YouTube, and Twitch. But the amount of people who are just not into tonight at all, or Ohtani is just really interested in me. I'm with Tyler. The Astros ain't playing. I don't care to watch. I'm with Tyler. Literally just found out. These are 3 in a row. Literally just found out last night's game went into extra innings. I'm with Tyler on this.
It's a good place to be.
Ocho, Ron, the main reason I watched the World Series was because I wanted George Springer to stick it to the Dodgers, but since he's out, I'm out. I don't believe you. I think Ocho's going to watch. The game was tremendous as a neutral and just a baseball/greatness watcher. And that's where I am. Like, I mean, this is literally something we have never seen before in the sport. At least I haven't. I mean, I wasn't around when Babe Ruth was going. Sister Jean has passed away, so she was the last one. But, this is, that's the part to me is just, I don't know how. I mean, 2 things I was captivated on this weekend: Shohei Ohtani and the Cash Money and No Limit versus. I mean, those 2 things had me in the same boat of I couldn't take my eyes off of it. And man, I don't know, boy. That is a bit surprising to me that people just aren't into seeing something we've never, just sports fans. And I know many of you are sports fans that listen that aren't into that. It's just,
well, I think we got 2 things going here. The lack of interest, which I fall closer to Tyler than you, that's for damn sure. I will tune in for Ohtani. I don't really have much interest in the other. But like the last night's game, I mean, there was a lot of competition, man. I mean, I was sitting in Twin Peaks and you got Monday Night Football. I mean, there's a lot of competition, and most people, I mean, I'd argue you need to go to bed. You need to get you some sleep. I think you got to have it. You're gonna watch whatever's on late.
Pull around and miss that.
You're gonna be up till 1 o'clock watching whatever.
Well, if I'm committed, I didn't think that was supposed to go on. That game came on the same time as the football game, and it went on.
I want you in bed by 10 o'clock tonight.
No, this game knows how long. You know how long this game is. No,
it's not healthy to get 4.5 hours of sleep.
I don't do it every night. All right,
a lot.
I don't. I mean, when the NBA playoffs get going, that's really a tough time for me in my sleep. But I don't know, man. I get the competition, but tonight there's not competition. Like tonight there is.
I got to peek in tonight. I'm not going to watch every
No,
pitch.
the Rockets don't play tonight. My man Tyler said, I'm out. And many people text in, I am out. I'm locked and loaded. Be an interesting one. All right, there is some news for the Texans or at least for the Broncos, that will affect the Texans. But how much does it? Sources say, and this is from Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports, sources say that Broncos star cornerback Patrick Surtain II is dealing with a pectoral injury and is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. No surgery is needed, but Jordan Schultz said, I am told that the reigning Defensive Player of the Year will get a second opinion this week. So it looks like the best player definitely for the defense, probably overall, the best player for the Denver Broncos will not be available for them. We'll see what happens with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, but Pat Surtain will not be there. How much does this affect the game for the Texans? I understand how good he is, but specifically to the offense and what the Texans want to do, how much does Surtain being out affect that?
Well, I mean, look, I think it affects it a lot. I mean, Surtain had the ability to take really anybody that's healthy for the Texans out of the game, completely out of the game in any moment. So, not that they would have done that, because I don't know it would have been necessary. They just feel like their overall defensive unit, has the ability to smother you. But that, I mean, that's what he brings to the table. I mean, one of, if not the best corner in football, that can do it all. That's just an absolute game changer. So. I don't know that the Texans, if Nico were healthy, then all of a sudden you could say, hey, how do the Texans play keep away? Do they shadow? I don't know how, what it looks like if Nico doesn't play. So we'll see. But definitely advantage Texans. I mean, you take one of the best, if not the best corner out of the game, it's advantage Texans in a big way.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I think for other teams it'd be a bigger deal. The biggest thing is, what are they going to do with these jokers up front, right? Like, I mean, and it may not matter as much if, Nick Bonito and Allen and those guys are pressuring C.J. Stroud as much as, like, if one of those dudes, if you told me Nick Bonito was out of this game, then that is,
yeah.
I know it may sound crazy because he's the Defensive Player of the Year, but for the Texans and their issues, hell, I'd rather have one of those pass rushers out than Pat Surtain. Not to say you won't be able to take advantage of that, but that's the strength of Denver's defense and what the issues are for the Texans.
Well, they're not going in. At the end of the day, the Broncos, it doesn't matter who's healthy or who's not. They're not going to sit back and let you complete 3 or 4 5-yard passes on them all day.
Yeah.
I think I saw the stat earlier where C.J. Stroud had 16 completions where the ball was out in less than 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, I saw his chart. His chart was and that was a big part of that was San Francisco was willing to let him do it, right? Was willing to let him, force him to go 12 and the 12, 13, 14, 16 plays to get points, and the Texans just stayed right there in rhythm and did it and made them like it. So I don't think Denver is going to play that style of defense. No. They're not going to let the quarterback get rid of the ball they probably won't have that much time either. Right. Like with their that time, like even with it that quick, like they're probably going to, as you said, get up there and force him to see another read.
Oh yeah. That's the thing is they're going to force him to make low percentage throws and night windows. They're not going to give him the easy layups and free throws. They're going to make you hold it an extra tick, and they believe that their defensive front can get there if indeed you do that. And so it's I think we're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah. So we'll see, but Surtain not expected to be able to go for the Broncos, not just coming up on Sunday, but for maybe 4 to 6 weeks. Speaking of that, and the Texans receivers, and we know Nico wasn't there, but Christian Kirk wasn't there either. And look, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this as well. The Texans have decided to take the L on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Right? They moved on, took the L. Took the money, ate the money, took the L. They took the L on Cam Robinson. Ate the money, took the L. Are we in a space, or maybe it's too early, but are we in a space where maybe they should take the L on this Christian Kirk? Should they contemplate, whenever he does get back, should they contemplate moving him down on the depth chart? And I'm not necessarily saying they get rid of him like they've done with the other two, but should the plan change based off what we've seen up to this point with the emergence of guys like Noel? Hutch played better as well. I mean, you look at him, man, through 3 games, he's got 10 catches, 109 yards, no touchdowns. I mean, some of those guys approached that in the game on Sunday. That is something that'll be interesting if they should maybe just kind of move on past him and bring him down a little further on the depth chart.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet.
Don't think we're there?
No, I think the one guy that has the ability to move that needle that you're talking about is Jalen Noel, and he's coming. I think most people are convinced that he belongs. Most people are convinced that he's not just a slot receiver. He can make plays downfield. In fact, I'll say some of his more impressive work. The punt return is really impressive, but beyond that is the mid-range to deeper, the deep pass game for C.J. Stroud. I think he's coming. I think that has a chance. That conversation has legs in a couple of weeks for sure if we see Jalen Noel continue to keep developing and keep becoming a bigger part of this offense, keep being a guy that C.J. can depend on. I think that conversation. I don't think it's gonna be crazy to have that conversation in 2 weeks. I think it's a little bit of a reach right now, but I think it's becoming more and more real.
Just don't think we've seen enough from Kirk to make that determination.
Well, I mean, Christian Kirk just brings, when he's healthy, and again, assuming that was a hamstring issue that was slowing him down a little bit this year, Ron, that wasn't Father Time jumping on his back, and he's just not the guy, not even remotely close to the guy that he once was, and you can see Father Time on his back. Assuming he's a little closer to the Christian Kirk that we saw in Jacksonville, then yeah, I don't know that Noel's there yet. He's coming. I like him. I've got confidence that he'll be there sooner rather than later. I just wouldn't be ready to make that kind of decision at this point in time. Now, the question is can you play and beat Denver? Hold another step and continue to prove, hey man, I'm a dude. Get me the rock. Does he get to a point where he's playing enough and he's contributing enough, and C.J. Stroud is confident enough in him to where, as a coaching staff, you look at it like, hey man, I mean, we love Christian Kirk and he's a good player. May even be a rung above Jalen Noel, but do we want to disrupt the momentum that these guys got going right now?
The thing,
that's what's going to creep into the conversation.
Just nothing about watching Noel and Higgins too, but especially Noel. Nothing about watching him feels like, hey, he should see less action.
Oh, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like we should back it off. Or all right, Christian Kirk has returned, and now he takes a seat back in his reps.
Well, right now you're just.
And maybe I'm jumping the gun.
No, I think it's a great. I mean, hell, look, Ron. I mean, everybody in Houston's going to be bringing up that conversation in 2 weeks. I mean, it's a good thought right now of like, hey man, is this a potential? I think right now, if Christian Kirk came back, it's one of those like, damn, sorry, Noel, we got to put the guy that gives us the best chance to win. There. Yeah, we got to put the veteran in there. And really, you look at it, you're like, hey man, there's just a young dude that was playing some good ball, pretty promising, that you're going to limit his reps. I mean, shoot, man, 2 weeks from now, if he's still showing this kind of promise with C.J. Stroud, forget that, man. Now you're putting a lesser player on the field. Right now it's just, hey, man, young dudes. To me, it's going to be hell. I mean, that's the best thing you got outside of Nico Collins, and you're going to stunt that growth.
Well, yeah. he's just winning so quickly and so often.
Yeah.
In the last couple of weeks,
great in the screen. I think where they
don't use that enough.
We don't. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the creative run scheme, the screen game. I think you got to lean into him more in those situations. I think he can do. His run after catch has a chance to be as good as anybody not named Nico Collins on his team. You know what I mean? Not to mention Woody Marks has that ability too. But I mean, his run after catch, in a sense of just get the ball in his hands, and he has a knack for getting the corner, He has a knack for making the guys miss and always falling forward. So getting him touches, in scheme quickly is going to be key.
YouTube and Twitch, Space Age, yes, Ron, yes. Take the L on Kirk. We have better receivers on the practice squad. That's pretty aggressive. I know Jarrett Wayne caught 2 balls. Let's not let it get away from us.
I'm a big Wayne guy. I'm a big Wayne fan. Frank
Z, Kirk is too slow and too hurt all the time. Would love to see more Noel and Berrios this weekend. To me, you brought up Woody, and that's what it feels like to me. It's like I don't think Nick Chubb should, be done and not be a part of the rotation. But you look at it, and it's like, okay, again, also knowing this is to have playmakers, and when you see that, I don't think Christian Kirk should be done because it may be an injury thing, and I think he's a veteran that can roll, but.
His role should diminish a bit.
His role, maybe they should switch. And it seems like, for the most part, that's what's happened with Woody Marks and Nick Chubb. They haven't just pushed Nick Chubb completely to the side. He still serves his purpose, and I think Christian Kirk could too. But right now, man, we just talked about it. Those routes, those little quick routes, a lot of them worked because guys like him was winning so early and so quickly, and then he gets down the field and wins. He had the big over-the-top play that they had, and he's had that 2 weeks in a row. He did it against Seattle to set up, a goal-to-goal position. He did it again on Sunday against the 49ers. It feels odd to think, all right, that Nico and Christian Kirk return, and it drops his snaps.
I think. Look, we don't have a play caller at this point that has shown the interest. I'm not going to say the ability because we don't know. He has not shown the interest in building a package around a certain player. So when you take that off the table, and Noel is just going to be one of 9 guys that try to catch a pass in a game, then I think it lends itself to, hey man, we're going to play Christian Kirk, we're going to play Nico Collins. But to your point, Ron, I think it's great foresight. Like I think we're at a spot where
maybe in a couple weeks, maybe a little bit here.
If this Jalen Noel train keeps gaining steam, hard to limit touches.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, check it out. Imagine selling your home in under a week. I've sold some homes.
Starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. Someone text in. I fantasize the day I see Nico, Noel, Higgins, and Dale all on the field together.
That is sexy, ain't it?
I fantasize about the day I Skansclad outfit.
What are you doing? Are you like stalking her on social media or something now that she's on TV?
There's not any stalking going on.
Well, I mean, you got to really work. You got to work a little harder to get your content. You know.
No, I don't work hard at it. That's my point. I'm fantasizing.
Oh, fair.
I don't know. You got to fantasize that. I mean,
I'm sure it's out there.
It is.
She works out. She does their gym exercise. Maybe get what you're looking for.
So you're catching it, huh?
I mean, I see it come up the way he described. I was going to say there's not a
get you a good sweat, Joy.
It ain't hard to find.
It really? No, it didn't. It didn't. That's why. And
I didn't workout videos.
And again, I don't even know why we're doing this. To think that Tyler's having a hard time finding it.
Oh, he's not. It's
of course not.
Having a hard time with something.
What's that? Right there. See that? That was that D'Amico right there.
Yeah.
Didn't think nobody was gonna come back, did you?
Does it all the time. Says it all the time. Then somebody brings it back up. You want to laugh and turn your head to the
What's
mic,
that?
huh?
You guys good?
What's that? Yeah. No, I'm good. Are you good?
You guys good?
Yeah, we are. You good, Tyler?
That was really, really well done on your part. Professional move.
What is it? Go ahead. Answer. We got time. All right. It is Tuesday. Let's do a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. You can participate. Text line 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. I'll start with you, Tyler. The leash. The leash is way too short for coaches right now. The leash is way too short for college football coaches right now.
Oh, I'm going to say fake on that one. Mainly because at the end of the day, most of these guys who would have said short leash still end up with a hell of a buyout, and I don't feel bad for them. So I'm going to say fake there.
Okay. Yeah. Don't feel bad. Yeah, they're getting a good payment. Clint, the leash is way too short for college football coaches right now. Real or fake?
I like the spirit of the question, but I'm going to say fake. I think by year 3, if you're one of the guys that we're asking this question because there's some big name guys that are getting
by year
snipped.
3, huh?
Yeah, if you're not by year 3, if you're not showing a much improved product and something that we can really, really bank on and lean into, and there's no doubt about it that the product is better and moving in the right direction and improving. Yeah, then I mean, what are we doing? I mean, you're paying these guys $10, $11 million a year, and if within 3 years you can't get this thing moving in the right direction, especially the guys that appear to have all the advantages in NIL and the transfer portal, they got they're at destination schools that compete for that should and have competed for national championships. Yeah, if by year 3 you're not showing some legit improvement, if we're still flirting with 5 and 6 wins by year 3, yeah, your ass got to go.
Oh man, I'm gonna say real. 3 years, man, hard to build something right in that, and because to me it's at any point if you have a rough stretch or a under the expectation stretch, no matter how it started, like James Franklin, if you just say it out loud, I understand there's some scenarios, but James Franklin won 2 playoff games last year and had a tight game in the fourth quarter against Notre Dame to get to the college football championship game. And my man didn't make it to Halloween. Hell, he probably barely made it to October. I mean, that and they have done some winning there. Obviously, they have struggled against Ohio State and Michigan. But damn, that feels a little strong, and it does. I think the year that you're talking, 3 seems to be the number now. Like they're like NBA coaches now. All right, man, you get 3 years, man. And I think in some spaces for some of these organizations, it's almost harder to get some of these guys because the competition with NIL is bringing other teams to the party. Like I know your school that you went to is really a sleeping giant because they can compete with Georgia financially. They can compete with any of these schools financially. And somewhere like BYU has come out of nowhere and been a huge, especially basketball, been a huge NIL spot where they've been able to get players. So I almost think it's even more difficult because there are others, like, no offense, like A&M is not, I don't think they're a blue blood, but their money is. Like their money can compete with anything, and that, there wasn't always a fear for Alabama to lose players to A&M.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
But now that is something that can happen. So I mean, I don't know, but 3 years which is becoming it feels like, well, it's hard to build something and bam, they're up out of here before you can even.
Yeah, look, I think it's proven to be easier to do it in the Big 12 than it has necessarily the Big 10 or the SEC.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, but just generally speaking, and I'm not even talking about a certain, number of wins or a certain ranking, but if we're 5 years, if we're 3 years into this thing and we're staring another 5 or 6 win season in the face, yeah, I think it's, in today's climate, if you can't turn on the transfer portal, and again, we're assuming that money's not an issue. And you can't keep guys, you can't build guys, you can't build a team, you can't develop guys, you can't replace guys. You can't be the one that goes, like I'm going to tell you, like Lane Kiffin goes out there and poaches. I mean, like Arkansas, Ole Miss being right there on that state line, being neighbors, and he goes and poaches the best players at Arkansas, best 1, 2, 3 players at Arkansas. And he's doing it to other people too. So, look, if you can't do that in today's landscape, if you're not willing to, like right now, the athletic director at Arkansas is talking about, he's painting the picture and want to extend over into the illegal world of NIL and the illegal world of transfer portal or not, or do we want to stay on the good side of it and do it the right way? That's kind of how they're painting it, right? Well, if you're going to be the good guy and stay on the good side and do it the right way, then you can't expect your coach to go out there and win 10 games a year.
Yeah. All right, real or fake, Clint? Alfred Sengun is the Rockets' best player. Real or fake?
Fake.
You ain't ready to get there.
No, I ain't ready to get there. I appreciate it, and he's in a position where
another big night last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, I appreciate it, and I think running. I think his style of game, like stylistically, he's going to be a guy that can handle the ball as well as be down in the paint, and so I think it's going to be fun to watch. I think it's going to be a big reason why we win games. But no, I mean, KD and hell, KD's the best player we got.
Yeah, Min Thompson maybe all around. Listen, I'm gonna say this. He's got a real Indianapolis Colts feel to him. Everything is hard, man. I mean, I watched him some yesterday, man. Everything, even on good, it's hard, man. He's got. It's starting to become convincing. Look. That's what I meant. The Colts comparison of all right, damn, man, he's 21-6-6 again. All right, there he is. Another night where he is. I'm with you. I think it's fake. I don't think he is quite there yet, but ignore it here coming up if we continue to come out there and we see him leading the team in scoring, filling up the stat sheet. Yeah. He's doing those things.
Well, look, he's going to play a ton of minutes. He is a big energy, big effort guy that's going to – the stats when he's on the floor, he's going to impact the game in so many different ways.
Yes.
And look, I say that. I'm not minimizing. There's some extreme value in that. But, there's still we got to go get this – we got to go get this game right here, and there's 2 or 3 minutes left. I mean, I want the ball in one guy's hands consistently.
I hear you. They put it in his, though, against OKC.
They do, constantly.
They did. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get to the Rockets. They got a first big dub last night, and I think the big thing of the story is similar to what the Texans was with the offensive line. That was the number one talking point coming to the season. I think last night the number one talking point showed his head again for the Rockets, and we just talked about a little college football. There are some serious openings. Will there be more? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, look, I got to tell you about Surtain.
Sunday kickoffs, Weber brings the flavor. Fire up the season with Weber. 4 locations all over Houston. Don't forget to pick up OG sauce, and their expertise is off the charts. Only at Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a pair of tickets front row in the bullpen for this all-important second game of this 3-game homestand against the Denver Broncos, who just beat the brakes. How about last? What an awful weekend in terms of competitiveness in the NFL. Did you, if you just looked up and down and caught those scores to the games, there was one game that wasn't a double-digit spread. Jets-Bengals. Everything else was...
and it was that one.
And it was that one. Jets-Bengals, 39-38 somehow. But all the... Like, you look at the scores... The
it's
rest
a 500 league, bro.
This was an ass-kicking league.
It's a one-score league, Chief.
One score. I mean, the Chiefs...
They say both.
The Chiefs finished it off with a 28-7 victory, another double-digit, but, I mean, we got these scores, 37-10. The Texans, I think, had the third closest game, 26-15. They won by 11, 40-9, 38-20, 32-13, 30-16, 34-10, 23-3, 44-24, 38-14, 35-25, the second closest game of the weekend in 28-7. I mean, my God, just ass kickings all weekend long in the NFL. Hopefully, we have more compelling matchups next week. Win a pair of tickets front row in the bullpen to check out the Denver Broncos and the Houston Texans live at NRG. I do want to get to the Rockets as they did get off the schneid to get their first victory. Led in scoring by Şengün again, but really 7 guys in double figures. Everybody came to the party. But that LSU, Florida, Penn State, those are big, high-profile jobs. Of Arkansas is
we're number 4 on the list.
Is open some. Yeah, is open there. But LSU, Florida, Penn State, those are all real high profile jobs that a lot of coaches are going to be thirsty for, especially that LSU one. Thirsty for. What's your sense? You think that there are others? You think there are others that are going to join this list, like other high-profile jobs that we'll see open up coming up before this next season starts?
Absolutely. I think we see Florida State. I think there is a chance that the ones that are already available are powerful enough and big enough to steal a big one from somebody.
To open up, yeah.
I mean, I hope it doesn't happen to Tyler's Aggies, but that would be one of the examples. Don't think it's going to happen, by the way. Don't think it's going to happen. I think Mike Elko is a perfect fit and loves life right now where he's at and has done a hell of a job. And this is one of those deals where if you're Mike Elko, boy, you want to see this one through. This could be a long, hellacious run for them in a good way. So I don't think it's going to happen, but that's kind of what I'm talking about. Is I think you could have another one.
Ole Miss fit in this? Would
no,
Ole Miss?
Not to me. I mean, yeah. I don't. I think Ole Miss is a great school. I think Lane has exceeded expectations year in, year out there. I had one more. Clemson. I think there's a chance you could see.
Really?
Yeah. That there's no way that the Dabo shtick is there's no way that that's not wearing on people, given that it's not working. You know what I mean? Dabo's one of those guys that the whole if Clemson wants to move away from me, I can just go win somewhere else, whatever the hell he said. It's one thing to struggle. It's one thing to go through a rough patch. It's one thing to stick to your guns, and I'm going to do it the old traditional way, and we're not going to really embrace the NIL and the transfer portal. And it's if that even works, slightly works. Like that's just not the case at Clemson. I mean, it is.
You think one of these big schools would try to get Dabo?
Yeah, I think he's still regarded well enough to where I think that one of them could potentially go after him. Yeah.
That'd be a home run.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see what as you were saying, the potential domino effect, right? could happen because
I think there's several of them already reportedly going to go after old boy at Notre Dame, so that one could come open if he does decide to jump. I think I have not been following Michigan, but I know they're not having a great year. I wonder what kind of legs that had from the get-go anyway, because that was a Harbaugh, holdover. I wonder how they look at that. And I don't know more. I don't know him personally, but I'm wondering does Michigan look at him as a guy that, hey, we tried to hold this post-Harbaugh thing together. It's not really working out, so let's go get a bigger name and a bigger face. So I think Michigan could potentially be one that
somebody
could make a
texted and said, you better look at Texas.
Well, the reports of him going to the league is the only chance that I think. Obviously, I don't think he's a guy that I don't think he gets James Franklin at Texas right now, not yet.
No.
But he may bounce to the league. The reports are that he opened up his options, letting NFL teams know, the Titans, I think in particular, that he would be interested. I don't know how real that is, but I could very, very well see it. Look, if you're a college coach right now, there's definitely more security in the league. At least you can pay your players and keep your players.
Yeah, they got you on a 2-3 year run. If you don't start making moves 2-3 years.
But players, Ron. Players. They're in the middle. They just had a huge win to save any hope that they have this year, and they got a running back and a kicker going to the transfer portal. And look, I don't think either one of those guys were obviously playing and guys that they can't win without. But that's just the world we live in. Year in, year out, you got to re-recruit guys, and I'm talking about re-recruit all of your guys to keep them from leaving and going to the. They can come down the street to A&M if they wanted to. Yeah. So you go to the league, at least you got contracts that are keeping guys in place for a handful of years. At least you know what you're working with. You don't have that in college right now.
Yeah.
Maybe why those guys in college are here.
It'll be interesting to see where the fired guys go, because I think Brian Kelly can work other places. I think James Franklin can work other places. Yep. It'll be
got some good coaches on the street, man.
It'd be funny to see because if Lane were to go somewhere, I don't know where James is from, but hey, James Franklin at Ole Miss, you could see, some of these other high profile spots open it up, because I think he's got experience in the SEC. I think he was at Vanderbilt, wasn't he? I think before he went to
that's where he made his. That's where he did. I don't think he did quite what Clark Lee's doing. What's his name? Is it Clark Lee?
Yeah, I think it's Clark Lee, isn't it?
I don't think he's done quite what he's done, but he had him relevant.
He was good. He was better than Mason. Yeah.
Mason had a rough go at it there.
I used to think, man, Derek Mason, the receiver from the Ravens, took over Vanderbilt. I thought that for a long time till I saw him. All right, hey, Rockets get a big dub. Everybody ate last night. 7 guys in double figures, including Tari Eason had him a big game, 22 off the bench to lead all scorers. But to me, it's all about. We would have conversations, before the season started with the Texans. Just can't have too many conversations about the offensive line. That's the number one thing people have thoughts and concerns about, and it seems like the point guard issue is the number one thing with the Rockets, and it's the thing that many people think can hold them back from maybe reaching potential goals that they could hit. And last night I think was a good night for them. When you look at the combination of Thompson and Shepard, they rebound 16 assists with 2 turnovers, right? And Reed hit 3 threes in the game, and obviously they didn't play extended, minutes because of the score of the game. But this was a good night, and hopefully the growth continues to go in that position. Your point guard position gives you 16 assists and 2 turnovers. From those 2 guys, you absolutely will take that all day long. So to me, that's going to continue to be the story, and those 2 guys putting together a game like that is big for the Rockets.
Any indictment or any issue with Reed not getting the start last night?
No,
I know we've talked a lot about just what that looks like, and
I'm sort of accepting it at this point right now with Udoka. There's some real, and I don't hate it. There's some real, you got to earn it with Udoka, but or there's either that or maybe his plan is, we need you to be a guy that's going to be off the bench, and that is going to be your role. You're coming off the bench. We want you playing with these certain units for the most part, We want you coming off the bench.
Well, he did say that going with the other fellow, how do you say his name? Kogi?
Oh, yeah, Josh.
Going with him took a little bit of the pressure off Amen Thompson on the defensive end of the floor, which gave him a little bit of a break, I guess, is what he was referring to. So there was a method to the madness. I didn't expect that to be, if you're not going to go double bigs, if you're not going to go with that big lineup, what does it look like? I just thought at this point Reed Shepherd would definitely be.
That's a sign, like, the plan for him is to have Reed Shepherd, at least as of right now, to come off the bench and to be a guy that he wants to consistently come off the bench and wants him to know that role, right? Which is like, cool to me if that's what his role is going to be, as long as he's getting experience and getting minutes. So the Rockets, big dub last night as they start off 0-2, little shaky there, but they go out and destroy the Nets last night. All right, Clint, what you got coming up?
Well, it is a tape drop Tuesday, and there was a lot of good. And look, we're not going to hit every bit of it, but we're going to look at the tape drop Tuesday and discuss what I saw that actually transitions, or could. We never know what's going to transition, but could and should transition to a better opponent, offensively and defensively. We'll do that next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Look, we're talking about the world's most refreshing beer. Hell, don't be afraid to surround yourself with greatness. We're talking about the cold beer that is
by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You guys good?
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily brought to you by Tiny Boxwoods in Houston. Great little restaurant. Took my wife and my 3.5-year-old there today. First time I've ever been there. I think when my wife's bougie side comes out, this must have been a place she goes, and
it's a solid spot.
She had never taken me there, and I was there today. Had a great burger.
Never been.
Yeah, I had a great burger. In fact, I stopped at a little coffee shop on the way out, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. I ordered me a little espresso, and you know, some places when you order an espresso, does it have like some kind of milk or something in it? It's a little bit more of a drink. This was they served me this little bitty cup.
I saw that in there.
And it's I take a drink and it's like it's a double espresso shot. I'm like, no, this ain't what I'm getting down with. So I went back and I said, ma'am, can you put a little something, like I just need to add something to this. I mean, just something to get me where I can enjoy it. And she said what is it? What did she call it? A
macchiato?
No, a cortado or curtado. A curtado. She said, I can make it a curtado. I said, well, what the hell is a curtado? She said it's 2 ounces of espresso and 2 ounces of steamed milk. So she made it a curtado, and I don't know that it changed my espresso very much. Yeah. I had to choke that thing down, but I got the juice that I was needing, boys.
They got some crab cakes.
Tiny Boxwoods? Tiny Boxwoods?
Dude, so good.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Oh well, I mean, look, it's a place you and I's kind don't typically venture off into. I thought it was a plant place. I thought it was a place that sold like
organic food.
No, like landscaping plants. You pass by.
You were completely.
Well, you pass by the wall around it has grass all over it, and it's got like from the outside it looks like you can see little pots.
I lied. I've been there.
You've been to Tiny Boxwoods.
I had breakfast. It's very good.
Yeah.
Very good brunch. Yeah.
Tiny Boxwoods. Yeah, I've never been there. I heard about it, but it was good. I took my look when I walked in. It melted my heart today, boys.
Did you sit outside outside?
Yes, we sat outside.
Yeah.
But I've been. The Lord's got a funny way of working. I've been struggling a little lately with missing goings ons. You know what I mean? My wife, they've left town a couple of times recently the last 2 weeks, so I've missed them completely for 2 or 3 days stretches here, and I've been really struggling with it, to be personal. I mean, to be honest. And I walked in old Tiny Boxwoods today, and they beat me there, and she screamed from about 4 tables over, "Daddy!"
Oh yeah.
I said, "Boy, that right there just melted my heart." Everybody in the place looked up and wanted to know who the hell Daddy was.
Yeah, it's me.
I said, "Oh, wee boy."
Great bathrooms there as well.
I did not hit the good to know that the sponsor today of Dirty's Daily is such a fabulous place.
Yeah, stop by
such a fabulous place.
Milk and whatever place was right next to it.
It's milk and cookies.
Yeah, I got some. Courtney got some
it's
treats. It's
Tiny's milk and cookie.
Yeah, got some treats to go home for the kids.
We did too. We did as well. That's where I got the curtado,
okay,
the espresso that turned into a curtado that tasted like the original espresso.
Yeah.
So, anyway. Great spot. Thanks for sponsoring today. You can also listen today in the 5 o'clock hour, 5 p.m. hour today. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. In the 5 o'clock hour today, be listening and get ready to call for your shot to win a pair of front row tickets to the bullpen for Texans versus Broncos on Sunday. It's going to be a hell of a game, man. Broncos. I think the Broncos are a step up in weight class from what the Texans have played last week, at least. They're probably a little bit more in the weight class of the Rams, the Bucks, kind of that neck of the woods there. And so we'll see what the Texans are made of. It's going to be a big game. But be listening to 5 o'clock hour today. It's also, I want to encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. Keep it on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. You have constant, instant access to anything that we're doing here on Sports Radio 610, along with all of our sister stations and everything that's going down. All right, it is a Tape Drop Tuesday as well as a Texans Ticket Tuesday. It's a Tape Drop Tuesday. That means the all-22 tape dropped from the previous weekend's games, and I took me a little peek at the Texans game tape this morning before coming in, and there's obviously a lot of good. The Texans had a hell of a game on both sides of the football, and so to make it a little bit more consumable here on radio versus TV, Ron, I want to take it, the film and view it from this perspective. What happened on Sunday that I think is fair to expect to transition to this Sunday versus a better opponent in the Broncos? What can I look at and sink my teeth into on this film and say, no, it wasn't just about the 49ers being banged up and the 49ers being shorthanded and the 49ers not being a very good football team. What has legs? What has a real opportunity to travel to a game versus the Denver Broncos? And I'm going to start with specifically the quarterback, Ron. The quarterback, C.J. Stroud, clearly had his best game statistically from a box score standpoint. Threw for over 300 yards, had 2 touchdowns. The only time the ball was into the first half when he was just trying to get into field goal range, and by he was on purpose taking a little extra risk with the football. So I don't count that against him. 30 of 39, 77% completion. I mean, it was an unbelievable day for the quarterback. But when I look at his play, what do I believe might show up against the Denver Broncos and give us an advantage? There's a handful of things. Number one, Ron, there's no doubt about it. This is the first time that I recall seeing it multiple times on film where CJ, you can visually see him on film commanding the line of scrimmage for the Texans. You can see him saying, no. You can see Jake Andrews turning around and looking at the quarterback going, which direction do you want me to go? And CJ pointing him one direction, being pretty animated with his hand gestures and his signs, and then, boom, getting the ball out. He protects himself. The protection slides the right direction. Everybody gets picked up. Ball's out. It's a third down conversion. Multiple times in this game, you could see it on film. And I do believe that is going to bear fruit against a better opponent at some point. That's going to help C.J. Stroud. That's going to help this offense, at least at some point have some level of success against a better opponent. That's going to be a reason why. Number two, there's a throw in there, which everybody remembers because it is a touchdown throw. C.J. stares down the barrel. And it wasn't a free runner. I believe it was a D lineman that had an offensive lineman turn sideways, but there was some real pressure in his face. The pocket was kind of collapsing. C.J. Stroud lower his eyes, see the rush, feel the rush, and bail instead of hang in there and make a big boy throw. And on that touchdown pass to Xavier Hutchinson, he stared down the barrel with the pocket collapsing. He threw an absolute dime down the field, mid-range game, down the field in stride for a touchdown, and that is what C.J. Stroud is capable of doing. And there should be 2 or 3 of those in every single game with C.J. Stroud. The better the defense gets, which you're going to see a really good defense this week that likes the pressure, and the better the defense gets, the more important these big boy throws like this are. 2 or 3 in a game can change the game and literally make a defensive coordinator regret blitzing. And so that right there, Ron, the ability, the willingness to sit in there and take a hit while delivering a big-time throw, you see what can happen. You hit him in stride and it ends up being a touchdown because it's man coverage typically when you're getting pressured up. So that was big time to see.
I think all of it comes together, right? Like, all right, against better opponents, obviously how you're taking a look at this of, all right, how does this transcend when they go and play other teams?
Yeah.
And to be able to take the throws, and then, all right, but when I got a chance to go get them, I'm going to go step in and make them pay for it. I'm going to take these throws. I'm going to take the good, and then when I get a chance to get the great, I'm going to hit it. And that is a big big thing in the practice for CJ that'll help him against better opponents.
Absolutely, man. He's in a real, and I think he's still there. Look, I mean, you don't make one throw and you've worked your way out of it, but I think one, big focus point, and should be all year. We've talked about it multiple times from a training perspective. Gerard Johnson's got to constantly be talking to him about not fading away and not dropping your eyes and making sure you're stepping into every throw and finishing every throw. It's hard, but it's what the great ones do, man. Some of the biggest, best, most important plays ever made in the history of the game was somebody hung in there and ripped a ball and got hit in the chin and watched it, after the fact, or watched it from the ground be a completion and a touchdown. And C.J. Stroud's he's got to do more than that. One, he's under pressure a lot, and two, he's just got the ability. And I think the most impressive part of it, Ron, is just we've heard about it, we've talked about it. He doesn't need a whole lot of space to get the ball out, and somehow get the ball out with power and velocity. And so it's something that C.J. can do at an elite level if and when he does it. So it was good to see him getting back to that. I think that helps him versus a better opponent. C.J. Stroud working through progressions and eliminating options, if you will. So whether he's going full field read, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, the 5 is a check down, get the ball out. He's doing it quickly. Or let's say, so one, he's getting through progressions quickly. Number two, I think he is eliminating sometimes, like he's going to the line of scrimmage, and by the look the defense is giving him, he knows 1 and 2 are not an option. I'm going to go ahead and get to 3. So he pre-snap reading and getting 2, 3, 4, and 5 a lot quicker. And then the third part of this progressions and eliminating things is like it was obvious this week, Ron, he knew where his checkdowns were. Yes. So he drops back, and whether it's because the D-line, the O-line gets pushed into him, for whatever reason, it's not because he got through his progression, but somehow his progression got interrupted. Well, he just immediately kicked it to Woody Marks a couple of times. He immediately kicked it to Dalton Schultz one time. Like knowing where your answers are, knowing where your checkdowns are, and being able to get there in the blink of an eye is a big, big part of playing the quarterback position, and it's even more important in this system than it is in others. And so he's getting through progressions. He's eliminating halves of the field. He knows where his checkdowns are every single snap, it seems like. Again, that is something that I think carries and transitions to better opponents.
Yeah, and all of that you're saying, I think has a chance to. It's just, and we'll see this weekend when there is pressure that causes his feet to maybe potentially, will he be able to hang in there and see him, right? Yep. And like you said, those are some of the biggest. The Woody Marks one, that was the biggest gain of the day, and some just some other drop offs.
I think Woody had 2 of them.
Yeah,
2 good ones. But yeah, one of them was real big. One of them was 50 yards or 40 yards or something. But the other thing with CJ, that I think CJ, it has to do with everybody, but I think CJ has a big part to play here. The timing of the motions. Motions are a big distraction if you don't execute them the right way. If we're never going to have a sense of urgency in our motion, if we're never going to motion with the intent of getting the defensive back to get his momentum going one way, and then at the snap of the football, we're going to change direction, and that's immediately going to create some separation where the quarterback can fit a ball in there. If we're not going to do those kind of things, then it's all for none. It's waste. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy. And CJ has not, up to this point, has at times not been good with the motions. Like you can tell the timing isn't there. Guys are waiting for the ball to be snapped out there, just kind of almost jogging in place. And CJ was really good with those this week. And it created separation a couple of times. And they've got to do it more, and CJ's got to be as good with it. But that was one thing that I do think transitions. I think it's on film now for CJ to see, okay, when you execute things the right way, when you execute these short motions where Braxton Berrios starts inside the formation and motions a short motion, but he motions out, if you snap the football while he's motioning out, his strength is changing direction. He can put his foot in the ground and get across the ball quicker than that DB can, and so he wins immediately. Whereas if he has to stop his feet, then you lose that separation immediately. So I think he was really good in timing up his motions and snapping a football at the right time, Ron.
Yeah. Well, if they can bottle up and find that same dude, moving forward, man, they can. And you said it off the jump earlier. Is this opponent based, or is this they figured some things out that CJ can rep. Like that's the big thing.
Well, I think all of those things. When you look at CJ's game on Sunday versus the 49ers, there was a ton of good, but really what translates?
What was the most important to you of those things when you look at? All right, this will translate as they've got the Broncos coming up. They've got the Chiefs down there later. Which one do you?
If we assume they're all real, and they all have transition ability, the commanding the line of scrimmage without a doubt. Because here's the deal: if CJ can protect, if they can protect CJ, which a big part of that has to do with CJ doing it, he's deadly. You know what I mean? Like that. That's why this past weekend, that's why the Texans had success. Is you can talk about injuries to receivers and injuries to 49ers and all that, but the reality of it is up front, CJ had his guys and his guys protected him, and if that's the case, he is going to win a lot of the time. The key is can he get that comfortable?
Because even if there was a breakdown, he was able to pick it up.
Well, even if there's a breakdown, there's one guy. It's one guy breakdown, and the other guys are holding their ground, and it's not just chaos around the quarterback. Yeah. A big problem with CJ and the pressure that CJ's gotten up, the last year and a half, is that it's one guy getting to him, but the whole pocket is collapsing. It's one guy getting to him, but the whole offensive line is getting pushed into his lap. It's a mess. It's a traffic jam. So that's the problem. The pressure is just the result. I do want to jump over to the defensive side of the football real quick, Ron, because I think there's a couple of things from the film that one thing in particular, these linebackers, man, good job. I thought coming into this season, Ron, I thought the interior defensive line had a chance to be pushed around a bit. Like we knew they're going to be good in third down situation. We know they're going to penetrate, that. But there was a chance that they were going to get pushed around inside a little bit, which we've seen. But I'm going to tell you, man, I thought these linebackers, this linebacker crew, I thought even with EJ Speed, I still thought there was a chance that they were going to be a real liability in coverage. And I don't want to go to a point of saying, boy, these guys are tremendous and all the concern is out the window. But I'm going to tell you, man, they were all three really, really good in moments. I mean, you look at the touchdown with George Kittle. I mean, you can't ask Al-Shahir to play that any better. You look at the H post that Toa defended on Christian McCaffrey. That's arguably the best guy that's ever ran that route and worked the middle of the field. And he covered him he covered him on the sideline as well, like a blanket one time. And then EJ, I'm gonna tell you, EJ Speed. I'm gonna tell you, man, he changed his defense, Ron. That sucker right there. They're all good, but that sucker right there, man, that is a different animal and with a different ceiling. Like his ceiling is higher than the other guys. And in D'Amico's system, it just seems like he is a perfect fit. So I couldn't have that conversation and do that segment without mentioning those inside linebackers.
How about that, man? I do want to jump into that a little bit more at some point today or this week because the number they did on the 49ers defensively was just insane, as well as the offense and coaching staff where they were better than they're. All right, coming up, I'm watching the World Series last night, and I am fully prepared that there are going to be some of the text line that call me soft for this take. I'm fully prepared for it, but
is that my boy Ron?
It is, but I'm ready for it. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, check it out. You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution.
to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Remember, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. So, 5 o'clock hour, you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Houston Texans take on the Denver Broncos right here live at NRG. So that is coming up very, very, very soon here in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. Listen to the cue to call when it is that time. You will know, and you should call in to give yourself a chance to win a pair of those tickets. Already hooked somebody up on Payne and Pendergast, as well as In the Loop. All right, last night, if you missed the World Series game, it was the first 12 innings were fantastic. It kind of slowed down a little bit, and then some people quit. I threw in the towel. But that thing went 18 innings. Freddie Freeman with his second World Series walk-off homer. Did it to the Yankees last year and did it to the Blue Jays tonight. But I'm watching this, Clint, and I'm thinking it as long as this thing is going. We're in the 17th, and the Dodgers start to warm up Yamamoto. And, Clint, he just pitched 9 innings on Saturday. They played this game Monday. He just pitched 9 innings on Saturday and threw 105 pitches. They were down to it where they had gone through everybody that was listed in their bullpen. And you know these bullpens are extended. So now they had to go rolling into starting pitchers. And obviously they couldn't throw in Ohtani because he's got to pitch tomorrow. I know some people may listen to this as soft because this is how it always was done. Like, last night is a serious example of why, hey, man, they need to kind of adopt what the NFL has done, where the NFL is, or college football too, where they're just not going to just, like, we're not going to just put these guys in as much risk, and we're not just going to keep going till the damn end. All right, we're gonna try to figure out a way to find this and make this thing easier so we're not just playing forever. And when you look at arm injuries that's occurred in the last, 10, 20 years, like, they can't let these guys go 18 innings. They can't like tonight. Everybody that pitched in those bullpens probably got to get back and go tonight, like extended time. And I mean, you would imagine they probably ain't going to be out there pitching long anyway.
Boy, if these two teams ever needed a deep start out of their starter, right?
Yeah, I just, like, to me, I think they're going to have a serious conversation of, all right, what are we going to do here? Because we can't, because if that cat, even the fact that he got up and start warming up and getting himself hot so he can get in the game, you can't have no guy who. Man. I mean, well, sure you can. I mean,
you'd rather not be a guy that didn't have a complete
9
game.
innings.
You'd rather be not a game that not a guy that threw 105 pitches and went 9 innings. You'd rather not be that guy. But sure, in the World Series, yeah, man, pull out all the stops, baby. Sure, you can.
Man, I promise you, Tyler, about the 12th, 13th inning on, I kept saying they need to go ahead and just do this thing like the All-Star game, man. They need to go ahead and
you want to do a World Series game. When you said that earlier, I thought you meant regular season extra innings. You're talking about home runs.
Yeah, man, just finish it, man. Let's just get out here. On, they need to cap enough innings. I cap it at 12, Tyler. That's as far as we go. We go 12, and then after
that. The World Series?
Absolutely.
No.
Well, the World Series helped. Bill Klein is out here deciding the game for the Dodgers. He was in Tacoma two
regular
2 weeks
season
ago.
Maybe regular season I can get down with it. I mean that would be really fun over here at it's not even Minute Maid, Daikin.
Yeah,
we have a lot of fun. World Series, no way. You lost your mind.
No, I'm sure there are going to be people saying that we shouldn't do that because it's always been done that way. But like this is Like they used to just let the NFL just go forever until people say, hold on, man, let's chill out. They've even taken it down 5 minutes on the thing. To me, that was – I'm just sitting there thinking like, man, somebody – this cannot be helpful to these cats' arms. This can't – especially if they've got to
It's
turn.
a one-off, man. It don't happen. It don't happen.
One off my ass. Okay.
18 innings. When was the last time 18-inning World Series game?
Not often, but 15, 14. Let the Astros have been involved in that. They'd have lost half their pitchers. They'd have lost all of them in that thing. To me, it's somebody like Black Greg said. If that game would have come down to Chaz having to come in, they're probably close to that.
Well, I mean, look, let's be honest.
18. They got to figure something out, man.
But no, the problem. I mean, I don't know what the solution is. I don't think it's a problem. I think you just keep doing what you're doing. But I mean, the thing is if these managers are going to roll through pitchers one inning at a time, no matter how good they were out of the bullpen, or one, a handful of hitters at a time, like that. That's how you get to the end of the rope. I mean.
Yeah, but you understand in a baseball game, right? Like Abreu's going to come in the 8th and Hader's going to come in the 9th. I mean, that's I'm
talking about once you get beyond that, like you start rolling through guys in one inning with the potential of having to go 18. I mean, that's which again, I don't think there's a problem. I don't know that you even worry about it. But if you were, I mean, not allowing a guy that pitched 2 days ago to get in there and out of fear of hurting his arm, we got to empty the clip, man.
Yeah, I like text line coming in. Just stop, run. Baseball don't need to change. These guys have done this for 100 years. Yeah, there's a lot of things that have changed in the last 100 years that baseball has done. There's a lot of strategy that managers have changed since baseball has done. There's a lot of things that we do differently on the thought of, Mel, that was stupid. And to me, running a risk of what they were doing last night, it doesn't happen all the time. But hell, they've been doing it for 100 years, right? When they start putting a guy at second base. Why they start doing that?
I'll speed the game up in the regular season.
Safety, speed the game up. We don't want these games. Yes.
Don't be jacking around World Series games.
Hey, man, Tyler, that would have been much more compelling if they said, all right, here we go. Vlad, damn it, George Springer's hurt. Whoever your 3 are against Ohtani, and now we actually get to see Ohtani swing. Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, like that, I'd have been in. We'd have come in there, 12 innings, here we go. I would have actually been hoping that it would have ended tie, and so we could watch a swing off like we did. You remember that All-Star game? Tyler may not have watched it.
I'm in regular season.
Tyler may not have watched it. Where they had the swing off in the All-Star game? Man, come on, man.
Missed that one.
Yeah, this is that was silly to me. Like that was, I mean, imagine, all right, man, Luis Garcia, man, he just threw 9 innings 2 days ago. All right, man, we got to reach in the well, man. Let's we got to run him out here, man. We got to get him out here again because we've gone 18 innings and we've run out of guys. No, what the hell are we going 18 innings for? People had to quit on that game.
Quit jacking with the World Series,
People had to quit on that game. Well,
quit jacking with the World Series. Let it be, man.
I bet you something happens. I bet you we don't sit here and just. I bet you they're sitting there thinking, God, man, this thing was going on till 2:30 in the morning in New York.
It's a classic. I'll tell you what's going to happen is we're going to be talking about it and watching it over and over again for the next 10 years.
I bet you this thing's going to 2:30. Nobody's watching this. It's not compelling. We're not doing anything. We're having guys who shouldn't be deciding games out here pitching for no reason.
I bet they got bonus money. I bet those advertisers signed up for 9 innings and they got 18. I bet there was triggers that triggered more money for them.
I'm sitting here just in this damn thing. All right, man. Let's get these 3 best hitters up here. Let's hit them. Let's go yard.
I'm in for that in the regular season.
I'm in for it. I'm in for the whole way. Talking about these arm injuries. Hey, man, come on out here, man. You threw 105 9 innings the other night. Come on out here, man. He's got to have over 200 innings on his ass this year. Come on out here.
He'll be all right.
Yeah, all right. We'll see if he has an UCL issue coming up. We'll see. Hopefully he does. All right, coming up, we got it. Clint talked about it briefly on the film. We got to look at what the Texans did defensively. A lot of it has been the offense because, yes, that was one of their best performances. But we got to look at this defense because they did something nobody ever does. We'll do that next.
All right, before we do that, though, I'll tell you
a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to holdtitlelock.com now. Promo code radio.
Now I can dance with that party.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Everyone weeks to spots like this from the text line. Ron never played ball and it shows. What a disappointment. Get off the air, you pansy. First off, your mama. And second, I did play ball. And
joke's on you, sucker, state champion.
And just because you're not, you have a hard time with some forward thinking, and maybe you've ignored what we've seen in other sports. Hell, ignored in baseball. I bet there were baseball people who decided to do a lot of the changes, like a ghost runner at second base. I bet they're allowing that. You remember how big pennants were? They're allowing that to decide pennants. All right, like they pulled out these bigger bases that they've put out here. They've taken away your ability to shift. Yeah, they've done a lot of things in baseball that you would refer to as pansy, right? Like don't act like, oh, we've never seen rules. How about college football? College football purists. How do games end when you go into overtime there? Does that feel like real football? Hey man, both times, baby, we get around, baby. Kick an extra point. Next time, if we both end up tied, you got to go for two. And then after that, we just go for two back and forth. Is that real? Is that supposed real football? They made the changes. Safety, other reasons. We're not going to be here all damn day. As Clint said, could you imagine have been at Dodger Stadium, sitting up there that whole time for that?
That would have been, boy, that old tail end would have been, feet would have been, went to sleep. Old tail end be flat.
Come on, man.
That'd have been rough.
Hey, listen, and my man Rob, not compelling. That was insanely compelling. For some people. For some people, man, when we started to look at that around that 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th inning, and we got minimal base runners, and really Ohtani, when he gets walks, the only one who's on base. There ain't really much going on. There were some moments, right? With that when they threw that guy out the plate, he was out by a mile. That was fantastic. Good to see them hit the cutoff, turn that around. That was fantastic. There wasn't a lot going on for most people, especially with baseball. You talk about it slow. We're going to send him for 18 innings. This thing's going to be 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. No, man. Come on, man. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was to non-baseball fans, hardcore baseball fans, which honestly, I feel like I'm dealing with a lot of you. Our earlier conversation, I love this. We've never watched the game. So many people text in, I'm not watching this tonight. I only watch the Astros. You're not a baseball fan then. No offense, Tyler. You're an Astro fan. Get out of here. No, but there will be changes, just like we see. Oh, you remember when did that PitchCom thing start? Yeah, that's starting. Is that normal baseball thing? No, they're adding things. They're changing things for the product. I'm certain people are sitting there thinking, guys, and we can't consider these 18 innings.
The national pastime.
We can sit here. We ain't gonna talk about consider all of it. It's not compelling. It wasn't great TV. It was on too damn long. And there's an injury risk. Yeah. I think there could be a thought of a conversation for that happening. Yeah, tell me about it. As I said, when did y'all throw in the towel? Not a one of y'all asses texted in earlier that y'all even watched it. That's not true. I don't mean to go D'Amico. A few of you texted in and said that you did watch. Get out of here with that, man. Yeah, they're changing in other sports and in baseball. They're making the change. Sitting here for 18 innings, 3 o'clock in the morning. Crazy as hell. All right. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Clint, I feel like it's Tuesday, and we've got to this point where we haven't really talked about the defense. And I know you watched the film on the defense. You talked about the inside linebackers. But I knew this defense was really, really good, Clint, but nobody does what they did to Christian McCaffrey. My man is 8 carries for 25 yards, no touchdowns, 3 catches for 43 yards. And Clint, a lot of that happened after 3 minutes in the fourth quarter. He caught 2 balls that really increased what he did less than what it was. The previous week, with a lot of the injuries they had, Clint, against the Falcons, who, I'll be honest, if you go look what the Falcons did the previous week to James Cook, and then you see James Cook go for 200-plus against the Panthers, they had pretty good success against that Buffalo offense with James Cook and Josh Allen and gave up 14 points in that game. Last week to the Falcons, he goes 24 carries, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns, 7 catches, 72 yards, over 200 total. He had 68 total yards.
Yeah.
Even with him going off at the end for, I think, a 29-yard catch and a 12-yard catch. Man, I knew they were good, Clint. I didn't think they were going to do that to Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, look, I didn't think they would either. I mean, my key to the game was if they can keep Christian McCaffrey under 100 total yards, then they'll have a chance to win this game. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think they would get it done. They did in a big, big way. And, look, I think it's just testament to really the whole defense. Look, I mean, the defensive line's ability to build a wall up front and not give Christian McCaffrey much room beyond the line of scrimmage. The interior defensive, linebackers, their ability to play downhill, their speed playing sideline to sideline, and then really what I think takes this defense to the next level as it pertains to defending a guy like Christian McCaffrey is your nickel defender and really your free safety. Look, I think Kalen Bullock, the speed and physicality that he plays with, and then Jalen Petrie, the physicality, and they're just second to none. And when that is your kind of your second and third line of defense behind how well the other guys played, it's going to be hard to find any room, man. And like I said in the last segment, I thought our true inside linebackers did a really good job of covering Christian McCaffrey out in coverage, as well as, again, the secondary's ability to come down, play the run, the secondary's ability to rally down and tackle really well and be ultra physical. I mean, it was just an overall, dominating outing. But to your point, the biggest part of it was to bottle up Christian McCaffrey is wild, and they did it as well as anybody. Held him under 100 yards, total yards, for the first time all season long.
I didn't. And especially when you look at that D-line as well, they could not get anything going. Yeah. I mean, and obviously they come out, what do they have, 4 3-and-outs on them? And so they didn't have they didn't have very much opportunity, and the Texans held the ball on offense. But even when they tried to do anything, they couldn't. They had to give up on it. And like you said, all right, well, maybe they won't be able to get him in the run game. But all right, here we go. And I think I saw Azeez get done in once by him on a one-on-one where he had a 2-way go, and he left him there. But outside of that, really, it didn't happen very, very often at all.
Yeah, well, they did a good job. Ultimately, what they did, they gave him zero space. Like the checkdowns, I think, and he took them. That's when he got the bulk of the receiving yards, as you mentioned. Like, even when he did have a run that would crack the line of scrimmage, it was in such tight space that he couldn't change direction. He couldn't slow his feet. He couldn't. So it was they were suffocating. And again, you can do those kind of things when Jawan Jennings is the best receiver that you got out there, right? When George Kittle is the best option you have in the pass game beyond obviously Christian McCaffrey. And so I think the offensive personnel played into the hands. No Pearsall. No, what's my other cat's name? The receiver that's been disgruntled and
Brandon
injured.
Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk. No Brandon Ayuk. No Pearsall. Those guys not being there really hurt them. And so the Texans were able to bottle up Christian McCaffrey in a major, major way. Anytime San Francisco, if you can bottle up McCaffrey like that, you're going to win 10 out of 10 times.
That was, again, I am not surprised that they only, put up 15 points on the board, or that they struggled offensively. You'd have told me George Kittle might struggle. I could have heard that. You'd have told me a lot of Mac Jones would be on his back a lot, but Like, we heard D'Amico say in the postgame, they knew he would be the highest targeted guy that they would have. And that is who especially when you look at the contrast of, all right, Jackson Smith and Jigba the previous week, that was the guy we got to stop. That was the number one guy, and he got off and did. And then the next week, they're looking, Christian McCaffrey's the guy we got to stop. And they did some stuff you ain't seen. And that was fantastic from the Texans defense. So we gotta give a shout out to that. I mean, they're a great defense. I think still believe the number one scoring defense in football. But boy, the way they were able to take him out in both phases of the game, running and receiving was
impressive. Man.
It was extremely impressive. All right, coming up as we continue here, it is a football Friday. So I'm just giving you the warning right now. It is a football Friday. Text in, or make sure you're listening as we will give you a cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour. This is the hour coming up where you have a chance to win a pair of tickets, front row in the bullpen for the Texans and the Broncos. That's coming up in the next hour. So stay tuned for that and listen for the cue to call, and you'll have a chance to win. Coming up, the Rockets got their first dub, and it was an all-around effort. Is this something we can expect to see throughout? We'll look at that. Big news affecting the Texans-Broncos game. We'll look at that. And we heard from Steve Sarkisian. He gives his thoughts about potentially leaving Texas and going to the NFL. We'll do that. 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, are you shopping for a new vehicle, man? You're looking for a new rig? Are you even flirting with it?
nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
It can rocket ship to the stars.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire, but it is the 5 o'clock hour. And, again, if you are just jumping in, I know a lot of people just getting off work right now. This is the time. This hour is when you pay to win a pair of tickets, front row seats in the bullpen for this all-important Texans-Broncos game at NRG on Sunday. So you need to be listening and paying attention and staying all the way through in this hour. At any point, it could happen. It could happen, hell, right now. It could happen 5:30, 5:20, 5:40. It doesn't matter. It could happen at any point, but you have to make sure you are listening in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, the Rockets, they get their first dub last night as they beat the hell out of the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets look to be one of the worst teams in the NBA, 0-4 already. But they get their first win, and everybody chipped in. 7 guys in double figures last night, including Tari Eason, who led them with 22 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists off the bench. Şengün, which he's been putting together stat lines all season long in their first 3. He was 21, 6 and 6. Durant, 19 last night. And then Reed Shepherd and Amin Thompson took over the point guard duties, both of them in double figures. Both of them had 8 assists apiece and only 2 turnovers combined with those guys. To me, this is, Clint, what could be the greatness of this Rockets team is they have guys that can jump out. We watched Şengün, the Thunder, where he had 39 and 11 and 7. We saw the other night where they lost again in Game 2 where Durant had 37. We understand they've got guys that can go off and go and get buckets when they need to, but they also have several guys that can go and get you 20. Several guys that can go and fill things up. And this won't be the last time they have this many guys who have it going. We'll see multiple times this year where they do that. That is, to me, one of the big pluses for the Rockets. They have a lot of guys that can get involved.
Well, look, I think when you look at it, it's early. I mean, look, this may be putting the cart before the horse, but I think you got a squad that whoever's on the floor within the system, you trust them, right? Obviously, you want to run through Durant when he's on the floor. Clearly, there's times that they're going to run it through Amin Thompson, and obviously, who's going to play a lot of minutes and get a lot of touches is Şengün, and clearly they're going to want to run the offense through those guys at times, and they're going to be made priority. But the reality is if teams start obviously adjusting to take the ball out of one of those guys' hands, you trust Tari Eason within the system to confidently take shots. You trust Jabari Smith within the system to confidently take shots and knock down shots. You know, I think the question is can you get Reed Shepherd to that point? But it's the guys that you have that are playing consistently that you bank on. You have no problem under any circumstances taking shots within this, obviously, and feel free to create and take additional risk putting the ball on the floor in one-on-one situations and things of that nature. But as long as the system's being ran through one of 3 guys, within that system, you're going to trust guys to take open shots and to confidently do so. So, look, I mean, you know, I just remember watching – a lot of not just Rocket teams, but, playoff basketball with Golden State where, man, there's a couple guys on the floor that if you can get them to just take the shot, then you're winning, right? I don't care if they're open or not. If you can get Looney taking shots, and then you're winning. If you can just get it out of the hands of Steph, you're winning. I don't know that's the case with the Rockets. I mean, you got some guys that they trust and can knock down points, and like you said, can score in bunches. And it seems like Ime Udoka is going to be pretty confident in their ability to do so.
Yeah, and I mentioned it. I thought the 2 point guards that's getting those minutes, Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd, I thought this was a good outing for them combined, right? When you look at what they're doing, that's the biggest concern many people have, which people completely understand, right? They combined themselves for, I think, 27 points, 16 assists with 2 turnovers. I thought those two played really, really well, and it feels like to me Reed Shepherd is in the I don't even know if it's first, just the first, but it just feels like people have already made their mind up about Reed Shepherd. They're a group of people who have already.
Well, I've been close now. I've been close.
Like, just all right. If he has a rough outing, even though he's played how many meaningful minutes, how many meaningful games, it seems like they've already made their decision. We go out there and see him put together a solid performance off the bench like he did. It was just a net, right? Like, and not the other way. I just get it. Just be patient. Give
for me, I'm with you with Reed. I mean, I think I got to see more. I got to see. I got to see. Now, I'll be honest with you. I think you were out at the time. Well, my first couple of watches this year of Reed Shepherd, it was the first watch. I thought, well, he appeared timid. He appeared overwhelmed. When you've got a young guy like that's a 3 overall pick. At least you want to turn the TV on and feel like, boy, that guy, he may be a little bit delusional, but at least he thinks he's the best player on the floor.
Yeah.
Right? Reed don't have that vibe to his game. Now, to your point, I think it was a preseason game following when I questioned Reed, he went off. It was the last preseason game of the year. And then, he's been in there and hadn't had a great game. Last night was good, but hadn't had a great game before. And to me, it wasn't about the box score. It was more about, is he aggressive? Is he taking the shots? Does he look like he belongs up there? Or is there a touch of Jake Myers at the plate?
Old Jake Myers.
Yeah, old Jake Myers. Not current. The biggest concern is staying healthy, Jake Myers. I'm talking about playing every night and they're forcing him on us, Jake Myers. Is there a touch of that in there? So I need to see more, and I'm open to see more, and I'm excited about seeing more, and hopefully, you get that look in your eyes where you feel like, even though we know it's not the case because you're playing with Durant, but you feel like you're the best damn player on the floor.
Yeah, we'll see. Good to them to get off that losing streak and get a dub. They'll play in a couple of days against the Raptors, another team that's struggling out the gates. We'll see if they can solve that problem. Maybe Gorilla will be there.
Glorilla and Ingram, huh?
Yeah, Brandon Ingram, baby. Nice little kiss and stuff right before the game.
He went ahead and lifted her up on the sideline, didn't he? On the side court?
I done just broke this.
Yeah, see, you start talking about Glorilla, and you strong arm your mic stand over there.
And this is, and I heard last week, I heard Reggie say it broke off in his hand, and Andy fixed it last week, like last Thursday.
Yep. Andy told me about that on Monday.
And this is a goner already. Wow.
Y'all just creating work for old Andy.
I'm just telling you, man, it wasn't my fault.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. This is news for this weekend's Texans game versus the Broncos. These are sources, and this is courtesy of Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports. Broncos star cornerback Patrick Surtain II is dealing with a pectoral injury and is expected to surgeries needed, but I am told the reigning Defensive Player of the Year will get a second opinion this week to confirm the timeline. So, Clint, this is, I would say, their overall best player. As you see it, he was the Defensive Player of the Year last year and is regarded as the best corner in football. It looks like he will not be available for this game on Sunday, a game that will be key for the Texans. They get back to 500, you feel like it's game on, especially coming after beating two teams that, at 5 and 6 wins, if you're able to pull that off, this obviously is a big help for the Texans not having to deal with him.
Well, no, there's no doubt. This is a big win for the Texans, man. I mean, you leading up to this game, we'll take anything that we can. I mean, their strong point is, really, I think Denver's an overall really good football team, but their strong suit is defensively. They can cause problems. They can collapse pockets. They can pressure the quarterback. They can turn the ball over. They can cover. They can do it all. And so when you lose, at least in the secondary, the tip of that coverage spear, and you lose the guy that's capable of, hell, he's one of, if not the best corner in the league. You lose that guy, that's advantage opponent, and we just happen to be the opponent this week. So, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it is a big loss. The one thing, though, is that the front. This is going to be about the front seven. Like in this game for the Texans, their defensive line, they lead the league by a mile in sacks and pressures. I was just watching on NFL Live. They had the ones listed next to them,
right?
Like when it came to a lot of those situations. So that is big news, especially if Nico Collins is able to go. If Nico Collins clears concussion protocol and he's able to play this weekend, they definitely don't have anything with him out to be able to handle him, and that may have to change the way they approach their defense, especially if Nico Collins is out there. So
right. Look,
that's the big key.
You lose a guy like that, you change the way, maybe that you, not generally how you approach playing defensive football, but definitely how you approach specifically to play a Nico Collins type player. And there's no doubt about it. I mean, look, I believe that Denver defense is, there's just a certain cloth they're cut from, kind of like the Texans. I mean, the backups, yeah, they're lesser players because they're not starters, but when they get in there, your defense doesn't take a major hit the way you would think, losing a Derek Stingley Jr. or losing.
Or Vance Joseph ain't going to completely change what
no. I mean, they're still going to be a very solid unit. Their success was never dependent on one player or because of one player. And now he's a great player, don't get me wrong, and it hurts to lose him. But this is an overall really good defense that at all three levels is playing some seriously good ball right now.
I do want to say that fella on the other side, that Moss fella, I watched him, boy.
A little bit of a liability.
I think I watched him get
Who
three
was that cooking him? Was that? Oh well, he's got Pickens and Lamb going at him.
Yeah, but he had like three consecutive pass interference.
Oh yeah, no.
He couldn't keep.
Well, that's the thing is Dallas is willing. Dallas, Moss, your duck. Let me put one of my receivers out there and throw go routes at you. You know what I mean? I don't know that we're going to, maybe with Nico, but I don't know that we're going to have that ability or that want to do that kind of thing.
He restarted first and goal multiple times.
The second time I was like, why not? Hell, it's a half a yard penalty. Why not? Who gives a rip?
And he's floored, too, every time they call it up. What?
Oh, man.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a couple of stories out of the SEC college football. Steve Sarkisian, he wanted to go ahead and knock down the rumors. There was a report over the weekend from the Athletics' Diana Rossini that there could be interest from his camp to the Tennessee Titans job. Here was Steve Sarkisian addressing that.
Yeah, I'd love to touch on this, so bear with me for a second, because it really pisses me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual, to the point of my agency and my agents have to put a statement out that they never have done. Historically, CAA, Jimmy Sexton, and Ed Manowitz have never do that. But I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. And I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional of that person to put that report out. And the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing for the media. And I respect what you guys do. I really do, and everybody else. But the fact that everybody ran that as truth is really embarrassing. Okay, so I've got a small circle when I make decisions on what I do and what I don't do, and nobody would speak on my behalf without me knowing. And so where that report came from, I'd love to ridiculous.
That was Steve Sarkisian, and if you listen closely, he never denied that he was ever thinking about leaving to go to seek another job. He never denied the report. He went off about the report. Mike Elko kind of did a similar thing. He went off about the report.
Mike Elko's got an ain't no squad.
But trouble. He does. But also he went off and took the conversation to another place where he could have just said, No, I am at the University of Texas, and this is where I want to be. But he went off about Diana Rossini, who is usually pretty tight.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here to me.
You always
is like,
got to listen to it closely. What did you just go off about?
Well, the interesting thing, boy, this puts Diana Rossini in a spot where she's got to respond, right? And not that she's going to do it with class. It's not like she's going to buck the system. It's not like she's going to give her. She's not going to have any kind of transparency and give her source, obviously. But I would be shocked if he did everything but say her name.
Oh, yeah. He said he wanted to sit down and have
you should be embarrassed.
All right. Well, I bet she would like to. Now she gonna come out of here. Okay. All right. No, you entertaining Tennessee. You know you are in them league jobs. That's that thing right there. Been real easy. Real easy. No. I'm here at the University of Texas. This is where I want to be in Austin. Hell, he could have even lied and then took a job later. Nah, he came at it, didn't he? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'd like to touch on this for a second.
Slapping the table like you are,
and then hit us with a bear with me. Yeah, we bared with you, and you didn't deny any of it.
5 o'clock fire.
And this comes down just recently. We've talked about some of these openings, and the big one is the LSU opening, right? This is one of the top gigs in all of college sports. And athletics director Scott Woodward, and Scott Woodward is the same guy who hired Jimbo Fisher and had that $76 million payout that they had to do at A&M, and now is the same guy who has just fired.
You would think that would do a guy in. I mean, you would think that would do a guy in, but LSU says, no, go ahead and hire another one, bro.
Brian Kelly and gave him a 54.
That's what I'm saying.
1 and 2 highest.
You would think payout. 1 and 2. You would think that the athletic director that hired and awarded the contracts that ended up being absolute flops and having to be bought out, the top two. What was it? 70-something million for Jimbo, 50-something million. Like you would think in today's world, in today's college football world, how many great minds there are out there, you think that guy would run out of lives.
Woo! Yeah.
You would think that LSU would go, hey, man, all due respect, we enjoyed our time, man. We paid you good money. Whatever your buyout is, we'll pay it too. But you're not picking this coach. Anyway, go ahead. I know you were going somewhere.
According to Jordan Woodward, again, that person that Clint just spoke about, has identified former Florida coach and current, is he at UNLV, I believe?
He's at UNLV, yeah.
Dan Mullen as the leading candidate to succeed head coach Brian Kelly. Your thoughts?
Shocked.
I think it's
a smokescreen.
You think so?
Yeah, look, I like Dan. I think Dan is a really good coach, but you want to talk about going from a weird, awkward, older white man that really didn't fit to another weird, awkward, older white man that doesn't really fit. That's what you'd be doing.
You think he would succeed at LSU better than what Brian Kelly did? You think this is would this be an upgrade?
I think it would be an upgrade. I'm a little higher on Dan Mullen. What he was able to do at Mississippi State. I mean, we forget those days when Dak Prescott was there, man. Yeah. I mean that was. He had Mississippi State in the top 4, top 3. For a good run there.
Like, and he had a couple years with Florida. The COVID year is the one where I remember. Right? Didn't they have Pitts and Kadarius Toney?
Well, he did. He had the run to the SEC championship with what was the quarterback's name? The kid that's in Tampa right now, the backup in Tampa.
He got drafted the same year Davis Mills did.
Yeah. Look. I mean, I wouldn't lean too much into the Florida. I think the Florida thing was good. I mean, but it was kind of a weird run. The Mississippi State thing is what makes me go, okay, this guy's got real legs to land a job. I don't think he even takes an SEC job unless he thinks it's one that's top tier that he can go win national titles. So that is an interesting fit to me. I covered him when he was at Mississippi State. I like him, but he's a real quirky, just kind of an odd older white dude. That's just kind of like
alert. You just keep landing on that.
Well, I mean, but it's just a real like that doesn't. I wonder. I don't know. Baton Rouge, South Louisiana is a real, genuine, sincere, authentic people that are, the weird kind of.
That's what the
I
whites
don't know.
used to do.
I don't know that. I mean, it almost like the fit of like, hey, I'm here. We're gonna go win some MFing games. Get your ass in the boat or get out. Kind of guy would
Elko
would make more sense than. And look, like I said, I like Dan. I just wonder about the fit.
Yeah. All right. Well, they've obviously shown they're not afraid to go against what feels like a normal fit. All right, coming up. Still, remember it's the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Texans and the Broncos. Texans Ticket Tuesday that could come up at any moment in the 5 o'clock hour. And the Texans, they have been good about taking L's and moving on this year. I think there's another one they have to consider. We'll do that next.
Hey, is it time to get your oil changed? Well, guess what? Jiffy Lube, there's a location right around the corner. If you're hearing this, they got 60 locations, baby. Convenience is what they're all about. Fast in and out service is what.
on 222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turn down for what? Turn down for what?
All right, it is that time. CJ Stroud had himself a day. Let's do it. Caller number 7. Caller number 7. Your chance right now. Tyler will open up the phone line, 713-572-4610. Caller number 7, your chance to win a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen for Sunday's game, all-important game against the Denver Broncos at NRG. Caller number 572-4610. Sweet Tyler Milner will take care of you.
Sweet Tyler Milner. That's got a ring to it.
Sweet T, baby.
Sweet Tyler.
Sweet T, baby, for short.
Sweet Tyler. I feel like it could be a song written by a female country music artist, maybe.
You just started like a female country music artist, didn't you?
Yeah, because I got 2 daughters. There's a couple that made the cut before I became a girl dad, but there's like me listening to Meg Maroney taking them to school every morning has really changed my perspective.
That would have been something you'd have done on your own.
Did you see the pictures? My daughters are, one of them's Meg Maroney and one of them's Lainey Wilson.
Oh, I had to see
Halloween.
I wonder which one's Lainey Wilson.
Well, Lainey's Lainey Wilson. You know that. Man, that the other one I got, it's short skirt, hair pulled up, a little bit of makeup, boots on. I ain't got a chance. I might have to kill somebody.
Yeah, slow that down.
Oh, I can't.
Man, what are we doing,
I can't. I'm fighting.
What are we doing, Lo?
I'm fighting an uphill battle, man. Between Mama and Grandma Cece, I'm fighting an uphill battle. It's makeup. It's makeup to the point of we'll get it all over.
Get her ass into basketball, man.
Hey, man, I got
flag football.
I mean, we got soccer rolling right now, man. We got some soccer, but I'm with you. I can't wait. I can't wait, man.
Text line coming through. Interesting point. I mean, how many non-weird white guy coaches has LSU had? I mean, Les Miles, that's a weird guy who ate grass on the field.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Then got in trouble for some sexual stuff at Kansas. So that's a kind of a weird. Ed
is this cut from. I mean, he is one of them. I mean, he is a South Louisiana dude through and through. He is he is as Cajun as they come.
He
legitimately is. Like he can't. Yeah, I don't.
Is Nick weird?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not talking about. I mean, obviously, we know who Nick is.
Yeah, the only thing is, if you can coach your ass off, then it don't matter, how weird you are.
Yeah, but I listen to Nick talk, and I could see, and maybe I am a little. I
think you just have to be authentic, Clint. That's
maybe weird's not the right way to put it. I'm trying to figure out.
Brian Kelly was inauthentic, at least coming off.
Well, yeah, I think Brian Kelly. I mean, he lacked authenticity from jump. And he's an arrogant dude. Like to me, there's a major difference between Dan Mullen and Brian Kelly. I mean, I don't like Dan doesn't strike me as an arrogant guy. Dan doesn't strike me as someone that comes across as lacking authenticity. He's just quirky. He's just different. He just. But look, it worked in a major way at Mississippi State, and I would say that's not South Louisiana, but it's damn close. I mean, it's different, and for the old quirky white guy to make it work hell, Michael Leach made it work there too. So I guess it's not. I don't want to paint the picture.
I think you can see Lane. You could just
you said the right word. I think there's parts of the country that really don't care how authentic or genuine and sincere you are. It doesn't really matter. I think one of the most beautiful things about Louisiana is it don't matter where you're from, who you are, what you look like, what color you are. If you are genuine, sincere, and authentic, they'll welcome you with open arms and love you every minute of the way. And now it's just up to winning, right? But
if you come in faking a Southern accent, not so much.
I think it just got away from him. I don't know.
The dancing on the spinning thing and the fake accent and all of it was just weird. It was never.
Yeah. Shout out to engineering. You might want to fix this mic. I'm fine with it. I feel like Sean will lose it with this mic. Andy!
Sean sits over here.
Oh, does he? Oh, well, never mind. Oh, I think I've been seeing Seth walking around, though. I don't know. Maybe.
I saw Seth yesterday.
Good, Sean.
Yeah.
So he may be over there in that seat. You may have broke. Maybe what's wrong with it. Seth strong-armed it, and then Red strong-armed it, and then you went to talking about, who was it earlier? Joy Taylor, and next thing you know, it snapped.
That would be Tyler's mic on the Joy Taylor.
Well, I mean, I think you were actually talking about it. That's who you were talking about when that thing broke, though.
Yeah. Congratulations. Was it is it Michael and Conroe? Is that the winner, Tyler?
That is correct.
Michael
He listens
Conroe.
every day. He was pumped, man.
Good
Mike.
for you, Michael.
Big Mike.
Have
Appreciate
fun,
it,
man. It's a big game. Take you and a friend, a lady friend, whatever. Take you and someone else and enjoy your time. Front row seats in the bullpen.
I just don't think it's a good date.
Oh, I don't. Not if you're looking for a date. Like a date, no, that's not a good date.
Well, I mean, if she's a bigger fan than you are, then, and this is really going to turn her on, then
if it's your lady,
but like if she just is just like a whatever kind of football fan, like whatever, y'all go along for the ride and really doesn't pay much mind, doesn't know the rules, bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, but if it's your lady, you take. You don't extend that.
I'm gonna be honest. I love my bride. I love my wife, and she's my best friend. So I can enjoy doing anything with her. If I mean, sitting at a football game, it would be down the list, Chief. We've done
Really?
I've been to a Longhorn game with her, and she was season ticket holder for the Texans when I met her and we first started. So we went to some Texans games. My wife plays with me. Yes, she does often, but she is. She really leaned into it with the Texans, and she does with UT as well because that's where she went to school, obviously. But like generally speaking, I just know she is just not a huge fan. Like sitting, I don't know that I've ever watched her sit down and watch a whole game on TV.
Really, Tyler, you don't have to answer this. I don't need you to get yourself in trouble. Although I get the feel you're going to do it anyway.
Okay.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you are anonymous, so you can't answer. Like if you're in a situation like Michael from Conroe, who just won those tickets.
Yeah.
Texans game. A significant other. Like close, not somebody you just knocking off. Or early in the relationship.
Depending on how long that's been going on, that might not be a bad.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's your wife, your girlfriend that's getting close to wife, yeah, something like that.
They would all fit that caveat.
You won tickets like Michael, you're not offering that up first?
I probably would.
Yeah, I better say Corey, you want to go to the game?
Oh yeah.
Like that's the first one you offer it up to, right? Like,
oh yeah. No, that's right. That's money.
Now if she turned it down, or maybe you're hoping she turns it down. But if she turned it down, you turned it down. But that's got to be the first. That not the first person you hand it off to? Text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You win tickets like Michael and Conroe did. Isn't the first place you go to? Hey, babe, you want to go to the game? Now, some of you may be crossing your fingers hoping she says no, but is it, babe, you go to the game? You look like Clint. That's not.
Oh, ladies, even if they have no interest in football, are all about going to the games because they can get some great photos.
Well, I'm gonna get a good feel. I'm gonna get a good feel for where my wife's at on that given day. Like if it's been a long week and she's just petered
out.
Better
answer.
It's like I'm gonna be like, hey, babe, I know you're tired, but I'm gonna take a hit. Me and Jay's gonna go to the game. I'm gonna call Cap, see if Cap wants to go to the game.
Now your lady may be cool with it, right? I'm certain there's some people texted that don't even ask me.
Well, I'm gonna check the temperature before.
Check it?
Yeah, if she's just had a great week and she's just ready to enjoy the weekend and spend some time with her hubby, yeah, she's getting first invite.
Yeah,
but if it's one of them, just beat. I am tired. Oh, well, it's funny you say that. I got tickets to the game, and I think I'm gonna take. Since you're so tired, I guess I'll take one of the fellas.
Text line coming in. Of course, Steven and Shannon go everywhere together. We have a blast together. Yeah,
fair.
Yeah, she'll kill your ass, Steven. If you got some tickets and you didn't run that past Shannon first.
I bet she likes Aaron Rodgers right now too.
Yeah, she don't like that defense. Text line coming in. I'll take my gal. She's from China, never been to a football game, and has always wanted to go. She had a blast at the Rockets game.
If that's the case, you better take her. Your ass is going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
I was really referring to if you're single and you're out there in the streets hunting a bit, and all of a sudden you decide you're gonna grab one up and take one to a game. I think that's a terrible idea. I think you take the fellas and hunt at the stadium.
Text line come to the question is: do you tell her you won tickets or do you purchase them? Saying you purchased them makes her more in love or makes it more appealing. Is what the
does it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Would my wife be more impressed with me buying a ticket or getting a free ticket?
Yeah, Michael actually did text in from Conroe. He said, "I'm asking my girlfriend as soon as I get home." By the way,
I mean, damn, Mike, you can text her.
Good man.
You ain't got to wait till you get home, Chief. You can text her.
That's a face-to-face. You'll never believe it.
Well, that just told me that Mike's got a live-in girlfriend. You better ask her.
Yeah. Mike about to get nasty tonight. All right, coming up, we'll get to T. Mill's best bets. And, again, we had this thought. Should the Texans take an L on something? They've done it before. Should they continue? We'll do that coming up.
may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Not only do I stop by Sports Radio.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Still holding the mic. That's all right, though. Good luck to you fellas. Oh, man. Shoot. Our fellas tonight. Damn, I almost forgot about our guys, Area 45. They're going to have to deal with this. Bijani, Creighton. I don't know who sits in this seat, but one of those guys got to deal with this microphone unless somebody comes and picks it up. I promise you, I don't believe I'm the one who did it. That's coming up a little bit later on after Texans All Access. Brian Cushing will be on Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris coming up right after us at 6 o'clock. So come pull up, enjoy a listen to, I'm sure, some great stories and current thoughts on the Texans with Brian Cushing. That's coming up behind us, Area 45, live and local, 8 to 12 a.m. I mean, that damn game outlasted them by 2 hours. If they would work last night. Jesus.
Their live look-ins were probably pretty good, huh?
Would have been. They had we were carrying Monday Night Football last night, so the fellas weren't in there. But they will be in there tonight. I'm Bijani, Chris Santiago coming up behind us. T-Mill's best bets off to a good start. 3 out of 5 last night. Let's see if he can continue to stay in this green coming up. All right, Clint. Should because I've been thinking about this, especially after this past weekend. When you look at it, and Xavier Hutchinson, who I know you guys sat down with in the post-game show, he led the team in receiving yards. He had 5 catches, 69 yards, and a touchdown.
Nice.
And then Jalen Knoll, who also came in with 5 catches, 63 yards. Higgins, also one of the young receivers there, 4 catches, 34 yards, 1 touchdown. The Iowa State guys had a pretty good performance. Braxton Berrios was pretty good as well, picking up some big first downs. And when you look at their performance, and one of the things I'm thinking about, yes, they did it without Nico Collins, but we know Nico Collins is going to be a major part of this team. They also thought that Christian Kirk would be a major part of this team. And one of the things we've seen D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Cal, and Hannah McNair do is they've taken an L on some guys who they had potential plans for, right? They had plans and paid money, pretty good money, to get Cam Robinson, and then they pulled the plug and took the L on that. They had plans with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and they. Do you think we have reached the point for you, Clint? 713-572-4610. You can jump on this on YouTube and Twitch as well. Have we reached the point for you where you're ready to see them, maybe not move them off the roster like the other 2 I just named, but Christian Kirk, his role, get diminished for these younger guys in Hutchinson, Knoll, or Higgins? Are you ready for him to take a back seat to those guys? We reached that point yet?
No, not me. I have not. No, I've not seen enough. Now, you can argue that we should have seen more of Jalen Knoll to this point, and maybe we have a better feel for it. But right now, I've not seen enough from anybody to say, hey, if Christian Kirk is fully healthy and he can go, then we should cut his reps for any of the young guys, Higgins, Knoll, or Hutchinson at this point. Now, if somebody out there is aware that Christian Kirk Father Time has jumped on him, or that the hamstring is a bigger problem than it is, then that's up to them. But for me personally, if you told me Christian Kirk is healthy and he's worth the $12 or $14 million that you gave him, and that you still believe that he's got the Jacksonville ability in him, then I can't. Right now, I can't sit Christian Kirk and play any of these other guys or take the starting duties or take the bulk of the rest. If Christian Kirk is healthy, from a snap perspective, I'm treating him just like Nico Collins. But if it were me, Nico Collins and Christian Kirk would be made priority. They would not come off the field unless they needed a break. And right now, I would just have to I'd take the heat. Right now, Jalen Noel, young dude that shows a lot of promise. I would just have to be like, hey, I got to limit the young guys' reps right now. But that ain't to say that this ain't a great question. That ain't to say that we're a couple of weeks away from Jalen Noel is coming now. And we're him making a couple of plays. We're him having a couple of good games and being a good source solution for C.J. Stroud with great chemistry with the quarterback. We're not far from me being at a spot where I go, hey, I mean, you can cut bait with Christian as much as, as Jalen Noel can do some of those things.
Yeah, a text line coming in. Let the youngsters play more.
Yeah, I'm not, unless you're ready.
Kirk.
No, I can't do that. Let the youngsters play more stuff is fine when you don't have answers. But when I've got a veteran answer that's gone for 1,000 yards, that sees the game through the quarterback lens, that is long in the tooth with pelts on the wall in terms of being a veteran in this league, I'm not ready to say that Jalen Noel brings more value to the table than he does.
Text line coming in. More production out of Noel right now. The problem with cutting Christian Kirk is that you have about $9.5 million in cap space. Yeah, my even conversation with this isn't even about cutting him. When I say take the L, as you said, Clint, coming into it, that was going to be your 1-2 punch, right? Christian Kirk was going to be your answer to how teams will try a guy that could play in the slot, and he still may very well be able to do what it is you're looking for him to do. I liked the move when they made it. I'm not even saying to cut him. I'm saying to diminish his role. Like right now, like all around, that Ravens game is weird, but all around, that was probably the best that we got to see from the receiving corps. They were able to win quickly, in particular Noel, win quickly on all the routes, and this is 2 games in a row where Noel's able to get over the top from the slot, make big chunk plays, and connect with C.J. Stroud. I just look at Jalen Noel, and it feels odd to me to think, all right, Christian Kirk's going to come back and his snaps and ability to impact the game is going to lessen. I don't know that I feel like they need to be trying to find more ways for him to impact it. And I wonder if Christian Kirk's arrival back, whenever he comes back from injury, is something that stops that.
Yeah, look, there is this conversation's about one guy, and it's Jalen Noel. And for me, I'm a couple of weeks away from consistent play, from improving, from him being the answer in the quick game, from him making a couple of plays in the mid-range to deep game the way he's done, maybe being used as a weapon and not just another receiver that's out there would be nice to see. If I see those things a couple of weeks, yeah, I could get in the boat of, hey, man, Christian Kirk needs to take a back seat. I don't care how healthy he is. But right now where I sit right now is play more, right?
Yeah,
but
this is Robert Woods.
I'm in the verge, right? I'm in the verge of not on the verge. I'm of the belief that we can still salvage this season. You can still get a wild card berth. With some of the things go your way over the next month or so, hell, you could get back into reach with 2 games left late versus Indy, to where that may even become a reality late season. I still believe that that's the way of thinking. And right now where I sit, Christian Kirk gives me a better chance to get that done than any of the young guys. But like I said, this conversation really is about one dude. It's about Jalen Noel, and I'm a couple of weeks away from feeling pretty good about making that decision.
All right, let's get to T-Mill's best bets. If you aren't able to hear them, catch them, or you need to refresh them, catch them up at T-Mill Real Deal if you're looking for those. What you got, man?
Yeah, keep the solid week going. Been a while since we had a Monday that was solid like we did last night, 3 for 5. Want to trend in that direction. I got 5 NBA wagers for you. Rockets are not in action, but plenty to bet on tonight. First, I got the Milwaukee Bucks plus 3.5 as they host the New York Knicks. Next, I got an over for you. Kings at Thunder, over 227.5 points in that one. Then an under. Hornets at the Heat in Miami, under 241.5 points. And then I got 2 player props for you. Both are within this Clippers-Warriors game late tonight. The turd, formerly known as James Harden, I have under 9.5 assists.
You're betting personal.
And then Jimmy Butler, over 4.5 rebounds for him and the Warriors tonight. Those are your 5 best bets.
The Jimmy Butler thing feels so easy every time I see him that low. But like the last time, he was under it. It's weird.